In an unexpected twist, the most formidable trainer in Pokémon history, Red, finds himself transported to the animated world, where he becomes the grandfather of novice trainer Ash. This legendary figure, capable of discerning every tactic with a strategic acumen, is perplexed by the world seemingly revolving around Ash. Meanwhile, Ash harbors grand aspirations. By inheriting his grandfather's combat skills and Pokémon, achieving the title of Pokémon Master should be a mere formality. The official Pokédex humorously remarks that human trainers merely serve as a backdrop, while true understanding of Pokémon belongs solely to them. Pikachu, as ever, expresses its exasperation at the dynamic between the grandfather and grandson with a simple Pika. This narrative presents a remarkable collision between the realms of gaming and animation. What extraordinary adventures will unfold from a union of a taciturn tactical master and an impassioned expert in unconventional strategies? What transformations will the rules of the Pokémon world undergo as a result? Chapter 1. The Reclusive Boy of Silver Mountain. On Silver Mountain, a young boy strides deeper into its heart. Beside him is a beast-like Pokémon of yellow and blue hues, emanating warmth from its back as wisps of steam rise, providing solace to its trainer. In stark contrast to the forest and rocky terrain at the mountain's base, the innermost part reveals a peculiar expanse of bright white snow. This is a grand snow-capped peak, now blanketed in heavy snowfall. As he ventures further, the boy finally reaches his destination, the summit of Silver Mountain. There, a man wearing a red cap sits with his back turned. Clad in simple attire, he resembles a hermit, quietly perched upon a high platform. This is Akin, who has gained secret knowledge after becoming the champion of the Johto League. Legends speak of a presence far more powerful than the league champion, who has been honing their skills on Silver Mountain. Akin frequently hears tales of this figure during his travels in the Kanto region after leaving Johto, defeating 8 gyms, dismantling Team Rocket, besting the league champion. Such a legendary figure. Akin exclaims, raising a Pokeball. His fiery beast, Flareon, stands ready, its claws poised, as it unleashes an unprecedented blaze. The mysterious man remains silent, turning to face Akin with a cold, expressionless gaze, devoid of color. Since being exposed by that green-haired individual, he has been besieged by numerous trainers seeking fame through his defeat. Yet, none have compelled him to unleash his second Pokémon. Perhaps the isolation of a snowy mountain or his superior level has led him to become withdrawn. The arrival of this boy finally stirs a flicker of interest in his eyes, as if a battle of fate is about to unfold. "Come on," he utters, his voice strangely mechanical and cold. He throws a Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a diminutive electric mouse appears upon the snow. Pikachu, a common Pokémon, utterly unremarkable, the Pokédex automatically declares. "Let's see how mine fares." Akin counters, throwing his own Pokeball. In an instant, a colossal figure emerges from the mountain's heights. The falling snowflakes seem to freeze midair, as an overwhelming presence envelopes the senior silver-skinned being with a sleek physique, resembling both beast and bird, possessing expansive wings akin to hands. Lugia, the god of the sea. The sight ignites a spark of excitement in Akin's eyes. Meanwhile, Pikachu licks its lips, electricity crackling ominously around its cheeks, signaling an impending clash. Is everyone now using Lugia? Neither combatant notices a spectral figure hovering above them, observing the duel with serene eyes, reminiscent of the enigmatic youth below. This figure is Red. Mere hours ago, he was refining his will amidst the icy wilderness, only to attain enlightenment. Red realizes he is but a fictional game character. He possesses memories of receiving starter Pokémon from Professor Oak, his first gym challenge, and battles against Green, Team Rocket, and the Elite Four. Yet, the intricacies of those moments elude him. It is only now that Red comprehends the truth. This world is merely a fabricated digital realm, its narrative scripted in code. Despite his near-invincible status, he remains an ordinary gaming puppet. Upon this revelation, Red transcends, his essence separating from his corporeal form. Yet, as mere code, can he truly be said to possess a soul? Before him, his physical manifestation engages in a climactic battle against another era's protagonist. This is a battle of apex proportions. Unshackled, Red yearns to grasp a bucket of popcorn. Below, the confrontation rages on. Pikachu versus Lugia, a brilliant golden lightning clash against explosive air, rending the base of Silver Mountain asunder, resulting in a stalemate. Next, Snorlax faces a peculiar red Gyarados, while Venusaur confronts NEI. Kingdra battles Suicune. Charizard faces Ho-Oh. Red cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Do contemporary players truly revel in embodying legendary Pokémon? Such superficiality. The essence of a true trainer lies in nurturing ordinary Pokémon into the mightiest champions. In the climactic finale, Akin's ace, Flareon, makes its grand entrance, flames erupting from its back, raising the temperature of Silver Mountain considerably. Go Mutwo! The puppet Red, too, releases his final Pokémon. The ensuing battle is fierce. As Akin narrowly secures victory, the puppet Red cannot suppress a laugh. It resembles a sound of liberation, followed by an eerie silence as he turns away. At that moment, a blinding white light erupts from the summit, dazzling Akin's eyes and obscuring everything. When the brilliance subsides, the puppet Red has vanished. This marks the pinnacle of battle and the curtain call. Red has fulfilled all his tasks within this realm. Thus he fades away. The soul of Red in the sky realizes that had he not attained enlightenment, he might have vanished alongside his physical form. Where do I go now? Red ponders, feeling like a superfluous existence. Suddenly, he senses a vortex at the horizon, tugging at his essence. The colors of the world around him begin to fade, leaving only black and white. Soon, he is engulfed, his consciousness blurring. When Red awakens once more, the vibrant world before him is momentarily blinding. He surveys his surroundings, finding himself in a vast forest, reminiscent of those he has traversed before, yet imbued with new vitality. A genuine world, Red realizes, contemplating his ethereal state, capable of floating with a mere thought. Chirp, chirp. Before he can formulate a plan, a cacophony of frantic bird calls erupts from a nearby thicket, followed by a swarm of Spearow bursting forth, flying in a singular direction. Curiosity piqued, Red instinctively guides his ethereal form towards that direction. Above, the skies darken with impending rain. Upon reaching a high cliff, Red spots a boy racing furiously on a bicycle. In a basket before him lies a battered Pikachu, injured and seemingly a flickering candle in the wind. A novice trainer has attracted the attention of a wild Pidgey, and now their entire family is in pursuit, with their own Pokémon on the brink of collapse. She pondered. He wished to intervene, but felt powerless, merely an observer. Crack! A boy, similarly adorned with a cap, lost control of his vehicle and tumbled to the ground, along with his Pikachu, which was flung several meters away, landing in the muddy terrain. At that moment, countless Pidgey encircled them, swirling in the air, ready to strike. Kai's eyes widened. He longed for a bucket of popcorn to enjoy the exhilarating spectacle. Suddenly, the situation shifted dramatically. The youthful boy, with a still innocent visage, trembled as he stood up, arms outstretched and across, shielding Pikachu. Hey, what do you think I am? He bellowed. I am destined to be a Pokémon master, he proclaimed with fervor. Pikachu, now's your chance. Quickly, into the Pokeball he whispered, his bravado faltering under the weight of desperation. Yet, the flock of Pidgey, oblivious to human speech, surged forward with a fierce cry. Every year, countless novice trainers meet their demise, a grim reality. While Chi felt a pang of sympathy, he remained a silent witness. Pika, but the next scene rendered Chi momentarily speechless. The seemingly lifeless Pikachu suddenly erupted with genuine power, shakily rising to its feet and dashing forth. Pika, it climbed up Ash's body, launching itself from his shoulder in a moment of awe, charging toward the swarm of Pidgey. Its diminutive form appeared insignificantly frail against the vast multitude. Pika! In the next breath, a fierce cry erupted as terrifying currents of electricity surged from its cheeks, enveloping its tiny figure, ascending in a golden blaze. Boom! A formidable bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, amplifying Pikachu's electric discharge. The overwhelming force struck every Pidgey in its path, scattering the ominous clouds above into an empty void. Boom! The brilliance of the lightning dazzled Chi's eyes. He hadn't even uttered a sound when he sensed a terrifying pull emanating from the source of the strike. His ghostly form felt as if it were being drawn toward that direction. Kugan! Indel, this was the last thought that flickered through his mind. Goo goo goo, as the electric glow faded. The Pidgey, stunned and bewildered, flapped away in a chaotic retreat back to the forest. The boy and the exhausted Pikachu collapsed in the mud, exchanging mutual glances. In that moment, an unspoken bond formed between them. As the dark clouds dispersed and the sun broke through, a radiant rainbow appeared in the sky. A magnificently vibrant bird-like Pokémon soared by, radiating a spectrum of colors, showering down healing orbs that rejuvenated the weary duo. Eventually, they managed to rise and gaze skyward. "What Pokemon is that?" he asked in wonder. "That's a Spearow, a common flying-type Pokemon with quite a temper," came the mechanical voice from his Pokédex, which often automatically recited information about wild Pokemon. It seemed fortuitous the celestial bird suddenly shed a feather. With a gentle swoosh, it floated down gracefully, landing precisely in front of him. The boy, named Ash, clasped the iridescent feather in his hand, astonished. "Is this a wild Spearow? It's truly marvelous to travel like this." His exuberance was palpable. Ash had encountered Spearow in Pallet Town, but it was merely a singular hue of an ordinary Pokemon. Yet this one exuded a formidable aura, embodying the will of the heavens. "TSK, it's merely a Spearow that could match my Charizard," a deep voice echoed unexpectedly in Ash's mind. He jolted upright, startling even Pikachu beside him. "Am I cursed?" She remarked, "You've won the lottery." Chapter 2. Who are you? Ash gasped, startled by the sudden voice. Yet he found himself alone, save for a scorched bicycle nearby, resembling a desiccated fish. "Whose bike is this?" Ash mused. He vaguely recalled seizing a bike out of desperation, unaware of its original owner. Perhaps it was still in the river, where he had seen a striking blue dragon. Should he turn back to investigate? Meanwhile, Chi entered a peculiar realm, surrounded by gray haze. He could sense the boy's whimsical thoughts, seamlessly intertwined with his own, yet the flow of imagination made him feel slightly unnerved. Were all human thoughts this peculiar? If he didn't intervene, he wondered how far this person's musings could stray. Finally, Chi couldn't resist prompting, "Pokémon Center." The voice startled Ash once more, snapped back to reality. The carefree boy realized that Hoa's healing wasn't infallible. The priority was to reach the Pokémon Center. If Pikachu were to suffer any lingering ailments, that would be a grave concern. Regardless of his mental state, Ash tucked the rainbow feather into his pocket, scooping up Pikachu and racing in a direction. As for the destination, he was uncertain, simply following the path Ho had taken. In Pew City, at the Pokémon Center, Ash entrusted Pikachu to Nurse Joy. To his surprise, after his reckless sprint, he had emerged from the forest into a bustling metropolis. Following Nurse Joy's guidance, Ash registered as a trainer using his Pokédex, unlocking a wealth of benefits provided by the Pokémon League. These included complimentary access to Pokémon Center facilities, free medical care, and lodging. Among other perks, it's worth noting that the Pokémon Center is a renowned chain across the nation and even the globe. Ding ding ding. Moments later, Pikachu emerged, bandaged but otherwise unharmed. According to Nurse Joy, the situation had been dire. Had they arrived any later, Pikachu's wounds might have closed on their own. Pika. Upon seeing Ash again, Pikachu's eyes brightened, leaping onto his shoulder affectionately. This filled Ash with an overwhelming sense of pride, making him feel truly like a trainer as he couldn't help but smile and ruffle Pikachu's head. However, noticing the mud caked on his clothes, Ash intended to head to the accommodation behind the Pokémon Center for a thorough wash. Yet, upon spotting a public phone nearby, he felt compelled to approach it. "Hello, this is Ash's mother," came Hanako's voice on the line. Ash's mother was even more oblivious than he was. He couldn't help but boast, "Mom, I made it to Pew City." "Oh, Ash, why are you covered in mud?" Hanako remarked, noticing the least important detail. "Oh, it rained heavily in Pew City, and I got splashed by passing cars." Xiaoji refrained from speaking the truth and hurriedly pressed the Pikachu, wrapped in bandages, beneath his waist. Otherwise, if he were seen, Hanako would undoubtedly start her incessant nagging again. "You are quite reckless. A boy must be cautious when outside and remember to wear." Even so, Hanako began her endless stream of admonitions. In the midst of her chatter, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and a hint of pride flickered across her face. "However, the fact that you reached Tokiwa City in just one day is truly remarkable. Back in the day, your father took many days to arrive in Tokiwa City." Xiaoji stared blankly. Memories of his father had not surfaced in his mind for quite some time. "In any case, you must strive to become a stronger trainer than your father and your grandfather. Go for it, Xiaoji." With that, Hanako ended the call. Xiaoji set the phone down and planned to head back for a shower. Turning around, he caught sight of a mural in the Pokémon Center depicting 4 totemic creatures. 3 of them were bird-like Pokémon, and one bore a resemblance to the colorful bird he had encountered earlier. Was the Dazweek really that famous outside? He scratched his head, feeling puzzled. Just then, the phone beside him rang unexpectedly. Xiaoji glanced around. There was no one else, so he tentatively answered the call. On the video screen appeared a gray-haired elder in a white lab coat, his serious expression softened by a hint of whimsicality. This was Professor Okido, the one who entrusted Xiaoji with Pikachu as his starter Pokemon. "Oh, Xiaoji, I heard from your mother that you have arrived in Pew City, so I decided to call." Xiaoji smiled proudly and nodded. "Well, to be honest, I didn't have high hopes for you, but casting a wide net always yields some fish. The more you excel, the more glory it brings me." Professor Okido rambled on. This made Xiaoji frown, feeling an urge to hang up. "By the way, how many Pokemon have you caught?" At this, Xiaoji felt a jolt, stepping back hesitantly, unsure how to respond directly. Finally, he stiffened his resolve and replied, Currently I have less than 30? Professor Okido's demeanor changed instantly, disappointment washing over his face. "You have indeed not disappointed me in your capacity for disappointment." Xiaoji quickly attempted to counter, "But I did see a magnificent Dazuik that looks quite similar to the one in this picture." "That's merely a common Dazuik. Moreover, the Pokemon depicted here are exceptionally rare and novice like you could never." Before he could finish, Professor Okido's mouth dropped open in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xiaoji had produced the colorful feather, trying once more to prove his point. It really is an extraordinarily handsome Dazuik, albeit a bit balding. "Look, this is its fallen feather." Professor Okido, even through the screen, he could sense an otherworldly aura emanating from it. The feather radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding a filter-like quality, unlike any ordinary Pokemon feather. Had this boy truly stumbled upon a legendary Pokemon? Professor Okido's expression shifted again, excitement surging within him. "Xiaoji-kun, you're a good child. Why don't you send me that feather for a closer look?" Hey, the signal is poor, I have to hang up." Xiaoji looked skyward, feigning distraction before abruptly ending the call. "I am not one to be easily trifled with." With that thought, he tucked away the rainbow feather and turned back to take a shower. Not long after Xiaoji departed, a girl with short orange hair and braids, drenched in sweat, entered while struggling to carry a broken bicycle. She scanned the area but found no target, so she threw the discarded bike to the ground. With a sulky expression, she headed straight for the inner door. Having been inexplicably robbed of her bicycle and left with a useless wreck, even the most docile of Pokemon would feel a surge of anger. "I will not let the trainer with Pikachu off the hook," vowed this girl, named Kasumi. That night, Xiaoji and Pikachu were deep in slumber, experiencing their first night as trainer and Pokemon. They fell asleep almost instantly, nestled in a rather awkward position. Pikachu, too, was similarly at ease, as their bond had just begun to form, and their movements became synchronized. Suddenly, Xiaoji jerked upright like a zombie, staring blankly at his hands. "Pika!" Beside him, Pikachu lifted its head, gazing warily at its trainer, sparks of electricity crackling from its cheeks. Pokemon possess a unique sensitivity, allowing them to perceive things differently than humans. Though Xiaoji's appearance remained unchanged, Pikachu sensed something amiss. This individual was not its knave trainer, Akira. At that moment, the one controlling Xiaoji's body was Akira, inexplicably drawn into it. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to his surroundings, feeling the air brush against his body. This was a sensation unlike any he had experienced before, confirming that his prior existence was merely a fictional digital character. How absurd! Perhaps this boy named Xiaoji was also a mere figment, and he had simply ascended to a higher realm of fiction? Pika! The call from Pikachu jolted Akira back to reality. Upon opening his eyes, he found Pikachu baring its teeth at him. Akira, who also owned a Pikachu, recognized this gesture as one that typically signified an impending attack. "I harbor no ill intentions." Noticing no immediate threat, Akira smiled and slowly extended his hand to stroke Pikachu's cheek. To his surprise, Pikachu gradually relinquished its hostility, even beginning to gently lick Akira's palm. Pokemon possess a unique ability to discern the goodness or malice in humans. Experienced with electric mice, Akira found this gentle interaction with the Pokemon refreshing. Is this what true Pokemon are like? With that thought, Akira embraced Pikachu. If Xiaoji were to awaken suddenly and witness this scene, he would likely choke on his own blood. He had nearly risked his life to earn Pikachu's trust. And now, a stranger had effortlessly won over Pikachu. "Shall we take a stroll?" Akira gently nudged Pikachu's chin, and the Pokemon hopped onto his shoulder as they slowly made their way outside. Uncertain how long this state would last, Akira seized the opportunity to explore this authentic world. However, just as they stepped out the door, the entrance opposite swung open, revealing the orange-haired girl. Their eyes met. Kasumi erupted in fury, her eyes narrowing as she bellowed, "Thief! I have finally caught you, the one who stole my bicycle." She watched as the figure turned, nonchalantly striding toward the entrance of the Pokémon Center, completely ignoring her. How infuriating. Nothing could be more vexing than having her bicycle stolen, only to be disregarded by the thief as if she were invisible. In a fit of rage, Kasumi rushed forward, determined to grab hold of Akira's clothing. However, before she could reach him, he preemptively seized her wrist with a swift motion. Turning his head, his eyes bore an icy indifference, exuding a palpable aura that warned others to keep their distance. "Who are you?" Kasumi asked, bewildered. "Less than 24 hours, and you've already forgotten me?" Chapter 3. Why not join a rocket team? Xiaoxia was nearly overwhelmed with anger, wondering how she could encounter such an eccentric individual. "You little thief! You stole my bicycle today," she scolded with righteous indignation. "You've mistaken me for someone else." She merely glanced at her dismissively. He then shrugged off her grip and continued walking ahead, thinking to himself that she was merely a petty scam artist. He recalled how many trainers had once sent out Rattatas to attack his Charizard, only for the Rattatas to end up crashing into his Charizard's belly and losing their fighting capability before he had even made a move. Then they would come to him demanding compensation for medical expenses. Speaking of which, this girl bore a slight resemblance to the second gym leader from his world, albeit a few years younger. However, she was somewhat face-blind, and unless she was in a swimsuit, he wouldn't recognize her. He had already forgotten that he was just a naive novice trainer in this new body, someone no one would bother to swindle. "You." Xiaoxia was so enraged that she was left speechless, trembling in place as she pointed at his retreating figure. Only after he had walked far away did she snap back to reality and hurriedly chase after him. "I'm reporting this. Yes, reporting this. This is outrageous," she fumed, thinking that Ms. Junsha was just next door. Inside the Pokémon Center's main hall, there weren't many trainers present. Upon entering, she noticed a charred bicycle lying on the ground by the entrance. "Who left a salted fish here?" he mused, shaking his head as he stepped over it, his gaze shifting to the nearby computer, which was his true objective. "Please," he whispered, his tone surprisingly tinged with excitement and supplication. Sweat beaded on Chi's forehead as he nervously opened the computer, selecting the Pokémon storage option. Ash's computer. Chi's computer. Upon seeing the second designation, Chi felt as if his entire being had ascended. He could hardly recall the last time he had felt such exhilaration. Perhaps it was when he had bested Green, who had only been champion for 3 minutes. Clicking on the option, he was greeted by the familiar Pokémon still neatly arranged in the computer. It nearly made him scream with joy. Yet, he had become somewhat withdrawn, merely staring at the computer screen in silence, his eyes already glistening with tears. Though he understood he was merely a character in a game, those Pokémon were his most cherished companions. Emotion cannot be fabricated. If he could bizarrely traverse into this world, but his Pokémon were to be eternally trapped in another realm, he would rather forego this journey altogether. Without hesitation, Chi quickly attempted to select a Pokémon to add to his team. With a crackle, the teleportation device hummed to life, and a Pokéball appeared in his hand. Feeling the familiar aura, he trembled as he tossed it into the air. "Come forth." In the next moment, a Pokémon identical to the Pikachu perched on his shoulder appeared in the Pokémon Center's hall. However, this Pikachu had a notably darker hue and a round face that differed from the typical Pikachu's features, exuding an air of powerful presence that suggested it was a seasoned veteran. The round-faced Pikachu opened its eyes, curiously surveying its surroundings, as if acclimating to this new environment. "Pika?" Seeing this, Ash's Pikachu leaped forward, locking eyes with the new round-faced Pikachu. The two electric mice mirrored each other's movements, turning their backs to one another and allowing their tails to touch. This simple gesture indicated that Ash's Pikachu recognized the newcomer as a prominent figure. Xiaoxia, arriving a moment too late, rubbed her eyes in disbelief at the sight of two Pikachus. Had they learned the high-level move, Shadow Clone? Even so, that didn't justify becoming a bicycle thief. With that thought, Xiaoxia angrily approached, intending to deliver a righteous 3-hit combo. Suddenly, a shattering sound of glass echoed from above. 3 figures burst through the roof of the Pokémon Center, landing dramatically in striking poses. One was a woman with red hair, slicked back with wax, while another was a man with blue seaweed-like hair, clad in a uniform emblazoned with letters, unmistakably a standout employee from a large multinational corporation. Accompanying them was a Meowth, who walked upright and displayed a cunning, human-like expression. "Who are they?" Xiaoxia blurted out instinctively. This utterance seemed to trigger a mechanical switch, activating the trio in an instant. A barrage of lines flowed from them like bullets. "Since you asked so sincerely." "Team Rocket." Jesse, James, and Meowth. In that moment, the spacious Pokémon Center was filled with an awkward silence, as if the very air had thickened. Clap, clap, clap. Just as everyone was gripped by the silence, she suddenly began to applaud, breaking the tension. So this is how the true humans of this world behave. Is it customary to initiate with a performance art piece? Should I also adapt and craft an entrance line of my own, lest my identity as a foolish outsider be revealed? She pondered silently. Hey kid, you've got good taste. Why not join a rocket team? Jesse and James immediately regarded the young boy with newfound interest. Team Rocket? She mused internally. In his game world, he had single-handedly dismantled this evil organization with just himself and a mouse. Even their boss, Giovanni, had been defeated by him. To think that Team Rocket existed here too. Had their operations crossed into another world? So it's you. You're the thieves who specialize in stealing others' Pokémon. At that moment, Xiaoxia interjected, her voice filled with righteous indignation. There's a wanted poster for the three of you right at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. After a brief pause, she added with a hint of sarcasm. You're even worse than the bicycle thief. Wouldn't you agree, trainer with the Pikachu? If a bicycle was stolen, why not report it to Junsha? What does this passerby have to do with it? Sure enough, had his identity as an outsider been exposed? Before Chi could respond, Team Rocket seized the opportunity to speak. Jessie, with her nose held high and a proud demeanor, retorted, Hey, little girl, don't you dare compare us to common petty thieves. James, flexing his muscular chest, chimed in, TSK, TSK, a little blonde girl who hasn't even matured yet dares to insult our great Team Rocket. Meowth extended its claws, adopting a fierce expression. Ready to provoke with a threatening posture, don't underestimate us, little girl. You. Xiaoxia's face flushed with anger again, leaving her speechless. In a battle of wits, she found herself at a disadvantage. Is that fellow named Kojiro a pervert? What is he incessantly fondling his chest muscles for? Go away, don't disturb our adult work. There must be many Pokémon here. We shall capture them all to contribute to Team Rocket's grand construction. The trio from Team Rocket has begun to survey their surroundings, searching for where the Pokeballs might be hidden. Misty hurriedly pushed Ash forward. Trainer with Pikachu, defeat them quickly. Ash, he is just an ordinary passerby using someone else's body. Merely spectating is what he should be doing. Oh, does the perceptive little brat want to interfere? While we appreciate your enthusiasm, if you choose to meddle, do not blame us for being rude. With just those two common electric mice, even Meowth is laughing. What can an electric mouse do? Originally, Ash intended to remain uninvolved, but he couldn't tolerate the disparagement of Pikachu. His brow furrowed, and anger slowly bubbled up. Ash is an ardent fan of electric mice. Let's first see what this world's battle entails, shall we? Just this once. Life's greatest fear is the absence of dreams. Ash casually pulled out Ash's Pokédex from his pocket and scanned the Pikachu in front of him. Pikachu, skills, tackle, thunder shock, growl, tail whip. Such simple, unadorned skills. He then scanned his round-faced Pikachu. Pikachu, skills, thunderbolt, iron tail, thunder, volt tackle, quick attack. A series of impressive skill names left Misty completely dumbfounded. Thunder is a move only high-level Pokémon can learn. And the following Volt Tackle and Quick Attack, she had never even heard of them. A novice trainer just acquired a fully leveled Pikachu? Or is this Pokédex malfunctioning? Seeing that Ash truly intended to battle, Team Rocket also threw out two Pokeballs to respond. Weezing, a clean Pokémon, kind-hearted, and quite adorable. Ekans, a poison Pokémon, kind-hearted, and even more adorable. The Pokédex automatically reported again. Misty, indeed, this Pokédex is faulty. Pika. Ash's Pikachu raised its head and called out, looking eager to battle. Ash, you didn't choose to send it out. After all, this is the Pikachu belonging to that boy named Ash, not his. Besides, he guessed this Pikachu had not yet experienced its first battle. Such a memorable first time should be left for its original trainer. Get ready to battle, Pikachu. Pika. With Ash's low command, the slightly sturdier round-faced Pikachu confidently assumed a charging stance, gazing intently at Team Rocket. Time. Akin to the chill of being locked onto by a top predator, sent shivers down the spines of the three. They involuntarily took a step back. How annoying. How can an electric mouse be so intimidating? Musashi shook her face and initiated the attack. Don't be a coward. Ekans, use bite. Pikachu, quick attack. Ash commanded. He then turned to Ash's Pikachu and advised, watch its movements closely, little Pikachu. He had personally witnessed the thunder this Pikachu unleashed. Powerful enough to create a vacuum in the sky. That was the might of nature, indicating its potential was undoubtedly equal to, if not greater than, his own Pikachu. Let us help with some education. It won't be a problem. Whoosh. The round-faced Pikachu transformed into a white light, moving with incredible speed. Even leaving an afterimage as Ekan's fangs snapped at empty air, crashing into the ground. What astonishing speed! Misty couldn't help but widen her eyes in admiration. At that moment, the Pokédex chimed in with an announcement. Ding! Ash's Pikachu has learned a new skill, Quick Attack. Ash was somewhat surprised, realizing that this Pikachu's potential was indeed remarkable, grasping a new skill with just a glance. Let us speed it up a bit, Pikachu. Use Quick Attack. Pika. With a spirited cry, the larger Pikachu's form shimmered with white light, abruptly transforming into a strange blue glow, its speed surging even higher. The afterimage that had been barely visible vanished entirely. Whoosh! The not-so-large Pokémon Center Hall was left with only the occasional flicker of faint blue light. What in the world is this? Musashi and Ekans were both taken aback. The slightly sturdier Pikachu had completely disappeared. How about it, little Pikachu? Can you keep up? Ash turned back and asked gently. Pika. Ash's Pikachu shook its head, evidently finding Quick Attack too challenging at this stage. No worries, just remember this movement. Planting a seed now will one day allow the brilliance of Quick Attack to bloom in this extraordinary Pikachu. Meanwhile, seeing Musashi being toyed with, Kojiro hastily joined the fray. Wheezing, use smokescreen. If it can't be seen, then use your skills. Ash calmly instructed. Don't let it release it. Pikachu, use Thunder Wave. The Quick Attack stance halted mid-air, and Pikachu reappeared. Its small body spun in the air, and at the tip of its tail, a ball of electric energy formed. Whoosh! The electric energy burst forth, transforming into a large electric net, completely enveloping the still dispersing smokescreen. The force didn't diminish. It continued to surge towards Team Rocket. Let us finish this. Use Thunderbolt. Pika. The round-faced Pikachu slapped its cheek, unleashing a burst of golden lightning that shot forth like a thunderous serpent, creating a terrifying explosion alongside the smokescreen. Boom! Lightning and fire soared into the sky, directly launching Team Rocket and their two adorable Pokémon into the air. A large hole was blown into the Pokémon Center's ceiling. What an impressive thunderbolt! That Pikachu must be an extraordinary electric mouse. If we present it to the boss, we're bound to rise in ranks and fortune. A great person named Lusherin once said. Life's greatest fear is the absence of dreams. Suspended in midair, the trio instantly established goals they had never set in over a decade. Life suddenly seemed to brim with dreams. Indeed, we must capture that extraordinary Pikachu. How infuriating. The three transformed into shooting stars, vanishing into the sky above Vidian City. Later. Pika. Ash's Pikachu gazed at the round-faced Pikachu with admiration, clearly conquered by its dazzling display of skills. You'll be able to perform like that in the future. Ash gently ruffled its head, offering comfort. With matters settled, Ash recalled the round-faced Pikachu, feeling quite satisfied with his first battle. No matter where I go. It must be a crushing victory. Upon witnessing the large gash in the ceiling of the Pokémon Center, Chi, seeking a few planks from Miss Joy, ascended to the rooftop with the intention of making repairs. After all, he felt a sense of responsibility for the damage he had caused and wished to atone for it. He feared that leaving arrogantly might reveal his status as an ignorant outsider. Meanwhile, Misty remained in a state of shock, utterly bewildered. Is it true that the new trainers are this terrifying? It's outrageous. That Pikachu could easily demolish our Cerulean Gym. Observing Chi as he busied himself with the planks. Climbing nearly 7 or 8 meters to the rooftop, Misty couldn't help but remark, he is quite a responsible individual. However, she suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something important. On the rooftop, she gazed at the luminous crescent moon hanging in the sky, his expression contemplative, lost in thought. The boy named Ash was indeed peculiar. His physique was as robust as a Tauros, and he had effortlessly flipped onto the roof. The following morning, Misty opened her door, only to find the door across the hall opening simultaneously. With sleep still in her eyes, she greeted, "Good morning, bike thief." "Ah, it's you. I was wrong yesterday. I'll definitely find a way to return your bicycle." Ash replied quickly, recognizing Misty and offering a sincere apology. Misty, taken aback, blinked in confusion at Ash. Was my greeting inappropriate? With that thought, she closed her door, took a deep breath, and opened it once more. "Good morning, bike thief." She tentatively greeted again. "I told you I would take responsibility. Please don't keep calling me a bike thief." Ash exclaimed, equally bewildered. Was this woman engaging in some form of performance art? "And I have a name. I'm Ash, and my dream is to become a Pokémon master." Misty. This boy seems to be suffering from a split personality? Chapter 5. The aspirations of the bug-catching boy. Have you truly forgotten what transpired last night? Misty inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ash merely shrugged innocently. "The moment I hit the bed, I fell into a deep sleep. Right, Pikachu?" "Pika." Pikachu nodded in agreement, affirming Ash's words. "Wait, there were 2 Pikachus last night, and one of them used a powerful move called Quick Attack." Misty continued to press on. "You must be mistaken. There has always been just one Pikachu, right? Pikachu? Ash replied, perplexed by the situation. Pika. Pikachu nodded again, confirming Ash's statement. Misty rubbed her temples, realizing that she indeed felt a bit dizzy the previous night. Could it be that the bicycle incident had left her so flustered that she was now confused? Or perhaps this new trainer was merely pretending to be someone who wanted to catch a fiery Pokémon. Misty furrowed her brow, recognizing that the situation was more complex than she had initially thought. She then slipped into a state of keen observation as they approached the entrance of the Vidian Forest. To reach Pew City, traversing the Vidian Forest was essential. It was home to countless low-level bug-type Pokémon, making it a fitting first stop for many novice trainers. Just as they were about to enter, they spotted someone already standing at the entrance, seemingly preparing to enter the forest as well. Clad in a straw hat, shorts, and a tank top, with a rudimentary bug-catching net slung over his shoulder, he was the quintessential bug-catching boy. Hello, I'm Kojiro, and I'm planning to train in the Vidian Forest, he greeted. Hello, I'm Ash. Ash began to introduce himself, but before he could finish, Misty let out a frantic scream, hiding behind him. There's a bug. It was entirely reasonable for a girl to be frightened of insects. Ash peered closely and noticed a green caterpie at Kojiro's feet, its large eyes reflecting a vacant expression. Caterpie, a commonly found bug-type Pokémon, isn't particularly useful. The Pokédex chimed in. Its protein content is equivalent to that of Tauros. Is that a caterpie? But why does yours seem so much larger and more robust than a typical one? Ash inquired, licking his lips in curiosity. Of course, this is my meticulously raised caterpie. Kojiro replied proudly, hands on his hips. Misty peeked out from behind Ash, timidly asking, typically, caterpie evolves in just a few days, but yours has taken 3 years? Kojiro affectionately patted his caterpie's head, beaming with pride. For these 3 years, we've worked tirelessly to suppress its evolution, allowing it to grow to such impressive size. Wait, you can actually suppress evolution? Ash pondered, bewildered. Isn't it natural to eat when hungry, sleep when tired, and evolve when experienced? As Misty noted Ash's intent to become a fiery warrior, she attempted to enlighten him. Meanwhile, she observed his reactions closely. Generally, there are 3 methods to suppress evolution. First, Pokémon can resist through sheer willpower. Second, there's an item called the Everstone. And third, trainers can press buttons on their Pokédex. Surely you didn't overlook that? Don't underestimate me. I know that, Ash retorted, a flush creeping to his cheeks. He discreetly pulled out his Pokédex, realizing that it had more functions than merely broadcasting Pokémon information. However, isn't there a compelling reason to evolve? After all, as a man, being large is the ultimate beauty. Should I tell you both? Noticing their curious expressions, Kojiro hesitated but ultimately decided to share his secret. If you train Caterpie to its maximum level without evolving, it is said to awaken the ancient dragon bloodline within, and upon evolving, it will transform into the legendary invincible dragon-type Pokémon, Rayquaza. As he spoke, Kojiro presented them with a sketch of Rayquaza. Even as a mere drawing, they could feel the overwhelming aura of this Pokémon emanating from it. Upon closer inspection, they noted that its colors, form, spirit, and patterns bore a striking resemblance to Caterpie. Ash and Misty. Just then, Chi, who had awakened in Ash's soul space, felt a sudden jolt, nearly having his spirit scatter in shock. This is a secret shared by my best friend. According to him, in his homeland of Hoenn, this is how Caterpie are raised, and Rayquaza is everywhere, with everyone soaring through the skies on their invincible dragons. Kojiro said with a triumphant grin. Ash and Misty. You should consider severing ties with that so-called best friend. Enough about that. I must continue training my Caterpie. With that, Kogoro led his plump Caterpie into the Ilex Forest, leaving behind his exuberantly confident laughter. One day, I shall command the legendary Rayquaza and reign supreme over the Kanto region, becoming the mightiest trainer. Ha ha ha. In the Ilex Forest, chaos ensued. It turned out that the Caterpie possessed the ancient bloodline of dragons. How extraordinary. Ash was instantly captivated, slapping his hand and preparing to venture in to catch a Caterpie to nurture for 3 to 5 years. Ash. I sense there may be a misunderstanding. Misty, evidently not naive, quickly realized that this insect-catching boy might have been played by his close friend. Friends like that, it's advisable to bury alive. There's no misunderstanding. What he said was reasonable. Beep beep. There is a certain possibility. At this moment, the Pokédex chimed in with a series of alerts. Hearing this, Ash, filled with excitement, dashed into the Ilex Forest. The Pokédex would not lie. It was said by Professor Oak himself that anything could be entrusted to the Pokédex. To his surprise, as he entered, he spotted a Caterpie munching on leaves, appearing rather dazed. Goodness, from a distance, it truly exuded the essence of a dragon. Without hesitation, Ash threw a Pokeball. Snap! The caterpie did not evade and was swiftly engulfed in a red light, captured within. Beep beep beep. After shaking 3 times, the Pokeball ceased its movement, successfully capturing it. Ash, overjoyed, raised the Pokeball high, exclaiming, "Haha! I have captured Rayquaza!" Misty and Red. Misty, what should I do? I feel so hot. As if I am about to become a Pokémon master. In that moment, Ash felt an overwhelming surge of passion, gripping the Pokeball containing Caterpie. It was as if he held the future in his hands. Misty and Red. No, I must secretly detach that key from the Pokédex, or else an otherwise fine trainer may become deluded. The two continued deeper into the forest, with Misty timidly hiding behind Ash, the incessant buzzing of insects around them causing Ash considerable discomfort. During their journey, Ash also captured a Pidgey, which was a decent addition. However, that was of little consequence. As night fell, they kindled a campfire, hoping to ward off the approach of bug-type Pokémon. After all, not all bug types are as docile as Caterpie. For instance, Beedrill is not only aggressive but also possesses venomous stingers, making it a nightmare for novice trainers. Soon, both fell into a deep slumber, and Red once again took control of Ash's body. It seems it was not a one-time occurrence. Red looked at his arm, adjusted his cap, and smiled. He relished this sensation. Not far away, Pikachu and Caterpie were perched on a log, communicating in a dragon-like language. He chose not to intrude, silently gazing at the bright moon hanging in the sky. I wonder how Green and Blue are faring? Next to Nibby City, at Moonview Mountain, a brown-haired boy with a spiky hairstyle set up a campfire alone at the edge of a cliff. Beside him was a rather robust Squirtle. Strangely, despite being alone, he was speaking to himself, as if in dialogue with someone. You ask me, who is my rival? Green momentarily froze. His first thought was Ash, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion with a scoff. How could someone who was late to embark on a journey possibly be his rival? He, Green, is invincible, without any rivals. Chapter 6. Who Unfastened My Key? The next morning, Ash and his Pokémon lined up neatly to perform a morning exercise routine. It is said that this helps prevent fractures in old age. Alright, let us continue our journey towards becoming Pokémon masters. Pikachu raised its tiny paw, being the first to respond. The harder you work, the luckier you become, Ash and his Pokémon declared loudly, igniting a fervor that left the groggy Misty with a head full of black lines. By the way, what does it truly mean to be a Pokémon master? Humph, a Pokémon master is undoubtedly the greatest existence. Boom. Before Ash could finish his sentence, a sudden loud sound echoed from the horizon, followed by 3 shadowy figures descending from the sky. Despite the absence of speakers, it felt as though an explosive noise reverberated above. Who goes there? Ash instinctively shouted. Jesse, James, Meowth, that's right. We are the Rocket Team, traversing the galaxy. The trio struck a peculiar pose atop a rocky ledge, looking somewhat cool. Hey, you Rocket Team, are you truly never-ending? Misty frowned, unreservedly mocking them. Humph, we have come specifically for the discerning little brat. Indeed, that Pikachu must be a rare specimen. It belongs to us, the Rocket Team. Idiot Meowth, don't divulge the entire plan. Initially, Ash thought they were there to encourage him. He never anticipated they were eyeing Pikachu, quickly hugging it tightly. Oh, so you wish to resist? Last time we lost merely due to carelessness. This time, your defeat is inevitable. With that, they unleashed Ekans and coughing once more. Unfortunately, due to limited funding, low-ranking members like the Rocket Trio could only apply for such Pokémon. However, it was rumored that internal reforms were underway within Team Rocket, actively improving supply-side demands. Perhaps in a few days, they would have the opportunity to deploy higher-tier members and powerful Pokémon. Ash, bewildered, thought, haven't we encountered them before? We defeated them. Where does this come from? Are they trying to provoke us? However, seeing the clearly formidable coughing and Ekans before him, Ash dared not underestimate them and prepared to send out his Pikachu for battle. Speaking of which, this would be his first battle. And just the thought of it stirred his blood. Wait, Pikachu is a trophy, so you cannot let it battle. Jessie suddenly interjected, her demeanor righteous. Ash was taken aback, momentarily stunned. It seemed there was indeed some truth to that. Then come back, Pikachu. Misty? What is this strange sense of tacit understanding? In that case, it's you, Pidgey. Ash called upon his second-in-command. In a flash of red light, Pidgey soared into the air, its brown feathers vibrant and majestic. Seeing that Ash was genuinely going for a one-on-two battle, Misty hurriedly reminded from behind, there are 2 of them. You should also send out a second Pokémon. But that violates the battle rules. Ash weakly retorted. In the Kanto region, singles matches were the norm, and doubles were rare. Does your league's law not state that defeating an opponent entitles you to their Pokémon? Misty was on the verge of fainting from frustration, wondering how this version of Ash could act like a seasoned veteran. Now, It appears as though you are but a novice, a mere greenhorn. Is it truly necessary for me to exhibit such pretense? The Rocket team is not one to idly wait for mere verbal sparring, seizing the moment. They have launched an offensive. Arbok employ Bite. Weezing deploy Smog. In the face of Arbok's formidable jaws, Pidgeotto, not to be outdone, swiftly ascends, evading the attack. Upon seeing the purple haze approaching, it flaps its wings again, conjuring a swirling gust that disperses the noxious fumes. Hurricane. After all, Pidgeotto has evolved into its second stage. Possessing considerable strength to engage in battle, Ash hastily scans Pidgeotto with his Pokédex. Beep. Pidgeotto, the commonplace bird Pokémon, has an affinity for consuming caterpies. Abilities: Tackle, Quick Attack, Hurricane, Sand Attack. Upon hearing this, Ash's resolve crystallizes, and he commands, "It's our turn. Use Quick Attack." Pidgeotto, acknowledging the command, lets out a cry and transforms into a streak of white light, charging towards Arbok. However, having witnessed the remarkable speed of Pikachu, Arbok remains unperturbed, diving into the earth to evade the strike. Weezing, use Mud Bomb. Jessie instructs stealthily. Splat. The mud projectile from Weezing narrowly grazes Pidgeotto. Seizing the opportunity, Arbok strikes back, using Bind. At that moment, Arbok erupts from the ground beneath Pidgeotto, leaping up to ensnare the unsuspecting bird with its purple tail, wrapping it securely. Facing two opponents proves to be a daunting task for Pidgeotto. Jessie, sensing victory, commands, "Weezing, unleash another Mud Bomb." Splatter. This time, the dark mud successfully splatters across Pidgeotto's face, inflicting significant damage. Darn it, Pidgeotto. Ash finds himself in disarray, unsure of his next move. This is his very first battle against another trainer. Idiot, quickly use your second Pokémon. Misty urgently reminds him. Her words snap Ash back to reality. And disregarding the principles of fair play, he hastily throws forth his second Pokeball. It shall be you, Rayquaza. In an instant, a bewildered Caterpie appears before all. Team Rocket. Has the official name of Caterpie been changed by the Pokémon League? How audaciously grand. Rayquaza? Aren't they afraid of shortening their lifespan? If that's the case, Team Rocket cannot lag behind the times. From this day forth, every Caterpie seen must be referred to as Rayquaza. Otherwise, one might think Team Rocket hails from some rustic backwater. Humph, but what can Rayquaza do? Musashi scoffs. Indeed, Rayquaza is as useless as Magikarp. Kojiro joins in the mockery. Misty, did I wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? The battle descends into a tense stalemate. With Rayquaza's frail form, breaking the deadlock proves challenging, leaving Ash in a quandary. When in doubt, quantum mechanics. Ash quickly scans Caterpie with his Pokédex. Beep. Caterpie, nickname, Rayquaza. Abilities: Tackle, String Shot, Electroweb. Electroweb? Ash furrows his brow. What is this skill? He has never heard of it. However, it sounds like an electric-type move, which cannot be used. Especially since Pidgeotto is still surrounded by those two Pokémon. Then let's use String Shot. Rayquaza. Ash commands. SSSSSS. Caterpie opens its small mouth, expelling a copious amount of white silk. To Ash's surprise, this sticky substance ensnares the unprepared Arbok, wrapping it tightly. Pidgeotto seizes the chance to break free. A prime opportunity. Rayquaza, use Electroweb. Ash quickly directs. Caterpie flicks its mouth, transforming the white silk into a dazzling yellow net that envelopes Weezing and Arbok. Crackle. Electricity surges, paralyzing the two Pokémon and eliciting muffled cries from them. Seeing this, Ash's eyes light up. He flips his hat backward and roars for the final blow. Rayquaza and Pidgeotto use Tackle. With that, the duo strikes, sending Weezing and Arbok flying, along with the trio from Team Rocket, who once again become shooting stars, disappearing into the heavens. Rayquaza is such a remarkable Pokémon. The trio in the sky begins to understand why the Pokémon League altered the official name of Caterpie. The battle comes to a pause. The victory of Ash's initial skirmish fills him with exhilaration, with joy radiating from his face. He recalls Pidgeotto and twirls around with Caterpie several times, while Misty and Pikachu applaud enthusiastically. She never anticipated that Rayquaza could be so formidable. Damn. I've been led astray too. Misty quickly shakes her head to regain focus. Just as Ash is about to return Caterpie to its Pokeball, SSSSSS. Caterpie emits a stream of white silk that cascades from the sky, cocooning itself, while a strange white light emanates from its body. What is this? Ash's eyes widen in bewilderment. This is the glow of evolution. Misty quickly explains. Battles yield experience, and experience allows Pokémon to evolve. It's common knowledge. Evolution, wait. The Pokédex. Ash suddenly realizes that this is not the time for evolution. He must suppress evolution until Caterpie reaches its maximum form, enabling it to evolve into the invincible Rayquaza. Yes, the button. He fixates on the glow of evolution, pulls out his Pokédex and presses the button. Huh? Why does it feel like there's no button? Ash quickly looks down, only to find that the button on the Pokédex is mysteriously missing, covered in some peculiar glue, rendering it unpressable. At this moment, he can only watch helplessly as Caterpie transforms within the white light. Damn it, which scoundrel removed my button? Ash's furious roar echoes throughout the entire Vidian Forest. Chapter 7. The Battle of Stubborn Clams. Ultimately, devoid of the Pokédex's enforced functionality, Caterpie successfully evolves. As the light dissipates, it transforms into a Pokémon with a vibrant green, banana-like shape, its expression becoming even more vacant. It bears little resemblance to the majestic Rayquaza depicted in the images. Metapod, nickname, Rayquaza, the hard-shell Pokémon, becomes harder upon encountering stimuli and is the favorite of Pidgeot, being delightfully crunchy. The Pokédex automatically narrates. With no other choice, Ash reluctantly lifts the immobile Metapod. Surprisingly heavy, even with his impressive strength, it proves to be a challenge. If he cannot outmatch others, tossing away this Pokémon might also be a viable option. Iron-armored Cocoon, we shall no longer dwell on the idea of the Rift Sky seat, yet a bright future remains firmly within our grasp. Ash sighed, his eyes brimming with tears. Cocoon. The newly emerged iron-armored Cocoon responded with equal fervor, tears glistening in its eyes. Misty remarked, this scene seems rather peculiar. Who? Pray tell, is the scoundrel who has tampered with my keys? Ash glared at the Pokédex, noting the neat markings, devoid of any extraneous blemishes, indicating that the perpetrator was undoubtedly a seasoned offender. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a line of small text beneath the empty key, be a good person. Enraged, Ash vowed that when he eventually uncovered the identity of the culprit, he would not hesitate to strike him squarely in the face with the iron-armored Cocoon. As the two packed their belongings, they continued their journey towards Nibi City. Although the Tokiwa Forest is renowned as a paradise for bug-type Pokémon, an entire day had passed, and aside from a Caterpie and a Beedrill, they had encountered nothing else. Even Ash, with his fervent enthusiasm, began to feel a sense of aesthetic fatigue. As they pressed on, Ash suddenly spotted a figure rushing towards them. Whoosh! A sharp blade sliced through the air, aiming directly at his head with formidable intensity. It was a knife. Ash instinctively raised his hand to block, and upon contact, the blade shattered into two pieces. How powerful! The figure hastily retreated, astonished. What on earth? A warrior wielding a plastic sword? Ash thought to himself, noticing that the figure was clad in vivid red armor, complete with a menacing helmet. Greetings. I am the warrior boy, Jack, engaged in rigorous training to become a formidable samurai. Ash furrowed his brow and replied, No. You are merely a bug-catching boy, Jack. Could you at least cover up your vest and shorts? Jack insisted, I am in search of a trainer from Mossera Town. You are from Mossera Town, aren't you? Let us battle. Very well, bug-catching boy. I, a fresh newcomer from Mossera Town, accept your challenge. Ash exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement as he brandished a Pokeball in defiance. I am a warrior boy, Jack retorted angrily, tossing out a Pokeball. A flash of red light revealed a stout, brownish bug Pokémon. With rippling muscles and two formidable horns atop its head, it bore a fierce expression. Kabutops. A bug-type Pokémon that is not commonly seen. It possesses great strength but is rather tough and unpalatable, the Pokédex chimed in. Jack questioned, why does this Pokédex have such a sarcastic tone, akin to that of a trainer? In that case, I choose you, Pikachu. Ash sent forth his top-ranking yellow champion. Pikachu, unknown to anyone, had already settled behind them, producing a pillow, quilt, and mattress adorned with small lightning motifs, and had begun to make a cozy bed, even emitting soft snores. Use the move slacking off, Ash declared. Then I shall choose you, Pidgeotto. Undeterred, Ash summoned another of his top 3 Pokémon. Excellent choice, Ash. Pidgeotto's flying type will effectively counter Kabutops' bug type, Misty complimented. Ah, countered. Then return, Pidgeotto. Did I misinterpret the type effectiveness chart, or is this boy simply hard of hearing? Misty pondered. Ash then released another of his top 3 Pokémon, Iron-Armored Cocoon. Isn't this Pokémon merely a target? Jack scoffed, commanding, go ahead, use Clamp. Kabutops charged forward, kicking up clouds of dust, lowering its head to thrust Iron-Armored Cocoon into the center of its massive pincers, attempting to crush it. Don't lose to it. Use Harden. Ash commanded urgently. Iron-Armored Cocoon's gaze sharpened, its metallic sheen glistening, and a blue light symbolizing defense emanated forth. It had stiffened. Crack. Under the immense force. The sharp spikes of Kabutops' horns actually began to crack against Iron-Armored Cocoon's tough shell. Damn it. Return, Kabutops. Jack swiftly recalled Kabutops, realizing that the horn was an exquisite piece, and its damage would significantly diminish its value. Thus, he opted for his second Pokémon. A green, banana-like creature emerged, another Iron-Armored Cocoon. In that case, iron-armored cocoon. Let us also use harden. Jack declared confidently. In terms of hardness, I shall not be outdone. The metallic sheen shimmered on its form, appearing even more radiant than Ash's iron-armored cocoon. I shall not yield either. I too shall use harden. Let us continue to harden. We shall be even harder. Misty was left bewildered, sensing a hint of absurdity in their exchanges. As echoes of roars from powerful Pokémon resonated in her ears, the battle continued for over an hour. At this point, both iron-armored cocoons radiated with a golden glow, indicating that their hardness had reached its zenith. Damn it, have I truly reached my limit? Jack huffed, panting heavily. Damn it, am I also unable to harden any further? Ash, his brow furrowed, felt beads of sweat trickle down. Then let us use tackle. Jack suddenly launched a surprise attack. With their hardened forms, they charged at one another, embodying the principles of natural duality. Iron-armored cocoon, encased in golden light, transformed into a golden tank, crashing headlong into Ash's iron-armored cocoon. Clang. Sparks flew, a resounding metallic crash echoing through the Tokiwa forest. Clang. Ash's iron-armored cocoon, undeterred, also morphed into a golden tank, colliding with a similarly thunderous metallic sound. Let us also use tackle. Misty groaned inwardly. Watching an hour of this is torturous. Surely we won't be subjected to another hour of tackles? What wrong have I committed to end up in this hell? Soon, the battle reached its 10th round. Both iron-armored cocoons remained in a state of health, albeit not at their peak. Jack, panting heavily, finally exclaimed, "Incredible! You truly are a trainer from Mossera Town. Each one of you is remarkably strong. Have you encountered other trainers from Mossera Town?" Ash inquired, hands on his hips, breathless. "Indeed, I have met 3 trainers. One with a Squirtle, another with a Bulbasaur, and one with a Charmander. Especially the trainer with the Squirtle, they were exceedingly formidable." "Squirtle? Is that Shigeru? That guy?" Ash recalled his childhood, remembering his dear friend Shigeru, who had once expressed a desire to obtain a Squirtle upon turning 10. "So, who do you think is stronger? Me or him?" Upon reflection, Ash could not help but inquire. "You? Haha, you cannot even defeat me. You are even weaker than that girl with the Bulbasaur." The girl with the Bulbasaur? Ash quickly recalled that during his childhood, while playing with Gary, there was indeed a little girl who always tried to join them. But he had mercilessly rejected her each time. Men should play with men. What was the place of women in that? That girl seemed to be called Daisy. If he remembered correctly, that name sounds somewhat familiar, he mused. Humph, I cannot afford to lose to you here. Suddenly, Ash turned his cap backward. A fervent and radiant light gleamed in his eyes. After all, he aspired to become a Pokémon master. How could he allow a mere bug-catching boy to obstruct his path from the very beginning? Beedrill, use Thunderweb. He commanded. A golden net of electricity burst forth, ensnaring the Beedrill that was within reach yet unable to evade. Zzz. In the next moment, countless electric currents surged forth, transforming the Beedrill into charred remains. Humph. What does it matter if your defense is raised to the utmost? The Thunderweb is a special attack. Beep beep, the Pokédex announced. Beedrill is unable to continue battling. Rayquaza is victorious. Jack's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, "That is impossible. In the first generation, there was no distinction between special and physical attacks. Your Thunderweb should have had no effect." Beep beep, times have changed. The Thunderweb and Beedrill are not from the first generation, the Pokédex replied automatically. Ash nodded, though he did not fully understand. It seemed the Pokédex finally stood up for him once. Chapter 8. 20 years without a championship on the road between Nibby City and the Vidian Forest. Team Rocket had excavated a massive pit, 7 to 8 meters deep, in the center of the road. Then set up branches and covered the surface of the pit with surrounding soil and grass. Everything appeared normal, without any peculiarities. A flawless trap. Indeed. When that little brat comes by, he will fall right in. Then that peculiar Pikachu will be ours. The trio from Team Rocket stood with their hands on their hips, grinning with pride, nearly ready to celebrate in advance. Suddenly, as they chuckled, James paused and asked, "By the way, where exactly did we set up our trap?" The other two frowned immediately. The trap was so expertly concealed that even they could not recognize it. They hurriedly began to search the area. "I think it was around here," Meowth, the most meticulous among them, recalled as he made his way to the center of the road. Snap! A sound of breaking branches echoed. The entrance to the pit was suddenly exposed from the muddy ground, and Meowth slid directly into it. "Musashi, save me!" panicked Meowth, grabbing onto Musashi's thigh, inadvertently pulling her down into the pit as well. "Kojiro, help me!" Musashi, following suit, grabbed Kojiro's thigh, dragging him down with her. Soon, the three of them completely plunged into the pit without causing a single splash. Outside the pit, it was as if nothing had occurred. 3 minutes later, a handsome young man and a beautiful woman passed by. "Hey, Why is there a big pit in the middle of the road? Ash paused, puzzled. There are no safety signs. It's quite dangerous. Misty peered into the darkness of the pit, but could faintly see shadows wriggling out, resembling worms. This made her shiver. And she quickly suggested, how about we fill it up? Ash nodded and threw out a Pokeball. It's your turn, Pidgey. Use Sand Attack. Upon entering, Pidgey turned on the spot and performed a dog paddle motion. Whoosh. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it swept countless grains of sand into the pit. In less than 3 minutes, the entrance was entirely blocked. Everything returned to its original state. The warmth of the sun shone upon the two, filling them with a sense of comfort as they resumed their joyful journey. At the entrance of Nibby City, as Ash walked along, he suddenly heard a low shout that startled him into retreat. Hey, young man, you stepped on my pickle stone. A middle-aged man wearing a red knitted hat obscured much of his face, his dark skin and muscular arms clearly visible. Ash looked down and realized he was indeed standing on a strangely shaped stone, complete with a price tag. Glancing around, he saw various oddly shaped stones, each adorned with different price tags. Nibby City, the city symbolizing rocks, the middle-aged man said proudly. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ash asked, Sir, who are you? Before the middle-aged man could respond, Misty interjected, I know. You must be the champion of the Hoenn region, Mr. Steven. She had heard that Steven was also a rock enthusiast. However, Misty was not entirely sure, making a blind guess that a rock-loving Steven would be a dark-skinned middle-aged man. Champion of the league? Ash looked confused, wondering what that entailed, and if it was even more impressive than being a Pokémon master. Isn't Hoenn the region where Rayquaza roams freely, so abundant that they are like dogs? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and clarified, Young lady, I am not Steven. I am called Wooning. Beep beep. User, Wooning, searching for information. At that moment, a mechanical voice interrupted his self-introduction. The Pokédex was flaunting its existence again. After a while, the mechanical voice resumed, beep beep, data updated. Wooning, resident of Nibby City, former gym leader of Nibby, currently retired from the gym leader position. Challenges the Pokémon League alone, has been challenging the league for 20 years without winning a championship, with his best achievement being the runner-up in the Kalos Pokémon League. 20 years. Upon hearing this, both Ash and Misty were taken aback, particularly Ash, as he felt a chill spread throughout his body upon hearing that he had not won a championship in 20 years. It was as if he had been doused in icy water. A sense of disorientation washed over him. He trembled with rage. Even the spirit within him, Red, was taken aback by this chill. Was this the resentment from another world? Red felt an inexplicable astonishment. Wooning frowned, contemplating how the Pokédex had so thoroughly exposed him, wondering if the current technology in the league had reached such a level or if he had been blacklisted due to his numerous challenges. By the way, what does it mean to be a gym leader and challenge the league? Ash could not help but inquire, still an innocent novice. You must be a novice trainer. Let me explain, Wooning began, but before he could finish, the Pokédex interrupted once more. Beep beep, detected keywords, it is now time for education. This was its primary function, and it would not allow anyone else to take its spotlight. Beep beep. Every region boasts a considerable number of gyms, and by defeating the gym leaders, one can earn badges. Collecting all 8 badges enables one to challenge the Pokémon League conference of their respective region. Upon emerging victorious from the conference, one may then initiate a challenge against the Elite Four of the Pokémon League, and by defeating these 4 formidable trainers in succession, the ultimate champion of the league can be confronted. Ash, scratching his head, found this elaborate sequence entirely baffling and could not help but complain. What on earth? Can you summarize it in just 4 words? The Pokédex chimed in. Be a good person. For beginners like you, it simply means defeat the gyms. Collect 8 badges, and then challenge the league conference. Misty interjected, unable to restrain herself from clarifying. Upon hearing this, Ash finally grasped the concept. Clapping his hands in realization, oh, now I understand. Pokédex, perhaps you should learn the art of communication. The Pokédex remarked, this trainer appears even more outrageous than I am. Say, are you preparing to challenge the Pewter Gym? Ash's confidence surged as he emphatically patted his chest. Of course, becoming the league champion is merely the first step towards becoming a Pokémon master. However, Wooning pointed out, considering your Pokémon, defeating the gym leader Brock might prove to be quite a challenge. He gestured towards Ash's Pikachu. A mere common electric mouse would undoubtedly struggle against the rock-type gym. But I also have Pidgey and Metapod. Ash quickly retorted. Wunung's brow furrowed deeply. Did this trainer lack common sense? Why would he choose Pokémon with disadvantageous types? Excuse my bluntness, but based solely on type advantages, you've already lost. Type advantages? What are those? Ash waved dismissively. In Pokémon battles, it's all about the indomitable spirit and unwavering willpower. Right, Pikachu? Pika. Pikachu nodded. indicating that Ash had a point. Wu Ning and Misty exchanged glances, both thinking, regardless, I'm sure I can defeat Brock. Uncle, could you lead me to the pewter gym? No one seems to buy these rocks anyway. Wu Ning frowned, but, despite his reluctance, guided Ash to the entrance of the pewter gym. He had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to be closer to the place, feeling too embarrassed to approach without a legitimate reason. Ash, oblivious to his companion's thoughts, pushed open the door and boldly strode inside, hands on his hips, ready to proclaim his intentions. Hey, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and my dream is to become a Pokémon master. I challenged the gym. 3 minutes later, Ash, cradling a barely conscious Pikachu, arrived at the Pokémon Center in Pew City. Chapter 9. He understands Pokémon better than I do at the Pew City Pokémon Center. Ash sat dejectedly, his demeanor starkly contrasting the exuberance he had displayed just 10 minutes prior. Are you okay, Ash? Misty and Wu Ning approached, sensing the change in his mood and deducing what had transpired in the omitted segment of the narrative. Clearly, the novice had been thoroughly humbled by reality. Pikachu's proud electric attacks had proven utterly ineffective against the Onyx known as Brock's Pokémon, which subsequently ensnared Pikachu with rock bindings, nearly suffocating it before rendering it unable to battle. This first official gym battle had ended in a crushing defeat for Ash, a significant blow to his confidence. I was too arrogant, Ash murmured. After a string of victories against bug catchers and Team Rocket, he had grown somewhat overconfident. Yet, the pressing concern remained. How could he defeat Brock? Ash was determined not to give up. Deep within his soul, Chi, his companion, sensed Ash's emotions, his guilt and frustration, but more importantly, the rekindled fighting spirit that brought a smile to his face. It was beneficial for beginners to face such challenges, as it strengthened their resolve, just as Chi had faced his own first defeat, paving the way for future triumphs. Speaking of his first defeat, Chi pondered for a moment before realizing, wait, I don't think I've ever lost. However, this did not mean he could not empathize with Ash's plight. Now existing in a liminal state within Ash's consciousness, Chi resolved to have a proper conversation with Ash one day. He could not remain a mere specter in his mind indefinitely. A year or two would be manageable, but if Ash were to marry and have children in 20 years, would she really want to witness that live broadcast? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Misty suggested, how about I lend you a water-type Pokémon? That should make things easier. No, I want to rely on my own strength. Ash promptly rejected her offer. He believed in Pikachu's abilities. Even if they could not defeat Onyx at present, with perseverance and training, one day they would prevail. Accepting a Pokémon from someone else would signify defeat for both him and Pikachu. Yet, finding a way to defeat Brock posed a significant challenge. Just as he became lost in thought, the Pokédex hanging at his waist emitted a mechanical sound. Beep beep. Pikachu can learn the move Iron Tail. Iron Tail? Ash scratched his head, clearly unfamiliar with the move. However, Wu Ning, with his 2 decades of experience traveling across various regions, was well informed. Iron Tail is a steel-type move that has emerged in recent years from the neighboring city. It could indeed inflict substantial damage on Onyx. With renewed determination, Ash sprang to his feet, flames of resolve igniting in his eyes. Then it settled. I'll teach Pikachu Iron Tail. However, Wu Ning interjected. How do you plan to teach Pikachu Iron Tail? It isn't as simple as just calling its name and expecting it to learn. Wu Ning and Misty exchanged glances, both knowing that acquiring new skills is not so straightforward, especially for a powerful move like Iron Tail, which has a considerable learning curve. Generally, there are 3 methods to learn new skills, Wu Ning explained. The first is through a TM, but those are costly and only available in large city markets. The second is through the guidance of other Pokémon. The third relies on inherent talent and self-discovery. Without hesitation, Ash chimed in. Then we'll go with the third. My Pikachu has extraordinary potential. Wu Ning felt a headache coming on, pondering whether this trainer was truly lacking in common sense. Rubbing his temples, he offered a suggestion. In any case, Iron Tail isn't something that can be mastered in a short time, but I do have a method to enhance Pikachu's combat prowess in the meantime. Then let us proceed. Ash no longer hesitated. The trio waited for over 10 minutes until Pikachu was discharged, then hurriedly made their way to the outskirts of Nibby City. Pikachu's body was brimming with energy, as if it had been invigorated by some powerful stimulant. Just then, Ash spotted a massive boulder along the path and an idea sparked in his mind. He promptly commanded, Pikachu, use Iron Tail on that rock. Pika? Pikachu turned around, bewildered, wearing an expression of confusion, as if to say, are you putting me to the test? Trust yourself. Imagine your tail is steel. You can do this, he urged passionately. Upon hearing this, Pikachu's gaze hardened, and without further ado, it propelled itself into the air with a fierce leap. With a sharp cry, its tail swept across the rock. A resounding crack echoed, akin to a whip, leaving a prominent white mark on the stone surface. Ding! Pikachu has mastered a new skill, Tail Whip. The Pokédex announced automatically. What? Is this how new skills are learned now? The others shook their heads in disbelief. The iron tail would bestow a metallic sheen to Pikachu's tail, enhancing its strength considerably. However, the current power of Tail Whip was still insufficient to defeat a Geodude. Nevertheless, learning a new skill was a pleasant surprise. In the outskirts of Nibby, the trio arrived at a modest wooden cabin, behind which flowed a river with a small waterfall. Ahem, let me explain. This is a hydroelectric power plant. The force of the waterfall turns the water wheel, which, according to the right-hand rule, cuts through the magnetic field lines to generate electricity, Wuning explained as he retrieved 2 wires from inside the cabin. By attaching these 2 charging wires to Pikachu's electric pouch, they could channel electricity and fully recharge Pikachu's power, significantly boosting its electric shock ability in a short time. Although incomprehensible, it seemed plausible to Ash. He turned to Pikachu. What do you think? Shall we give it a try? Pika. Pikachu clenched its tiny fists, filled with determination, with sparks dancing on its cheeks. It felt deeply humiliated by its defeat to the Geodude, having idolized the round-faced Pikachu and nursed ambitions of one day overturning it in battle. To lose at the very start was infuriating. By the way, why does this waterfall seem rather underwhelming? Misty remarked as she rounded to the back. Despite being called a waterfall, the flow was minimal. Like the most pitiful Magikarp, it could easily leap over the meager splash. Wuning chuckled. It's the dry season. So the waterfall is indeed lacking. However, I see a strong bond between you and Pikachu, which can definitely generate power through love. Alright, Pikachu. Let's generate power through love and aim to recharge completely overnight. Tomorrow, we shall seek revenge, Ash exclaimed, filled with fervor, leaping onto the water wheel with large strides. Gripping the handles, he shouted, applying force with his legs and back. To everyone's astonishment, the enormous water wheel began to turn slowly yet surely. Wuning was taken aback by Ash's physical strength at merely 10 years old. When he spoke of generating power through love, he actually meant to hire someone with enough money. He could have his powerful Pokémon assist in turning the water wheel. He never anticipated Ash would be so reckless. Wuning quickly pressed the 2 wires against Pikachu's cheeks and secured them with insulating tape to prevent errant currents. As the water wheel turned, electricity flowed through the wires, surging into Pikachu's cheeks, which absorbed the energy completely. Who says that without the characteristic of storing electricity, one cannot accumulate energy? The more effort you put in, the luckier you become. Ash cheered for himself repeatedly. With a deep breath, he charged forward on the water wheel, causing its rotation to accelerate wildly. The continuous flow of electricity infused into Pikachu's petite body, enhancing its latent power. However, Red, sensing the surrounding atmosphere, sighed in resignation. Learning a new skill was a gradual process. Moreover, relying on external forces to charge through a generator was akin to hastening growth. It could lead to exhaustion rather than true enhancement. Even a Pokémon with poor foundational attributes would suffer from overexertion, risking complete depletion. Perhaps it was because he was merely a fragment of code from the electronic world that Red realized he could communicate with the Pokémon encyclopedia, subtly guiding Ash's path forward. Mastering Iron Tail through diligent training before challenging the gym leader and achieving victory through perfect type advantages was the mark of a true trainer. This reliance on love to generate power only inflicted needless suffering upon Pikachu and offered no real benefit. Suddenly, a thunderous crack interrupted Red's thoughts. Following Ash's gaze, he beheld a dazzling golden light soar into the sky, as if piercing the heavens. The terrifying crackle of electricity illuminated the entire outskirts of Nibby City. Pika. At that moment, Pikachu radiated powerful currents from its cheeks, its eyes gleaming with vigor, clearly at the peak of its potential. Ding! Pikachu has learned a new skill, Thunderbolt. The Pokédex chimed in. Even Red, usually so stoic, widened his eyes in astonishment at the spectacle. Oh, so he actually understands Pokémon better than I do? That's quite all right. Chapter 10. He is on the first level, while I stand on the second at the Nibby Gym. A serious-looking boy with squinty eyes and dark skin stood atop a rocky platform. A man as steadfast as stone, Brock, the gym leader. New trainer. Are you here for your second challenge? He inquired slowly, his eyes narrowing. Each gym allows only 3 attempts. Should you fail all 3? You cannot challenge this gym again for a year. I suggest you go back and train more. After all, what progress can be made in just one night? Ash's eyes sparkled with determination as he replied, undeterred, I am ready for the challenge. Pikachu is now a completely new Pokémon. Pika. Early in the morning. He had brought Pikachu to the gym for a rematch. Brock's gaze shifted downward to Ash's side. Although he sensed nothing unusual, it appeared that this electric mouse had indeed gained something. Very well, I accept your challenge. This time, I will take it a bit more seriously. Go, Onyx. A Pokémon with a round stone head and two powerful rock fists appeared on the battlefield. Little Stone, the hard Pokémon, is composed entirely of rock and belongs to the category of dry waste, so please be cautious when sorting. The Pokédex automatically broadcasts its information. Brock, I feel somewhat offended. After a defeat, Ash is wary and does not dare to be careless. Unlike yesterday, his opponent does not lead with Onix. So he decides to hold back his trump card. It will be you, Pidgeotto, he declares, fixing his gaze on the brown bird. Nibby City is situated beside the Vidian Forest, thus the challenges he encounters are predominantly Pokémon like Pidgey, Pidgeotto, and Caterpie. The battle commences. Little Stone, use Rock Throw. Several fragments of rock materialize above its floating body, and Little Stone swings its arms to hurl them forth. Pidgeotto, evade. Ash commands urgently. Pidgeotto, swift in its flight, adeptly weaves through the gaps between the falling debris, exhibiting remarkable agility. Now, use Quick Attack. Pidgeotto lets out a sharp cry. Enveloped in a radiant white light as it dashes through the rock pile, its beak aimed at the target. Brock, unperturbed, instructs, use Defense Curl. Little Stone tucks its hands in front of itself, forming a round ball. In the next moment, a glow of enhanced defense envelopes its body, bracing itself for the impact. Clang. Amidst the dust, after the strike, Little Stone remains unyielding, but Pidgeotto is sent flying several meters back, its beak crooked. That move hardly affects my Pokémon. Brock chuckles, issuing another command. Use Rollout. Little Stone curls into a rock and begins to spin wildly on the ground, its speed increasing with each rotation, amplifying its power. Pidgeotto, counter with Whirlwind. A tempest brews, yet no matter how fierce the wind Pidgeotto conjures, it cannot halt the relentless advance of Rollout, a barrier of type advantage that is insurmountable. Faced with the approaching stone onslaught, Ash calls out a desperate command. Dodge. Yet, unsure of what else to shout, he resorts to this. With Pidgeotto's speed, it barely manages to evade the formidable Rollout, though it is left drenched in sweat. The inexperienced Pokémon, lacking rigorous training, obviously cannot sustain combat for long. After several exchanges, it is nearly worn out. Ash, in a whirlwind of thoughts, suddenly has a spark of inspiration, his lips curling into a smile. Pidgeotto, use Sand Attack. At this moment, Ash takes the offensive. Pidgeotto lands and digs frantically, sending a cloud of sand into Little Stone's eyes. This tactic is ineffective against me, Brock remarks nonchalantly. Yet Ash reveals a triumphant expression, continuing to direct. Then let's try this, Pidgeotto, follow up with Whirlwind. As Pidgeotto flaps its wings, a multitude of sand and wind intertwines, spiraling upward. Swish. The result is a small sandstorm. An impressive display. Brock furrows his brow, intrigued. Interesting, but this still won't work on me. However, to his surprise, this time it indeed proves effective. The sandstorm enhances Little Stone's defensive capabilities. Ash's strategy is to obscure vision and then strike. Humph. The time for resolution has come. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. With a loud cry, Pidgeotto transforms into a brilliant white flash, charging into the sandstorm. Its formidable force cleaves through the sand, revealing the unsuspecting Little Stone, confounding its sight. Then executing a close-range assault. That is Ash's strategy. Clang. In an instant, the tremendous impact strikes Little Stone squarely. It is sent tumbling several meters away, rolling over multiple times, leaving a long mark on the ground. Ash clenches his fist, the flames of passion surging within him. This exemplifies his true prowess as a Pokémon master. The referee, seizing the moment, announces, Pidgeotto is unable to continue. Little Stone is the victor. Ash stands momentarily frozen. As the dust settles, he focuses closely. The Little Stone that was knocked back is merely rubbing its head, evidently only suffering minor damage. Meanwhile, Pidgeotto lies on the ground, unconscious, its beak askew, a pitiful sight. After an impressive display of skill, the bird has fallen. Indeed, the gym trainer is formidable, Ash reflects, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead as he recalls Pidgeotto. Gaining a deeper understanding of the gym trainer's capabilities. Adapting strategies to overcome challenges? It seems Brock stands at one level while Ash believes himself on another. Unbeknownst to him, this squint-eyed man is already at a far higher level. Brock, I have always been on the first level. Why does this novice trainer seem somewhat dim-witted today? Time to rely on you, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu dashes onto the battlefield, fists clenched, electricity crackling from its cheeks. Facing yet another type disadvantage, has he not learned his lesson? Brock furrows his brow, unyielding as he resumes his assault. Little Stone, use Rock Throw. Instantly, a barrage of stones hurtles forward. Yet Ash, unfazed, bellows, Pikachu. Demonstrate our newfound strength, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu leaps into the air, unleashing a torrent of electricity from its cheeks. Pikachu, Countless bolts of lightning envelop Pikachu, illuminating the battlefield. As the power reaches its zenith, it surges forth like a striking serpent, obliterating the falling stones upon contact. The onslaught continues. Thunderbolt strikes Little Stone on the head. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion of force and electricity erupts, reducing Little Stone to cinders. Even the referee is taken aback by the magnitude of the strike. Taking a moment to regain composure before announcing in a stammer, Little Stone is unable to continue. Pikachu is the victor. Brock. Absurd. In just one night. This youth has elevated his electrical prowess to new heights. Is he somehow cheating? It appears this time he must engage seriously in battle. Brock's expression turns grave as he retrieves Little Stone, finally unleashing his ace, Onix. Beep beep. Onix, the hard Pokémon, is said to claim the lives of 10 Little Stones with the birth of each Onix, without any hidden implications. The Pokédex automatically broadcasts its information. Brock. Chapter 1. The Master of Type Disadvantage, the Emergence of Brilliance. Taking the initiative, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Xiaojang could only perceive a flash of golden light before a terrifying surge of electricity erupted once more from that petite source, transforming into a robust, twisted whip of electric current that struck the Onix with tremendous force. Boom. The 100,000 volts detonated. Even the Onix could not help but emit a mournful cry, its form bending slightly backward in response to this overwhelming power. Indeed, the electric type had an effect on the Onix. Xiaojang furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was rather peculiar. As a gym trainer well-versed in the nuances of type advantages, he understood that electric-type moves ought to be completely ineffective against ground-type Pokémon. The previous encounter with the Geodude could be dismissed as mere coincidence. But the current display of the Onix indicated that this Pikachu was indeed capable of defying the ultimate rule of type advantages. Or perhaps this youth possessed some extraordinary power. His deep-set eyes narrowed into a slit. For instance, the Vidian Forest, which every few years produces a young bug catcher endowed with the power of the forest. Thus, it may not be entirely surprising if this boy, named Ash, wielded some form of reverse-type power. With this thought, Xiaojang suddenly removed his shirt, revealing a physique of impressive musculature. His dark skin appeared as if sculpted from stone. His not particularly tall frame stood firm, embodying the resilience and determination of rock-type Pokémon. Let me witness your strength, he bellowed with unwavering resolve. Ash was momentarily blinded by the sight of this bronze-skinned behemoth and mused that perhaps stripping down was a prerequisite for gym battles. He could not appear timid. He must not let anyone discover that he was merely a novice from Pallet Town. Instantly, Ash's own fervor surged within him. He too removed his jacket, followed by his black shirt, revealing a toned torso that, while not overly muscular, was certainly strong. I, Ash from Pallet Town, will not be defeated. The sweat and determination of the two bare-chested warriors clashed within the gym. The referee, having briefly dozed off, was taken aback by the sudden intensity of the match. However, maintaining professionalism, he cleared his throat and continued to observe the now fervent contest between the two. Well done, Ash. I admire your fighting spirit, Xiaojang remarked with a grin. He appreciated Ash's tenacity but made it clear that he would not go easy on him. Onix, use Sandstorm. Since you enjoy creating sandstorms, I shall show you what a true sandstorm looks like. With a swift motion, Onix's rocky tail struck the ground, sending countless grains of sand soaring into the air, swirling violently. In an instant, the Nibby Gym transformed into a desert wasteland, filled with howling sands and flying debris, far surpassing the earlier gusts of wind. Ash was taken aback by the monumental shift in the environment. It was his first encounter with a weather-based move. After a moment, he regained his composure and commanded, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pika, Pika. This time, the powerful Thunderbolt barely traveled a few meters before being completely nullified by the swirling sands, leaving Pikachu helplessly engulfed in yellow dust. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the murky sandstorm. Before Pikachu could react, that dark figure had already expanded, striking it several meters away. Crack! Pikachu was directly hit by Onix's tail, sustaining significant damage. Pika. As Pikachu lifted its head, it scanned the surroundings in a desperate attempt to locate Onix. But the gray haze of sand revealed nothing. Ash clenched his fists. However, this scene reminded him of a trainer he had seen on television who employed strategy. He quickly shouted, Pikachu, calm down and feel for the opponent's position. Pikachu paused, tilting its head in confusion. No, Pikachu. Use your ears to sense the direction of Onix. Ash hurriedly modified his vague instructions into something more suitable for Pikachu's capabilities. Pika, the latter, demonstrating its exceptional talent, understood instantly. Shaking its ears, it calmed down and even closed its eyes. The countless grains of sand bombarded Pikachu, gradually sapping its strength. Yet, with sufficient calmness, it could still faintly discern the location of the massive creature. Pika. Pikachu opened its eyes and suddenly leaped into the air. In the next moment, a long shadow swept past, its immense power carving a trench where Pikachu had just been. Ash's eyes brightened as he raised his muscular arm and shouted, "Now is your chance, ride it." Pika. Pikachu executed a roll in midair, landing squarely on Onix's tail. Since the sandstorm thwarted the spread of Thunderbolt, it was best to unleash it at close range. With a decisive gesture, Ash commanded, "Now, use Thunderbolt." "Oh no, Onix, shake it off." At this moment, Xiaojang was alarmed. He had not anticipated that a novice trainer could devise such a strategy in the face of a sandstorm. Roar. Onix's massive body writhed in an attempt to dislodge Pikachu. Meanwhile, Pikachu gritted its teeth, hanging on tightly, its electric sacs brimming with energy. Pika, Pika. The brilliance of Thunderbolt ignited once more. The terrifying current erupted, striking Onix without any hindrance, causing it to emit a mournful cry, clearly indicating the move's potency. Xiaojang grew anxious, realizing that if he did not shake Pikachu off soon, the consequences would be dire. "Shake it off quickly. Pikachu, hang in there. Use Thunderbolt again," Ash urged. Pika, Pika. The golden lightning surged forth again, the current rising skyward, smashing into the thrashing Onix. The resulting shockwave even cleared the sandstorm, restoring the air quality within the Nibi Gym. Crackle. Yet the electric current continued to resonate. This had transformed into a battle of wills. Both Onix and Pikachu were desperately holding on. Ultimately, as Onix thrashed wildly, Pikachu lost its grip and was flung several meters away. However, Onix's condition was equally dire, its body charred and gasping for breath, unable to stand upright, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. Yet Ash's eyes sparkled with determination as he raised his arm high and roared, "For the final strike, use Quick Attack." In the sky, Pikachu performed acrobatics to adjust its position, and finally, it pressed its tail beneath itself. After a spin, it descended sharply, striking Onix squarely on the forehead. Pika. Unbeknownst to anyone, the tip of its tail had acquired a glimmer of metallic sheen. Quick Attack. Crack. A powerful strike to the forehead of the Onix finally overwhelmed it, causing its massive body to crash to the ground. The Onix was unable to continue fighting, and Pikachu emerged victorious. In the Nibi Gym Challenge, Ash had triumphed. Brock was taken aback. He couldn't believe that this novice trainer had actually defeated him, especially that Pikachu, which, despite its moves like Thunderbolt and Quick Attack being rather ordinary, had managed to overpower his Onix. In the end, Brock could only smile wryly and sigh. Such an incredible young man. Pikachu slowly approached the fallen Onix and gently patted its head, as if conveying a message. "You certainly won't be the last to fall before me, but as the first, let us celebrate." If Meowth were here, it would undoubtedly translate Pikachu's arrogant tone perfectly. After the match, Ash received his hard-earned prize for conquering the Nibi Gym, the Rock Badge. He excitedly held it high above his head, exuding an air of triumph. This was the first step towards his dream of becoming a Pokémon master. "Congratulations, Ash." Brock looked at Ash with a twinge of envy, admiring his youthful exuberance and the freedom to chase after his dreams. Unfortunately, with so many siblings at home, Brock felt he couldn't leave. "Brock, leave the gym to me. Go ahead and pursue your dream." A voice boomed from the entrance of the Nibi Gym. Brock looked up abruptly to see Uncle Wuning and Misty walking in. Wuning removed his hood, revealing a dark face strikingly similar to Brock's, albeit lacking eyes. "Dad, I thought you were dead," Brock exclaimed in shock. Wuning replied with a question mark. What followed was a touching scene of fatherly affection that brought tears to Ash's eyes. "Wah, if only my dad were here." Ash suddenly remembered. "Right, my father has long been gone." Misty looked at Ash and Brock, utterly bewildered and even a bit apprehensive, stepping back slightly. "Isn't this a gym challenge? Why are these two shirtless? Have Pokémon battles fallen so far that they now resort to bare-knuckle brawls? Ultimately, free from familial constraints." Brock made a sincere request to join Ash's team. "Ash, may I join your group? Perhaps by following such an extraordinary young man, my own dreams may come to fruition." "Sure, go ahead. You don't need to ask me. I'm not the main character," Ash replied nonchalantly. Misty wondered why she was still following him. It was all quite perplexing. It's just a bicycle, after all. As a future Pokémon master, would he really go back on his word? Furthermore, once he became a Pokémon master, that bicycle would only increase in value, turning it into a collectible. In that case, Misty would likely have to pay extra to keep up with him. After a round of introductions, Brock noticed Misty. "Hey, aren't you from the Hualon Gym?" At this, Misty jolted, quickly signaling for him to be quiet. Brock quickly understood. Being the empathetic person he was, he recognized that Misty might have her reasons and chose not to pry. Nonetheless, he resolved to befriend her, especially because of her 3 older sisters. Chapter 12, Bat Pokémon, A Warning of Danger. At the foot of the Moonlit Mountain, the original trio was leisurely making their way. Moonlit Mountain was a tranquil, unassuming place, known for its simple folk and annual influx of tourists. It was also home to the mysterious Moonstone, making it a treasure-hunting paradise. As a man from the town nestled against Moonlit Mountain, Brock was sharing his knowledge. If we cross this mountain path, we'll reach Hualon City. Ash, aren't you planning to challenge the gym there? The Hualon gym is right ahead. Ash nodded eagerly, wishing he could sprout wings and soar over to the gym right away. However, as they walked, Ash felt an ominous chill creeping up from behind. The atmosphere around them was chillingly eerie. Glancing around, they were almost at the cave entrance, yet not a soul was in sight. Surely, this place couldn't be a tourist trap for the underworld? Could they perhaps encounter something from the realm of the living? The trio soon spotted a warning sign. Caution, recently. Large numbers of Zubat have been spotted. Please be careful while climbing. Zubat? The three of them paused, particularly Brock and Misty. Their homes were nestled against Moonlit Mountain. And while Zubat was common in caves, the idea of them being numerous enough to warrant a warning sign was quite rare. We just need to be cautious. Zubat typically doesn't attack humans, Brock reassured. That's right. There's nothing to worry about, they echoed. So, the three continued on their way. Upon entering the Moonlit Mountain cave, to maximize its tourist potential, large lights illuminated every few meters, making the need for flash unnecessary. However, this artificial brightness undoubtedly disrupted the original ecological balance, particularly affecting the Pokémon accustomed to darkness. Perhaps this was the reason behind the Zubat's unusual aggression, Brock speculated. As they ventured further into the cave, they suddenly heard screams and the chaotic flapping of wings echoing through the stillness, a jarring sound in the quiet cavern. Let us go, Ash, he called, darting ahead. In a corner of the cave, a young man in a lab coat was being besieged by several Zubat, the situation dire. Seeing Ash and the others approach, the man cried out for help. Oh, noble passers-by, please save me. Ash's heart raced at the call for justice. Since you have sincerely requested assistance, I shall benevolently come to your rescue. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu leapt from Ash's shoulder, transforming into a streak of lightning that charged towards the swarm of enraged Zubat. Unleashing a powerful thunderbolt, the electric flash stunned the Zubat, leaving them charred and dazed. However, the lab-coated man was also caught in the electric surge. He certainly couldn't withstand a thunderbolt. After the electric shock, the Zubat were left weakened, their bodies cinched, and they prepared to flee. Now's our chance. Pokeball. Brock squinted, his eyes glinting with determination, and swiftly threw a Pokeball, successfully capturing one of the largest Zubat. Got it, Ash exclaimed, quickly reaching for his own Pokeball to catch a Zubat as well, accidentally brushing against the Pokédex nearby. Beep beep. Zubat, the bat Pokémon, not edible. Danger warning. Danger warning. The Pokédex flashed with alarming red lights, as if signaling a significant crisis. Ash was momentarily taken aback by the interruption, and by the time he retrieved his Pokeball, the Zubat had vanished. Darn it. He could only reluctantly retract the Pokeball, glaring at the grinning Brock beside him, his anger flaring. Is this your rock-solid resolve? Stealing a Zubat? How utterly ridiculous. Ash couldn't help but scoff. Brock chuckled in response. The rock-solid resolve is a family tradition. I have plenty of brothers who can inherit it, but being a breeder is my true calling. Oh, so the misunderstanding is cleared. Yes, we are brothers, Misty remarked. Is this the kind of conversation that muscular men have? I don't understand it at all. Meanwhile, the youth who had been jolted by a thunderbolt was just regaining his senses, rubbing his head before hastily expressing his gratitude to the trio. Thank you for your timely rescue. My Pokémon lost their fighting ability, and I almost lost my life to that rampaging Zubat. To lose to a few Zubats. You truly are something, someone whispered among the three. The young man in the lab coat pretended not to hear and continued his introduction. Hello, my name is Nichikawa Gamba, and I am a fossil enthusiast. Mount Moon is not only home to rare moonstones, but one can occasionally unearth ancient fossils. It truly is a traveler's paradise. Have you found any fossils? Ash inquired with curiosity. The fossil enthusiast nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, I have unearthed 2 ancient fossils. To repay you for saving my life, I would like to gift one to you. He reached into his backpack and pulled out 2 fossils. The trio's interest piqued, they gathered around. One was smooth and stone-like, while the other resembled a swirling pattern, a yellowish hue that hinted at its age. Hey Brock, since your rock-solid resolve has vanished, why not stop looking? You might dream of your ancestors visiting you tonight, Ash teased. No worries, my younger brother isn't of age yet. I'm a man with dual resolutions. Brock, who owned a fossil museum in Pew City, examined the fossils with wide eyes. I would hazard a guess that this is a Kabuto fossil and that one is a Shelder fossil, correct? Really? This one looks more like a fossilized piece of excrement. Ash pointed at the spiraled fossil. Strangely enough, with its spiral protrusions, it does resemble one, Brock said, intrigued. Unable to contain himself, he queried, Mr. Nishikawa. You didn't really find a fossilized piece of excrement, did you? Impossible. This is a genuine shelter fossil. At a large museum. They could even use special equipment to revive an ancient Pokémon from this fossil. Nishikawa displayed the two fossils to Ash. Choose, my savior. Without hesitation. Ash picked up the relatively appealing Kabuto fossil. In that case, I shall take this one. He lifted it, noting its weight. It could serve well as a hidden weapon against Team Rocket in the future. After a brief exchange, the fossil enthusiast hurriedly departed along the path they had come from, eager to deliver the fossils to the Pew City Museum in hopes of reviving an ancient Pokémon. Congratulations, Ash. Perhaps you will indeed acquire an ancient Pokémon in the future. Each ancient Pokémon is a rare species, and whether they still exist today remains uncertain in the academic community, due to the primal bloodline passed down from the ancients. The physical power of ancient Pokémon surpasses that of normal Pokémon, and their temperament is often more savage. The trio continued their journey, delving deeper into the moon cave. Before long, halfway along the mountain path, they stumbled upon a concealed entrance, marked by a wooden sign. Officially designated Pippy Shop of Mount Moon. Turn left 50 meters ahead. Welcome. They felt a spark of curiosity, and since they were a bit weary, decided to check out the little shop. Is there really such an open space inside Mount Moon? Misty marveled. Surrounded by steep rock walls, the area felt like an oasis in contrast to the towering cliffs. It wasn't particularly large, and aside from a nearby patch of grass, there stood only a small shop. Its sign adorned with a cute, innocent pink creature. That must be the Pippy Shop. Let's go rest inside, they agreed eagerly. Upon entering, a languid voice greeted them from the counter. Welcome. Everything here is free. The voice was soft, likely belonging to a charming girl. A girl wearing a white sun hat, her face obscured by the brim, was dozing off, slumped on the counter. Beside her lay a wilted green plant, looking rather neglected. Chapter 13. Fellow Villager, Never Deceive. The shop was sparsely furnished, with only a few shelves cluttered with numerous Pippy dolls, giving it a rather desolate appearance. Hey. Noticing the girl was nearly asleep, Ash gently tapped her hat. Whoa. The girl jolted awake, realizing there were customers. A wave of emotion nearly brought tears to her eyes. When she focused again, recognizing the boy in the red and white cap, she couldn't help but cover her cheeks, her mouth forming a wide O. Oh my, isn't that my fellow villager? Ash was startled by her exuberance, but upon closer inspection, recognized her as a familiar face. With long brown hair and bangs curling to the sides, her charming round face sparkled with bewilderment in her lively eyes. She wore a light blue tank top and a red pleated skirt, exuding youthful vibrance, and was poised to leap into Ash's arms. It had been nearly a week since she had seen another person. Even a dog would suffice for a hug. Quickly, Ash extended his hand to gently hold her head down, preventing her from launching herself at him across the counter. Is that you, Xiaohong? He recalled how, during his childhood playtime with Gary, this girl would often try to interfere, disrupting their camaraderie. Hey, I'm Xiaolon, she protested, her head firmly held down. In a flurry of movements, she managed to land a playful punch on Ash's nose, making him crouch down, clutching his face, clearly taken aback by her unexpected strength. Reunions with fellow villagers are always filled with warmth and enthusiasm. After their affectionate encounter, Xiaolon removed her sun hat and introduced herself to the other two. Hello everyone. I'm Xiaolon, the cutest villager and Ash's friend. Hi, I'm Misty, also the cutest girl. And I'm Brock, the strongest man. Curious, Brock asked. What brings you to open a shop here? Upon hearing this, Xiaolon frowned, massaging her temples, clearly troubled by her circumstances. The tale begins with a group of Zubat. 6 days prior, one of them passed by Crescent Moon Mountain and heard tales of the enchanting and adorable Pokémon, Clefairy. Intrigued, she sought to capture one but searched fruitlessly for hours. At that moment, she encountered another local, Xiaomao. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji suddenly became agitated, springing to his feet with a fiery spirit, nearly tearing off his shirt in determination. What? That scoundrel Xiaomao is also at Crescent Moon Mountain? Where is he? I must duel him. Calm down, Xiaoji. Xiaomao has already fled, Xiaolin interjected, pulling him back, only for her to rise with equal fervor, fist clenched. If I ever lay eyes on him again, I shall challenge him to a duel first. Xiaoji was perplexed. Xiaolan indignantly explained. He said Clefairy is a benevolent Pokémon, and if one sincerely fasts and prays for 7 days at Crescent Moon Mountain, it would heed the call of the heavens and come forth to meet me. And I believed him. He also told me to wait here while he went to buy me a bag of oranges in the neighboring Nibi City. And I believed that too. Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia exchanged incredulous glances at Xiaoji. Your acquaintance seems rather dim-witted. He is on par with you. At that moment, Xiaolan suddenly grasped Xiaoji's hand, her eyes blazing with determination. Xiaoji, next time let us ambush Xiaomao instead of dueling. You can bag him, and I'll throw a rock at his head, then we'll make a swift escape. Is that truly the best you can come up with, you women? How utterly ridiculous. Xiaoji retorted, brushing her hand away and declaring, of course, you bag him while I strike. The order is crucial. Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang exchanged bewildered looks, sensing an inexplicable harmony in their banter. Subsequently, Xiaolan took residence in the Clefairy shop, devoutly fasting and praying for Clefairy to reveal itself. The shop owner was a mountain climbing enthusiast from another region who, seizing the peak tourist season, had invested heavily in a large stock of Clefairy merchandise, hoping to profit handsomely. With a shortage of staff to assist in sales, he permitted Xiaolan to stay and pray. However, chaos ensued as the Zubats swarmed in unprecedented numbers, far exceeding the earlier count. In an instant, the idyllic tourist season transformed into a significant crisis, leaving not a single visitor brave enough to ascend Crescent Moon Mountain. The owner faced ruin, having even sold his underwear. Consequently, he proposed to excavate fossils in the mountains to repay his debts and requested Xiaoji to watch the shop for a few days. And once again, Xiaoji believed him. The trio mused. This girl would smile while being sold off, wouldn't she? What a misfortunate fellow, they remarked. Xiaoji hesitated, contemplating whether to leave. Having heard that the misfortunes of others often radiated outward, he was still the chosen one. After all, he didn't want to become another unfortunate soul. Then why are you still here? Xiaojiang inquired, unable to contain himself. When the debt collectors arrive, they might mistake her for a mountain climber and take her away to settle the debts. Because tomorrow is the 7th day, Xiaolan exclaimed, rising abruptly, her fist clenched. A fierce look of defiance against her grim fate adorning her delicate features, tears glistening in her eyes. I've fasted for 6 days. If I leave before the 7th day, I refuse to accept it. The trio looked at her, bewildered. Is this what they call the spirit of craftsmanship? However, Xiaojiang mused. What Xiaoma said might actually hold some truth. Suddenly, Xiaojiang's eyes widened as he spoke. Tomorrow is Monday, right? I recall hearing that every Monday night, Crescent Moon Mountain radiates a peculiar light. Perhaps that is when Clefairy appears, having battled Xiaomao once. He noted that the latter was quite adept in both Pokémon nurturing and battle strategies, contrasting starkly with Xiaoji's whimsical fighting style. Being the grandson of the renowned Professor Okido, his lineage surely did not lead him astray. Xiaolan, you must have arrived on a Tuesday, missing Monday night. Which is why Xiaomao told you to wait 7 days, Xiaoxia pondered. Xiaolan nodded fervently, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Indeed, my acquaintance would never deceive me. Xiaomao, your fate is intertwined with mine. Meanwhile, at a posh CAF in Hualan City, a boy with a spiky hairstyle leisurely sipped his coffee while perusing the newspaper. He had effortlessly triumphed over the Hualan gym, which brought him great delight. Suddenly, Xiaomao sneezed. Could I be catching a cold? He shook his head, recalling the events of several days prior, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. I wonder when that foolish girl Xiaolan will realize I was deceiving her. Women's intelligence is quite limited, isn't it? They assumed Xiaomao was on the 5th floor. In reality, he was on the 1st. Just then, a word flashed in his mind. Idiot. Hey, Qinglu, did you sweeten your words today? Xiaomao quickly retorted. Their smooth exchange indicated that this was not their first conversation. I merely advise you to target that lad named Xiaoji in the future. As for Xiaolan, best to avoid that girl altogether. Qinglu's voice resonated, calm yet tinged with subtle trepidation. Xiaolan? That foolish girl? Xiaomao was taken aback, realizing that even the seemingly invincible Qinglu seemed wary of her. I'm not afraid. However, I sensed something during our encounter. That woman, Bailan, has likely entered this realm as well, and she's not someone you can easily contend with. Though I am not intimidated by her, Qinglu reiterated. Chapter 14. Crimson and Azure. Several hours remained until nightfall. The four lounged in a wooden cabin, engaging in trivial chatter, noticing a Pokémon nearby. Xiaoji couldn't resist pulling out his Pokédex. It was well known that he had once yearned for a conventional starter Pokémon, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he ended up with a plump Pikachu. Beep. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon, a blend of herbivore and carnivore. Grilling comes with its own seasoning, the Pokédex narrated. Xiaolan was baffled, observing the nonchalant expressions of the others. Hey, Xiaoji, is your Pokédex infected with a virus? Of course not. Isn't this the standard Pokédex? Xiaoji retorted. Seeing the other two gazing at him with confusion, Xiaolan began to doubt her own sanity. Eventually, she quietly retrieved her own Pokédex. Beep. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon, one of the novice starters, enjoys sunlight, and its seeds grow alongside its body. Xiaoji and the others were now equally bewildered. Xiaoji incredulously pointed at his Pikachu, and Xiaolan understood, shifting her Pokédex toward it. Beep. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon, can sense its surroundings with its tail and releases electricity from its cheeks when in danger. Xiaoji furrowed his brow and passed his Pokédex forward. Beep. Pikachu. A common electric mouse, utterly unremarkable, not worth mentioning. The group was left speechless. It turns out it was never their illusion. The Pokédex truly has an issue. While others' devices merely beep once, his emits a peculiar double beep. It seems to address others as brother before even uttering a word, exuding an oddity right from the start. Indeed, Professor Oak has bestowed upon me a subpar version, Ash lamented. In the midst of their conversation, Misty suddenly recalled something, hesitated for a moment, and inquired. By the way, speaking of strange occurrences, have you found yourself frequently plagued by inexplicable phrases in your mind lately? Ash raised an eyebrow, sensing something was amiss. It was true. Recently, he had been haunted by snippets of auditory hallucinations. He initially thought this was a sign from the heavens, given his status as the chosen one. Last time he encountered Gary, he mentioned experiencing bizarre dialogues in his mind as well, claiming that he endured sleepless nights, requiring 3 or 4 sleeping pills just to find rest, drenched in cold sweat and his hands icy, plagued by nightmares. Though Ash noted that Gary appeared quite well. Misty's expression darkened at these words. Ash felt a shiver. This did not bode well. Gary asserted that the feng shui of Pallet Town had always been poor, causing trainers to suffer from a dreadful mental contagion. Psychic contagion? Brock and Misty frowned, finding this somewhat comprehensible. But I sleep quite soundly. Perhaps Gary is in the late stages and beyond saving. Ash shrugged dismissively. Then it's nothing to worry about. I sleep quite sweetly, Misty replied. That night, the 4 of them arrived at a meadow adjacent to the Clefairy shop. The area was enclosed by sparse fences, with a raised platform standing in the center, seemingly intended for something to be displayed. Thus, they stood vigil outside the enclosure, eagerly awaiting Clefairy's appearance, and remained there until dawn. Without a doubt, Gary had played them again. How infuriating. Next time, I shall unleash my fury upon him 1,000-fold. Misty fumed, clutching her round face. Do we continue? I can't take much more of this. Misty yawned, questioning. You all can sleep. I plan to keep watch all night. Misty abruptly downed a cup of strong tea. Her bright eyes already bloodshot, fixated on the platform. She had been fasting for nearly 7 days. A few more hours wouldn't matter. Ash, while yearning for sleep himself, couldn't he help but worry about her health. After all, as a fellow Pallet Town resident, if she were to collapse, he would have to carry her back. This would certainly thwart his ambitions of becoming a Pokémon master. Furrowing his brow, he said, I'll stay and watch. You all go get some rest. Upon hearing this, Brock and Misty yawned and retreated to the Clefairy house to sleep. Soon, only the 2 of them remained in the meadow. The wind rustled the grass as the young man and woman sat side by side, a sleeping Turtwig and Pikachu beside them, creating a serene atmosphere. By the way, Misty, have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? Ash suddenly posed a philosophical question. Me? I haven't decided yet. I just plan to wander around for now, she replied, shaking her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Her naturally naive demeanor added an unusual charm to her expression. Since it was her first meeting with Brock, it indicated that Misty had not pursued the path of challenging gyms. Yet, she felt a twinge of envy towards Ash, who, despite his seemingly reckless nature, had determined his dream from a young age, even if he didn't fully understand what being a Pokémon master entailed. Words failed them as they silently gazed at the platform, cursing Gary like best friends while awaiting Clefairy's arrival. In the dead of night, Ash suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered that Misty had unknowingly fallen asleep, resting her head against him. TCH, women. They really can't handle it. Ash scoffed quietly, feeling a sense of pride in his endurance. He was indeed the champion of the night watch. Under the moonlight, casting a gentle glow across the meadow, Misty's sleeping face appeared playful and enchanting. This was Ash's first time observing her from such proximity. It seemed his fellow townsfolk possessed a certain allure. He mused that a playful punch to her stomach would likely lead her to weep for quite some time. After 2 hours, even Ash, typically resilient, could no longer withstand the overwhelming drowsiness. His eyelids grew heavy. They leaned against each other, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Yet, mere minutes later, Ash abruptly opened his eyes. For reasons unknown, his expression turned cold and detached, gazing at everything as if it were mere wood, his voice deepening, and his gaze becoming profound. It was Red taking control of Ash's body. He pushed Misty's head aside and coldly stated, "You may awaken now." Misty stirred, slowly opening her eyes. Though she bore the same face, the aura she radiated contrasted starkly with her previous sweet demeanor. Her lively eyes now held a cunning glint, as if she could see through everything. Hee hee, I offer you a chance to lean on this lady, yet you squander it. You'll remain single for life. Misty stood, stretching her arms that had been still for hours, exuding a commanding presence that made Red furrow his brow. You've come as well, Blue, Red remarked slowly. In his digital realm, he had journeyed alongside Blue. Upon seeing Misty, he deduced that she had also become aware of her existence as a mere game character, her soul transcending into this realm. Blue blinked her beautiful eyes and, reaching out, locked her hand around Red's neck, bending him into her embrace. Pretending to be the brooding prince in front of me? She ruffled Red's hair, observing him as if he were a piece of unrefined jade turned into a salted fish. Oh dear, such a passionate youth. How did you become so withdrawn after 2 years in Silver Mountain? Am I supposed to be withdrawn because of your family's scallion duck? Red dodged, keeping his distance. Women are like roaring tigers. Blue, the fiercest of them all, was best avoided. After their exchange, they learned about each other's circumstances, discovering they had both traversed into this world on nearly the same day. Red had possessed Ash's body, occasionally hinting at his presence, but the oblivious Ash overlooked him. Blue's situation was even more dire, as she incessantly hinted at her existence, only for Misty to mistakenly interpret it as divine messages, treating them with piety and refraining from any form of disrespect or communication. She nearly prayed to Blue with incense in hand. It is said that the fellow Kingolf has also arrived, possessing the body of a youth named Xiao Mao. I observe that their personalities are quite similar. Both are rather infuriating. One day, I truly want to capture him in a sack and give him a good thrashing. At that time, you must help me cover his mouth. Together, we shall bring him down, leaving him utterly defeated. As he spoke, Bailan clenched her fists. While Xiaolon might have mentioned the sack in jest, she was far from merely jesting. If the beating did not suffice to relieve her anger, she would undoubtedly bind him with stones and cast him into the sea to feed the great white sharks. Upon hearing this, she was not surprised. Since he could recognize that he was merely a character in a game, it was only natural for Kingolf to do the same. In this electronic realm, both he and Kingolf had reached the pinnacle of their characters, devoid of any further potential for growth. Thus, they ceased their conflict, acknowledging one another. However, upon entering this new world, she immediately sensed its distinctiveness. Neither trainers nor Pokémon were bound by levels or the notion of reaching an ultimate state. The realm beyond the ultimate did exist. He could grow stronger still. He could once again engage in battle with you, Kingolf. A fire ignited within Chi's lifeless eyes. A fervor for combat unlike any he had previously known. Chapter 15. Country Bumpkins, have you not seen the power of the moon? Hey, wake up, brother. You are currently in a spiritual state, so don't get too carried away. Bailan doused Chi with a bucket of cold water. If you don't think of a solution soon, I want to see the live broadcast when Xiaolon marries and his children. The mere thought sent a shiver down Bailan's spine. The worst part is that I share a mental connection with her. Bailan suddenly patted Chi's shoulder, offering comfort, but you need not worry. I have observed this boy named Xiaoxi. He possesses remarkable physique and strength, even in 20 years. He might struggle to find a girlfriend, much like yourself. Indeed, women are truly troublesome. After a round of discussion, they reached a consensus. Possession was impossible. Xiaoxi and Xiaolon were akin to alternate versions of themselves from another world. One could not simply extinguish one's own existence. They could only seek out individuals akin to Team Rocket, researchers engaged in biogenetic experiments, to assist in creating a corporeal body. After all, if they could manufacture a being like Mutwo, an almost invincible Pokémon, perhaps they could also facilitate the transfer of a soul into a new body through some arcane technology. If human technological prowess proved insufficient, they would have no choice but to beseech the divine. In this world, there existed numerous legendary Pokémon endowed with wondrous powers. Surely, some could assist them. Thus, they established a second united front on this matter, the first being to jointly defeat Xiao Mao and Kingolf. Now that their discussions had concluded, it was time for me to assist this girl in capturing a Clefairy. After a week of fasting and achieving nothing, I feared she might truly lose her mind. Bailan stretched her limbs, her body awakening. She then rose and led Chi to a thicket beside a high platform, where they concealed themselves cautiously. In that world, I had once captured a Clefairy on Moonview Mountain. Generally, every Monday night, groups of Clefairy would place moonstones upon that platform as offerings, conducting a mysterious ritual. They were not mistaken in this regard. Chi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. They had already waited for 7 or 8 hours. Could it be that Clefairy only appeared in the late hours of the night? Fool, it's a mysterious ritual. They certainly wouldn't come out with humans present. I suspect the Clefairy are quite anxious. Indeed, just as they had barely settled down, the absence of human presence allowed a shadow to emerge from a crevice in the rock. It was an adorable pink Pokémon, cautiously peering around, ensuring that the humans had indeed departed. After a moment, It lowered its guard and joyfully called into the crevice, seemingly summoning its companions. Before long, a line of Clefairy emerged from the crevice, numbering at least dozens. Among them, a few robust pink creatures carried a meteorite nearly a meter wide. It appeared to be the offering they intended to make. Bylon suddenly grinned and asked, "Hey, what if we suddenly dashed out to startle them? Would the Clefairy retaliate against that lookout Clefairy once they returned?" He stepped back slightly. It made no sense. The Clefairy worked together to hoist the meteorite onto the platform. They circled the platform, calling out, before proceeding to move one after another, hopping in what resembled a dance ritual. "How do you plan to catch them?" She inquired with curiosity. "The best approach to capture this whole family of Clefairy would likely be to throw a rock, and I could probably hit one even with my eyes closed." "I have my methods," Bylon replied with a triumphant smile, retrieving a Pokeball from her waist. As the red light flashed, a larger pink creature appeared before them, considerably bulkier than a Clefairy. Pikachu, the Clefairy Pokémon, is a favorite food of Gengar, the Pokédex automatically narrated. The two of them, upon hearing this. Bylon frowned. This useless Pokédex was less informative than a brick. And why doesn't it vibrate when executing tasks? "Go, Clefable, help me catch a cute Clefairy," Bylon quietly instructed. "And also, grab a couple of moonstones while you're at it." Clefable nodded, bouncing towards the group of Clefairy. Its sudden appearance startled the Clefairy, but they quickly recognized it as one of their esteemed predecessors and invited it to join their ritual. The first step to capturing them was to integrate. Clefable wore a harmless smile, engaging the Clefairy in a game of duck, goose. She suddenly remarked, "Your Clefable isn't. Did you bring it over from that world?" Bylon nodded, her playful demeanor giving way to a hint of seriousness. "Fortunately, it came along with me, otherwise I might have become as withdrawn as you." She fell silent, understanding that feeling. He too was grateful that the Pokémon from that world had not been erased from existence. Compared to mere traversal, he preferred to believe that this was the greatest gift bestowed upon him by fate. Yet, he pondered whether this girl truly lacked common sense. He had placed Clefable's Pokeball at her waist, and she had yet to realize it. Bylon thumped her head in frustration. Upon hearing this, she remained silent. His own Pokeball containing the round-faced Pikachu had also been at Xiaoji's waist, and it too had gone unnoticed until now. Each night, he still had to rise to feed his Pikachu. Perhaps this was the essence of sincerity? On the other side, Clefable and the Clefairy completed their dance ritual. Now was the time to distribute moonstones to the Clefairy of sufficient level, facilitating their evolution. As for what happened to the Clefable that had once evolved, deep within the moonlit mountain, a creature named Pikachu, now fully integrated into its community, suddenly called out. Its intent was clear. In such a vast world, which brave soul would join it in conquering the land? The second step was to reason with them. The Pikachus shook their heads, evidently preferring to frolic in their carefree existence. However, Pikachu noticed a particular little Pikachu, whose expression suggested a flicker of interest. Thus, Pikachu pointed at it. "Pikachu." The little Pikachu found itself in a dilemma. Pika. The surrounding Pikachus, witnessing this outsider's desire to take one of their own, quickly transformed their adorable expressions into scorn, beginning to chastise Pikachu. A few robust Pikachus even leapt towards a meteorite to break off some shards, and in an instant, an aura of evolution enveloped them. Suddenly, several Pikachus, equally formidable in stature, emerged, and it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Pikachu. The azure Pikachu's expression darkened, its pink forehead veins bulging. After spending so long with such a master, did it truly believe it could remain that naive and innocent? With a sudden surge, it raised its chubby hand, quickly condensing a pink orb of energy. As it channeled its strength, the orb ascended into the air, transforming into a formidable explosion of pink fairy energy, showering the native Pikachus and Pikachus with its might. Is this the power they possess? They wondered, having never encountered such strength before. Pikachu, satisfied, clapped its hands, as if to say, "The rustic folk of Kanto? Have they never witnessed the power of the moon?" The third step was to exhibit strength. The little Pikachu, upon witnessing the pink explosion, resolved to follow Pikachu. It had never seen such a magnificent display of power. The other Pikachus could only watch with envy as the chosen one departed with Pikachu. As they left, the azure Pikachu casually snatched a piece of meteorite, casting a provocative glance at the onlookers before striding away, exuding an air of arrogance. In the thicket, "Well done, Pikachu." The azure one ruffled Pikachu's fluffy head, evidently having learned the essence of the sudden shift in demeanor. Turning its gaze to a nearby Pikachu, it assessed that it appeared to be a mere infant. "What say you, Pikachu? Care to travel with me?" The Pikachu nodded adorably. Without the need for battle, the azure one effortlessly befriended the little Pikachu. It then accepted a shard of meteorite from Pikachu, glancing inside to find nearly 5 moonstones. Don't think I want to take care of you, it remarked, breaking off a small piece and tossing it to a nearby red creature. The red one gazed at its fragment of meteorite, only to discover that aside from the useless shell, there were no usable moonstones left. It fell into a deep silence. Chapter 16. Is this the will of stone? Morning arrived, and the four awoke in the Pikachu shop, as if nothing had transpired. The meteorite on the sacrificial altar had already been cleared away. Little Blue yawned, stretching lazily and instinctively rubbing her shoulder. Oh, why does my shoulder feel a bit sore? Haha, it's your weak constitution. Yesterday, you were the champion of the night watch, remarked Little G, who was overly energetic that early morning, raising his arms high as if he were an everlasting man. Ultimately, Little Blue remained oblivious to the fact that her Pokeball now contained an adorable little Pikachu. Once she regained her senses from her sleepy state, she began cursing Little Mal alongside Little G. She has gone mad. The four gathered their belongings and set out, swiftly traversing the moonlit mountain to arrive at a fork in the outer road. A signpost stood there, one arrow pointing toward Hualan City and the other indicating the path back to Moonlit Mountain. Below the sign, a line of small text caught Little Blue's attention. Little Mal, the handsome one, said, "Pigs are coming over." What does that mean? She read aloud. If you read it backward, it says woo. Suddenly, Little Blue, quick to react, covered her mouth upon noticing the initial word, secretly acknowledging that this individual was indeed no fool. You're quite clever. How could you fall for such a childish trap? She thought, smirking as she dismissed Little Mal as a simpleton. At that moment, she spotted another line of small text below, wondering if there might genuinely be a fool who would read it backward halfway and think themselves clever. Don't make me laugh. The ultimate humiliation. An insidious dark energy began to rise from the ground, wrapping around her. Little Blue abruptly turned to pat Little G on the shoulder. Her once fair and lovely face now distorted. Her large eyes quivered, and she bit down on her lower lip, striving to hold back tears. My fellow villager. I must take my leave, she articulated slowly. Little G, puzzled, inquired, Huh? Fellow villager, aren't you coming with us? No, they're safely dancing on a grave. And I must go put it back, she replied, tapping her companion, the Bulbasaur. Prepare your vine whip, little garlic. Seed, responded the Bulbasaur. In a moment, the Pokémon dashed towards Hualan City, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the other three. The three gazed after her, remarking, what an energetic girl. Unlike Little Blue, who seems burdened by deep grievances, Little G, aside from wanting to pin Little Mal down and deliver a thorough beating, held no significant malice. Thus, the three meandered to Hualan City. Upon learning it was also the hometown of Little Xia, Little G hoped to seize the opportunity to gather intelligence on the Hualan Gym's true nature. Know thyself, know thy enemy. Yet, turning around, he found himself alone apart from a burly man with squinted eyes. Huh, where's Little Xia? Little G scratched his head in confusion. Little Gang patted his shoulder, urging, She's probably visiting relatives. Let us not worry about her, and hurry to challenge the gym. Those with the will of stone indeed possess understanding, they remarked, their faces alight with enthusiasm as they sprinted in a particular direction. After a series of aimless runs, Little G and his companion arrived at a place resembling an aquarium. A large white sea lion emblem adorned the roof sign, topped with a water balloon and festooned with colorful ribbons. Is this the Hualan Gym? It looks so extravagant. Little G mused, recalling that gyms should embody a more rugged style, akin to the Nibby Gym. Xiao Gang licked his lips, impatiently pushing Xiaoji into the Hualan Gym without further ado. Upon opening the grand door, they found themselves in a narrow corridor flanked by enormous water tanks, teeming with an assortment of peculiar aquatic Pokémon. Ding ding. Magikarp, the feeble Pokémon, is ubiquitous and holds no value. It's advisable to release it. Ding ding. Feeba, a fierce Pokémon with a bad temper and covered in scales, is not palatable. Xiaoji shook his Pokédex in frustration. This is truly disheartening. One Pokémon is evidently the weakest, and the other lacks charm. What nonsense is this? Without hesitation, the two pushed through the door ahead and entered. To their astonishment, they found themselves in an audience-like setting, filled with a dense throng of spectators, predominantly male. At the focal point of their gaze was a stage featuring a large water tank where three women performed graceful water ballet, clad only in sheer fabric. Their elegant movements and the occasional splashes incited enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Woohoo! Xiao Gang joined in the fervor, his eyes wide with unbridled excitement. What is there to admire? Xiaoji remarked, perplexed. In terms of physique, the three women appeared frail. A single punch could likely send them into tears. In terms of strength, they swam at a leisurely pace. He could easily outswim them. You lack Rockwell. You wouldn't understand, Xiao Gang reassured him, patting his shoulder with earnestness. Rockwell embodies resilience, and only by perceiving the world from a rock's perspective can one unravel its mysteries. Xiaoxi nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of Xiaogang. So this is what Rockwell entails. He glanced around at the exuberant crowd and couldn't help but gasp in awe. Hualan City is indeed a formidable place where everyone seems to possess Rockwell. The two found a vacant spot, and while watching the performance, Xiaoxi endeavored to learn the essence of Rockwell from Xiaogang. However, the event proved rather dull. The audience noisily departed from the Hualan Gym. And taking advantage of the moment, Xiaoxi and Xiaogang slipped backstage, just as the three ladies concluded their performance, still dressed in their swimsuits, their hair damp. Today's performance was indeed a great success. They celebrated as they approached. The trio soon noticed the two unexpected guests and inquired, "Oh, are you here for our autographs?" "That's not possible. You must first seek out our agent." Xiaoxi quickly interjected, "No, my name is Xiaoxi, and I am here to challenge the gym." Xiaogang, out of nowhere, produced a bouquet of flowers, flashing a bright smile. "I am Gang, possessing," but before he could finish, one of the golden-haired women interrupted, "Oh, so you are here to challenge the gym. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sakura, the eldest of the Hualan trio, the man of Rockwell." The second woman with blue hair chimed in, I am, the second sister of the Hualan trio. I can invite you to dinner." The third woman with pink hair interjected, "I am Peony, the youngest sister. Since you wish to challenge the gym, follow us." She turned and curiously asked, "Is your dark-skinned friend looking for a restaurant? Just turn right and walk 300 meters. There's a themed restaurant for Hualan Gym." "It's nothing," Xiaogang replied. "Sorry to intrude." Chapter 17. Speak up. Haven't you eaten? They arrived at a vast swimming pool, approximately 5 to 6 meters deep, with platforms for trainers on either side and floating buoys for Pokémon to stand on. "This is the battlefield of the Hualan Gym," Sakura declared with confidence, exuding an aura of strength that made Xiaoxi break into a slight sweat, realizing he ought to remain vigilant. You're up," Sakura commanded, as if dispatching her prized Pokémon. "Sister, I'm exhausted, and my Pokémon was completely defeated by the last challenger and is currently recuperating," replied matter-of-factly. "But sister, my Pokémon was also overwhelmed by another challenger," countered innocently. The two exchanged glances and ultimately turned their attention to the third sister with pink hair. "Peony, it's up to you. The light of the Hualan Gym rests upon you." "Peony?" The issue is that her Pokémon had also been defeated. The trio, devoted to their water ballet performances, had long neglected the daily training of trainers. Rumors circulating in the Kanto region about the weakest gym were not mere gossip. They were indeed the truth. Now it was Xiaoxi's turn to be perplexed. "So, what now? Are we still going to battle?" "Oh, after all, the performance is slightly more important. The gym battles are just for show." The three concluded in unison. This casual attitude ignited Xiaoxi's ire. This was the gym challenge he had always aspired to. How could they treat it so flippantly? He grabbed Xiaogang, hoping this formidable man would enlighten these three oblivious women. "He is a trainer from the Nibi Gym, a man of Rockwell." "Xiaogang, quickly showcase your Rockwell and impress them." Xiaogang frowned, glancing at the three stunning women, his shoulders slumping slightly, his tone faltering. "Actually, I think speak up. Haven't you eaten?" Xiaoxi bellowed. After a moment of internal conflict, Xiaogang finally turned his neck, eyes wide open, and solemnly stated, "This is not right. One must not be half-hearted in their endeavors." Xiaoxi nodded in satisfaction, proud of his choice in a companion. "In Nibi City, there is a vast expanse of undeveloped land. If you three sisters don't mind, you could relocate the gym there and focus solely on water ballet." "That would be splendid, wouldn't it?" Xiaoxi added, "Moreover, I am a resident of Nibi City. If you wish to become citizens of Nibi City, you merely need to add your names to my household register. As for me, it matters not." After a round of discussions, the Hualan trio, resigned, released a Pokémon, indicating that this was their last line of defense. A splashy, pink and white fish Pokémon emerged, adorned with a single horn atop its head and thick lips that appeared made up, performing water splashes on the shore. Ding ding. Horned goldfish, a common fish Pokémon, is best enjoyed steamed, the Pokédex chimed, seizing every opportunity to assert its presence. "Is this the one?" Xiaoxi grimaced deeply. In the current predicament, even if Pikachu refrained from action, the horned goldfish would likely exhaust itself from its continuous splashing. In a rare dojo challenge, he intended to deploy his electric-type Pikachu, leveraging the attribute advantages he had memorized just the day before, to engage in a fair match. However, fate seemed to conspire against him, much to his frustration. Sister Sakura, feeling somewhat helpless, could only clap her hands. Suddenly, a charming little seal emerged from the nearby water pool. This was the mascot, non-combative in nature. With its mouth open, it revealed a delicately crafted badge resembling a droplet of water upon its tongue. "I observe that your Pikachu is astonishingly formidable. It appears we are not your match. Thus, please accept this proof of your victory over us," the blue badge Ash hesitated. Receiving the badge so easily left him unsettled. To be honest, he would rather not have the blue badge at all. After all, the Kanto region, being an established area, is rife with gyms. Perhaps he should challenge another dojo instead. Just as Ash was about to decline, a distant voice rang out from the other end of the pool. Sister Sakura, allow me to take your place in the dojo battle. Everyone turned to see Misty, who had somehow appeared there. Did you forget to eat? Speak up. We can't hear you over here. Ash shouted back urgently, realizing the distance made it difficult to hear. Misty quickly dashed forward, snatching the blue badge from Sakura's hand and holding it aloft before Ash. The Cerulean Gym has never handed out badges without a fight. Let me complete the dojo challenge in her stead. Not quite. I gave one away for free yesterday, Sakura interjected. Misty inquired, which gym do you belong to? After some explanation, Ash learned that Misty was actually the youngest of the Cerulean sisters, often overlooked due to her still maturing stature. By the way, Misty, didn't you say you wouldn't return to the gym until you became a powerful trainer? Why are you back so soon? Sakura asked. Despite this, they still wouldn't let her perform a ballet on the water. She was too inexperienced, her sisters teased. Who wants to do ballet on the water? That's ridiculous. Misty's face flushed as she shot a glare at her older sisters. I, Misty, would rather leap out of here than perform ballet on the water. Not much in the chess department, but quite the fiery temper, Bougainvillea quipped, just as a classic scene of sibling rivalry was about to unfold. Ash and Brock quickly intervened to separate the group. It doesn't matter, as long as someone is willing to battle me. This was Ash's resolve. The crowd finally snapped back to reality. In no time, Ash and Misty were positioned at opposite ends of the arena. Brock, meanwhile, attempted to persuade the sisters, ladies. Have you considered that our city, Cerulean, has great potential? It was among the top 10 cities in Kanto last year. Do we even have an 11th city in Kanto? At the pool's edges, Ash declared, Pikachu, it's you. Leading the charge, he felt confident, having studied the attribute advantages thoroughly. However, this time, Pikachu appeared less spirited, seemingly hesitating. Ultimately, it scurried behind Ash's pant leg, indicating its desire to spectate instead, as it wouldn't electrify its own kind, except for Ash, of course. That love-induced electric therapy. Misty laughed, recognizing Pikachu's loyalty. Knowing Ash's Pokémon well, she felt assured of her victory today without Pikachu as a formidable ally. How frustrating. Ash ruffled his hair. Pikachu always faltered at critical moments. His Pokémon's habitual shortcomings had ceased to astonish him, so he released another Pokémon. With a flash of red light, a vibrant green creature appeared atop the float, motionless and as steady as a rock. It was a Metapod, nicknamed Skypillar, boasting an impeccable record and having saved Ash from peril on numerous occasions. Then you shall take the stage, Misty called out. A Pokeball soared through the air, and in a flash of red light, another Pokémon appeared, a peculiar brown star shape, adorned with a red gem at its center. Stereo, a fine Pokémon, an androgynous being capable of creating its own civilization. Misty exclaimed, oh no, I forgot about that annoying tactic. Chapter 18, as the saying goes. From a cocoon to a dragon. Be cautious, Stereo. That Metapod can use Thunder Wave, Misty cautioned. Let the battle begin. Stereo, use Rapid Spin. Metapod, in turn, was instructed to use Harden. It was of no consequence what the opponent employed. Ash's strategy was to bolster their defenses first. Countless small yellow stars struck Metapod's shell, shattering upon impact, but the damage was negligible, failing to budge it even slightly. In that case, Stereo, use Water Gun. The defense raised was purely physical. Its special defense remained unenhanced. Stereo compressed at its tip, unleashing a modest stream of water that splashed onto Metapod's face. This time, it inflicted some damage, causing Metapod to slide back along with the float on the water surface. Metapod, use String Shot for defense. Metapod shook off the water droplets and then shot forth a large mass of white silk. Strangely, the silk did not ensnare the target, but rather expanded dramatically before it, quickly forming a white, silky shield. Metapod concealed itself within the center of this shield, its body once again gleaming with a metallic sheen, enhancing its defense. Ash aimed to maximize Metapod's defensive capabilities all at once. Misty grew anxious. If this continued, Metapod's defense would skyrocket in no time. The flexible white shield proved resistant to Stereo's long-range water gun. She had to change her tactics. Stereo, use Rapid Spin. Stereo leapt into the air, spinning furiously, transforming into a sharp dart that shot forth, cleaving through the string shot shield in mere seconds. However, just as the shield was breached, what lay within startled Stereo so much that it nearly lost its composure. Hidden behind the shield, Metapod had amassed a sphere of yellow energy at its mouth, crackling with power, ready to unleash. Ash's eyes sparkled as he raised his arm and shouted, Go, use Thunder Wave. The yellow energy transformed into an expansive net of electricity, ensnaring Stereo, who had no means of evading at such close range. The next moment, the currents erupted, and the type advantage caused Stereo to emit a series of anguish cries. Finally, Ash adjusted his cap and commanded, "Finish it with tackle." The armored cocoon, with its defense heightened by 3 levels, charged forth like a tank, colliding directly with the gem embedded in the chest of the starfish, which had been slowed by the electric net. With a resounding clang, the starfish was launched backward, ultimately embedding itself into the adjacent wall, leaving a small crater in its wake. The gem on its chest began to emit cries, indicating that its energy reserves were nearing depletion. Unable to continue the battle, the starfish was declared defeated, with the referee, Sister Sakura, announcing the victory of the armored cocoon. "How about that, Misty? Have you witnessed the prowess of your future Pokémon master?" Ash exclaimed, his confidence soaring as he held his head high. A few beads of sweat trickled down Misty's forehead as she silently noted that Ash's intellect during battle was starkly different from his usual demeanor. His strategy of forcing the starfish to approach, thus creating an opportunity, was indeed cunning. Meanwhile, Brock observed with a thoughtful gaze, fixated on the seemingly oblivious armored cocoon, unaffected by its victory. "It's curious," he mused. "Typically, a Pokémon like the armored cocoon should evolve within a few days. Yet, this one, despite its considerable strength and ample experience points, remained stagnant." He lamented the waste of his efforts as a caretaker, providing high-quality nourishment daily. Unable to contain his curiosity during the break, he called out, "Hey, where did you get that electric net armored cocoon?" Ash, lost in strategizing his next move, replied without hesitation, "A friend gave it to me." "Which friend?" Brock pressed. "I won't tell you," Ash retorted. "Young man, you're particularly insufferable today," Brock remarked with a smirk. It was no wonder Ash felt so brazen. He had just come to a significant realization. No matter how much a Caterpie trained, it could never evolve into a Rayquaza. Young bug catcher Go had been deceived by his so-called friend. The true evolutionary chain was Caterpie evolving into armored cocoon, and then into Butterfree. That was the norm. However, if an armored cocoon remained stuck at this stage without evolving, it could ultimately transform into the majestic Rayquaza. As the saying goes, from cocoon to dragon, not from bug to dragon. The genuine evolutionary chain was Caterpie, armored cocoon, Rayquaza. Wise ancients had hinted at this profound truth within their proverbs. Misty, seeing Ash deep in thought, felt an overwhelming urge to dunk his head into the water. However, recognizing that they were still in battle mode, she composed herself and released her second Pokémon. A flash of red light revealed a larger purple starfish, resembling 2 starfish stacked atop one another, with a more intricate structure. Dugong, a fine Pokémon, psychic water type. No chance of survival. I recommend defeating it. The Pokédex chimed in automatically. Misty exclaimed, "What? Did the Dugong desecrate your ancestors' graves?" "Gem Starfish, unleash your full power," she commanded angrily, initiating the attack. This time, the Gem Starfish raised all 4 of its arms, appearing even more formidable. Unfazed, Ash shouted, "Enough chatter." Armored Cocoon hit it with a speed reduction package. Without hesitation, the Armored Cocoon expelled a large mass of white silk. The opposing starfish did not dodge or evade, allowing the silk to coat its face. Misty, however, smirked confidently and declared, "Ineffective. Gem Starfish, use Rapid Spin." In an instant, the starfish spun rapidly, shredding the threads that ensnared it. What immense power, Ash thought, furrowing his brow, surprised by Misty's resilient Pokémon. He quickly commanded, "Then use the electric net." This time, the Gem Starfish remained calm in the face of the oncoming electric net, spinning rapidly. It traced a rainbow in the air before slicing through the net effortlessly. Sparks flew as the electric current dissipated, falling harmlessly to the ground. "Continue with Rapid Spin," Misty urged as the Gem Starfish barreled towards the immobile armored cocoon. The collision of the starfish's blunt appendages against the cocoon's shell created a shower of sparks and a cacophony of sound. Yet, the armored cocoon's defenses held firm. Suddenly, Misty's eyes narrowed as she commanded, "Now, use Water Cannon." The Gem Starfish ceased its spinning, with the central red gem aimed directly at the armored cocoon. In the next moment, a massive jet of water erupted forth, striking the armored cocoon with tremendous force and sending it flying like a cannonball, leaving a long trail behind. The sturdy shell even created a massive dent in the wall upon impact. With a final, pitiful thud, the armored cocoon slumped down from the wall, unable to continue battling. The Gem Starfish emerged victorious, as declared by Sakura, who added with a smirk, "But the repair costs for the arena will be deducted from your allowance." Such a useless teammate, Misty lamented. Not only does it fail to assist me, but it also undermines the morale of its allies. Am I truly related to this Pokémon? The answer to that was uncertain. If Sakura could hear her inner cries, she might have responded similarly. Chapter 19. The promise of a Pokémon Master. Ash gently withdrew the defeated armored cocoon, offering words of comfort to the Pokeball. Thank you, Armored Cocoon. You have taken a step closer to evolving into the legendary Rayquaza. He then raised his head, his expression resolute as he faced the gym starfish. This was a formidable opponent. With Pikachu incapacitated, he could only send out a Pokémon fast enough to evade the powerful water cannon. Suddenly, a realization struck Ash. I only have one left. Why am I hesitating? With renewed determination, he hurled a Pokeball and declared, "It's you, Tool," emerging from the red light. A Pidgeotto prepared to take flight, squawking loudly. Pidgeotto? It turned, bewildered, as if questioning its trainer's choice of words. Ash's heart sank momentarily as he realized his slip. Covering his mouth, he blurted, "You heard wrong. I meant the mighty Pidgeotto." Just then, the Pokédex chimed in, interrupting Ash's explanation with a cold, mechanical voice. Pidgeotto. Nickname, Tool Bird. The atmosphere grew awkward between the trainer and his Pokémon. Suddenly, a powerful blue water jet shot forth, interrupting what seemed to be an imminent Pokémon rebellion against its trainer. With its innate sharp vision, the Pidgeotto barely evaded the formidable water gun attack. How unfortunate. The failed ambush prompted Misty to lament, yet Ash secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Internal conflicts, no matter how intense, can be momentarily set aside in the face of a common external adversary. Even a sworn enemy would halt their quarrels to unite against a shared foe. In this instance, the formidable Starmie epitomized such a threat. Thus, Ash quickly offered a reassuring promise. Pidgeotto, after the match, I will help you change your nickname. Trust me. This is a promise from a Pokémon master. After all, he is the future champion. The present is not yet his. Pidgeotto nodded in hesitant acceptance of the proposal. The battle commenced. Starmie, use Water Gun. Misty initiated another assault. Given Pidgeotto's speed, the low accuracy of the water gun was inconsequential. Even the most powerful attack would be futile if it failed to hit. Moreover, Water Gun, while potent, consumed substantial energy. However, should the water gun succeed in drenching Pidgeotto's wings, its speed would be significantly diminished, rendering it an easy target for subsequent attacks. Splat. Splat. Starmie unleashed a barrage of water guns, yet each shot was deftly avoided by Pidgeotto, whose feathers remained untouched by droplets. Suddenly, Pidgeotto found itself directly in front of Starmie. Less than 2 meters apart. Starmie, use water, Misty began, but Ash interjected, Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. With a mighty flap of its wings, Pidgeotto conjured a tempest that caught Starmie off guard, sending it reeling backward before it could execute its move. Seizing the opportunity, Misty quickly devised a counter-strategy. Starmie, use Rapid Spin against the wall. Starmie regained its composure mid-air, spinning furiously, propelled by the wall's recoil. It launched itself back at Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto was struck head-on, hastily veering to the side to regain its flying posture. Unrelenting, Misty commanded, Starmie, continue using Rapid Spin. Starmie hurtled towards the wall once more, rebounding back towards Pidgeotto. Ash remained vigilant. Pidgeotto, fly higher. Pidgeotto flapped its wings vigorously, ascending just in time to narrowly evade the spiraling attack. Nonetheless, Starmie continued to exploit the arena's spatial advantages, perpetually rebounding and gaining altitude, relentlessly closing in on its target. The tension escalated, and Pidgeotto began to exhibit signs of panic. Yet, after a few exchanges, Ash discerned a crucial detail. Fixated on Starmie's trajectory, he shouted just as it reached the apex of its parabolic arc, now, use Wing Attack. Pidgeotto soared higher, skirting the Rapid Spin, its wing enveloped in a radiant glow, and then struck downwards with great force. The central gem of the spinning Starmie, devoid of any defense, was struck directly. With a resounding thud, Starmie plummeted from the sky, its gem sustaining critical damage, rendering it nearly incapacitated. Misty gasped in disbelief, realizing Ash possessed an unexpected strategic acumen. Starmie, dive into the water. Taking advantage of its backward momentum, Starmie submerged, blending into the depths. While swimming, it launched water guns. Here in the Cerulean Gym, engaging in aquatic combat was its forte. How troublesome. The situation shifted as Starmie concealed itself underwater, intermittently surfacing to unleash water guns. Pidgeotto, beleaguered by the relentless onslaught, was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Yet, Ash suddenly flipped his cap and bellowed, Pidgeotto, use Wing Attack on the water's surface. At this command, Pidgeotto surged with renewed vigor, ascending half a meter above the surface, its wings glowing with white light as it prepared for a powerful strike. The impact reverberated throughout the pool and the entire Cerulean Gym, sending ripples across the water. Starmie, hidden on one side of the pool, was unable to withstand the tremors and was thrust above the surface. Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement as he roared, Final Strike. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. Misty's expression mirrored his excitement, though she remained unaware of Ash's audacious approach to draw Starmie out. Nevertheless, she recognized that his finishing move would be Quick Attack. With a decisive gesture, she commanded, "Starmie, use water gun directly ahead." Anticipating Ash's aggressive tactic, she aimed to catch Pidgeotto off guard, having learned from the previous match with the Kakuna. The powerful blue jet of water surged forth, creating a vacuum in the pool. Propelled by immense force towards the oncoming Pidgeotto, there was no way Pidgeotto could withstand such a formidable water gun. "This match is mine." Misty grinned with triumph. Even Brock, watching from the sidelines, shook his head, squinting in disbelief. Water gun was not something that could be easily countered by quick attack, not even by Ash. Suddenly, a piercing cry broke the tension as the powerful water gun struck Pidgeotto yet left no marks or signs of impact, as if it had passed through it entirely. What just happened? Misty gasped in shock. When she regained her composure, she discovered that Pidgeotto had somehow positioned itself directly beneath the water jet, sprinting forward, its beak glowing with an ominous white light. The water jet had merely struck a decoy. In the blink of an eye, Pidgeotto was upon Starmie. Now less than a meter apart. Whoosh. Bam. Quick attack landed with immense force. Starmie's body, unable to withstand the impact, was sent spiraling backward, trailing a cascade of water. As the droplets settled, it was evident that Starmie had lost the ability to battle. Starmie is unable to continue. Pidgeotto is the victor. This match goes to Ash, Misty's sister announced with a resounding voice, as if the victory belonged to her. Afterward, Ash stood in stunned silence for several seconds, astonished that Misty had concealed such a clever tactic. As for how Pidgeotto evaded the water gun, he remained oblivious. However, his carefree spirit reassured him that as long as he had one, that was all that mattered. With that thought, he leaped from the contestant area onto the floating platform in the pool, bounding several spaces before embracing Pidgeotto in a heartfelt hug. Pidgeotto chirped joyfully, flapping its wings and affectionately tapping Ash on the head, as if to remind him of something. Those in the know understood that Brock had already arranged for a feast of high-quality food, and soon they would head to the Pokémon Center for a hearty meal. With a radiant smile, Ash returned Pidgeotto to its Pokeball. Pidgeotto, 0-0? Under the radiant glow of the Pokeball, the visage of Pidgey appeared somewhat dazed. "My foolish trainer, have you forgotten something?" In the next moment, it was drawn into the Pokeball, silent as ever. Chapter 20, Pikachu, Dance for Our Meal. This is the proof of conquering the Hualan Gym, the Azure Badge. Ash took the droplet-shaped emblem, his spirit soaring, his morale heightened. Even Pikachu, who had been idly sitting by, offered a gesture of congratulations, as if it were the true champion, the undisputed leader, sitting back while others acted as the front line. Sakura, the eldest sister, suddenly inquired, "By the way, Misty, are you going to go out again after returning?" "Indeed, your skills are commendable. You have more than enough to handle gym challenges. Why not help us watch the house?" Misty, however, resolutely shook her head. "I cannot realize my dreams without venturing out." Hearing this, Ash and Brock exchanged puzzled glances. Their dreams, one to become the greatest Pokémon master and the other to be a renowned breeder, were clear and defined. Yet, they had never heard Misty articulate her aspirations. "Please, share your dream with us," Ash asked eagerly. Misty clenched her fists and declared, "To become the most formidable water-type Pokémon trainer. In your words, the master of water-type Pokémon." Upon hearing this, Ash's expression shifted to one of surprise. "So your dream is to be my subordinate?" The others reacted with confusion. "You aspire to be a master of water types, while I aim to master all types. By rounding it off, don't you wish to serve as my underling? It's simple, just call me boss, and I'll acknowledge you as my little brother. And your dream will be realized instantly. I will surely become a Pokémon master in the future. You have nothing to lose." His reasoning was sound and persuasive. The others mused. Logically, it seems there are no flaws. Misty suppressed her urge to retaliate physically and firmly told her three sisters, "Regardless, the Hualan Gym embodies our ancestral glory. It is your duty to not easily relinquish the badge during my absence." Despite being the youngest, her presence was commanding, akin to a matriarch. Ash nudged the burly man beside him and whispered, "Is your face turning red? You don't even know where the glory of the Nibby Gym has gone." Brock's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing into slits. He could not find a fitting verbal retort and could only muster a stammered response. "I have a dark complexion." Meanwhile, Ash added, "But we must prepare for the water ballet. This is not merely a hobby. We need to earn a living." The three sisters explained with forlorn expressions. This caused even Misty to feel conflicted. After all, each person has their own aspirations. Her sisters were not suited for battles, and it was unreasonable to force them to abandon their dreams of water ballet to become gym trainers. At that moment, a cough interrupted their deliberation. Brock had stepped into the center of the Hualan quartet and suggested, "I have a proposal, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to voice it." "Speak up." "Don't inch so close," Misty urged, pulling him behind her. Although they had known each other for a short while, This seemingly earnest and reliable man, who often boasted of his rock-solid will, had some underlying issues. Actually, my suggestion is to select the strongest of the three sisters as the gym trainer to guard the Hualon gym while the others can focus on water ballet. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the four women gleamed. It was indeed a splendid idea. As for who was the strongest? Sister Peony. We entrust the Hualon gym to you. The blue legacy of our ancestors is also entrusted to you. If you fail, our grandfather might chat with you in your dreams. Sakura and Iris placed their hands on Peony's shoulders. Determining who was the strongest was difficult, yet the youngest among them was evident. Choose the right fruit to squeeze. Just then, Brock chimed in again. Ahem, I have another suggestion. Since the gym and the aquarium have separated, the vacant land in the center of Nibby City would be an excellent choice for future water ballet. Before he could finish, Misty had already yanked him by the ear, dragging him away. Such ambition. He even dares to aspire to be my brother-in-law. I cannot let my guard down for a moment. Observing this, Ash hurriedly followed suit. Isn't this going too smoothly? It feels like we're missing someone. He scratched his head, muttering softly. Meanwhile, at the midpoint between the Shikuboku Forest and Nibby City, three figures lay sprawled at the entrance of a deep pit, their bodies covered in dust, appearing quite disheveled. It's all your fault, Jesse. Why did you dig the hole so deep? James complained. Wasn't he at your Arbok that dug the hole? Jesse retorted. Enough of the bickering, Meowth exclaimed, shaking off the dust from its fur. Fortunately, we brought some biscuits for sustenance. Otherwise, we would have starved down here for days. Hearing this, James felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted Meowth's head, grateful they hadn't had to resort to their emergency rations. Emergency rations? Meowth's eyes glimmered with curiosity. James, you actually thought to bring emergency rations? Get back up, Meowth. You are our emergency Pokémon translator. We have fallen behind that brat for far too long. We must seize the opportunity to capture that elusive Pikachu. Jessie clenched her fists in encouragement, shifting the topic. The trio rallied together, determined to rush to Nibby City and indulge in a grand feast to regain their strength. Just then, a metallic device resembling a communicator slipped from James's pocket. Having been stuck in the pit, they had missed the incoming signal until now. All members of Team Rocket, heed this call. On the 15th of this month, we will hold a large corporate team-building event at Kureha's port aboard the SSN. All available members should follow organizational arrangements for activities that foster camaraderie and contribute to the great cause of maintaining world peace. The location is Dock No. 3 in Kureha City. The boarding password is Stinky Fish. Stinky Fish. I am a rotten shrimp. The trio exchanged glances, realizing that Team Rocket was planning something significant. They noted there were about 10 days left and quickly set off towards Kureha City. In this new era, seizing opportunities would enable them to set sail. At the Hualon City Pokémon Center, Ash set out 2 barrels of Pokémon food, almost as tall as a person, before releasing Metapod and Pidgey. Eat up. Especially you, Pidgey, you look so starved. Without waiting for Pidgey to respond, he stuffed a generous mouthful of food into its beak. The name will never change. After all, he had already made a vow that upon becoming a Pokémon master, he would fulfill his promise to Pidgey. This is a solemn oath between men. Would it not be a breach of trust if he were to falter now? Beside him, Pikachu, the electric mouse, sought to join in the feast. Ash remarked, Pikachu, you should refrain from eating. Look at you, you've grown quite plump from lounging about all day. How about you perform a little dance to entertain them? Ash still recalled the incident of the latter's previous match fixing. Pikachu? He then retrieved his Pokédex. You too, Pokédex? You usually have so much to say. Why not sing a song for Pikachu to dance to? Beep beep beep. The Pokédex emitted a series of electronic sounds. Brock and Misty, witnessing the camaraderie among their Pokémon, felt a warmth in their hearts, prompting Ash to step aside. He wished to call Hanako and report on his recent endeavors. Hello, Mom. I've already earned 2 badges. Oh, Professor Oak, what brings you to my home? As the phone screen lit up, Ash noticed the elderly figure behind Hanako, and his curiosity piqued. Oh, I was just passing by for a meal. Professor Oak replied with a smile. Ash scratched his head, pondering if it was mealtime. You've acquired 2 badges at quite a pace. Your next destination must be Vidian City, where there is an electric-type gym, Professor Oak continued amiably. Ash nodded, reigniting his fervor for battle. Then it settled. Our next stop is Vidian City. Since you're heading to Vidian City, could you do me a favor? It's not for me, but for a junior of mine, Professor Sakuragi. He plans to open a Sakuragi Research Institute in Vidian City. However, it seems that strange occurrences have been reported at the institute. Could you please investigate? I have highly praised you in front of Professor Sakuragi. Indeed, a bit of flattery quickly led Ash to agree. After a brief exchange, before hanging up, Ash casually inquired. By the way, why isn't my best friend, Gary, going? Cough, cough. That lad fears nothing, except for ghosts. He wouldn't dare approach such things, Professor Oak replied sheepishly. Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a pity for my dear friend. He chuckled. Chapter 21. On how the electric mouse became the protagonist. On a certain wild road leading to Vidian City, a Meowth suddenly leaped into view before Ash and his companions. This indigenous Meowth, four-legged and silent, was grazing on the grass. Meow. Upon noticing the trio's approach, the wild Meowth lowered its body, its fur bristling, emitting a threatening sound. What a peculiar Meowth. It doesn't even speak. Ash exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, immediately resolving to capture this unique Meowth. In the future, if they encountered Team Rocket, he could use Meowth to triumph over their own Meowth, fundamentally countering them. Ash, typically Meowths don't talk. The one from Team Rocket is the anomaly. Brock and Misty explained, somewhat exasperated. Why did it always seem that this boy's thought process was somewhat unconventional? Did he envision all Meowths as speaking Pokémon? They were curious to pry open his mind to see. No need to pry. Right here, I've made my decision. I will capture it, and you shall be the one. Pikachu. With a dramatic gesture, Ash called forth Pikachu, who leaped into an offensive stance. His team of Pokémon was still too small. 3 champions were not enough. He needed to gather a 4th to forge an unbreakable bond. Seizing the initiative, he commanded, use quick attack. Pika. On cue, Pikachu dashed forward. Enveloped in a brilliant white glow, its speed astonishing as it surged ahead. Meow. However, the opposing Meowth was not caught off guard. With a sharp cry, it too began to run, mirroring Pikachu's movements, its speed matching that of Pikachu. Quick attack. Crash. Pikachu and Meowth collided, creating a gust of wind that sent the surrounding grass swaying, establishing an evenly matched confrontation. The cat and mouse were sent skidding backward. Be cautious. Meowths are typically found in urban environments, so their strength in the wild is not to be underestimated, Brock advised urgently. Just as he finished speaking, a strange gleam emanated from the large coin atop Meowth's forehead. With a swift flick of its paws, it appeared to launch something. Bang! Pikachu's head seemed to be struck by an unseen force, sending it flying backward as if it had been knocked out. Pika. As Pikachu regained its footing, it found a red mark swelling on its forehead, tears welling in its eyes. Ouch! How infuriating, it even uses hidden weapons, Ash exclaimed angrily. But just as he spoke, he felt his pocket inexplicably lighten, as if something had vanished. That move is called coin toss. If Pikachu gets hit, your allowance disappears, Brock quickly reminded him. Ash? What kind of principle is that? Whoosh. Another shiny coin projectile was launched. This time, Pikachu focused intently, its expression turning serious as it quickly dodged to the side. Initially unfazed, it now realized that if it got hit again, it would mean even more troubles for Ash, who was already struggling financially. This could not be tolerated. A warm current surged through Ash, and he sensed the moment had arrived. With a fierce expression, he bellowed, Pikachu, unleash your thunderbolt. Pika. A powerful surge of electricity erupted from Pikachu's cheeks. The dazzling bolts illuminated the entire meadow, radiating brilliant golden light. Meow? Under the overwhelming thunderbolt, the wild Meowth widened its eyes, frozen in place, its paws clutching the coin. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion occurred, engulfing Meowth in a cloud of smoke. Soon, the lightning and dust settled, revealing a crater where Meowth had once stood, now rendered unable to battle, collapsed on the ground. Now is my chance. You are the one, Ash exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he deftly retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, preparing to throw it without hesitation. Clang. The Pokeball struck Meowth's head with force, further incapacitating the already defeated creature. Meow. This time, Meowth fainted completely. However, the capturing light failed to materialize, and the Pokeball merely bounced back, landing on the ground. Ash? Can even the Pokeballs from the research lab be faulty? Truly remarkable. Professor Oak. Unexpectedly, amidst everyone's astonishment, the Pokeball suddenly burst open with a resounding pop. Ash instinctively touched his waist. Indeed, both his Rayquaza and Pidgeot were still there. As the radiant light dissipated, the onlookers beheld a Pikachu. It was slightly larger, with a darker fur hue and a notably sophisticated demeanor. Most striking was its face, which bore no resemblance to Ash's Pikachu's round visage, but instead showcased a more rounded, exotic appearance. Ash was taken aback for a moment, but soon realized what had transpired. Professor Oak, in a sly move, had secretly tucked another Pikachu into the empty Pokeball. Well played, Professor Oak. Red, puzzled, mused over this peculiar thought process. However, the revelation of another Pikachu brought an involuntary smile to even the reclusive Red's face. Finally, he wouldn't have to wake up in the middle of the night to find food for Pikachu alone. Beside them, Misty rubbed her eyes, recalling something, and triumphantly exclaimed, Huh? Ash, I told you. I finally have evidence of your second Pikachu. Second Pikachu. Ash looked at them, bewildered. Misty continued her explanation. Didn't I mention that in Pew City, you were carrying 2 Pikachus? One of them could even utilize a high-level move called Quick Attack. At this, Ash's Pikachu leapt joyfully towards the newcomer, raising its tiny paw and gesturing toward the other Pikachu, as if seeking acknowledgement. The round-faced Pikachu stood on its toes to appear taller, then affectionately ruffled Ash's Pikachu's head, acknowledging its accomplishments. The mouse Pokémon had a natural advantage over the cat-type Pokémon, a fact well known to them. The 2 Pikachus began conversing in their electric rodent dialect, leaving the 3 human spectators to observe in bemusement. Yet, one thing was clear. These 2 Pikachus were not strangers to one another. Their interaction seemed to convey a deeper communication, one that might have benefited from a Meowthish translation. The round-faced Pikachu inquired, "So, little one, how many battles have you fought recently?" 3, came the reply. Nodding in approval, the round-faced Pikachu continued, "Excellent. As members of the electric mouse lineage, mastering the art of skimming through battles is essential, but we must also maintain our strength. In future battles, aim to be the first Pokémon to enter the fray, seizing the spotlight. After defeating one opponent, retreat momentarily. Then re-emerge at the climax to claim victory and wreak havoc on the surroundings, thereby becoming the most dazzling electric mouse on the field. This way, others will perceive it as though you alone led 5 ordinary Pokémon from start to finish." Ash's Pikachu nodded vigorously, absorbing the wisdom shared. It was evident that the elder Pikachu's insights were invaluable, equivalent to winning 10 encounters against Team Rocket. "Hey, is this Pikachu a relative of yours?" Ash interjected, unable to contain his curiosity as the 2 electric mice concluded their dialogue. He couldn't help but wonder why his Pikachu, though shorter than him, was so much broader. The round-faced Pikachu perked up its ears and waved a paw in greeting to Ash. This was a directive from Red before his passing, to temporarily accompany this boy named Ash as his Pokémon. Although Ash's trainer rank seemed a bit low, the essence was quite similar to Red's. The round-faced Pikachu held a favorable impression of Ash. Realizing something, Ash asked, "So, will you travel with me?" "Pika." The round-faced Pikachu nodded, acknowledging Ash's status as a trainer. "Then let us embark on this journey together," Ash replied, bending down to stroke the exotic Pikachu's head. However, just as he extended his hand, the nimble Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder, deftly maneuvering to ruffle its own head with a seasoned expression. "Pika Pika." If Meowth were present, Ash would have understood its message. "From now on, I've got your back." Thus, Ash found himself with an unexpected Pikachu perched on his shoulder. And the trio departed from the meadow, their journey continuing toward the city of withered leaves. Finally balanced, the shoulder pain might become an issue, he mused with a shrug. Meanwhile, a wild Meowth emerged from the grass, utterly perplexed by the situation. "Meow? Is this why I came over, to get a beating?" Chapter 22, The Advancement Competition? I'm an old sniper now. The group continued their journey toward Withered Leaf City, with 2 electric mice on Ash's shoulder and another atop his head, almost enough to form a card table. But what was the origin of this new Pikachu? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved his Pokédex and initiated a full scan of the round-faced Pikachu. Beep beep. Pikachu, a common electric mouse with a bad temper. Ash smacked the Pokédex in frustration, urging, Hey, I'm not asking for that. Something else." After a brief pause, the mechanical voice responded, "Beep beep. Pikachu, nickname, Pika, is the Pokémon of Trainer Red." Red? The 3 of them gathered around, exchanging bewildered glances. None had ever heard of a trainer by that name. A trainer capable of raising such a formidable Pikachu surely wasn't an ordinary individual. How could someone so powerful be entirely unheard of in the community? Could it be that he was a long-gone predecessor? The likelihood seemed high. What does that mean? Red inquired, while Ash became intrigued by another keyword. Now trainers have English titles. Beep beep. Rank, extremely rare trainer, the highest title. Upon hearing this, Ash's excitement surged, and he eagerly asked, "What about me? What about me?" Beep beep. Trainer, Ash, is of a standard rank. The Pokédex responded without hesitation. At this revelation, both Brock and Misty exhibited expressions of incredulity. Although the origins of this ranking system were dubious, they had played games before and understood that standard was a significant tier, with even greater accolades beneath it. Being ranked 3rd was already remarkable, especially for Ash, a novice trainer. Am I really that impressive? Ash, taken aback, scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, it's only natural. I do possess 2 badges, which should be somewhat significant, right? He chuckled, blushing, before he could finish. The Pokédex chimed in coldly, cutting off his self-praise. Beep beep. The term indicates something that is overly common, currently representing the lowest tier. Ash remarked nonchalantly, at which point the other 2 erupted in laughter, filling the air with a buoyant atmosphere. However, after a brief walk, Round-Faced Pie unexpectedly patted Ash on the head. transforming into a red light and retreating into its Pokeball. Not all Pokémon enjoy being outside. Considering the high altitude, what if the wind caused discomfort? Only Pikachu, who relishes being outdoors, can be considered an exception. Higher-level Pokémon possess the freedom to enter and exit their Pokeballs at will. Observing this, Ash did not dwell on it, instead rallying the spirits by declaring, "The harder we work, the luckier we become. Let us continue our journey towards Leaf Town." Before long, they arrived at a desolate rocky terrain. The surroundings were empty, yet at the center stood an oddly constructed large tent resembling a stronghold, adorned with a sign at its entrance. "Private Gym, come challenge me if you dare. Cowards need not apply." Ash's temper flared upon reading this, as he prepared to teach a lesson to the audacious master of the private gym. "Wait, Ash," Brock interjected urgently, pointing at the words beneath the sign. 99 consecutive victories. However, the number had been crossed out in red ink, replaced with a new 99 consecutive victories. Ash's expression darkened as he swallowed hard. He had yet to exceed 9 battles since his debut, while this individual had already achieved 99 consecutive victories. What a formidable opponent! Taking a deep breath, Ash's anger subsided as he said in a serious tone, "Brock, are you implying I should not underestimate him?" "I understand." Brock frowned and lowered his finger to a line below. "No, I meant for you to look at what's written there." Following his finger, Ash indeed spotted another line of text, sloppily written but with a heavy hand. Each stroke seemed to carry an immense rage. "Trainers from Pallet Town, beware." Ash questioned, "Did Pallet Town offend you in some way? Should we go in?" "It seems there is significant hostility towards trainers from Pallet Town." Misty voiced her concerns, fearing Ash's impetuous nature would lead him to reveal his identity. "Hey, I'm Ash, a rookie trainer from Pallet Town. This might escalate to a brawl without even a Pokémon battle. Yet, in such a scenario, Ash's chances of victory seem slightly higher," Misty mused privately. Ultimately, Ash decided to enter, not for any other reason but to uphold the honor of Pallet Town. Titles such as Top 10 Towns in Kanto, Most Promising Town, and Economic Key Experimental Zone could not be tarnished by outsiders. Soon after, a boy with spiky black hair emerged from the tent, wielding a long whip and exuding an intimidating presence. At his feet was a robust yellow mouse. Didi, Sandshrew, a common mouse Pokémon, prefers to burrow and is not very tasty. The boy eyed the trio warily. "Where do you come from?" "We're from Nibby City, just ordinary city folks," Ash replied smoothly. Upon hearing this, the boy relaxed slightly, though his expression remained unfriendly. "Hello, I'm Xiaoming, the trainer of this private gym, currently training for my 100 consecutive victories." Misty couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you close to achieving that? I see you have 99 already." "Indeed, just one last battle remains to reach my goal." "So, are you here to become my final prey?" Xiaoming's sharp gaze fixed on Misty, causing her to retreat. At this moment, Brock cautiously probed, "We are more curious about why you have a vendetta against trainers from Pallet Town. You know, Nibby City is merely a few streets away." Ash quickly added, "Yeah, I'm just a passerby. The trainers from Pallet Town are quite decent, charming even. Why the animosity?" Seeing that it would take time to gather 100 people, Xiaoming sighed and invited them into the tent, casually explaining, "The story begins a week ago." The trio immediately shifted into a mode of eager anticipation. "I made a vow with my Sandshrew that once I achieved 100 consecutive victories, we would set out on a journey to challenge the Gym League. When I reached 30 victories, that man appeared." Xiaoming furrowed his brow. He and I engaged in a deep discussion about Pokémon training techniques and battle strategies, and I learned a great deal. He took a keen interest in my methods for training Sandshrew and boldly suggested a revolutionary breeding technique that defied elemental advantages, which was an enlightening revelation for me. Now my Sandshrew can even resist water-type attacks. The trio was taken aback, realizing that someone had indeed experimented with reverse attributes and seemingly succeeded. He even promised that once I achieved 100 victories, he would travel with me and together we would accomplish a grand feat in reverse attribute battles. I happily agreed. However, when I reached 99 victories, I eagerly sought him out to share my excitement about needing just one more victory to embark on my journey. At that moment, he revealed his true intentions, stating he would be that 100th opponent to help me fulfill my dream. Xiaoming's face turned grave. I was unfazed, as he had always seemed like a theoretical type with no real battle prowess, maintaining only a decorative EV by his side, likely intending to give me an easy win. I agreed to battle him. When he sent out his Blastoise, I felt a pang of anxiety, but I still believed my dear friend would not betray me. Yet, when his Blastoise unleashed Hydro Pump, my Sandshrew was defeated in an instant, leaving me utterly stunned. Brock and Misty were incredulous. Could someone genuinely be so bored as to wait in this desolate place for a week just to sabotage another's 100-win streak? Ash thought to himself. This situation feels eerily familiar. At that moment, Xiaoming embraced his Sandshrew tightly, his resolute gaze glistening with tears. Memories of that man's arrogant demeanor and mocking laughter flooded his mind. Could anyone truly believe in reverse attribute battles? I was merely jesting, yet he took it seriously. It's almost laughable. The three of them thought, what a villain. Not only did he sabotage someone, but he also stole their heart. Ash could not help but thump his chest, resolutely declaring, did that man mention his name? If he is beyond redemption, I shall ensure he gets his comeuppance. Xiaoming composed himself and replied slowly, yes, he left his name, Pallet Town's Ash. The trio gasped in shock. Ash. Chapter 23, The Word Slash. A skill essential for the starter Pokémon, have I not always been with you? He retorted. Then the misunderstanding is resolved. You remain loyal. Little G interjected. Wait a moment, I didn't introduce myself, did I? Meanwhile, Little Xia timidly chimed in, should we not run? Clearly, someone is misusing Little G's name for nefarious purposes. It must be that rascal Little Mao, always so lively. This time, I am truly angry. Little G's expression darkened. It was one thing to tease that silly girl Xiabai, but now they dared to frame him? This was utterly intolerable. Yet, there existed another possibility. At that moment, Little Gang suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of insight flickered within them, almost piercing Little G and the others. Being the grandson of Professor Okido, his perspectives were certainly unique. Perhaps he was genuinely researching counter-attribute strategies. Especially you, I have subtly discerned the conceptual model of this strategy within you. Little G furrowed his brow and countered. But what about him sniping others during the promotion matches? Consider this, 100 consecutive victories and 99 victories are essentially indistinguishable. This young man possesses ample strength to venture out into the world, yet he is shackled here by a trivial obsession. Perhaps Little Mao's intention is to help him shatter the chains of that obsession, leading to a breakthrough in his mindset, allowing him to ascend even further. Little Gang could not help but stroke his chin, sighing deeply. The two remarked, you seem to say something similar back at Crescent Moon Mountain. Is Little Mao on the 5th floor again? By the way, doesn't he have a sister? After pondering, Little G turned his gaze towards Little Ming, who was still entwined with his Sandshrew. In that case, I shall attempt another sniping, completely demolishing his shackles. The two queried, which layer is this? The Withered Leaf City. In a posh CAF, a spiky-haired boy leisurely savored freshly brewed coffee. Outside, a spirited girl donned a red skirt and a white sun hat, perspiring profusely as she cleared the weeds surrounding the CAF. Little Garlic used the slash technique. With a swift whip of her Bulbasaur's vine, she cleared a wide expanse. Little Blue's Bulbasaur had successfully evolved, its bulb sprouting buds, though its nickname remained unchanged. Meanwhile, they were working part-time. 8 days later, the luxurious cruise ship St. Anna was set to embark from the Withered Leaf City dock. As a country girl, Little Blue naturally yearned to board and experience the life of the elite. However, upon inquiring about ticket prices, she was instantly repulsed by the avarice of the world. What an exorbitantly priced ticket! Just as she sat in the Pokémon Center, disheartened, that man appeared. He had already been ahead of them by 7 days, sporting his trademark flippant smile as he approached Little Blue. Die. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a punch aimed at Little Mao's face. He merely smiled slightly, tilting his head to effortlessly evade her blow. The people of Shinshin Town are remarkable. You dare challenge me directly? Little Blue's voice trembled, her large, expressive eyes nearly distorting with rage. Her emotions reached a boiling point, and she commanded her Bulbasaur to ensnare this man and toss him into the harbor for the Sharpedo. Ahem. At that moment, Little Mouse suddenly produced an envelope. The vine whip that rushed towards him abruptly halted mere inches from his face. An important item, a ticket for the St. Anno. How do you possess that? Little Blue's expression shifted dramatically, her smile blooming as she became amiable. She feigned an attempt to snatch the ticket, but he easily evaded her grasp. Come now, Little Mao. Just hand over that piece of scrap paper, and we can consider our grievances settled. Little Mao then revealed another envelope. His chin slightly raised as he gazed at her with a smile, exuding an air of superiority. This is a ticket I purchased with the wages I earned from working here for 7 days. There are 2 tickets in total. I wouldn't mind giving you one. But I still have some loose ends to tie up, like the weeds on the roadside. I'll handle it. I'm a professional weed remover. Little Blue patted her chest. Suddenly clad in specialized attire for weed removal, brandishing a sickle and hoe with exuberance. Little Mao was generous, promptly agreeing. In that case, once you clear all the weeds in Withered Leaf City, I shall give you one of the tickets. Little Blue dashed out of the Pokémon Center, eager to uproot every weed in sight. Oh, and here's a gift for you. This is the ultimate secret technique, the slash skill. It's one of the essential skills for the starter Pokémon, recognized internationally. Not only does it remove weeds, but it's also a powerful battle skill. Before parting, Little Mao tossed her a disc, kindly reminding her. Little Blue, trusting him, quickly taught her Bulbasaur the slash technique, and its speed indeed surged dramatically. Perhaps at heart, Little Mao was a good person? Yet, why did the slash technique appear so feeble? Regardless, my little garlic must have grown stronger. Observing Little Blue diligently working outside, Little Mao took a sip of his coffee, revealing a smile that betrayed his sense of control over everything. Working part-time? I could never stoop to that level. This ticket was undoubtedly acquired through his wealth. After all, as the grandson of the most renowned Pokémon professor in the Kanto region, his pockets were quite full. Surely no one would genuinely expect their starter Pokémon to learn the slash technique? Ah! He chuckled with delight, his spirit buoyant. Deep within his soul, a vibrant green whispered, "In just 2 weeks, this boy has caused more chaos than in his previous life. Is it not time to switch hosts? How should one go about it?" Meanwhile, the battle between Little G and Little Ming had commenced. "So, you are the final stepping stone for my 100 consecutive victories?" Little Ming cracked his whip against the ground, unable to resist engaging in pre-match banter. Such trash talk before a match was a tradition. Not only could it irritate others, but it could also disrupt the mindset of those with fragile composure, a tactic employed by skilled trainers. "No, I am here to assist you in severing your shackles." Little G remained unfazed, his blood surging with passion. If Little Mao could defeat this formidable opponent with 99 consecutive victories, then surely he could as well. Casting a glance at the Sandshrew before him, a ground-type Pokémon, he promptly threw a Pokeball without a second thought. "Pika!" A crisp voice echoed as the seasoned, round-faced Pikachu made its appearance once more. With sparks dancing on its cheeks, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from its body, enveloping the entire arena. As if unleashing a primordial beast, the round-faced Pikachu's fervor was abruptly halted in an instant. Standing upright, it pointed its tiny paw at the Sandshrew, then turned its bewildered gaze toward Ash. "Pika? Is that all? You dare summon me for a mere ground rodent? Do not underestimate my prowess as a Pikachu." Yet, Ash remained oblivious, waving his thumb and calling out, "I beg of you, old Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." He was eager to witness the true power of this round-faced Pikachu. However, the round-faced Pikachu merely shook its ears and lazily rubbed its cheek with its hind leg. It had opted for a moment of leisure. When a Pokémon's level surpasses that of its trainer, it often disobeys, the Pokédex thoughtfully elucidated. A champion entrusting his ace Pokémon to a novice trainer would surely result in an instant victory, wouldn't it? A Pikachu with the ability to instill pressure was indeed a rarity. On the opposing side, Xiao Ming felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. The pressure had indeed been rather overwhelming. Moreover, a trainer possessing 2 Pikachus was something he found rather peculiar. This young boy before him, it seemed, was just as much an aficionado of the electric mouse as he was. However, it appeared that the Pikachu did not heed commands. An opportunity presented itself. "Sandshrew, use Sand Attack." Xiao Ming seized the moment. The Sandshrew performed a quick spin, kicking up a cloud of sand and dust towards Pikachu. Yet, the creature's strength was astonishing. It seemed lethargic. Yet in an instant, it had vanished from its original spot, repositioning itself to continue its leisurely demeanor. The sandstorm swept through empty air. Such speed! I did not even catch a glimpse of its movement. Xiao Ming's heart raced with a sinking feeling. Would he indeed be targeted again in his 100-win streak tournament? "Let us try this tactic. Use Swift," Xiao Ming declared confidently, believing this move to be unmissable and unavoidable. "Stay calm. I can still win." The Sandshrew flicked its tail, sending dozens of yellow stars hurtling towards Pikachu, who did not flinch and absorbed the onslaught of swift attacks. After a barrage of impacts, the round-faced Pikachu merely yawned, seemingly unfazed. The onlookers gasped. Although they were aware of Pikachu's high level, its strength exceeded their wildest imaginations. "Sandshrew, unleash our strongest move." Xiao Ming, nearly breathless, bellowed. "Sandshrew, use Earthquake." This ultimate technique, capable of delivering a decisive blow even prior to evolution, attested to the Sandshrew's formidable power. Its 99 consecutive victories were no mere stroke of luck. "I can still turn the tide." The Sandshrew leaped into the air, spinning furiously before slamming its robust fist into the ground. The earth trembled and cracked for dozens of meters around, fissures opening up and creating deep gorges that split the arena in two. A tumult of dust and debris engulfed the surroundings. What a powerful move. This was Ash's first encounter with a one-hit knockout technique. Yet, he was even more curious whether the round-faced Pikachu could withstand such an assault. As the dust settled, the round-faced Pikachu remained squatting at the edge of a chasm, lazily stretching its legs, seemingly indifferent to the dramatic destruction surrounding it. No trace of damage upon its body. Witnessing this, Xiao Ming felt a chill run down his spine, unable to suppress his knees as he half-knelt on the ground. "I've lost again." The first time nearing a 100-win streak, he was swiftly defeated by a water gun. The second time, he had been completely disregarded by an electric mouse. His mental state had utterly crumbled. After the match, Ash approached, gently helping the emotionally shattered Xiao Ming to his feet, softly asking, "Have you come to a realization?" Xiao Ming lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes gazing intently at him. "Master, what is there to understand? The distinction between 99 victories and 100 is negligible. You are merely shackled by your own obsessions. Your abilities are already sufficient for your journey beyond these confines." Ash's expression was earnest as he spoke. Beside them, Brock wore a countenance dark enough to reflect light. "Master, your insights are remarkably swift." Such words would lack conviction if uttered by a novice. However, coming from the one who had just triumphed over a 99-win streak, they bore profound significance. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ming experienced a sudden epiphany, a single word flooding his mind. Indeed, for the sake of a mere title of 100 victories, he had lingered in this desolate place for weeks. The opponents he faced in those 99 matches were mostly novice trainers, such as shorts-clad boys and insect-catching youths, offering little in terms of growth. He certainly should not remain here, wasting his youth. "I understand, Master. I comprehend everything. I shall dismantle this tin at once and set off to challenge the gym." Without hesitation, Xiao Ming began directing his sandshrew to attack the surrounding tint stakes with metal claw. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "By the way, Master, you are a man with 2 badges now. Which 2 gyms did you conquer?" "I intend to retrace the illustrious path you have walked." "Oh. My first gym was in Pew City," Ash replied casually. "That's adjacent to Pew City," Brock interjected, hoping to deter his younger brother from targeting a sandshrew capable of earthquake. "That would be in Dewford City," Ash continued, raising an eyebrow. "That's also next to Dewford City." Misty chimed in, her expression tense, eager to prevent her sister from being schooled by this novice trainer. Were it not for that exceptional round-faced Pikachu, she doubted Ash could win so effortlessly. Hearing this, Ash frowned. If Pewter and Dewford could not be mentioned. Only one city remained. Brock suddenly clapped his hands. "Yes, it's in Vidian City. The Vidian Gym is Ash's first gym." Misty chimed in cheerfully, "Indeed. Moreover, Vidian City is renowned as the weakest gym in the Kanto region, making it the ideal starting point for newcomers to challenge and gain confidence through victories." Xiao Ming, believing their words wholeheartedly, promptly began dismantling his tent and packing away his Pokémon gear, preparing to challenge the Vidian Gym. "The weakest gym, you say? Humph. I certainly need a punching bag to regain my confidence." With a hefty backpack slung over his shoulders, Xiao Ming suddenly turned his head before departing and inquired, "By the way, Master, what is your name?" Xiao Ji, taken aback, thought to himself, "What an impasse. To clarify that I am the true Xiao Ji from Shinshin Town, only impersonated by someone else, would be rather embarrassing. How cunning of that rascal, Xiao Mao, to have anticipated this step." After much contemplation, Xiao Ji finally replied, "I am one destined to become a Pokémon Master. Henceforth, you may address me as Master." Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia responded, "Very well, Master. I shall head to challenge the Tokiwa Gym to regain my confidence." Xiao Ming set off towards Tokiwa City, his face radiating with an unparalleled confidence and exuberance. His future was brimming with promise. Epilogue. From that day forth, the realm of Pokémon would no longer witness the likes of Xiao Ming. Soon after, the trio continued their journey. Traversing the desolate rocky terrain, they found themselves in a lush forest. Suddenly, a Pokémon with a green upper body and blue lower limbs leaped from the bushes, blocking their path. Diglett, the Pokémon, known as the walking grass, would root itself in fertile soil and replenish its energy under the moonlight, as the Pokédex automatically narrated. Xiaoxi frowned and could not help but tap his Pokédex. "Is it malfunctioning?" Xiao Xia's face brightened, and she pushed him aside, eager to throw a Pokéball. "Is that a walking grass? I have decided to capture it." "Hey, aren't you a blue spirit? Why would you want to catch a grass-type Pokémon?" Xiaoxi protested. Currently, he was in need of a grass-type Pokémon. Discounting the absurdly powerful Pikachu, he only had 3 Pokémon with him. He wished to catch a few more before reaching Kure City to bolster his team. Xiao Xia, unfazed, pointed at the lower half of the walking grass. "Are you blind? This is not a standard blue spirit." Xiaoxi. In a swift motion, Xiao Xia released her Pokéball. "This will be it, Starmie. Use rapid spin." The Starmie sped forward, spinning at an incredible pace, its force far beyond what the walking grass could withstand. Whoosh. Bang. The diminutive walking grass was sent flying. "One more time. Use rapid spin." The barrage of yellow stars shattered upon impact with the walking grass, which appeared to be on the brink of defeat after just 2 strikes. "Now's my chance. Pokéball, go," Xiao Xia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she prepared to throw an empty Pokéball. Her movements were fluid and decisive. Whoosh. Bang. But from the bushes behind them, a green vine suddenly shot out, skillfully knocking the Pokeball away. Who dares? Are Pokeballs free? Xiaoxia could not help but complain. The bushes rustled, revealing another Pokémon that shielded the walking grass. It had a green body, walking on its 4 limbs, and bore a massive green bulb on its back. Ah, it's Bulbasaur. With a low growl, Bulbasaur displayed a determined gaze, clearly conveying its intent, did not even think of harming the walking grass. Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as he quickly aimed his Pokédex at it. Beat. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon, a half-plant, half-animal creature that possesses built-in seasoning for barbecues. Listening to the emotionless mechanical voice of the Pokédex, Xiaoxi felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It seemed the world had not reached its end. Thank goodness. Bulbasaur unleashed its Vine Whip, swiftly ensnaring Starmie in a tight embrace. Crash. Then, with a powerful kick, it charged forward, causing the gem on Starmie's chest to resonate. Such strength from Bulbasaur. Xiaoxi marveled. His heart raced with excitement. Before embarking on his journey, he had always fantasized about acquiring a standard starter Pokémon. While receiving an unusual electric mouse was not a disappointment, fulfilling that initial wish would be even better. Without hesitation, he pushed Xiaoxia aside and sent forth his top 3 Pokémon. This will be it, Pidgeotto. The flying type had a type advantage against the grass type. A solid choice. Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. With a triumphant cry, Pidgeotto soared into the sky, flapping its wings to summon a howling gale. However, Bulbasaur remained steadfast, firmly gripping the ground. Taking a deep breath, it drew in pure air, puffing its belly outward, pressing against the earth. Whoosh! In the next moment, Bulbasaur exhaled a powerful gust that rivaled Pidgeotto's hurricane. The 2 whirlwinds collided, ultimately dissipating into the air. Xiaoxi's expression turned grave. Is that a flying-type Bulbasaur? Xiaogang and Xiaoxia remarked. It must simply possess exceptional lung capacity. Since long-range attacks are futile, let us try close combat. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. Pidgeotto nodded. Cloaked in a radiant white light, surged forward with incredible speed, raising its sharp beak to strike the target. Bulbasaur retaliated with 2 Vine Whips, ruthlessly striking the ground. The recoil propelled it upward, evading the quick attack effortlessly. Not pausing for breath, it executed a somersault, adjusting its stance mid-air. The 2 vines whipped forward once more, intent on ensnaring Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, watch out! Xiaoxi instinctively shouted. The battle acumen displayed by Bulbasaur was astonishingly high. Swish! The vines lashed out, ensnaring Pidgeotto. But to their surprise, Pidgeotto transformed into a mere illusion, vanishing into thin air. The vines fell short. In the next instant, Pidgeotto appeared right beneath Bulbasaur. Employing a familiar tactic, Xiaoxia was the first to realize. That move. Pidgeotto used it to dodge my Starmie's water gun and reappeared from the side. This maneuver seemed to be a skill. Beat. Pidgeotto has mastered a new skill, Aerial Ace. The Pokédex cheerfully announced. Hearing this, Xiaoxi was elated. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his finger and commanded, Pidgeotto, use Aerial Ace. Pidgeotto's beak glimmered with a sharp white light as it struck Bulbasaur from an unanticipated angle, sending it soaring into the air. Aerial Ace, outstanding. Xiaoxi quickly pressed on. For the final blow, use Hurricane. Pidgeotto flapped its wings once more, unleashing a powerful gust. In its previous grounded stance, Bulbasaur had been able to exert its impressive lung capacity, but now, suspended in the air, it found itself unable to summon another breeze. Whoosh! The fierce wind struck true. The Bulbasaur's form recoiled like a cannonball, only halting upon crashing into a massive tree, its eyes beginning to spin. It's decided. You shall be mine. Pokeball! Ash exclaimed, throwing the Pokeball with the precision of a baseball pitcher. A flash of crimson light enveloped Bulbasaur as it was drawn inside. After a brief moment, the Pokeball ceased its shaking. Ah, I've captured Bulbasaur! Ash exclaimed with excitement as he rushed to retrieve the Pokeball, cradling his trusty companion Pidgeotto in his other arm. Your aerial tactics were simply magnificent, Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto chirped and flapped its wings in agreement, though it seemed to ponder the implication of being referred to as a male. In a secluded part of the jungle, outside a wooden cabin, a girl adorned with a yellow straw hat tended to the surrounding wild Pokémon. Beside her, a small Rattata napped peacefully. Oh dear, Oddish, how did you get hurt? She asked, scooping up the suddenly appearing Oddish and tending to its wounds. The leaves of Oddish danced as if attempting to communicate. Wait, has Bulbasaur been captured by a trainer? The girl shook her head, seemingly able to comprehend the Pokémon's words. Yet, instead of feeling despondent, she wore a smile as she gently stroked Oddish's slender green leaves. It's time for you to venture out. You shouldn't remain here forever. The Pokémon here are merely idling away their days. That Bulbasaur clearly yearns for battle and growth. Its true home lies in the world beyond. However, it has chosen to stay and protect these weaker Pokémon. She set Oddish down gently and surveyed the wild Pokémon around her. I, too, should follow Bulbasaur's example and explore the outside world. With that, the girl donned her yellow straw hat once more, packed her belongings, and set off in one direction, accompanied only by Rattata, as a group of reluctant wild Pokémon called after her. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions continued their journey toward Leaf Green City, eager to harness the strength of Bulbasaur. Suddenly, Brock, with a bright expression, announced, "There's a small town ahead. Let us replenish our supplies." He was responsible for the meals of 3 people and a multitude of Pokémon, and even his fourth-dimensional backpack was struggling to accommodate their needs. In simple terms, they were running low on supplies. The trio hastened their pace. However, as they reached a certain spot, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, and the earth began to tremble. "What is happening?" they exclaimed in unison. Before they could react, a large hole opened beneath them, and they, along with Pikachu, plunged into the abyss. Dust swirled around them as they fell from nearly 10 meters, disoriented from the impact. "What the heck?" Misty complained. "Is it Team Rocket again?" Ash grumbled. Yet, strangely, a sense of delight welled up within him. Though they had promised to capture his Pikachu, it had not shown up for days, which felt like a breach of trust. Though capturing it was out of the question, he wanted to ensure that Pikachu was perceived as precious and sought after. To his surprise, several heads suddenly emerged from above, but they were not those of Team Rocket. "Oh, what are those bald heads?" The trio looked up to see 5 bare-headed figures, gleaming in the sunlight, some even wearing black sunglasses, exuding an air of professionalism. Squirtle, the water gun Pokémon. One of the initial starter Pokémon, blue and bald, enjoys using water gun. The Pokédex chimed automatically, as they witnessed the trio fall into their trap. The 5 Squirtless chuckled and whispered among themselves, their expressions brimming with arrogance. "How infuriating. Was this your doing?" Ash retorted, his blood boiling. He stowed away the Pokédex, and, with a burst of energy, launched himself off Brock's back. With a powerful leap, he managed to grasp the edge of the hole. With one final push, Ash successfully emerged from the pit. Squirtle. Squirtle. The 5 Squirtless took a step back in surprise. They had ensnared countless passers-by in this trap, yet none had escaped so effortlessly. They were taken aback by this human's agility. Another starter Pokémon, Squirtle. Ash's expression shifted dramatically. Are starter Pokémon so commonplace now that one can encounter them in the wild? With determination, Ash pointed decisively and declared, "No more dilly-dallying, Pikachu. It's settled, you're the one." Regardless of whether this was a prank, he was determined to capture a Squirtle. Its adorably goofy appearance made him want to ruffle its bald head. Pika. Pikachu energetically leapt to the forefront, positioning itself between Ash and the 5 Squirtless. Today, it was brimming with enthusiasm. It was essential to display its prowess, yet it needed to be apparent that it was not merely going through the motions. Being called forth so boldly by Ash signified that it still had much to improve upon in its training. Today was a day for earnest combat. Thus, Ash decisively commanded, "Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt." The electric-type move had a clear advantage over the water-type, and Ash felt assured. Pikachu. Thunderbolt erupted from Pikachu's cheeks, transforming into a twisting golden serpent of electricity that surged forward. Squirtle. Squirtle. The 5 Squirtless, caught off guard by the oncoming brilliance, scrambled in disarray. However, one Squirtle, sporting unique, pointed-frame sunglasses, reacted swiftly, launching a high-velocity water gun directly at Pikachu, dousing it with water. Pika. The unexpected splash disrupted Pikachu's aim, causing the powerful thunderbolt that could have ensnared all 5 Squirtless to strike only one of them. Nevertheless, the force of the thunderbolt was no trifling matter. It left the Squirtle in round sunglasses charred and incapacitated. Ash, undeterred, called out, "Let us do it again." Thunderbolt. The fierce electric serpent surged forth once more. But this time the remaining 4 Squirtless were on high alert, instinctively launching water guns in defense. However, rather than confronting the thunderbolt head-on, the blue torrents veered away from Pikachu, directing themselves toward Ash and the entrance of the hole, soaking the ground and the trainer alike. Zzzzz. As Pikachu stood on the drenched ground, the direction of the thunderbolt shifted, hurtling toward Ash and his companions. Water conducts electricity. Ash, along with the 2 individuals in the cave, was instantly jolted by an electric shock. Brock and Misty were utterly oblivious to what was transpiring above them, caught off guard by the splashes of water and the stunning effects of the lightning. Pikachu, realizing something was amiss, promptly halted its electric discharge, casting an awkward glance at its trainer. Today, it truly wished to engage in a proper battle. At that moment, 4 Squirtless hurriedly hoisted their incapacitated comrade onto their shoulders, opting for a tactical retreat while still shouting and wobbling as they ran. They were a professional team. Shortly thereafter, Ash and his companions arrived at the nearby town, their bodies aching and weary. It was only upon reaching the town that they learned that the group of professional pranksters had a history of causing mischief around the area, often irritating the local residents. Though their antics posed no serious danger, they had certainly displeased many townsfolk. They are Pokémon abandoned by trainers, explained Ms. Junsha. Perhaps this is why they have become so rebellious. If they continue to cause trouble, we may have to resort to more drastic measures. Abandoned? Ash asked, perplexed. He could not fathom why anyone would willingly forsake their Pokémon. Before becoming a trainer, he had dreamt of having a Pokémon of his own, a desire that left the concept of abandonment utterly foreign to him. Not all trainers share your passion, Ash, Brock sighed, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Especially those who value strength above all else. When their Pokémon cross a certain threshold, they can be heartlessly discarded. Some trainers even hatch a large clutch of eggs just to select the finest individuals, abandoning the rest to fend for themselves in the wild. The law prohibits the abandonment of Pokémon eggs, or one could face arrest. However, newly hatched Pokémon can be discarded. It is a loophole in the law. I cannot condone such actions. There are no weak Pokémon, only inept trainers. Ash clenched his fists, his expression darkening. If I encounter those trainers who abandon their Pokémon, I shall not hesitate to confront them directly. Even Brock, a staunch opponent of violence, could not argue against Ash's sentiments. While both emotional and rational responses are valid, Ash's emotional approach undeniably resonated with him. Having grasped the situation fully, Ash's earlier irritation towards the Squirtless dissipated entirely. With a determined gaze, he turned to Ms. Junsha and requested, Ms. Junsha, allow me to take responsibility for those 5 Squirtless. Since it is humans who have disappointed them, I shall endeavor to restore their faith in humanity. Chapter 26. The Battle of Ash and the Squirtless. In a clearing on the outskirts of the town, Ash and the group of Squirtless had taken their positions. The previously incapacitated Squirtle now appeared rejuvenated. The 5 Squirtless, donning black sunglasses, proudly held their heads high, exuding an unwavering air of confidence. Squirtle! The lead Squirtle bellowed, speaking in its own dialect, perhaps inquiring whether Ash intended to challenge them one-on-one or engage in a collective confrontation. Squirtle, to show you the warmth of humanity once more. I shall capture you, Ash declared, stepping forward with clenched fists, gesturing emphatically. Pikachu, no holding back this time. Pika. Pikachu took a deep breath, lowering its center of gravity, and advanced with a deliberate, albeit slow, gait, reminiscent of a powerful general. Meanwhile, the lead Squirtle pointed, and one of its round sunglass-wearing comrades swiftly stepped forward. Pika. Squirt. The two approached each other until their bellies and shells made contact. With a sudden thrust, Pikachu propelled its belly forward, sending the round sunglass Squirtle tumbling to the ground. Due to the inherent limitations of turtle-like Pokémon, the Squirtle found itself helplessly flipping over, legs flailing in the air, unable to right itself. A quintessential dilemma for turtles. Well done, Pikachu. Ash exclaimed joyfully, recognizing that in terms of sheer weight, Pikachu would undoubtedly prevail against an opponent of similar size. The lead Squirtle furrowed its brow and gestured again, prompting the remaining 3 Squirtless to advance with their bellies outstretched. However, each was promptly flipped over by Pikachu, succumbing to the same predicament. The sight of 4 water turtles struggling on the ground was rather comical. Finally, the lead Squirtle could no longer contain its frustration. It stepped forward with heavy strides, bracing its shell against the ground. Pikachu, don't let it overpower you, Ash encouraged as Pikachu also lifted its hind legs, attempting to appear taller, its rotund yellow belly surging forward. Pika. Squirt. Neither side was willing to yield. At that moment, Ash suddenly shouted, Pikachu, now is your chance. Use Thunderbolt. Squirt? The lead Squirtle widened its eyes, confused, glancing back at Ash as if to say, aren't we just butting bellies? With a crackling sound, the close-range attack caught the Squirtle off guard. The golden lightning erupted forth, engulfing its body in a surge of energy, leaving it stunned and incapacitated. As the brilliance subsided, the lead Squirtle lay dazed and defeated on the ground. It settled then. Pokeball, go, Ash exclaimed, tossing 5 Pokeballs simultaneously, swiftly capturing the incapacitated lead Squirtle along with the 4 others who were still in their turtle predicament. Before long, the 5 Pokeballs ceased their shaking, confirming their capture. Ash, with a serious demeanor, stowed the Pokeballs away, reveling in his success. Having caught the Squirtless, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Let us hope to encounter a century-old Charmander tomorrow. Back at the Pokémon Center, Ash released the lead Squirtle, unable to resist the urge to pet its bald head. Squirt. The Squirtle snapped its jaws, narrowly missing Ash's hand. Be careful. Its sunglasses enhance its biting power, Brock cautioned. It's common knowledge that sunglasses augment dark-type moves. Squirt. The Squirtle clearly resented Ash's non-traditional method of capture. It was thoroughly incensed. Squirtle, I wish to discuss something with you, Ash said, clearly not intending to engage in further combat, as he leaned in to negotiate. Your little brother, if he continues down this path, will surely be captured by others and confined in a Pokémon prison. You are aware, of course, that the prison's favorites are the tender and fresh newcomers. Ash said this with utmost seriousness. Now that you have joined me, I shall assist you in finding a suitable trainer. A single capture leading to a duel blossoming in a triad of benefits. You stand to gain immensely. Upon hearing this, Squirtle lowered its head and began to ponder. Seated on a chair, its little legs barely reaching the ground, it contemplated the chaos and mischief, realizing they were merely attempts to attract attention. As the leader, it also wished for its underlings to find a good home. Squirtle was engulfed in hesitation. After a discussion, Squirtle expressed its willingness to join Ash's team. Ash swiftly utilized the communication device at the Pokémon Center to send the other 3 Squirtless back to Professor Oak's laboratory, instructing him to ensure these Squirtless find appropriate trainers. After all, everyone from Pallet Town is inherently kind-hearted. In the video, Professor Oak, having acquired 3 initial starters for free, suddenly inquired, "By the way, Ash, you should be nearing Leaf Town, right?" "Almost there," Ash replied, visibly elated by the addition of a new ally, his tone brightening. "According to the map, we just need to cross over the mountain ahead, sail across the sea, and walk about 10 kilometers. We'll be in Leaf Town in no time." Professor Oak urged, "In any case, you must quicken your pace. The Sakuragi Institute will soon officially open, and we need to resolve the peculiar incidents occurring there as soon as possible." It was imperative to act swiftly, as the Sakuragi Institute is located in a bustling city, frequented by many. If any Pokémon were to stir trouble there, it would be quite problematic, unlike Professor Oak's rural laboratory, which sees little traffic. Just the occasional visit from neighbors. "By the way, if you can resolve this matter, my brother Sakuragi has promised to gift you a few luxurious tickets for the SS, and which are quite valuable." "The SS and?" Ash asked, bewildered. "Yes. It's the premier cruise liner. I heard about it when I was in Cerulean City," Misty joyfully explained, having caught on to the keywords from Ash's conversation with Professor Oak regarding the tickets. This meant that if she and Brock acted promptly, they could elevate their status. Notably, she had also managed to acquire one of the Squirtless, as no one suited to adopt a Squirtle better than Misty, with her affinity for the water type. Soon, the trio set off towards Leaf Town once more. Not long after, following the map, they arrived at a barren mountainside. Beyond this ridge and across the sea lies Leaf Town, indeed not far at all. Along the way, they discovered a wild Pokémon atop a rocky platform, with dark, fiery skin, sharp claws, a slender tail ablaze at the tip, and eyes brimming with spirit. It was a Charmander. "What incredible luck! I almost wonder if I am the protagonist of this world," Ash exclaimed, filled with excitement as he approached. To think that within 3 days, he had encountered all 3 starter Pokémon from the Kanto region. Beat Charmander, the flame Pokémon. 30 years of fortune, 30 years of misfortune. Do not underestimate the youth, the Pokédex announced automatically. Flame Pokémon. The 3 exchanged perplexed glances. What a peculiar name. Just as Ash was about to send out his Pidgeotto to weaken Charmander, Brock timely intervened. "Ash, look at its tail." "The tail?" Ash paused, his throwing motion halted, looking in confusion. The flame was not particularly large, almost faint, and clearly, this Charmander was not in peak condition. It lay half reclined on the platform, panting and appearing fatigued. Could this mean it was ready to be captured? "Go, Pokeball," Ash shouted, hurling the ball with determination. Swoosh. Despite its exhaustion, Charmander leapt into the air, swiping its tail to knock the Pokeball back. It returned gently, indicating that the creature had little strength left to fight back. For a moment, Ash was at a loss for how to proceed. After much contemplation, he finally decided to send out Pikachu. "Pikachu, your charm is soothing. Please go and communicate with it." "Pikachu?" Soon, the 2 Pokémon engaged in a conversation of sorts, while the 3 humans merely watched in wide-eyed astonishment. After a while, Pikachu jumped down from the rocky platform and began gesturing animatedly towards the trio, seemingly trying to convey something. "Let me handle this. I share a fateful bond with Pikachu, and I shall surely understand its message," Ash declared confidently, stepping forward. Gazing intently at Pikachu on the ground, Ash felt a connection forming, allowing him to gradually comprehend what Pikachu was trying to express. "Oh, this Charmander is indicating that it wishes for us outsiders to leave it alone to focus on its training." Ash translated slowly. "Pikachu?" The other 2 could only tentatively agree with this interpretation. After all, without a bond with Pikachu, Ash, who shared a fateful connection, was better suited to understand. If it were indeed in training, then its exhausted state made sense. Wild Pokémon exist in their own world. Humans should not intrude upon their struggles. What a pity. Ash sighed inwardly, opting to depart. It seemed capturing was no longer an option, as this Charmander had requested them to leave. Pikachu? Charmander? It sought Ash's assistance in finding its trainer. Before long, the three arrived at a quaint Pokémon Center cabin nestled halfway up the mountain. Just as they pushed the door open, a thunderous clap resonated outside. Moments later, torrential rain began to pour. Even in such weather, it persists with its training. Truly admirable, Ash remarked, gazing at the downpour outside. Then he glanced down at Pikachu, who stood at the entrance, shaking off droplets. Ash's expression shifted, revealing a look of exasperation. Pikachu, why not join it outside in the rain? Perhaps you'll evolve by tomorrow. Pikachu? Evolution doesn't come from mere training, you know. It's said to require certain items, Misty interjected, unable to hold back. Is it possible for a trainer to be so unaware of how their Pokémon evolves? Xiaoji could not suppress his curiosity and took out his Pokédex, inquiring, "Oh, Pokédex, pray tell, what item is required for Pikachu's evolution?" Beep. The device began to emit a series of incomprehensible electronic sounds as it whirred to life, commencing its search. Success. The retrieval took a mere 27 seconds, surpassing even the top Pokédex of the nation. Truly remarkable. Beep. The item for Pikachu's evolution is the Power Amplifier. Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia exchanged puzzled glances. Power Amplifier? They questioned in unison. Pikachu responded with a quizzical expression. Power Amplifier? Sounds rather grand. Xiaoji, however, furrowed his brow in contemplation, as he had never heard of such an item throughout his life. Yet, the allure of acquiring formidable battle prowess upon evolution was undeniably enticing. Although Pikachu was still in its growth phase, preparing the evolution item in advance could prove beneficial. Where, then, might one procure such an item? Pushing open the door, Xiaoji entered, while the other two exchanged bewildered looks. Is it really the Power Amplifier? I thought it was the Thunderstone, they murmured to one another. Inside the Pokémon Center, nestled within the mountains, stood a quaint wooden cabin. Though small, it was equipped with comprehensive medical facilities, lodging, and the delightful combination of Nurse Joy and her Chansey. The three friends approached a dining table, eager to enjoy a hearty meal and some well-deserved rest. Thunder rumbled ominously outside, and the once clear sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, casting an eerie gloom as if a perilous storm were imminent. Xiaoji, typically enthusiastic about meals, frowned as the curry rice before him suddenly lost its appeal. Hey, Xiaojiang, if we continue to train in such conditions, it could lead to disaster, he expressed with concern. Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia also lost their appetites, fully aware that Xiaoji was worried about the recently mentioned Charmeleon. Pika. At that moment, Pikachu could no longer contain itself. It leapt up and nudged Xiaoji's knee, signaling his earlier misinterpretation. Your entire family is training in the rain, it seemed to say. What's wrong, Pikachu? Don't you fancy today's electric mouse-flavored food? If that's the case, I'll share my curry rice with you, Xiaoji replied, ignoring Pikachu and instinctively pushing the curry towards him. Pikachu, though bewildered, decided to indulge in the meal, burying its head in the curry, planning to explain later. Just then, a group of slightly older individuals hurried into the Pokémon Center. They appeared to be energetic youths, completely dismissing Xiaoji and his friends as they settled at the adjacent table. How unfortunate, one of them exclaimed. Hey Dio, impressive. You've caught so many Pokémon so quickly. I, the bug-catching boy Kenjiro, hereby declare you the strongest. Dio, the center of attention, reclined with his hands behind his head, exuding an air of conceit. Ha ha ha, I am destined to be the future champion. My starting point is naturally high. He displayed an array of over 20 Pokeballs, which rolled chaotically across the table. By the way, Dio, where's your Charmeleon? Oh, that weakling? It couldn't even defeat a Gyarados, so I let it go, Dio scoffed, waving dismissively. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and burst into laughter. I told it to wait for me in the mountains. I'll be back soon. Ha ha ha, it actually believed me. Truly crafty, Dio. His companions chimed in, showering him with flattery, which only fueled his arrogance further. At that moment, a shadow fell over him. A low, trembling voice resonated nearby, imbued with palpable fury. So, you abandoned that Charmeleon? Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoji had approached from behind, his usual playful demeanor replaced by an intense seriousness, even anger. What is it to you? Dio began to retort, but before he could finish, a swift sound cut through the air, accompanied by a sharp pain to his cheek. Slap. The crisp sound echoed as Dio was forcefully toppled to the ground, his face meeting the floor with a thud. Xiaoji had struck him, having vowed that he would take action against anyone who carelessly abandoned their Pokémon. Damn you, you green-haired brat, Dio exclaimed, stunned for a moment before scrambling to his feet, clutching his face, his anger evident as veins throbbed on his forehead. Are you insane? How dare you lay a hand on me? Even his companions were taken aback. They understood Pokémon battles, but physical confrontations were a different matter entirely. Let us just shout 666 for now? One suggested, unsure. Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia, equally astonished by Xiaoji's sudden aggression, had not anticipated this fiery side of their usually laid-back friend. They exchanged glances and rushed to mediate the conflict. Xiaojiang restrained Dayo, while Xiaoxia held Xiaoji back. "Let go of me. I want to flatten that country bumpkin," Dayo yelled frantically. "No. Fighting is wrong," Xiaojiang insisted, firmly holding Dayo in place, as there was no justification for physical altercations. "Let go of me. I want to pummel that city slicker," Xiaoji shouted in response. "All right," Xiaoxia said, releasing her grip. Dayo was taken aback. In an instant, Xiaoji surged forward like a wild, untamed Pokémon. His previous punch had landed on Dayo's left cheek, and this time, he unleashed a powerful right hook. Dayo attempted to evade, but he found his limbs seemingly ensnared by some unseen force, rendering him immobile. Thud. In the next moment, Xiaoji's fist collided violently with Dayo's right cheek. The sheer force sent Dayo reeling, his head spinning as he staggered, appearing as though he were a candle flickering in the wind. Xiaoji had bested Dayo. Pokémon centers are not places for fighting. Nurse Joy's authoritative voice finally broke through as she appeared, sternly calling for an end to the brawl. "Cease this instant, or your trainer licenses will be revoked." Realizing his transgression, Xiaoji quickly bowed apologetically to Nurse Joy, acknowledging that fighting was inappropriate. Without waiting for Dayo's reaction, he grabbed a raincoat and dashed out of the Pokémon Center. At that moment, confronting Dayo was not the priority, finding that abandoned Charmeleon was. Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia hurried after him. As the trio departed, Dayo remained in a daze, gradually regaining his composure. He pointed angrily in the direction they had left, bellowing, "Nurse Joy, they assaulted me. You must revoke their trainer licenses. Apologies, but we require video evidence for that. Unfortunately, this Pokémon Center is too small to have security cameras." Miss Joy merely cast a fleeting glance at him before slowly making her way to the medical room. It seemed she was preparing to activate the medical facilities for that little Charmander in advance. Only Dayo remained, awkwardly standing in place. Chapter 28. The goal is to become the Pokémon King. Dark clouds loomed, and the little Charmander continued to huddle on the rocky platform, gasping for breath, its expression weary, clutching a lotus leaf that swayed in the wind. However, this leaf offered merely symbolic comfort as the torrential rain continued to pour down upon it. The flame at the tip of Charmander's tail flickered ominously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. As Ash and his companions approached, the little Charmander forced itself to rise, emitting a threatening growl, though its voice had weakened considerably since the afternoon. Time was of the essence. They needed to get it back to the Pokémon Center without delay. Without hesitation, Ash rushed forward, shedding his raincoat and draping it over the little Charmander. With all his strength, he hoisted the Charmander up. "Charmander, summon your willpower and keep your eyes open," Ash shouted, encouraging the creature as he held it closely. Though the tone was rough, the sincerity in Ash's gaze left the Charmander bewildered. It had never felt such warmth from its trainer before. Brock and Misty quickly grabbed hold of the other parts of Charmander's body, and together, they made their way toward the Pokémon Center. At that moment, Ash suddenly heard a voice resonate in his mind. It was a chilling voice. "The flame on your tail is the fire of life." Instinctively, Ash turned around, realizing that the flame on Charmander's tail was indeed exposed to the raincoat. The downpour was gradually diminishing the flame's intensity. He swiftly switched places with Brock, who forged ahead to clear the path, while Ash protected the flame, shielding it from any droplets that might extinguish it. After ensuring the flame was safe, Ash's expression darkened as he silently thanked Mr. Chi, hearing the sudden words echo in his mind. Chi paused for a moment before falling silent. "So, this boy had been aware of my presence all along?" Before long, the trio arrived at the Pokémon Center, where Miss Joy was prepared to take over the treatment of the little Charmander. Dayo and his group seemed to have departed, leaving Ash with a sense of emptiness. Unable to vent his frustrations, he could only stand outside, gazing at the bright red emergency sign hanging above the door. 30 minutes later, the red sign turned green, indicating that the emergency treatment had concluded. Ash hurried to the door as it opened. "Miss Joy, how is Charmander?" "It's all right now. It's out of danger. A good night's rest will have it almost back to normal." "Pokémon are quite resilient," Joy replied succinctly, gently ushering the trio toward the accommodation room, suggesting they too should rest. "We wouldn't want you to collapse before your Pokémon does." With the assurance that Charmander was safe, the tension in the trio's hearts began to ease. Stifling yawns, they returned to their room to shower and sleep. However, lying in bed, Ash found it difficult to drift off. He recalled something and instinctively patted his chest, muttering, Hey, Chi, I'm bored. Come out and chat for a bit." Ash sent a voice request. Chi, after a moment of hesitation, finally accepted. "When did you discover my presence?" "Isn't that obvious?" "I'm not a fool," Ash replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Chi frowned, realizing that Ash was not as naive as he had presumed. Now that the little Charmander was temporarily safe, Ash reverted to his cheerful disposition. Previously, strange phrases had occasionally surfaced in his mind. He had inexplicably acquired a new Pikachu, the round-faced one belonging to Chi additionally. When he had transferred 3 Squirtless back to Professor Oak's lab yesterday, he had inadvertently discovered an extra option under his computer settings, Chi's computer. While most would be suspicious, fearing they had something unclean about them, Ash, with his carefree nature, readily accepted this new reality. No worries. As long as my will is strong and my intentions are pure, I fear neither gods nor demons. By the way, Chi, are you trying to take over my body? Ash asked eagerly. I think we could work well together. No, your will is comparable to Arceus, Chi replied. By the way, Chi, are you dead? Chi chose not to respond, abruptly terminating the voice communication. The term Chi brother made his eyebrows twitch. Chi brother, why the silence? All I sense now are 3 ellipses. The next morning, the trio awoke early. Without even brushing his teeth, Ash rushed into the sick room for Charmander, only to find it empty. It's already gone? Seeing this, Ash felt an inexplicable wave of disappointment wash over him. It should have returned to that rocky platform, Ash, Miss Joy said gently, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't miss this opportunity. Hurry and check on it. As a caretaker of Pokémon, it was Miss Joy's duty to tend to them without bias toward any trainer. Yet, she was not without her own emotions. She felt that no one was more suited to be that little Charmander's trainer than Ash, at least more so than that spirited young man. I understand. Upon hearing her words, Ash regained his determination and quickly called Brock and Misty to return to the rocky platform. From a distance, they spotted the little Charmander standing there. This time vibrant and full of energy. The flame on its tail blazed fiercely. Roar! It suddenly threw its head back and let out a mighty cry, even releasing a massive dark red fireball. Boom! The flames exploded in the air, sending scorching waves of heat. Its near-death state had amplified its combat prowess. That's Dragon Rage, Brock remarked, slightly startled. It's a move that an ordinary Charmander couldn't possibly master. Upon hearing this, Ash's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. But before he could speak, another voice called out from the opposite side. Charmander, it seems you've grown stronger. I've come to take you back as promised. Do you? Having appeared at the other end of the platform, raised his Pokeball triumphantly, a smug expression on his face. How foolish of me to underestimate such a remarkable Charmander. Haha, I'm about to acquire a Charmander that knows Dragon Rage. Do you thought? Feeling quite pleased with himself, Xiaoji rushed forward, exclaiming loudly. Do not listen to him, Charmeleon. This fellow is not a good person. He abandoned you earlier. The sudden interjection left Charmeleon in a quandary, glancing back and forth. What are you doing? I am your master. This outburst infuriated Yu, who had just given himself a punch yesterday and was now being challenged regarding his Pokémon. Come back to me, quickly. Yu forcefully threw Charmeleon's original Pokeball. Roar. This singular action solidified Charmeleon's determination. With a resolute gaze, its tail flames surged, and it extended its claws to deliver a decisive strike against the incoming Pokeball. Crash. In the next moment, the Pokeball shattered, signifying the complete severance of the bond between Charmeleon and Yu. Yu was so enraged he could scarcely find the words. Witnessing Charmeleon preparing to unleash a formidable Dragon Rage, he could only darken his expression and curse as he fled the scene. Fool, what are you waiting for? Xiaoji urged. After Yu had left, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xian nudged Xiaoji forward. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoji stepped forward and slowly retrieved his Pokeball. Though your previous trainer was a scoundrel, not all humans are like that. Charmeleon, would you like to travel with me? He had long desired a magnificent Charmeleon. How? Charmeleon's steadfast eyes suddenly softened, revealing an innocent smile. With a gentle thud, it reached out its claw and tapped the Pokeball. With a flash of red light, Charmeleon entered the Pokeball, which did not even tremble before coming to a standstill. I have captured Charmeleon. Xiaoji could hardly contain his excitement, raising the Pokeball triumphantly. Spinning and leaping in joy, he had finally assembled all 3 of the Kanto starter Pokémon. Ding. Data updated. Congratulations, trainer. Achievement unlocked. Collect all 3 Kanto starter Pokémon. At that moment, the Pokédex at his waist emitted a notification sound, accompanied by a jubilant chime. 3 starters of longevity? Xiaoji queried, pulling out the Pokédex for further information. Ding. The Pokédex features an achievement recording system for trainers. Complete designated tasks to unlock achievements. The Pokédex responded earnestly. Intrigued, the 3 of them couldn't resist engaging with the Pokédex simultaneously. Oh, Xiaoxi. You have completed 3 achievements. Let me see what they are, exclaimed Xiaogang. Wow. Pikachu has unlocked the path to becoming a film star and just received the novice trainee achievement. Pidgey and Caterpie have an achievement related to the food chain. And the longevity achievement for the Kanto starters is a 100-year Charizard, a 1,000-year Tortoise, and a 10,000-year Turtle. Hearing this, Xiaoji frowned. What a hodgepodge. He abruptly raised the Pokédex and commanded, extravagant nonsense. Pokédex, delete this achievement system entirely. Ding. Deletion in progress. Deletion failed. Unable to delete. All efforts are to assist the trainer in achieving their goals. The Pokédex vibrated with excitement as it emitted another encouraging notification. The goal is to make trainer Xiaoji the Pokémon King. Xiaoji exclaimed, did I speak with an accent, or is your Pokédex malfunctioning? Chapter 29. Should we just take over? Today, Xiaoji and his companions arrived at a beachside. Kai City is a port city surrounded by the sea. Although still some distance away, they were technically already on the outskirts of Kai City. However, as dusk approached, they decided to seek shelter for the night at a solitary lighthouse perched atop a cliff by the beach. Look, a Pokémon. On the beach. A crab with large pincers scuttled towards the trio. It was not very large, roughly the size of 2 palms, swaggering across the sand with its big claws. Ding. Kingler. The crab Pokémon. Its red shell signifies it is cooked and delicious. Fun fact, it is currently the season when crab roe is at its most delectable. The Pokédex automatically announced. What? It's clearly a Kingler, a water-type Pokémon. Regardless, I will capture it. Xiaoxia, a water-type trainer, immediately retorted, preparing to raise her Pokeball, only to be halted by Xiaoji from behind. Wait, Xiaoxia, this crab is red, which is completely contrary to your blue ideals. You should let me have it, he argued logically. Xiaoxia was left speechless. Subsequently, with a series of swift maneuvers from Xiaoji, even Pikachu did not have a chance to act before he successfully captured Kingler barehandedly, excluding the elderly Pikachu. He could now officially claim to be a trainer with more than 6 Pokémon, just like any normal person. Let us go celebrate a delicious meal at the lighthouse tonight. I have taken another step closer to becoming a Pokémon master, Xiaoji exclaimed joyfully, pushing his companions towards the lighthouse. The enormous metallic doors of the lighthouse were adorned with an elaborate mural. Various abstract Pokémon designs were embedded in square grids, revealing their age. Pika. Pikachu pointed to one of the electric mouse designs, which appeared extremely round and plump, secretly boosting its confidence. I'm not that fat. I'm merely slightly chubby. Creak. At that moment, the lighthouse door swung open unexpectedly, to Xiaoji and his companion's surprise. They had anticipated a shabby little house within the lighthouse, but instead, they were greeted by a lavish interior with red carpets and elegant decorations, resembling a nobleman's castle. At the end of the grand hall stood a raised platform. Atop it loomed a colossal figure. The front displayed a glossy black belly adorned with curved claws, while the back showcased an oval amber shell, resembling a gigantic reptile and exuding an air of danger. Omanite. Xiao Gang's eyes widened in shock, akin to a narrow slit. As a gym leader from Nibby City, he had some familiarity with fossil Pokémon like Omanite. Is this really Omanite? It's enormous. Xiaoji, however, showed no signs of fear. Instead, he felt exhilarated. He had not anticipated that Omanite would be taller than he was. After all, size matters. He knew he had a shell fossil in his bag. Perhaps one day it would hatch. Could mine grow to such a size? He wondered in anticipation. Suddenly, the giant Omanite on the platform shuddered. From its dark form emerged a human voice, sounding like that of a young man. Hey, I'm not Omanite. Young man. Come up and touch my chest muscles. Xiaoji, believing it without a doubt, bravely approached to tug at it, as if triggering some mechanism. The Omanite emitted a puff of white smoke, and its shell split in two, revealing a figure that stepped out from within. Apologies, once one delves into this matter, it becomes quite challenging to extricate oneself. I had anticipated spending yet another night ensnared within it. A man appeared, rubbing his head. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with a fair complexion and tousled, slightly curly hair. His tone was direct, and his face possessed a certain charm, though his hairline bore a hint of peril. Hello everyone, my name is Jinghui, and I am a Pokémon researcher. The three quickly returned his greeting. Oh, so you hail from Pallet Town. You must be acquainted with Professor Oak, as I consider myself one of his semi-students. At this mention, a trace of nostalgia washed over Jinghui's face, as if he were reminiscing about the delightful moments spent discussing academia with Professor Oak. It was also the season when Crabro was at its most delectable. I recall when we set up a hot pot in Pallet Town, he licked his lips, his gaze becoming distant. Ash and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. This logic seems a bit off. By the way, Mr. Jinghui, why are you wearing a Kabuto costume? Ash interjected, eager to shift the topic. The drool-inducing expression on Jinghui's face made Ash slightly apprehensive. He could almost smell the large Kingler he had just captured from across the Pokeball. However, upon hearing Ash's words, Jinghui's demeanor suddenly shifted, as if he had transformed into another person. He gently caressed the Kabuto suit behind him, his expression turning contemplative. I am endeavoring to experience the innermost thoughts of Pokémon and to understand their true world. Have you ever considered that Pokémon and humans are not fundamentally different? Just as humans possess a myriad of thoughts, so too must Pokémon. It is even possible that humans are merely a type of Pokémon, with no significant distinction between the two. If one seeks inspiration and excitement, one must pursue it to the fullest. The three looked at him, their expressions reflecting their confusion. Jingwei then posed a sudden question. What is the difference between humans and Pokémon? Ash glanced at Pikachu and instinctively replied, humans can consciously manage their weight, I suppose. Pikachu looked perplexed. Jingwei continued, consider this. Pokémon can utilize various skills, while humans lack such flamboyance. We may have relinquished those diverse skills, but we have retained one singular ability, the skill to cooperate with Pokémon in executing their moves. When viewed this way, isn't there a semblance of similarity? The three nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his reasoning held some merit. Indeed, certain Pokémon are also limited to using a singular skill. Thus, I am here, engaging in a practice to comprehend the hearts of Pokémon, striving to grasp their reality. Jingwei suddenly spread his arms wide, as if extolling the virtues of science, which caused the three to furrow their brows. Can donning Pokémon attire truly allow one to perceive their thoughts? It seems there is some merit to this notion. Is this what it means to be a Pokémon researcher? Quite remarkable indeed. Ash, could you pose a question for me? A voice resonated in Ash's mind, tinged with urgency. Intrigued, Ash could not help but respond. Brother Chi, haven't you already ascended? Let us return to the matter at hand. It turned out that Chi was recalling a prior encounter in another video game world, where he had met a man named Jinghui, who was equally eager to comprehend the thoughts of Pokémon. However, that Jinghui was evidently far more fervent than the one before him. He had even fused his very essence with a Clefairy, completely immersing his thoughts and soul within it, rendering him unable to detach. It was only through a chance encounter that she had managed to sever the bond between Jinghui and Clefairy. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was that the individual before him possessed the cutting-edge technology to transfer human souls into Pokémon. This was precisely what she sought most urgently. Brother Chi's affairs are my own, Ash declared, thumping his chest in agreement. Thank you, Jingwei replied, slightly embarrassed, his face flushing with gratitude. One must bow one's head beneath the eaves. He could scarcely recall the last time he had expressed thanks to another. Oh, no need to be so formal, Kingler. Ash replied nonchalantly. Perhaps we ought to consider attempting possession? In reality, Ash, multitasking, raised his head and interjected, excuse me, Mr. Jingwei. I have a friend who wishes to inquire about something. The other three exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the existence of this nebulous friend. Do you understand how to transfer a human soul into a Pokémon? Upon hearing this, Jinghui's body tensed, his pupils constricting, and his demeanor turned grave. For the first time, he scrutinized Ash with seriousness. A seemingly ordinary rural boy. How curious. The concept of transferring human souls into Pokémon to achieve the pinnacle of soul fusion had been a notion that Jinghui had entertained since childhood. Yet he had never shared it with anyone, not even with his close associate, Professor Oak. How did this boy come to know? You don't mean to say that this friend is you, do you? He probed. Ash quickly waved his hands. No. It's just that sort of rare friend. How should I put it? Somewhat half alive. The three looked on, bewildered. Chi remarked, Chapter 30. A change of person, brother. Ahem. Although I am uncertain how you came by this information, what you speak of is, in fact, a subject I intend to research in the future. Once the topic of academia was broached, Jinghui's expression grew earnest. It is worth noting that he had developed the Pokémon storage system as a prodigy several years prior. The computer access system currently utilized in the Kanto region, as well as the Pokémon transfer device, would, in a strict sense, owe him royalties. However, the technology to transfer human consciousness into Pokémon was merely a conceptual model at this stage and would not be realized swiftly. Moreover, I remain here for a very significant purpose and cannot divert my attention to other matters. Jinghui was a scientist, not a philosopher, residing in this dilapidated lighthouse. Devoid of scientific equipment, was hardly conducive to philosophical contemplation. I am waiting for a Pokémon, he explained slowly, noticing the puzzled gazes of the three. Deep within this harbor resides a colossal Pokémon, its size exceeding that of this entire lighthouse. The three exchanged incredulous looks. Having never heard of such a gigantic Pokémon, it must be as large as a small mountain. It is true, although I have only seen it once. I distinctly glimpsed its silhouette amidst the thick fog. Jinghui asserted with conviction. It is neither a machine nor a projection, it is a tangible Pokémon. As for what specific Pokémon it is, I cannot say, but I am certain it is here yearning for something. My purpose in remaining here is to encounter it and understand its innermost desires. Please, continue to share. the three urged. Zheng Hui suddenly turned his gaze towards them. His eyes partially narrowed, a profound and cool demeanor washing over him as he intoned, "Humph, you must have noticed, tonight is indeed a rather extraordinary occasion." A mysterious chill swept through the air, and the penetrating gaze caused the three to shudder involuntarily. Xiao Xia was the first to respond, tentatively answering, "Indeed. The fog this evening is particularly dense. Could it be that you are implying the crab roe is exceptionally rich tonight? This is also the time when that Pokémon is most likely to appear. I have conducted witness investigations, and that Pokémon might very well prey on the Kingler." Zheng Hui suddenly chuckled lightly, explaining, "Indeed." After dinner, the three made their way to the beach, but Zheng Hui lingered a moment longer, stating he needed to retrieve a machine to assist. Xiaoji gazed out towards the distant cliffs, where an abyss of darkness loomed. The boundless ocean churned mercilessly, the briny air mingling with the fierce sea breeze, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "The fog is indeed quite thick tonight," Xiaoji mused. When they arrived in the evening, the fog was not nearly so pronounced. Now, however, it had thickened to an absurd extent. Merely 20 meters away, everything faded into a hazy gray. "That's it. It has to be you." Suddenly struck by inspiration, Xiaoji tossed out a Pokeball, revealing the Kingler he had just captured that evening. If that colossal Pokémon truly favored the succulent Kingler, what better offering could there be? He recalled a lecture by Professor Oak from his less adventurous days, where the professor had introduced a remarkable technique that could emit an alluring aroma, enticing wild Pokémon to approach. That technique, if he remembered correctly, was known as sweet scent. With that thought, Xiaoji commanded, "Kingler, use sweet scent." Kingler responded with a puzzled expression. Just then, Zheng Hui arrived, dragging a machine that stood half his height. He walked up to the trio, immediately noticing the Kingler at Xiaoji's feet, struggling to release its enticing aroma. Zheng Hui exclaimed, "Kingler, let me take a look." The crab's shell was a vibrant red, glistening, with a plump belly and rich yellow roe. Its brown fur and white claws suggested robust health. However, it's less than 3 months old, weighing approximately 4 taels. TSK, it still lacks a bit of maturity. Give it another 3 months, and even the creator would be impressed. Oh, I digress. He quickly caught himself, falling silent. Kingler seemed unimpressed. The three exchanged bemused glances. Xiaoji hastily returned Kingler to its Pokeball, not intending to offer it as bait, but merely to release its aroma. "What is this machine, anyway?" he inquired, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. "Mr. Zheng Hui, perhaps you should wipe your mouth first." Coughing lightly, Zheng Hui wiped his mouth and refocused on the matter at hand. "This is a device I invented to simulate the special sound waves of certain Pokémon. By sampling, quantifying, and encoding, we can achieve real-time communication with them." The trio applauded, eager to mask their lack of understanding. They stared wide-eyed at Zheng Hui as he demonstrated the machine. "I have previously sampled the unique frequency of that Pokémon in these waters several times. Now, once I activate this machine, it will emit similar sound waves to attract that Pokémon for a meeting." They applauded once more, marveling at his ingenuity. Buzzing, buzzing. Sure enough, as Zheng Hui pressed the activation button, the machine trembled and emitted special sound waves that spread from the cliffs into the depths of the ocean. "Pika?" While the others failed to perceive it, Pikachu twitched its ears and leapt off Xiaoxi's shoulder. Buzzing, buzzing. The machine's vibrations intensified, and the range of the sound waves expanded. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. A resounding roar erupted from the depths of the ocean, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified. Though the creature remained unseen, its roar echoed ominously. Soon after, a chilling aura enveloped the area, as if an ancient beast had awakened from slumber, sending shivers down the spines of those at the cliff's edge, making breathing difficult. "It's here." Zheng Hui's voice cut through the tension, and from the depths of the dense fog, a colossal shadow suddenly emerged, towering at 40 to 50 meters. It was taller than the lighthouse behind them, exuding an unprecedented sense of awe. This was a bipedal Pokémon, proportionately larger than Pikachu, with small wings sprouting from its back. Yet, the dark sea and the gray fog obscured their view, preventing them from discerning the creature's true visage. Is this the giant Pokémon? Even Xiao Ji, usually fearless, felt a chill creep into his heart, aware that this being far surpassed his current realm of understanding. Finally, "You dare to reveal yourself to me?" Zheng Hui clenched his teeth, forcing himself to regain composure as he approached the cliff's edge. "Tell me your purpose for existing here." He bellowed towards the ocean. He understood there was a bond, a yearning within the beast that compelled it to remain in this realm. The creature released another earth-shattering roar that echoed throughout the heavens, cleaving a gap in the clouds above, causing waves and mist to boil and froth. "What do you desire? Answer me," Zheng Hui shouted. The creature roared again, demanding a response. Seeing this spectacle, the three exchanged puzzled glances. Mr. Zhenghui, can you understand the dragon's tongue? Or do you expect it to speak in human language? This is hardly a meaningful exchange. They realized that without action, the man and beast might continue their vocal confrontation into the night. In Xiaoxi's mind, a sudden thought crystallized. With newfound confidence, he smiled and boldly interjected, Mr. Zhenghui, you mentioned that upon understanding this giant's desires, you would begin research into the technology of transferring human souls, correct? Zhenghui stared back, bewildered. Having exhausted himself with the shouts, his voice hoarse and his mind clouded. He could not comprehend what Xiaoxi was aiming to express. Then allow me to capture this giant for you. You can take it home and discuss matters at your leisure. That should be agreeable, yes? Xiaoxi's bold declaration left Zhenghui speechless. What? This child, has he been rendered foolish by the giant? Ignoring Zhenghui's incredulous gaze, Xiaoxi mustered his courage and stepped towards the cliff's edge, his diminutive figure standing in stark contrast to the mountainous Pokémon. Their eyes locking in a moment of shared intensity. Subsequently, he slowly closed his eyes and whispered within his heart, it's time for a change. In the next moment, Ash reopened his eyes. The clear and bright gaze had vanished, replaced by a pair of cold, stern eyes. He no longer felt any fear or emotional fluctuations towards the colossal beast before him. Instead, he regarded it like a hunter assessing its prey. Now, he was the most formidable trainer from another world. Akira. Chapter 31. The Mighty Dragonite. Akira retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. His expression momentarily somber as he fondly rubbed it before gently tossing it. Ash had already summoned his Pokémon. With a flash of red light, a magnificent brown eagle appeared before everyone's eyes. Its feathers gleamed with vibrant hues, subtly shimmering with a rainbow-like brilliance, and its wings extended over 3 meters wide, while its keen eyes sparkled with a piercing gaze. Pidgeot. Upon its arrival, it let out a powerful cry. The fierce aura of the raptor surged into the sky, even overshadowing the wild essence of the colossal creature lurking beneath the waves. This Pidgeot was indeed a verdant Pokémon that Akira had borrowed for a time but had forgotten to return, keeping it by his side ever since. Hey, when did Ash's Pidgey evolve without us noticing? And this Pidgeot is massive. Brock and Misty whispered to each other. The size of a typical Pidgeot is slightly taller than an average person, but this one was considerably larger and appeared extraordinarily robust. Yet, despite its strength, it possessed a graceful and elongated form rather than appearing cumbersome. Now, I entrust the rest to you. Akira nodded towards the 3 on the shore. Without waiting for their response, he expertly mounted Pidgeot's back. Just before taking off, Akira seemed to recall something and tossed another Pokeball to the ground. It was Ash's Charmander. Roar. Upon its emergence, Charmander was initially puzzled. The overwhelming aura of the dragon made it quickly aware of the enormous creature on the ocean's surface. To everyone's surprise, Charmander displayed no fear. Instead, its eyes widened in determination as it fixed its gaze on the colossal beast, letting out a youthful growl. Indeed, quite remarkable, Akira chuckled softly, choosing not to focus on Charmander's actions. If it could witness the upcoming battle, it might gain unexpected insights. With that, Pidgeot flapped its powerful wings, sending a tempestuous gust that enveloped the 3 below. In the blink of an eye, the rider and bird ascended dozens of meters into the sky, heading towards the colossal Pokémon. I feel like Ash has transformed into a completely different person, Brock remarked. Bewildered, despite no change in appearance or attire, he seemed utterly transformed. His resolve has reached new heights. Could it be that narrowing his eyes makes him look more formidable? He attempted to squint his own eyes into a narrow slit, striving to appear more serious. Misty's confusion was even greater. This sensation felt eerily familiar. This guy has definitely developed a split personality. Meanwhile, Zhenhui stroked his chin, observing the silhouette of the great eagle soaring through the sky. As a thought began to form in his mind, high above, Akira guided Pidgeot to soar among the clouds, even surpassing the height of the colossal beast. Gazing down upon it, the distance between them was less than 10 meters, yet the thick mist obscured the creature's true form. Furrowing his brow, Akira commanded, Pidgeot. Use mist dispersion. Pidgeot. With a powerful flap of its broad brown wings, it unleashed a torrent of air, creating a tempest that rapidly swept away the surrounding mist. Within seconds, a clear area emerged, providing a direct view of the colossal creature for the first time. Before them lay the true visage of the massive Pokémon, with brownish-yellow skin and a round head adorned with 2 swaying yellow antennae. Its sizable body, much of which was submerged beneath the ocean, appeared rotund on the upper half, complemented by a pair of diminutive wings, a quintessential dragon form. Dodrio, the fat Pokémon. A rare first-class Pokémon from the Kanto region, scarce in number, capable of circling the globe thrice in an hour, and fond of giant crabs. The Pokédex announced automatically for Ash. It's not the Kanto form of Rayquaza, is it? Zhenhui replied slowly, taking a step back in shock. As the mist dissipated, The three on the cliff recognized the Pokémon. Dragonite was indeed a hallmark Pokémon of the Kanto region, but its size was astonishing. Fat? It's gigantic. Jinhui frowned, understanding dawning upon him. Current data on ancient Pokémon suggested they bore similarities to existing Pokémon, yet their sizes were exaggerated, resembling small mountains. It was as if these behemoths thrived in an epoch long past. Or perhaps it was a Dragonite that had illegally crossed over from the Galar region. He recalled his visits there, where the unique Dynamax Pokémon bore some resemblance to the enormous Dragonite. Notably, in that region, Dragonite was prohibited from Dynamaxing, often barred from entry at customs. If discovered, they would be expelled from the region. Could this creature have been forced out due to illegal crossing, resulting in its inability to revert from its Dynamax state? He abruptly shook his head, dismissing his speculation. The raw, untamed aura surrounding this creature was far beyond what mere Dynamax could achieve. This was undoubtedly a Dragonite with a long history. But could he truly capture this Dragonite? He directed his gaze towards the man atop Pidgeot in the sky, Ash. Who exactly was this young man? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Akira's eyes. Dragonite, in his memory, was the signature Pokémon of Lance, the champion of the Kanto region, a truly powerful individual. Although he had once been caught off guard and defeated by his own Lapras, he hardly considered himself a hero. While this Dragonite might not match the prowess of legendary Pokémon like Ho-Oh or Mutwo, he wondered how its combat capabilities might translate into this world. As his first opponent in this realm, it was more than enough to ignite a fire within him. With determination ablaze, Akira hurled another Pokeball into the air. Come forth, my trusty partner. With a flash of red light, a fiery, winged Charizard materialized high in the sky. Roar. Facing the sky, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a powerful explosive force that instantly overshadowed the bewildered giant Dragonite. The sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, sending ripples across the sea surface, which began to churn violently like a tempest. The waters of the nearby coast seemed to boil, rolling tumultuously. With a fierce whoosh, deep crimson flames erupted from the horizon, scorching the clouds above, scattering embers like ashes in the wind. This was Charizard, a Pokémon brought from another world, now nearly invincible. Standing atop the majestic eagle, Chi spoke in a calm yet resolute tone, fixing his gaze upon the colossal Dragonite, and declared his challenge. Let us engage in battle, Dragonite. The creature appeared to harbor a certain obsession, and it was not merely a fleeting encounter. Even upon their first meeting, it was perceptive enough to sense the tension. However, its prolonged presence here, compelled by a unique disturbance, indicated its inability to resolve its predicament alone. Thus, she decided to intervene. The enormous Dragonite eyed the suddenly appearing Charizard with caution. Despite the stark difference in size, its instinct, rooted in its lineage, warned it of an unprecedented foe. With a mighty roar, the Dragonite unleashed an unintelligible draconic cry, unwilling to concede defeat. She smirked, for this was precisely the reaction he sought. Then let us fight, Charizard. Upon hearing these words, Charizard's eyes widened, and it let out a fierce cry, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged forth like molten lava, transforming into a searing pillar of fire directed at the massive Dragonite. The sheer size of the opponent rendered precision unnecessary, as the flames struck directly at the Dragonite's neck. With a thunderous explosion, the flames shattered, forming a fiery ring that engulfed the Dragonite's thick neck. As Charizard intensified its fiery assault, the flames spiraled in two directions, creating a swirling vortex of fire that completely enveloped the 30 to 40 meter tall Dragonite. A towering inferno arose above the sea, casting a red glow upon the faces of those on the shore. Use Flare Blitz, she commanded. In the next instant, Charizard was enveloped in a fiery cloak, as if ready to erupt. With a powerful flap of its wings, it surged forward, the flames burning with unprecedented intensity, transforming into a fearsome blue flame. Within this azure inferno, Charizard cleaved through the fire vortex with its claws, sending a blue fireball straight into the heart of the blazing hell. The sky was filled with a cacophony of roaring flames, as the countless waves stirred by the sea were incinerated in an instant, turning into wisps of steam. Once the flames dissipated, the silhouettes of Charizard and the colossal Dragonite emerged amidst the scattering embers. The Dragonite roared, revealing scorched marks upon its chest, evidence that the attack had indeed inflicted damage. Meanwhile, Charizard frowned slightly, as sparks of retaliatory electricity crackled around it. Realizing that Flare Blitz had not dealt a decisive blow to the mighty Dragonite, whose natural resistance to fire-type attacks was evident, she began to contemplate his next strategy. The Dragonite, with its vast size and thick stamina, posed a formidable challenge. Continuing with Flare Blitz might lead to Charizard's own demise, as the Dragonite was far from being an immobile target. With a swift lift of its head, the Dragonite unleashed a massive jet of water from its gaping maw. While a typical hydro pump might boast a diameter of 2 meters, this water column was nearly 10 meters wide. a true high-pressure torrent. The water surged forth with tremendous force, capable of leveling a small mountain. It carved a dramatic path across the sea, creating long ripples and seemingly shattering the air itself as it hurtled toward its target. Charizard. She did not need to issue further commands. Charizard understood instinctively. Unfazed by the monstrous water column that dwarfed it, it deftly maneuvered to the side, narrowly avoiding the deluge. With a sudden burst of speed, Charizard glided alongside the water column, inching closer to the looming Dragonite. The giant Dragonite, now slowly moving its head, caused the massive water column to shift in tandem, threatening to engulf Charizard completely. Charizard, use Steel Wing. She commanded once again. Instantly, Charizard's wings gleamed with metallic brilliance, and instead of retreating, it charged forward, slicing through the approaching water column with one powerful wing. With a resounding clang, Charizard rebounded, creating distance as it positioned itself just 5 meters in front of the Dragonite. The disparity in their sizes was striking, akin to a giant facing a mere flea. In that moment, a blinding metallic light suddenly emerged from a point on the Dragonite's neck. The light shot upward, striking the underside of its jaw. Charizard's wings transformed into steel as it launched skyward with ferocity. With a resounding crash akin to a metallic explosion, the force sent the Dragonite reeling backward. The Dragonite shook its massive head, droplets of water cascading down like a torrential downpour. Regaining focus, it suppressed the dazed sensation in its mind, and its smaller wings on its back began to flap vigorously. A colossal tempest erupted, enveloping Charizard's diminutive form, forcing it to struggle against the storm. Do not yield. Use Heat Wave, she urged. Charizard glared defiantly, spreading its expansive wings as the temperature around its fiery skin surged. In the midst of the storm, Charizard took the offensive, unleashing a wave of heat that scattered embers like stars, pushing back against the Dragonite's formidable gale, creating an equilibrium in the sky. As the tempest and heat clashed, she remained unscathed under the protective aura of the eagle, which shimmered with a cerulean shield of absolute defense. However, the 3 observers below were not so fortunate, as they were caught in the chaos of wind and rain, feeling disoriented. Watching the 2 battling Pokémon, the ocean churned as if heralding the apocalypse. The man standing on the eagle's back remained still, leaving the 3 in utter disbelief. What magnitude of battle is this? Regui murmured in awe, as the storm began to subside. With a furrowed brow, she contemplated whether the hot wind could only match the storm 50-50. It seemed that the Charizard in this world had indeed diminished significantly in strength. Was it weakened by the version update? Or did it require further training in the later stages? If only his evolution stone were still with him, he sighed. Although the item he carried was still on him, the stone necessary for evolution had vanished, preventing him from enhancing his power. Thus, he decided to use Dragon Claw to gradually wear down the opponent's health. However, the immense Dragonite had an exceptionally thick hide, making it a slow and arduous task. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind, filled with fervor and excitement. Hey, Brother Chi, stop with the fancy stuff and hurry up. I want to see a crushing victory. Although his body had been taken over, Ash's consciousness remained alert, experiencing the situation as if watching a film from a first-person perspective. It was akin to being in the ultimate front-row seat. Chi pondered, should I take this opportunity to occupy the body and not give it back? Hey. Brother Chi, we're sharing mental space now. I can sense your thoughts. You actually planned to— The sudden voice startled Chi, who realized he had inadvertently revealed his inner thoughts. What if this boy named Ash became suspicious and created a rift between them? Chi began to panic. Haha, I've wanted you to possess me for ages. By the way, don't return the favor after this. This time, it's my turn to forcibly take you. Ash's spirit laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance. We've long overdue for a proper clash. Chi replied cryptically in binary. 01000111000000101010. However, since he wanted to fulfill Ash's desire to witness a crushing victory, he decided to comply with the request. Abruptly, he returned the Charizard to its Pokeball. Ash panicked and quickly reminded him, Brother Chi, although my physical body is strong, I surely can't compete in hand-to-hand combat. Chi's brow furrowed deeply. He wished he could dissect his own head to see if it was filled with ultimate deadlocks. Silence. Watch me shine, he declared, tossing a new Pokeball into the air. Just as everyone expected Chi to unleash another powerful Pokemon, the Pokeball wobbled gently, floating towards the massive Dragonite. In the bewildered gaze of the latter, the ball suddenly opened, unleashing a vast expanse of red light that enveloped it, slowly drawing the colossal creature within. Yet, it was merely an empty Pokeball, evidently too fragile to contain such a formidable being. Ash exclaimed, Hey, that's excessive. That Dragonite is still over half of its size. What do you mean by tossing a Pokeball like that? Are you a Pokeball superhero? At that moment, She reached for another Pokeball at his waist and calmly stated, "I beg you," weld the door shut. In the next second, a powerful blue light erupted from the Pokeball. The terrifying pressure it exuded left everyone except Chi breathless, cold sweat pouring down their backs. The area within thousands of meters fell into an eerie silence, as if the tumultuous ocean had been frozen in time. What kind of monstrous entity could possibly emerge? A shared thought coursed through the minds of the three on the shore. However, the overwhelming pressure soon dissipated. The blue light, seemingly sentient, focused on its target, rendering the Pokeball, which was about to burst open, into a state of immovable tension. The Pokeball hovered in midair, trembling incessantly. 3 seconds later, it ceased its quaking and gently floated back into Chi's hand. "Dragonite, successfully captured," he declared. Ash and the others were left speechless. "Is this what a crushing victory looks like? Coach, I want to learn this move." Chi's lips curled into a slight smile as he again patted the Pokeball at his waist, remarking, "Thank you for your efforts. Fortunately, I brought you along this time. Please don't ask me to do that again. It's quite taxing." A low, discontented voice echoed in Chi's mind, startling Ash, who thought he might have awakened a third personality. "This is the last time," Chi replied slowly, acknowledging the previous error with sincerity. "But I may do it again. The rest is up to you, Ash," he concluded, relinquishing control of the body back to Ash, wary of the potential for further encounters. "Remember to store the Pokémon back in the computer." Ash opened his eyes, realizing he had regained control of his body. Although he missed the chance to mentally clash with Chi, he was eager to investigate the Pokeball Chi had just handled, wondering what extraordinary being could seal itself within. As he reached out to touch it, the low voice echoed once more, "Don't touch me, I'm dirty." This made Ash freeze mid-motion. "Dirty?" Chi's voice followed. "Don't touch him. He has a mental cleanliness obsession. Anything not approved by him is considered unclean." With a sigh of disappointment, Ash withdrew his hand and directed his Pidgeot to land back on solid ground. "By the way, is this my Pidgeot's evolution? It looks incredible." He rubbed his face against Pidgeot's splendidly soft feathers, filled with envy and unable to resist pulling out his Pokédex to scan. Pidgeot, nickname, Tool Pidgeot. Trainer, Green's Pokémon. Skills, Fly, Mist, Protect, Tailwind, Rain Dance, Reflect. Ash exclaimed, "So this is the learning path of the Pidgeot lineage. I understand now." As the scene shifted, the trio of Xian, Hui, and San approached the cliff's edge. The recent battle had left them utterly astonished, causing them to regard Ash with newfound respect. "Is it really you, Ash? How did you achieve this?" The feats of capturing both Pidgeot and Charizard, as well as the inexplicable method of subduing the massive Dragonite, were not feats typical of an ordinary trainer. All of this transpired with Ash, the novice trainer? Incredible. Haha. Don't mind it. They are all borrowed from friends, Ash chuckled, deflecting their questions without elaboration. He preferred to keep Chi's matters private for now, fearing he might be sent for dissection if he divulged too much. However, Ash was equally astonished. Chi's power was indeed extraordinary. The strongest figure in his memory was undoubtedly the trainers he had seen battling on television during his childhood. Within this realm, there exists a category of formidable trainers known as the champions, which represents the pinnacle of his current vision. Chi, akin to them, possesses remarkable prowess. Please respect me. He suddenly recalled Chi's words, leaving Ash in a state of confusion. They are comparing you to a champion. How could there be a lack of respect? Should I return to Newtown and light some incense? Chi, 0110011101000000101110. Returning to reality, Ash tossed the colossal Dragonite's Pokeball to Zhenghui. As per our agreement, I have assisted you in capturing it, so you understand the next step is to return to the Johto region to commence research on that concept. Zhenghui eagerly accepted the Pokeball, which appeared unremarkable yet felt weighty in his hand. He had remained at the lighthouse to comprehend the inner desires of this gigantic Dragonite. Now that the matter was resolved, there was no need to linger. His true hometown was not in Kanto, but in the bustling city of Goldenrod in the Johto region, where his specialized equipment awaited him. Suddenly, Zhenghui had a thought and, with a subtle gesture, spoke in a softer tone. Please convey my thanks to your friend. Ash scratched his head innocently. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Zhenghui merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and there is no need for entanglement. Although this young man's secret seemed rather exaggerated. As twilight descended, having completed their business, the four of them intended to rest soundly at the lighthouse. However, a Pokémon nearby was energetically throwing punches into the void, brimming with determination. Charmeleon, why are you so excited? Ash inquired with a puzzled expression. Perhaps it is feeling competitive upon seeing that Charizard. As I understand, Fire-type Pokémon possess a strong competitive spirit, particularly towards their own kind. Jiangwei analyzed seriously. In contrast to Pokémon of other types, should a Jigglypuff encounter a Clefairy, it is more likely to approach and greet it. Hello, esteemed predecessor, your head is quite round. However, with fire types, they usually exhibit aggression, ready to unleash flames upon their rivals. Fear not, one day you too shall surpass that Charizard. Ash encouraged, offering a warm rub to the latter's bald head. Though it lacked the delightful texture of a Jigglypuff, it radiated warmth. Charmeleon, unwilling to be outdone, exhaled a plume of fire, its arms positioned at its sides, beginning to sway up and down. Are you yearning to soar after witnessing Charizard? Ash encouraged. Indeed, such fierce ambition is what we need. If your desire to fly is sufficiently strong, wings will surely sprout. Jiangwei nodded in agreement with Ash's sentiment. In the Hoenn region, there exists a Pokémon that, in its early stages, yearns to fly, eventually growing wings to take to the skies. What was the name of that Pokémon? Oh, it was called Bagon. Jiangwei finally recalled the name. Hearing this, Ash seemed to remember something as well. Hoenn, the region where Rayquaza roams freely. If one were to toss a stone with eyes closed, they might strike a Rayquaza. This is an introduction from the bug-catching boy, Garo's close friend. Jiangwei, is this the geography taught by Professor Oak? Or is it merely a matter of sustenance? The following morning, the four parted ways at the fork outside the lighthouse. Ash and his companions were en route to Leaf Green City, while Jiangwei intended to travel to Goldenrod City first and then take the magnetic levitation train directly to his hometown. Just before departing, Jiangwei suddenly inquired, by the way, Ash, would you like me to upgrade your Pokédex to the latest model? The 5G signal can cover the entire Kanto region, achieving seamless communication throughout the area. Ash waved his hand dismissively, refusing the suggestion. It was said on television that 5G is merely a deception. No, thank you. 3 hours later, Ash and his companions finally arrived at the Pokémon Center in Leaf Green City. This poetic port city, enveloped in fallen leaves and a dim sky, possessed a melancholic yet enchanting beauty. However, surprisingly, there were no signs of distinctive fallen leaves or weeds at any street corner. Everything was spotless and orderly. This city is remarkably clean, the trio couldn't help but exclaim. Their first order of business upon arriving in Leaf Green City was, naturally, to challenge the local gym. It was said that the gym specialized in electric-type Pokémon, and its leader was an avid fan of electric mice. According to local lore, he was the most skilled caretaker of electric mice in the entire Kanto region. At this assertion, Ash was unwilling to concede, springing to his feet to initiate a challenge. He prided himself on being unparalleled in raising electric mice. Hadn't his Pikachu grown larger than the average Pikachu? However, they were currently in a recuperation phase, resting and regaining their strength under Nurse Joy's care, leaving Ash to suppress his restless spirit. Zzz. At that moment, their attention was drawn to a nearby public television screen. As a port city, Leaf Green was not renowned for trade and transportation but rather for its journalism. Ash's interest piqued, and he focused intently on the screen. Let me witness the mightiest news media in Kanto. Thus, all three turned their gaze towards the television. It was reported that on the morning of the 15th of this month, which was the day after tomorrow, the most luxurious cruise ship in all of Kanto, the St. Anno, would set sail. Wealthy individuals were requested to board in an orderly fashion to experience a life of luxury, while those of lesser means were relegated to observing from the shore. The trio frowned, sensing an inexplicable humiliation. While it was factual, was the news truly so blunt? Subsequently, the screen shifted to a hazy seascape, featuring a solitary lighthouse flickering with light. Isn't that Jiangwei's dilapidated lighthouse? The speed at which it made it to the news is astonishing. The reporters must have been from somewhere else. An urgent message interrupted. Breaking news. Yesterday, a mysterious event occurred off the coast of Leaf Green City, near Cape Lighthouse. The legendary creature, the lighthouse beast, has resurfaced after years of folklore. What exactly is the lighthouse beast? The audience is likely familiar with the legend, but why has it reappeared? Allow me to elucidate. It is said that the lighthouse beast emerged due to the lighthouse beast, which may surprise many as to why it appeared yesterday. Yet, the fact remains, and I too am astonished. This is the story behind the lighthouse beast. What are your thoughts? Please share your opinions in the comments section for discussion. The trio, is this what constitutes Leaf Green City as journalism? Chapter 34. The top 10 Pokémon that wish to regress after a brief respite. The trio arrived at the Withered Leaf Gym. The road leading to the gym had previously been obstructed by gnarled branches. This was a small trial set by the gym leader for aspiring trainers, testing their ability to reach the entrance on their own merit. However, recently, an anonymous tree-chopping maniac had emerged in Withered Leaf City, indiscriminately felling trees. He had stripped the city of its desolate branches, thereby exposing the gym's entrance. The local news media seized the opportunity to promote a wave of aspiring wealth through the green and sustainable development ideology of tree felling. Little Rattata, hang in there. Don't you dare die. You've always been my best friend. At that moment, a novice trainer, resembling a boy, rushed out from the gym's entrance. His expression a tumult of anxiety and rage, regret spilling over as he ran and shouted. Cradled in his arms was a battered little Rattata, resembling a tender morsel. A picture of despair. He paid no heed to Ash and his companions, fervently encouraging his little Rattata as he swiftly brushed past them, disappearing at the threshold of the Withered Leaf Gym. You must hold on until we reach the Pokémon Center. That way, I can save a vitality fragment. His shouts echoed distantly. The trio gazed at the pitiful state of the little Rattata, swallowing hard. It was a vivid embodiment of being utterly incapacitated, mercilessly beaten. Ash. I fear the gym leader may be far more formidable than we anticipated, Brock remarked, a note of gravity in his voice. Acknowledging the warning, Ash took a deep breath and boldly pushed open the door of the Withered Leaf Gym. As a future Pokémon master, he feared nothing. The moment he stepped inside, a blinding beam of light illuminated his eyes, prompting him to squint, imitating Brock beside him. There were indeed benefits to having smaller eyes. A deep, rugged voice resonated from within, laced with self-absorbed complaints. Another challenger? I wonder who it was that chopped down my trees. Now everyone wants to challenge me. As the light dissipated, Ash and his friends regained their sight. To their surprise, the interior of the gym was not adorned with the extravagance of the previous two gyms, filled with rocks and large pools. Instead, the Withered Leaf Gym was a standard, spacious training ground, with some spectator seating around. A burly man, his skin tone a mix between Ash and Brock, stood imposing before them. Muscular and towering nearly 2 meters tall, he resembled a small mountain. His enormous shadow loomed over Ash, causing him to instinctively step back. Another rookie. You should first defeat the weaklings at the neighboring Hualan Gym and Nibi Gym before challenging me. I won't show any mercy. The man laughed heartily, his demeanor brash. Brock and Misty were taken aback, feeling insulted. They promptly placed their hands on Ash's shoulders, their tone turning serious. Ash, don't let him disrespect you. Ash, quickly borrow your friend's Charizard and teach him a lesson. No, Ash declared, blocking them with his arms and adjusting his hat, facing the man directly. This is my battle. I shall not rely on other strength. Although Charizard is powerful, it remains an external force. Those Pokémon belong to someone else. Perhaps one day, when I have claimed Charizard as my own, I might consider utilizing those Pokémon. Or maybe Charizard will be exorcised by a monk one day, granting me rightful inheritance. He mused. Should I intentionally bump into a monk to seek compensation? Then they might bestow me with a great move? He recalled that there were many monks in the Johto region. Could you wait until I'm asleep before contemplating such schemes? Ash lifted his chin, observing the man's blonde buzz cut and olive green military attire, wondering if trainers were now moonlighting as soldiers. I am Ash from Pallet Town, the future Pokémon master. Here to challenge you, he declared, undeterred, his spirit unwavering. The man nodded slightly, momentarily acknowledging Ash's audacity to face the challenge. You're certainly braver than the previous cowards. Since you're here to challenge, let us. Before he could finish, the towering man suddenly widened his eyes. He had spotted the Pikachu by Ash's side, regarding it as a rare specimen. Let me see. You even brought an electric mouse. Its fur is sleek, its electric sacs full, and its tail has the perfect 4 bends. You've trained this Pikachu exceptionally well, but it's a tad too plump. Can it even charge forward to use tackle? Ash frowned at the remark, lifting Pikachu slightly to demonstrate that it wasn't overly heavy. However, he quickly realized the weight was indeed considerable. Well, that is not the point. My Pikachu is incredibly swift. It can outpace others in a flash. He defended. Pika, Pikachu affirmed, throwing a tiny punch in agreement. Very well. I acknowledge your skills. I am Majishur, an honorary member of the Withered Leaf City Pokémon Club's Electric Mouse Division. The man suddenly extended his large hand for a handshake. Ash hesitated, recalling that he had seen a Pokémon Club next to the Pokémon Center, initially suspecting it was a scheme by Team Rocket. Is this rugged man embracing his inner softy now? Then let us engage in a breeding competition for electric mice. Ash proposed, bewildered by the peculiar turn of events. Majishur threw out his Pokeball. With a bang, out emerged a Raichu, significantly larger than Pikachu, with a striking yellow and black coat and a lightning bolt-shaped tail, exuding an air of aggression. Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu, possesses enhanced physical strength and electric power. Yet its value diminishes, ranking among the top 3 in this year's list of Pokémon that wish to regress immediately after evolution, the Pokédex announced automatically. This old Pokédex is quite the relic, spouting nonsense. Don't pay it any mind. Ash hastily tucked away the device, fearful of it being dismantled. Though Raichu certainly appeared less adorable, Ash couldn't help but imagine his Pikachu evolving into Raichu with an electric amplifier, toppling him with its newfound weight. No, it cannot evolve. I must steer clear of electric amplifiers in the future. Magishar quickly defended, ahem. Although the official Withered Leaf City blog did indeed rank Raichu among the top 3 Pokémon that wished to regress immediately after evolution this year, it was merely the spiteful critics of discontented lives. Many actually adore Raichu. Ash furrowed his brow, surprised to learn that such a list truly existed. Upon returning, I shall thoroughly investigate, lest I unwittingly stumble into a perilous situation. Pikachu, noticing the sudden appearance of Raichu, squinted its eyes and pointed with its tiny finger, unable to restrain a fit of laughter. What a plump electric mouse. It even seems more rotund than myself. And darker too. Pika Pika. Ash quickly crouched down to cover Pikachu's mouth. That S Raichu, which has a standard physique, do not compare it to your own shape, my dear Pikachu. All of them were merely engaging in banter, yet their jests were increasingly adept. A little-known fact, to enter the Leaf Gym, one must perform a specific cut. Adjacent lies the Pokémon Club. Chapter 35, The Literary Duel of the Leaf Gym. The challenges at our Leaf Gym have always been divided into literary and martial contests. As long as one triumphs in either of the events, they shall be awarded the spoils of victory, the orange badge. With that, Magishar displayed a badge resembling a small sun, causing Ash to feel a twinge of excitement. Wait, a literary duel? Ash furrowed his brow, pondering what this could entail. Could a literary duel possibly electrify that little Rattata to crispy perfection? Even Magishar's underling appeared bewildered. It seemed our notoriously unreasonable Leaf Gym had a literary aspect as well. Ash couldn't help but glance at Magishar's imposing stature, realizing that in such a contest, he might have an advantage. Over the past few days, he had taken the time to memorize the type effectiveness chart, recalling perhaps 30% of it, which instilled him with confidence. Soon, Magishar called out to the back of the venue. An elderly gentleman with a white beard and large sunglasses emerged, his face obscured and clutching a book. He stood less than a meter tall and fixated on Pikachu, causing Ash to wonder if this man was a disguised Meowth from Team Rocket. Ahem, this gentleman is the president of the Pokémon Club, as well as the honorary president of our Leaf City Electric Mouse Enthusiasts Club, and he shall serve as the judge for this literary duel, Magishar introduced. Greetings, President. Ash and his companions politely greeted. The president nodded and casually tossed Ash a candy. This is a wonder candy, which can enhance a Pokemon's musculature. By the way, your Pikachu seems a bit out of shape. Instinctively, Ash unwrapped the candy and offered it to Pikachu, who eagerly consumed it, shaking its ears without any noticeable change. It's a counterfeit. The literary duel begins. Ahem, these are the essential pieces of knowledge every competent trainer must possess. Let the contest commence. The president opened his hefty book, casting a serious glance at the 2 contestants. The first question, what type is Pikachu? Upon hearing this, Ash's lips curled into a smile. Was this an insult to his intelligence? It's an electric type, he promptly answered, while Magishar merely shrugged, unfazed and not rushing to respond. 1 point for Ash, the current score is 1-0. The president nodded and proceeded with the next question. What is Pikachu's ability? Ash's expression faltered. He genuinely did not know Pikachu's ability. Typically, Pikachu would pull out its own blanket to nap, perhaps indicating a lazy ability, or perhaps a gluttonous trait. Ultimately, he stammered, uncertain, is it thick fat? It's static or lightning rod. Magishar chuckled, adding a hint of mockery. You don't even know your own Pikachu's ability? That hardly qualifies you as a competent trainer. Ash was about to retort when suddenly, his Pokédex emitted a notification sound. Ding. Pikachu, a common Pokémon, ability, thick fat. Magishar? In that instant, even the club president was taken aback, staring down at Pikachu's physique, pondering for quite some time. The Pokédex has never lied throughout history. Could it be that a mutation occurred? Ultimately, they had to skip that question, leaving the score still at 1-0. The third question, what item is required for Pikachu to evolve into Raichu? Upon hearing this, Ash jolted in excitement, answering, haha, I know this one. It's the Thunderstone. Magishar, the president. Ding. Pikachu's evolution item, Thunderstone. The Pokédex chimed in, seemingly reinforcing Ash's claim. Magishar, the president? The previous question had already left them puzzled, and in that moment, they even entertained the notion that perhaps they were mistaken. However, the answer to this question must be the Thunderstone. After all, Magishar's Raichu evolved in such a manner that was indisputable. It seemed the source of all confusion was that Pokédex, truly misleading the youth. The score shifted to 1-2, and the president provided Magishar with the score for the previous question, even contemplating smashing the Pokédex. The fourth question, what is the optimal food ratio for Pikachu? Ash. This time, he finally caught sight of the book's cover in the president's hands, the Electric Mouse Care Manual. What a ridiculous standard for a trainer's knowledge. Yet, he had to press on, so Ash faltered once more, eat more meat, less vegetables? It's 70 electric mouse-specific food, 25 fruits and vegetables, 10 snacks. Clearly, you have no idea how to raise an electric mouse. Majishur recited it flawlessly, scoring again. Ash, your ratios don't even add up. Soon, Ash found himself in utter defeat, facing questions about how to prevent depression and measures to avoid heat stroke, all of which he had never heard of. Even the final, climactic question about the best position for electric mice left him blushing furiously. The score reached 19, a narrow loss. Young man, you are not a qualified electric mouse trainer. Perhaps you should consider releasing it? After the match, the president provided this rather reasonable suggestion, which thoroughly infuriated Ash. There is far more to training than mere manual knowledge. What truly matters is Pikachu's happiness. I'm right, aren't I, Pikachu? Pika? Pikachu turned its head, and suddenly its yellow face became inexplicably flushed. Shyly averting its gaze from Ash, it was still pondering the knowledge from that last question. Pikachu, you. Ash gasped, trembling with anger. Finally, he slapped his face, clenched his fists, and rallied himself, exclaiming, a man should face challenges head-on. What literary duel nonsense. Regardless of winning, I shall never accept that badge. Of course, winning was a different matter. Seeing this, Majishur was also ignited by Ash's fervor, clapping his hands, and soon the underlings cleared a space for battle. Although you have been defeated in the realm of words, should you achieve victory in the Pokémon battle, you will still earn my orange badge. The rules of the competition dictate a one-on-one match, and my formidable contender is none other than my Raichu. Raichu, having been a mere spectator until now, stepped forward. Its robust brown-yellow fists colliding before it, electric currents pulsating across its face. It was quite weary of its owner's incessant theories about verbal combat. Why not take it out for a real battle one day? Humph, today I shall unleash my frustration upon you, this little electric mouse. Raichu beckoned to the still flushed Pikachu, deep in contemplation. Don't hesitate, Pikachu. You must defeat this opponent. Ash's voice snapped Pikachu back to attention, its body tensing in determination. Pikachu took a deep breath, puffing out its little belly, and slowly advanced towards Raichu, its gaze resolute. It was time to clock in for battle. The two electric mice met in the center of the arena, their bellies pressing against each other, neither willing to yield, their eyes sparkling with electricity. Chapter 36. The Path of the Film Emperor, Level 1 Trainee Pikachu, Unleash Thunderbolt. Raichu, let us also use Thunderbolt. As the battle commenced, both electric mice employed their traditional techniques, their bodies radiating a dazzling display of lightning. A roaring bolt of electricity surged forth, colliding with one another. Zzzzzzzzz. The currents clashed mid-air, creating rippling waves of energy, and for a moment, it seemed they were evenly matched. Quite impressive electrical power, remarked Majishur, unable to contain his admiration. Despite not having evolved, the power of Thunderbolt was already on par with his own Raichu. Ash, too, smiled with pride. Whether due to the enhancements gained from their experiences in Nibby City or Pikachu's innate talent, its Thunderbolt was unrivaled. Yet, Majishur's expression suddenly darkened, and he bellowed. Let us test this technique. Raichu used thunder. This time, Raichu swung its arm vigorously. A bolt of lightning shot skyward from its body, gathering strength before it crashed down from above. Boom. The electric currents on its cheeks erupted, intensifying the brightness of its electric color, casting a palpable pressure across the arena. The bolt of lightning surged forth, expanding several times in width. This rendered Pikachu's previously fiery Thunderbolt utterly ineffective, as it was overwhelmed and sent tumbling back. Boom, boom, boom. The thick beam of electric light struck Pikachu directly, causing physical pain and mental strain, leaving it in distress. The formidable pull from the thunder attack rendered Pikachu unable to evade, forcing it to take the hit head-on. As the thunder dissipated, the small patch of ground where Pikachu stood had even collapsed several centimeters. The skin on one side of its body bore slight scorch marks, and it gasped for breath, clearly having sustained significant damage. Level 001, medium rare. If it were an ordinary Rattata, it would have been thoroughly cooked by now. You see, this is the advantage of evolution. Majishur laughed heartily, suddenly producing a yellow stone from his pocket. What do you think? Since we both raise electric mice, allow me to gift you a Thunderstone. We can battle again once you evolve. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash firmly declined. Not a chance. Raichu is not aesthetically pleasing. I shall never allow Pikachu to evolve. Pikachu nodded in agreement, thinking that if it were to evolve into that fat, dark creature, it may as well cancel its trainer ID and start anew. The urgency in their refusal clearly irked the duo of Majishur and Raichu, prompting a cold glare from Majishur. Very well, Raichu, hold nothing back. Use thunder again. Raichu, feeling insulted, swung its arm furiously, unleashing another burst of lightning. The terrifying current enveloping Pikachu from all sides, leaving it with no chance of escape. What to do? Ash felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he scanned the arena, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Skills, attributes, abilities, abilities. Majishir had mentioned earlier that Pikachu's ability was static or lightning rod. Although not entirely clear on the concept, Ash shouted, "Pikachu, use lightning rod." The name suggested it could avoid lightning attacks. Majishir retorted, "Young man, do you understand the difference between abilities and moves?" Suddenly, surrounded by lightning, Pikachu shook its ears, and its muscle memory propelled it to leap into the air. Useless. Continue using thunder. Boom boom. Thunder struck, and the lightning once again slammed into Pikachu. This time, the force was even greater, causing the ground beneath it to collapse several centimeters in an instant, the soil shattering. Pika. Just as Pikachu prepared to cry out in pain, it suddenly sensed something was amiss. This time it doesn't hurt. Although it felt no pain, muscle memory compelled it to complete its anticipated cry. Pika. The source of the anguished sound was unseen, yet it echoed amidst the thunder, leaving Majishir smug while Ash remained anxious. Soon, the lightning and smoke cleared. Raichu appeared somewhat winded, panting heavily after expending such energy in 2 full-powered thunder attacks. Meanwhile, Pikachu shone brilliantly, as if nothing had transpired. Its body glimmered, polished by the thunderclap. It stood on its tail, its limbs elevated. Had Pikachu's tail become a lightning rod? Brock observed thoughtfully, as they say. With feet off the ground, the current cannot ascend. The clever intellect has gained the upper hand. But if there was no damage, what did that earlier cry of despair signify? Brock and Misty exchanged glances, suddenly recalling an achievement unlocked for Pikachu in the Pokédex the previous day. The Path of the Film Emperor, Level 1 trainee. Goo, an old hand at this, said Brock. Well done, Pikachu. Now it's our turn to attack. Ash, without realizing it, pointed decisively. Pikachu, use quick attack. Pikachu landed gracefully, cloaked in white light, darting around Raichu with ghostly agility. Raichu's bewildered expression led Ash to surmise that due to its premature evolution, Raichu had gained considerable strength but had not maintained the speed honed during Pikachu's training, resulting in a decrease post-evolution. Yet, this was his opportunity. Majishir was not an inexperienced trainer. He too understood Raichu's shortcomings and remained unfazed, commanding, "Raichu, brace yourself." Pikachu left behind trails of afterimages on the ground and, in an instant, dashed behind Raichu, launching an attack from a blind spot. Now, use Thunderbolt. Lightning erupted, instantly transforming into a serpent of electricity, striking directly at Raichu's lower back. Upon witnessing this, Majiji's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had been anticipating this moment. He bellowed, "This is what I've been waiting for, Raichu. Draw the Thunderbolt with your Thunder Punch." Raichu's stout fists, unbeknownst to Wen, had already been enveloped in a layer of electricity. With a vigorous swing of its arm, it forcibly redirected the trajectory of the Thunderbolt, channeling it entirely into its own fist. Crackling and sizzling, the electric current erupted upon impact. Raichu's gaze sharpened, and it unleashed a powerful thunder punch imbued with tremendous energy. To everyone's astonishment, Raichu did not turn to attack Pikachu, who was executing its move, but instead bent low and struck the ground beneath it with a mighty fist. Boom. The terrifying electric current combined with the overwhelming force of the punch caused the ground to fracture and splinter outward from the point of impact. The debris spread like ripples, and within an instant, the battlefield was reduced to ruins. Indeed, its speed had diminished, yet both its electric power and physical strength had increased exponentially. Having landed a successful blow, Raichu raised its head, a smug grin curling at the corner of its mouth, as the entire arena lay in tatters beneath it. The damage sustained to the gym facilities due to the trainer's challenge could be reimbursed by the Pokémon League, rendering the destruction inconsequential. However, the undulating terrain made Pikachu hesitant, as its agility was severely compromised, hindering its movement. Finish it off. Use Heavy Slam. With Majiji's commanding shout, Raichu lunged forward, its massive belly bearing down like a leviathan. Pikachu, caught off guard, attempted to unleash Thunderbolt as a defense. However, the electric current dissipated harmlessly against Raichu's abdomen, failing to impede its advance. Seeing the colossal creature about to crush it, Pikachu felt a rush of desperation. Is there no other move? Ash was drenched in cold sweat, his anxiety palpable. With Thunderbolt ineffective and unable to move, he yelled, "Pikachu, use Quick Attack." He could only resort to the last available move. At the command, Pikachu extended its tail and swiftly swung it towards Raichu's face. Slap. A glancing blow. Just then, Raichu was nearly upon it. In a moment of urgency, Pikachu's focus sharpened, and its aura surged as if a switch had been flipped within. Ash's eyes widened in recognition. This feeling reminded him of their first encounter when Pikachu had dispersed a flock of Spearows with a similar intensity. Without warning, Pikachu, having just executed Quick Attack, suddenly reversed direction and aimed another strike at Raichu's face. Whoosh. This time, its tail gleamed with a brilliant metallic sheen, appearing indomitable and infused with tremendous vigor. This was a skill Pikachu had practiced countless times. Understanding the implication, Ash shouted in unison, "Now, Pikachu, use Iron Tail." Clang. The resilient steel tail struck Raichu squarely on the forehead. The impact was akin to being struck by a side-swinging iron rod, causing Raichu to topple sideways. In that instant, Pikachu quickly adjusted its stance amidst the shattered terrain and rebounded into action. Whoosh! The diminutive figure twisted and turned gracefully in midair, its tail once again radiating a chilling silver light. Iron Tail. The gust of wind and dust spread across the battlefield like ripples. Clang. The metallic tail struck Raichu's forehead with tremendous force, rendering the latter momentarily dazed and unconscious. Raichu collapsed before Pikachu. The referee, momentarily stunned, soon regained composure and declared, "Raichu is unable to battle. The winner of the Leaf Gym Challenge is Ash and Pikachu." It was indeed a curious sight for an evolved Pokémon to fall before a pre-evolution. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of inevitability about it. "Well done, Pikachu," Ash exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the victory. Pikachu, equally stunned, joyfully leaped around the devastated arena before bounding over to Ash. They high-fived in midair. Defeating an evolved Raichu was a significant achievement. Although Steel-type moves are not particularly effective against electric types, it seemed that something had triggered a critical hit. Without hesitation, Ash affectionately ruffled Pikachu's head, beaming with pride. "Great job, Pikachu. We'll treat ourselves to a grand feast later." Pikachu nodded enthusiastically, relishing Ash's encouraging words. After the match, Majiji, regaining his composure, wore a bittersweet smile as he recalled Raichu. Did the strike hit its nerve? Truly, luck was on your side. Approaching Ash, he tossed him an orange badge. "Well done, Ash. Your Pikachu is remarkable. Perhaps I had been overly focused on evolving my Pikachu into Raichu." He scratched Pikachu's chin, causing its eyes to squint in pleasure. It was evident that this burly man had a knack for training electric-type Pokémon. Sighing, Majiji continued, "You see, I had originally intended to nurture my Pikachu carefully and not rush into evolution." Upon hearing this, Brock and Misty, intrigued, gathered closer. They exchanged glances filled with curiosity. "But didn't you say earlier that evolving quickly would grant you greater power? I remember it was autumn when I returned from the military. Eager to take over as the leader of the Leaf Gym with my newly caught Pikachu," Majiji recounted slowly, his expression reflecting the weight of experience. As if he were about to smoke a pipe. "When I arrived in Leaf City, I noticed a banner hanging on the largest billboard. The official Leaf City account had analyzed the data, top 10 Pokémon that should evolve immediately. Early evolution means early benefits. Trust in science." Below were lengthy descriptions of the advantages of evolution, far too extensive to read, but it piqued my interest. Majiji sighed. The trio furrowed their brows, already sensing the impending revelation. You guessed it right. Raichu ranked among the top 3 on that must-evolve list. Furthermore, the official Leaf City account was running a lottery discount event. I was fortunate enough to purchase a Thunderstone at a mere 10 of the original price. Although that discounted price was nearly the same as the original, my excitement led me to hastily evolve my Pikachu, and indeed, its strength increased. Yet, I failed to notice anything amiss. However, the potential of Pikachu was not fully realized before it evolved prematurely into Raichu, which ultimately carried certain risks. Gradually, I began to notice that the media in Korea City had grown increasingly peculiar, deviating from the norms of a typical news outlet, which filled me with unease. Majishi's expression suddenly darkened, as if he recalled something troubling. The sensationalism, the shock value, the orchestrated narratives, none presented genuine news. Sure enough, 3 months later, the official Korea City account released another data ranking. It listed the top 10 Pokémon that wished to revert after evolving, and Raichu still ranked 3rd. Majishir was utterly taken aback. The 3 of them, after listening to Majishir's lament, departed from the gym. Inside the gym, lost in thought about the earlier battle, Majishir gently tossed out a Pokeball. Raichu, having been unable to battle moments prior, had regained some strength. "Raichu, I've made up my mind. Tomorrow, I will return to the Vidian Forest to capture another Pikachu and train it anew." Upon hearing this, Raichu immediately expressed dissatisfaction, shaking its tiny fists in protest. "So, will love disappear? Hold on, Raichu. I still plan to take you out for some real battles. Knowledge acquired from books is shallow. Practical experience reveals truth. It's time for you to see the world." It just so happened that Raichu had been complaining about only knowing theory. Raichu. At this, Raichu beamed with joy, its cheeks flushing. "Master, why don't you just release me there?" The atmosphere in Korea Gym was suddenly filled with joy and laughter. Before departing, Majishir gestured to the back, instructing, "Pixis, the gym is now in your capable hands. I will be going out to train for a while." "Yes." replied a muscular girl dressed in a sleeveless shirt, her hair styled to resemble a power plug. Then, Pixis recalled something and asked, "Boss, how should we respond to that letter? Just say I'm out training and didn't TC it." While he said this, a flicker of unease stirred within Majishur. That letter had been sitting here for several days, and it felt inappropriate to respond directly. Team Rocket. Do they intend to recruit the gym leaders of the Kanto region? What is their true objective? Majishur clenched his teeth in frustration. Forget it. I'll slip away for now. After leaving the gym, Ash and his companions were oblivious to the ensuing developments. They were currently discussing the third badge they had just acquired. With Korea Gym conquered, their tasks in Korea City were complete. Ash urged them to hurry to the next gym and continue their challenges. Wait, Ash, have you forgotten something? We still need to board the SS and experience the luxury. Brock and Misty quickly reminded him. The gym was merely for fun. They had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. All right. We also need to resolve the paranormal incident at Sakuragi Research Institute and earn our ticket to the SS, and Ash slapped his forehead, realizing the urgency. As a country boy from Pallet Town, he longed for the day he could indulge in luxury. The SS and would set sail the day after tomorrow. Which meant they only had today and tomorrow to resolve the incident. Time was short. Ash hurriedly ruffled Pikachu's head. Pikachu, there's no time. Your feast will have to wait for next time. Pikachu looked puzzled. Haven't we said next time so many times? Can't we make it this time? On the way. Ash pulled out his Pokédex and brought up the map interface. Let me see. Sakuragi Research Institute is on the other side of Korea City. Is this the right direction? Brock and Misty urged him on, anxious about completing their tasks. Just as the three had locked onto their direction and prepared to head straight for the Sakuragi Research Institute, Ash suddenly noticed a small icon on the Pokédex screen. 2. He recalled that just yesterday he had been marked as a novice trainer. Had he leveled up? 2. Does that mean I'm now a level 2 trainer? Ash exclaimed with excitement. Beep. Trainer Ash has captured 6 Pokémon and earned 3 badges, advancing from the lowest level. Ash quickly interrupted. Why not start from the creation of the world and tell me what level 2 represents? Beep. Level 2 indicates that the trainer possesses double the strength of Team Rocket's trio. The Pokédex replied solemnly. Huh? Beep. Due to the system's incomplete level structure, it can only use the levels of opponents the trainer has encountered as a standard for evaluation. After extensive data analysis, the Team Rocket trio's strength aligns most closely with the cosmic and microscopic development, embodying the will of the heavens and representing the laws of the universe. This serves as the foundational combat unit of this system, akin to an atomic unit, indivisible. Beep. Trainer Ash, level 2. Ash pondered. Does this mean I can take on 2 Team Rocket members by myself? Why does it sound like my level has actually decreased? This upgrade did not bring Ash joy. For instance, in school, if you ranked last in your class, you would feel foolish yet somewhat proud, as being last still made you first in that regard. However, if you improved to second to last, then you were just a fool. Another chapter comes tonight. Chapter 38. A Day as a Teacher. A lifetime as a father. The three headed toward the Sakuragi Research Institute, a journey that would take them several minutes to walk. Bored. Ash could not resist pulling out the Pokédex once more. Now that I'm level 2, how can I upgrade to level 10? Ash mused aloud. I can take on 10 Team Rocket members. Clearly, that sounds far more impressive than saying I can defeat 2. Beep. Level 10 trainer requirements. Capture 12 Pokémon and earn 8 badges. The Pokédex responded promptly. 8? Ash furrowed his brow. He currently had only 3 badges, and the road ahead seemed long. However, he had already captured 7 Pokémon, so it appeared he might achieve this sooner than expected. Perhaps by going to the Sakuragi Research Institute, he could acquire another new Pokémon. As is well known, research institutes are places where rare Pokémon can be found. While on the road, the 3 of them curiously navigated to the achievement section of the Pokédex, which still displayed that they had unlocked 3 achievements: Path of the Film Emperor, Food Chain, and Longevity Bond. The pinnacle achievement, Pokémon Master, seemed to imply that unlocking all the lower achievements would elevate him to the status of a Pokémon Master. How frustrating. He clearly aspired to be a Pokémon Master. However, perhaps due to Ash's recent elevation to level 2, a few new achievement prompts appeared beneath. Renaissance Achievement, Capture a Fossil Pokémon. Achievement, Obtaining a Pokémon egg and successfully hatching it. Achievement, Capturing a female Machoke and a male Gardevoir. Along with several other Pokémon that Ash had never heard of, all of which appeared to be quite enigmatic. It seemed rather troublesome, as Brock's brow furrowed deeply. Misty joined in, and, upon closer inspection, noted that although the Pokédex provided several achievement details, few could be accomplished in a short time. It appeared that only the last one remained. She scrolled down to the end, and Ash quickly focused on the screen. One day as a teacher. A lifetime as a father. Level 1. Teach a newcomer how to properly capture Pokémon. Teaching a newcomer to capture Pokémon? Ash pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing. Just a few weeks ago, he had been a novice himself, knowing nothing. Yet now, he was a trainer with 7 Pokémon, excluding non-combat captures. He was left with only Pidgey and Bulbasaur. This seemed manageable. Capturing was something he understood. Resolving to head to the Sakuragi Research Institute, he thought to see if there were any newcomers he could mentor. He was determined to fulfill his role as a teacher for a day. With a grand gesture, Ash led Brock and Misty in that direction. The Sakuragi Research Institute was located on the outskirts of Leafy City, where the property prices were moderate. Ahead stood a quaint villa serving as the main building for daily operations and interactions with visitors. Behind the villa lay a vast artificial park, designed for the Pokémon at the Research Institute to rest and reside. Although the area was not comparable in size to Professor Oak's expansive backyard in Pallet Town, which could comfortably house 100 Pokémon without feeling cramped, it was still a pleasant space. The door was ajar, and without hesitation, the trio entered. Arriving in a room resembling a communal lounge, Ash had already made prior arrangements. At that moment, 3 individuals clad in academic white lab coats occupied the hall, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. The leader was a middle-aged man with chestnut hair and a square face, whose amiable demeanor was immediately evident. He was Dr. Sakuragi, the head of the Research Institute, who was said to have once been a half-student of Professor Oak, earning significant recognition for his knowledge and research. In the autumn, Professor Oak would often join Dr. Sakuragi in the backyard, feasting on the delectable crabs from the Kanda region. In the summer, he would more frequently enjoy the fragrant lobsters from the H-Gen region with Dr. Sakuragi. They were indeed longtime friends. Finally, you've arrived, Dr. Sakuragi exclaimed, smiling as he extended his hand. Allow me to introduce my 2 assistants, Pokémon researchers, Kiku and Run. I am Dr. Sakuragi, a disciple of Professor Oak. Ash, not wanting to appear rude, promptly shook his hand in greeting. I am Ash, currently training with my Pikachu to become a Pokémon master. I am Brock, a trainer from the Pew City Gym. I am Misty, a trainer from the Cerulean Gym. After exchanging pleasantries, the gentle-haired Kiku and the disheveled-haired, bespectacled Run approached with curiosity. According to Professor Oak, the newcomers were the finest trainers from their village. Yet, they appeared quite novice-like at first glance. It was known that Professor Oak was an impressive figure, so he would not make baseless claims. Professor Oak has been singing your praises. I wonder, Ash, how long have you been a trainer? Dr. Sakuragi inquired cautiously. 3 weeks, Ash instinctively replied, quickly adding, actually, 3 years. Today marks exactly 3 years, haha. He suddenly realized he was representing Pallet Town's image, and he hastily inflated his experience. 3 weeks was nearly a month equated to half a year. And half a year was not much different from a year. Therefore, 3 weeks could logically be interpreted as 3 years. After all, ability was what truly mattered. Dr. Sakuragi, believing him, smiled and remarked, 3 years? You seem quite young. Did trainers in Pallet Town become trainers 3 years earlier? Or does this young man simply not age? I wonder what he will look like 20 years from now. After some light conversation, they finally got to the crux of the matter. As previously mentioned over the phone, there seemed to be a mischievous wild Pokémon residing within the Research Institute that enjoyed causing disruptions. While it was not a significant issue, it could pose a problem with the impending public opening of the Institute. As a bustling port city, it was not a concern for them. But visitors might not appreciate such disturbances. If offended, these guests could create trouble. Moreover, Leafy City had a rather notorious media presence. If they caught wind of any oddities here, they could magnify the situation. After all, life must go on, and the Institute could not afford to close over minor inconveniences. Upon hearing this, Ash and his companions nodded solemnly. Having been in town for less than a day, they had already experienced the terrifying nature of the local media. So our task is to capture this troublesome Pokémon? I understand now, Ash said, his expression brightening as he realized he was being entrusted with the task of capturing this prankster. Sounds like a lucrative deal. Then I will leave this to you. My companions and I have other matters to attend to, so you will be in charge here, Ash. Dr. Sakuragi smiled with a hint of helplessness, patting Ash on the shoulder. They were researchers with limited combat abilities and had to awkwardly rely on outsiders for assistance. Of course, we won't trouble you without compensation. If you can resolve this peculiar incident, I will reward you with 3 tickets for the St. Anu cruise ship, which sets sail the day after tomorrow, Dr. Sakuragi added before departing. Upon hearing this, Ash and his friend's eyes lit up. This was precisely the incentive they had been waiting for. Soon after, Dr. Sakuragi and his team left, leaving Ash and his friends alone in the expansive Sakuragi Research Institute. They began strategizing how to lure out the mischievous Pokémon. If only a newcomer would appear right now, I could capture the egg ghost and simultaneously complete my Pokédex achievement, Ash mused aloud. No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed from the entrance. Hey, is Kohari here? I'm here to play. The voice sounded youthful, suggesting the speaker was quite young. As the newcomer stepped through the door, the trio focused their attention. A black-haired boy with a few small curls and a dark complexion, reminiscent of Brock's, stood before them, his expression perplexed. Judging by his age, he seemed to be around Ash's age. Who are you? I shall inquire first. Are you a trainer? Ash's eyes widened like bronze bells as he hastily posed the question. The dark-skinned boy instinctively responded, well, I can only obtain Pokémon after a year. Upon hearing this, Ash's gaze suddenly sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, his tone turning serious. It is decided. You shall be my charge, and I shall teach you the art of capturing Pokémon. Chapter 39. Brock, correcting Ash. The dark-skinned boy quickly stepped back several paces, a wary expression adorning his face as he inquired, What nonsense is this? Who are you people? This is private property. I will call the police. The three individuals before him were clearly not locals. Calm down. We are all good people. One of them quickly raised their hands in a gesture of peace. I am Ash, a resident of Pallet Town and a formidable trainer with 3 badges. I have been entrusted by Professor Oak to assist him in resolving peculiarities concerning Pokémon at his laboratory. Ash then gestured toward the 2 individuals beside him, introducing them. This is Brock, a man of steadfast resolve, and this is Misty, a woman aspiring to become a water-type Pokémon master. The dark-skinned boy seemed to recall hearing about this from Professor Oak and thus began to relax. With a sigh of relief, he introduced himself. My name is Hal. I am 10 years old, and I am a close friend of Professor Oak's daughter, often coming over to play with her and race remote-controlled cars. Ash coughed lightly, taken aback to discover that this boy was of the same age as he. No, he must not reveal that he too is 10. Suddenly, Ash's gaze sharpened, a piercing glimmer radiating from his eyes, directed straight at Hal. We are all dreamers, Hal. Pray tell, what is your dream? Is it to become a powerful trainer? If he answered affirmatively, Ash could seamlessly propose to teach him the nuances of capturing Pokémon, thereby unlocking an achievement. However, Hal immediately replied, My dream is to capture Mew and make it my starter Pokémon, traveling together. This was the special Pokémon he encountered during Professor Oak's summer camp at the age of 6. It was at that moment he resolved to reunite with it in the future and journey alongside Mew. If his starter Pokémon were not Mew, he would rather not have one at all. Brock and Misty, are you serious about capturing a Pokémon? Ash, doesn't he even know what Mew is? Thinking it is as rare as Rayquaza in the Kanto region, yet commonplace in other regions, so he feels little concern. It is worth noting that Ash himself was supposed to attend that summer camp but missed it due to oversleeping. Consequently, he attended another summer camp a year later. Disregarding the expressions of the other 2, Ash suddenly clapped Hal on the shoulder and earnestly encouraged him. With determination, you could capture 100 Mews. I believe you will succeed. This statement made Hal's face flush instantly. His breathing grew slightly erratic, and his demeanor became flustered. This was the first time someone had earnestly encouraged him after he expressed his desire to capture Mew without laughing at him. In that moment, Hal's impression of Ash soared to new heights. He felt an overwhelming urge to form a brotherly bond with him. Seeing as we are so familiar, shall we become sworn brothers? Before Hal could finish his sentence, Ash deftly interrupted him. Since you aspire to capture Mew, mastering the techniques for capturing Pokémon is essential. I happen to need to catch a troublesome Pokémon now, so let me impart some valuable tips to you. You wish to call me brother, yet I desire to be your teacher? Once a teacher, always a father. This achievement I must unlock today. Upon hearing this, Hal momentarily set aside his thoughts of brotherhood and began to contemplate Ash's words. However, his brow furrowed in confusion. Is there really a need to learn how to capture Pokémon? He questioned. In Hal's mind, capturing Pokémon simply entailed tossing a Pokeball upon encountering one, followed by the sound of the Pokédex indicating a successful capture. Is it really that simple? Is it merely a matter of having hands? Is there a need to practice the precision and strength of throwing? The expressions of the 3 individuals grew serious as they discerned that the boy's understanding of capturing Pokémon might be fundamentally flawed. Since there was a misunderstanding, it was imperative to correct it today. Ash's expression turned grave as he proclaimed loudly, capturing Pokémon is not so simple. Before engaging in practical application, let your teacher Brock provide you with some theoretical knowledge. As soon as he finished speaking, Brock donned a white lab coat and produced a demonstration board, beginning to write and draw upon it. This coat was something he had casually retrieved from the laboratory. Today, let Brock impart a proper understanding of the Pokémon world to you. First and foremost, capturing Pokémon is not a trivial matter. We can broadly categorize it into 3 steps. Brock squinted his eyes into slits, revealing a bright smile as he inscribed 3 words on the board: taunt, weaken, Capture. The first step, which is also a prerequisite, is ensuring that the Pokémon does not escape. You may use verbal taunts or physical gestures to keep it in place, even enticing it with food or a lure to facilitate subsequent actions. Once you ascertain that the Pokémon will not flee, we proceed to the second step, weaken. Engage the Pokémon in battle to diminish its stamina, rendering it unable to resist the confines of the Pokeball. Of course, a trainer can also engage in direct combat, provided they possess sufficient strength. At this juncture, Brock gestured towards Ash, indicating that he was a prime example of someone capable of direct engagement. Moreover, while depleting stamina, it is advantageous to inflict status conditions to further diminish the Pokemon's will to fight, often yielding unexpected results. Brock then pointed to the third term. The contrast of his dark complexion with House illuminated the room with the brilliance of knowledge, like a fountain of gold springing forth. Lastly, capturing is not as simple as merely tossing a ball. Each Pokémon possesses a weak point, which we refer to as a vulnerability. Successfully striking this vulnerability with a Pokeball significantly increases the likelihood of capture. For instance, Pikachu's vulnerability is located at the tip of its tail. Brock slightly bent down and tapped the end of Pikachu's tail with his finger. Pika. Although Pikachu felt no particular sensation, it nonetheless cooperated by jumping up. After all, among the three individuals, Ash and Misty's words could be disregarded, but the promise of food held significant weight. To enhance realism, Pikachu even leaped up to the ceiling, expressing itself vividly. I had no idea there was so much knowledge involved. This is my first time hearing it. This was Ash's voice. Before Hal could respond, Ash suddenly slammed his palms on the table, rising to his feet with excitement, exclaiming in awe, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" His three exclamations conveyed his exhilaration. "Brock, your lecture is absolutely splendid, having been on the road for 3 weeks." This was the first time Ash had learned about the intricacies of capturing Pokémon and the various elaborate techniques involved. Is this the prowess of Brock? Truly deserving of the title of a man with a rock-solid will. Brock? The shout rendered him somewhat stiff, his brow furrowing deeply. "Oh, my god of volcanoes. Are we not currently in a group to mislead this dark-skinned youth? Xiaoji, do not overact." However, on the other side, Xiaohua was lost in contemplation, oblivious to Xiaoji's antics. One cannot deny that today's theoretical lesson on capturing Pokémon has significantly reshaped his worldview. Previously, he had thought that upon encountering Mew, he could simply throw a Pokeball at it. It seems that a battle must precede such an encounter. Life plans require careful deliberation. Chapter 40, Come Forth, Squirtle, Return. Squirtle. Having mastered the theoretical knowledge, Xiaojiang removed his academic robe, returning the stage to Xiaoji. Naturally, it was time to transition into practical training. Although he felt as if Xiaoji resembled a disciple more than a mentor at this moment, Xiaohua, after receiving education, developed interest in capturing Pokémon and curiously inquired, "So, are we now to capture that mischievous spirit?" According to Dr. Sakuraki, that particular Pokémon does not reveal itself easily, thus the group remains unaware of its type. In truth, discerning the type is rather straightforward. At some point, Xiaojiang donned his white coat once more. His sharp gaze gleamed with wisdom. Xiaoji clapped enthusiastically, urging, "Please continue your performance, Teacher Gang." Clearing his throat, he stated, "Based on Dr. Sakuraki's description, we can essentially deduce that it is a ghost-type Pokémon. In our Kanto region, there is only one common ghost Pokémon, or rather, one family of them." He gradually revealed 3 names, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar. Xiaoji nodded in acknowledgement, though it was the first time he had heard these names. He pondered, "So our target is a ghost-type Pokémon, which means our first step is to lure it out." The other 3 brightened, looking at Xiaoji in surprise. "Have you already thought of a way to lure it out?" Generally speaking, Xiaoji's mind is indeed the most perceptive in such situations. Is it food? Yet, even within academia, there is no consensus on what ghost-type Pokémon might favor. Perhaps beauty? There is a dusky-skinned fellow here, but that pertains to a person, not a ghost Pokémon. Say nothing, watch me in action. Xiaoji, brimming with confidence, took a few steps to open the door, then waved grandly, ushering the other 3 into the far corner of the room. Under their bewildered gazes, Xiaoji suddenly called out to the air towards the door, "Hey, is there a ghost there? Please close the door." The 3 stared in confusion. After a moment, the door remained silent. Xiaojiang could no longer contain his sigh, remarking, "Is this your understanding? I am truly disappointed." Xiaoxia chimed in, "Perhaps I should reclaim the blue badge." Xiaoji frowned, feeling it peculiar, for this method had always worked for him in the past. For instance, as a child, when alone at home and fearing ghosts, he would deliberately open the door and call out, "Is there a ghost here?" Close the door. 10 years had passed, and no ghost had ever come to assist him. Thus, it would seem his home had never been haunted, a testament to its auspicious location. From this, he deduced that the method should indeed be feasible. Moreover, Mischief Ghost is fundamentally about attracting human attention. Surely, it would reveal itself in such a scenario, right? Ignoring the incredulous expressions of his companions, Xiaoji continued to try several rooms, yet none responded. Alas, Xiaoji, we ought to devise an alternative plan. This is sheer nonsense, Xiaoxia urged. In my opinion, only a ghost can defeat a ghost. Let us first capture a ghost Pokémon from the neighboring haunted house, then return to defeat this one with our new ally. Xiaoji raised an eyebrow. Xiaoxia, you truly are a creative genius. Despite the group's objections, he insisted on dragging them to the last room. However, this time, circumstances took a different turn. Upon entering this room, Xiaoji suddenly felt an instinctive sensation. He paused and murmured, I have a premonition that there is a traitor in this house. Even Pikachu's ears perked up, causing the other three to tense immediately. Thus, the four reconvened in the corner of the room, where Xiaoji adopted a posture of calm anticipation. After taking a deep breath, he slowly called out towards the door, Hey, is there a ghost? Please close the door. With a snap, the moment he finished speaking, the door indeed slammed shut. So there was a traitor. Following this, the door swung open again, then closed, and opened once more. Bang, bang, bang. The door continued to open and close, as if an invisible force were playing tricks upon it. The four exchanged glances, realizing that a translucent ghost Pokémon was manipulating the door. Upon closer inspection, they could barely make out a shadowy outline, especially Xiaojing, whose keen eyes managed to discern its form, which seemed to be a Pokémon even plumper than Pikachu. Xiaoxia quickly inquired, Xiaoji, what shall we do next? Xiaoji shot back, you asked me? Who should I ask? He had always taken things one step at a time, never forecasting, remaining on the initial layer. Big Onion Duck. Aren't you supposed to be someone's father? Think quickly about how to capture the ghost. Xiaoxia pushed Xiaoji forward, expressing her fears. Not only of bug-type Pokémon, but also of ghosts. Wait, who am I supposed to ask? Xiaoji, still grappling with his dilemma, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps he could indeed ask someone. He patted his chest and mentally conjured a message. Hey, Brother Chi, stop pondering how to possess me, and help me figure out how to deal with this ghost Pokémon. Chi? He had concealed himself quite well. How was he discovered? Nevertheless, a senior must maintain an air of authority. Chi merely assessed the situation before him and comprehended the strategy at hand. Without hesitation, he remarked, Ahem, that is a Gengar, a ghost Pokémon. It can only become invisible to the eye, but that does not mean it can ignore attacks. You can launch an assault directly. Indeed, there was clarity in his understanding. Xiaoji rejoiced upon receiving this intel. Just before his consciousness shifted back, Chi added, however, this Gengar is not weak. Its ability to become visually invisible is not something you can manage at your current level. Without battle intuition, you would merely become Gengar's living target. Battle intuition is a mysterious sense that cannot be mastered without extensive training, especially for a novice trainer like Xiaoji, who had only embarked on his journey 3 weeks prior. Expression? Chi pondered for a moment before ultimately providing a hint. In the realm of Pokémon, there exists an intriguing item associated with Squirtle, the sunglasses, which enhances the power of Dark-type moves. The Dark-type, in turn, possesses an advantageous edge over Ghost-type Pokémon, potentially revealing the true form of Gengar. While such strategies may not manifest in the gaming world, the reality we inhabit is bound only by the limits of our imagination. Returning to the present, Ash's countenance radiated renewed vigor and optimism for the future. He steadied himself and cast a Pokeball. Come forth, Squirtle. A small, blue water turtle appeared before all. Squirtle, it exclaimed, its expression eager for action upon sensing a conflict. Since its capture, it had yearned for a chance to engage in battle. Squirtle, let me see who our opponent is today. Squirtle squinted its eyes and raised its paw, scanning the surroundings but finding no adversary. This left the turtle perplexed. Hurry, Squirtle. Fetch your sunglasses. Ash urged promptly. Squirtle. Without hesitation, Squirtle retrieved its sunglasses from its shell, holding them aloft as if demonstrating a gadget from a cartoon. Ash took the opportunity to request, Squirtle, may I borrow your sunglasses for a moment? Squirtle, you want to borrow them? This implied consent led Ash to assertively accept the sunglasses from Squirtle's grasp, then press the button on the Pokeball. Return, Squirtle. In an instant, Squirtle transformed into a beam of red light and returned to its Pokeball. Chapter 41, A Plump Gengar. Ash slowly donned Squirtle's distinctive, pointed-frame sunglasses, and instantly his demeanor transformed, exuding an air of confidence. It was not a matter of toying with Squirtle. Rather, the current circumstances were ill-suited for the latter's involvement. Through the peculiar powers of the Dark-type sunglasses, a figure began to materialize before him. It was a dark, upright Pokémon, slightly taller than a human. Its color obscured by the sunglasses, with several sharp spikes protruding from its back. Its small, plump hands were energetically knocking on the door while occasionally glancing at the four of them, its large eyes curving with delight. Ash gasped, overwhelmed by the sight of an extraordinarily rotund Pokémon. Could its proportions truly surpass that of his beloved Pikachu? The absurdity left him speechless, his anger bubbling beneath the surface, tears welling in his eyes. Yet, one must note that plump Pokémon are rarely benevolent. Having regained his composure, Ash contemplated his next move. It seemed that upon witnessing the Pokémon's form, the Pokédex began its automatic narration. Beep beep, Gengar, the dimensional Pokémon. The larger its size, the greater its potential. It is connected to the second dimension and possesses the ability to manipulate dreams. Ash pondered. Has the Pokédex's battery been compromised? Its readings seem unusually accurate today. Nevertheless, now that he knew the creature's name, Ash began to recall the 3 keywords imparted by his teacher earlier, preparing to impart a lesson to the novice trainer, Xiao Hao, through the standard capturing process. First was taunting. With a bold gesture, Ash raised a middle finger, momentarily stunning Gengar. He then threw a Pokeball. Come forth, Rayquaza. A flash of red light revealed a serpentine creature, adorned with green and black patterns, its eyes shimmering with intensity, emanating an aura that could swallow galaxies. Hints of a dragon's fierce roar echoing in the air. Metapod. The Metapod stood firmly on the polished wooden floor, appearing slightly larger than before. Presently, its size exceeded that of a typical Metapod by tenfold. When it reaches 150 times its standard size, it would be ready to evolve into its majestic form. Prepare the Thunder Wave. We cannot allow Gengar to escape, Ash instructed, then turned to his companion, Pikachu. Remain as an observer for now. This battle does not require your involvement. Pikachu had fought just hours prior, so it was best to afford the other novice trainers a chance. After all, no one expects to topple a champion with merely their starter Pokémon. Such a notion belongs to amateur trainers. To Ash's surprise, Pikachu had already succumbed to a deep slumber, blissfully unaware, even emitting soft snores. Upon entering the room, it had sensed an anomaly and, without hesitation, produced a makeshift bed and pillow, drifting into sleep. Resting was not a matter requiring Ash's reminder. It was about granting the newcomers ample opportunity. Ash forcibly redirected his focus back to Gengar. With taunting complete, it was time to weaken the opponent. However, utilizing Metapod for this task seemed dubious. With this in mind, Ash threw another Pokeball, prompting a furrowed brow from Brock beside him. He had neglected to mention an important fact. Proper captures require a one-on-one engagement. Battling en masse is against the rules. A flash of red light revealed a green bulb. Bulbasaur. Not only did it possess the Vine Whip technique for binding, but it also had sleep powder for inducing status ailments. Ash was methodical in his approach. Now is the time to give Bulbasaur a fitting nickname. Little Garlic sounded pleasant and catchy, yet it was already claimed, presenting its own complications. Prepare for battle. Ash called out, then exerted strength in his arms, suddenly lifting Metapod. In the midst of the bewilderment from those around him, he hurled Metapod directly. Thud. Metapod crashed against the wall, rebounding onto the floor, creating a small dent in Professor Sakuragi's polished wood. It was a display of sheer force. Everyone, with a confident grin. Ash clarified that this maneuver was not to use Metapod as a projectile but rather as a prelude. Gengar, underneath the sunglasses. The mischievous Gengar was indeed drawn to the inexplicable Metapod, curiously staring with its wide eyes. What a massive green banana! Seizing the moment, Ash commanded, Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. Bulbasaur. With a flick of its head, Bulbasaur launched several green leaves from its back, spiraling through the air and transforming into razor-sharp blades as they reached the doorway. Swish. Gengar was startled, swiftly leaping in place to narrowly evade the incoming attack. Although its species was known for high speed, its swiftness was not as formidable as anticipated. The polished wooden walls of Professor Sakuragi's lab bore the marks of damage from the leaf blade attack, yet such consequences were beyond Ash's concern. He did not dispatch his Charmeleon, and with a single breath of fire, he scorched the area, clearly mindful of the surrounding terrain. As Gengar made a considerable movement, its form was revealed to the onlookers for the first time, a rather rotund Gengar. The other three reacted in unison, exclaiming how unusually plump it was. At least 30% heavier than an average Gengar, with an alarming amount of body fat. Ash, Gengar is the third evolution of Ghastly. Its power cannot be weak, Brock, the most composed among them, promptly cautioned. Understanding, Ash nodded. The earlier display of panic and evasion from Gengar suggested a long absence from battle, indicating its combat prowess was not at its peak. Coupled with what Professor Sakuragi had mentioned regarding this peculiar situation lasting for 2 years, it became evident that Gengar had merely been coasting through that time. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Ash commanded, launching another offensive. From the sides of Bulbasaur's back, two vines suddenly shot forth, striking out like green serpents. Gengar. The opposing Gengar, evidently incensed by this ambush, bounced several times on the spot, its broad body wobbling like jelly. Gengar's body convulsed, and then its blood-red eyes suddenly shone with a purple light, spreading outward. Under the influence of its formidable psychic power, the oncoming vines were abruptly halted in midair, unable to advance even an inch. Strong psychic force. Its telekinesis is potent, although it hasn't fought for 2 years. Its foundational strength remains formidable, not something a mere starter Pokémon can withstand. Gengar. Gengar's crimson eyes widened, and the vines unexpectedly altered direction, striking at Bulbasaur instead. Crack. Crack. The sound of the vicious lashes echoed as the vines struck, leaving 2 red marks on Bulbasaur's face. Gengar. Sensing its success, Gengar quivered in delight, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction as it reveled in the aftermath of its counterattack. Seizing the moment, Ash suddenly exclaimed, "Now's your chance, Metapod. Use Thunder Wave." The previously ignored Metapod, which had been lying on the ground, flipped itself over and began to gather a surge of yellow energy. With a whoosh, the Thunder Wave was unleashed, expanding to its fullest extent just as Gengar was still basking in its triumph. This time, Gengar could not evade and was ensnared within the electric net. Its chubby hands struggled against the confines of the net, desperately attempting to tear it apart. Zzz. With each struggle, the electric current surged forth, shocking Gengar further. Ash pressed the attack, directing, "Now, Bulbasaur, use Seed Bomb." From the seed pods on Bulbasaur's back, a small brown seed was propelled forward, landing on the wooden floor and embedding itself as if it were absorbing the Earth's nutrients. In a matter of moments, it transformed into resilient vines, once again binding the Gengar ensnared in the electric net. However, the wooden floor beneath began to wilt significantly. As the binding strength of the seed bomb intensified, the electric net constricted, making contact with Gengar's skin and triggering another wave of electric shocks. This was a dual assault of the electric net and the seed bomb. Zzz. Gengar was thrown into disarray once more. The dual control of electricity and vines was proving too much even for Gengar to bear. Zzz. After a while, the energy of the electric net dissipated, leaving behind Gengar, whose rotund form was now pinched by the tenacious vines, creating bulges of excess flesh. Then, a radiant green light, signifying healing, enveloped Bulbasaur. Seeing Gengar had collapsed completely, Ash's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to throw a Pokeball to capture it. Gengar. At that moment, a powerful roar erupted. Gengar, previously sprawled on the wooden boards, suddenly sprung up, facing the spectators. The playful mischief had vanished, replaced by a pair of blood-red eyes that seemed ready to spill over with fury. The mischief had stemmed from boredom, a trait inherent to Gengar's nature, seeking attention. However, the true reason for lingering here concealed a much darker motive within Gengar's heart. It harbored resentment towards humanity. The atmosphere thickened with an ominous chill. Ash. It's not over, stay alert, Brock urgently warned. This Gengar, much like Ash, appeared to possess a split persona. With a swift motion, Gengar extended its arms to the sides, violently tearing apart the vines from the seed bomb, as if a corpulent individual had burst out of a tight-fitting garment. Its resentment seemed to materialize, coalescing into a nebulous shadowy mist that enveloped the room, sending an unbidden chill down everyone's spine. What overwhelming pressure! Ash gulped, astonished. Gengar. With that, Gengar delivered a powerful punch to the wooden floor. The dark energy from its fist spread forth, penetrating the ground. Whoosh. In the next instant, a shadowy fist appeared before Metapod and Bulbasaur. Shadow Punch. Bulbasaur, quick on its feet, leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the incoming shadowy fist. However, the already evaded black fist curiously curved back. This time, Bulbasaur, suspended in midair, had no means of escape. Whoosh. The punch struck Bulbasaur squarely in the face, sending it crashing onto the wooden floor, leaving a trail in its wake. Be careful, Shadow Punch is an unavoidable move, Brock called out from behind. Gengar. Before Ash could fully comprehend the situation, Gengar suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter and vanished from view. In the next moment, its hefty form materialized right before Bulbasaur with astonishing speed. On its right hand, a layer of frost began to coalesce, radiating a chilling aura. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur was momentarily stunned. Boom. The ice punch struck true. The frigid energy that followed quickly enveloped Bulbasaur, encasing it in ice. The effect was remarkable. Gengar. Without pausing its assault, Gengar swung its left arm. Swish. At that moment, its fist was enveloped in a scorching wave of fiery energy. Flames erupted, swirling around. Fire Punch. Boom. The fierce flames propelled Bulbasaur, frozen solid, across the battlefield. The ice shattered and melted under the intense heat, crashing down onto the ground. By the time the ice had completely fragmented, Bulbasaur was rendered incapable of battle, lying unconscious on the floor. Clearly, it had endured a level of intensity beyond what it should have been able to withstand. The wooden floor bore witness to additional charred marks. Impressive. Ash felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed that this Gengar's strength had suddenly escalated significantly. No, it wasn't a matter of newfound power. The long-dormant Gengar was merely adapting to battle, regaining its previously held prowess. Ash's gaze darkened as he hastily recalled Bulbasaur. Even so, he had no choice but to press on. It was decided. Squirtle, you're up. Catch your sunglasses. Squirtle scratched its head in confusion as it took the thrown sunglasses. However, since I've been summoned to fight, I shall forgive you. Squirtle donned the sunglasses once more, lifted its tiny paw, and began surveying the arena. Yet found no adversary in sight. Where's the enemy? This is quite perplexing. Suddenly, a massive figure cloaked in purple-black materialized before Squirtle, causing it to instinctively retreat a few steps. Is this my opponent? Watch as I douse you with a water gun. Just as the renewed Squirtle prepared to unleash its attack, it heard the crackling sound of electricity from its side. A glance revealed a fist crackling with immense electrical energy hurtling towards its head. Is that a thunder punch? Squirtle immediately activated its turtle instincts, retracting its head into its shell to narrowly evade the sweeping thunder punch. Just as it was about to extend its head and launch its water gun again, another thunder punch came charging from the front. Boom. The punch landed squarely on its shell, leaving Squirtle no opportunity to dodge. Crackle. Thunderbolt. Sparks erupted around Squirtle. The effect was devastating. The powerful current seeped into its shell, instantly causing Squirtle to feel dizzy and numb. Squirtle! Ash exclaimed in alarm, momentarily disoriented. The level disparity was overwhelming. Squirtle struggled on the floor for a while, emitting a final mournful cry towards Ash before losing all combat capability. In its last moments, its eyes blazed with resentment. Squirtle, are you betraying me? Gengar, on the other hand, reveled in its triumph, shaking with glee. 3 punches. It is an old Gengar from Kanto. Ash silently recalled Squirtle, observing Gengar, which remained unscathed. He finally comprehended that this Pokémon might well be beyond the capabilities of a trainer at his level to defeat, even after years of inactivity. This Gengar merely required a brief adjustment period. To think he could contend with it using the starter Pokémon fresh from the novice village was nothing short of folly. How strong? Should I concede defeat? Ash found himself in a moral quandary. The cost of failure would merely be a missed opportunity to rise above. In this scenario, sending out Pikachu or Charmander would only serve as fodder. He could sense Pikachu, nestled under the blanket, trembling in fear. Even the electric mouse harbored a fear of ghosts. Wild Pokémon would prioritize attacking trainers' Pokémon, and now that Gengar had cleared the field, it disregarded everyone, striding purposefully to deal with the nearby Metapod. What good is defiance? How many fire punches can you withstand? Gengar, like a fiendish overlord, was quite pleased with itself. Feeling somewhat dejected, Ash lifted his arm, about to recall Metapod and choose the option to flee. Just then, a boy named Xiaohao seized his wrist. Hey, we haven't lost yet. You haven't taught me how to capture Pokémon, he exclaimed firmly. Xiaohao had been honing his theoretical knowledge in preparation for capturing Mew in the future, but his true strength lay not in superior academic prowess, but in his keen observational skills. He had noticed Ash's inclination to give up. Xiaohao. Ash was momentarily taken aback by the resolute expression on the dark-skinned boy's face. The one imparting knowledge was now being taught a lesson himself. Then, Ash's gaze sharpened as he adjusted his cap, rekindling the spirited confidence he had possessed earlier. Indeed, the word retreat had no place in his lexicon. Even in defeat, he would not flee. Return, Metapod. With renewed determination, Ash decisively recalled Metapod, causing Gengar's fire punch to miss, creating a charred crater on the floor. Next, Ash's arm descended from the Pokeball at his waist. It appeared he had no intention of deploying a new Pokémon. Would he engage in close combat himself? Or perhaps channel a spirit? Brock and Misty's eyes widened in anticipation, though Xiaohao was left bewildered by their words, failing to comprehend either phrase. Gengar glared at them with its blood-red eyes, fists hanging limply at its sides, energy surging as it unleashed both Ice Punch and Fire Punch simultaneously. The pressure reaching a peak. Ash had seen on television that executing dual-type punches was a supreme technique. In their region, only the fighting master Kiba from Kanto could command his Hitmonchan to execute such an attack. This was undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful ghost Pokémon, shattering Ash's previous perceptions. Humph. Upon witnessing this, Ash scoffed, feeling quite confident. However, as long as it was a ghost Pokémon, there must be a way to counter it. Ash resolved to take matters into his own hands. A memory flashed through his mind. He recalled a commercial he had seen on television for a game. It depicted a haunted inn, followed by a sewer worker wearing a green hat who, with the aid of a machine, captured all the ghosts within the hotel. And that very machine was present in this room. Boom. Just as Gengar charged forward, swinging its icy and fiery fists, Ash acted quicker. With a swift motion, he bent down and brandished a mysterious device. It was a rectangular vacuum with a long pipe extending from it, connected to a large transparent container. Home vacuum cleaner. Full power on. The vacuum roared to life, filling the room with a cacophony of noise. The suction transformed into a powerful gust of wind, engulfing the oncoming Gengar entirely. In an instant, the intense airflow rendered Gengar incapable of maintaining its dual punches. Its body, composed of a semi-gaseous and semi-liquid form, was swiftly sucked into the vacuum. In the blink of an eye, Gengar had completely morphed into a puddle of slime, now trapped within the transparent container of the vacuum. All that remained were its pair of red eyes, peering out from the glass, looking quite pitiful. Humph. Ash patted the back of the vacuum with a satisfied grin. Indeed, advertisements never lie. To capture a ghost, one must rely on a vacuum cleaner. Chapter 43, The Tree-Cutting King. Within the vacuum cleaner, the mischievous ghost, Gunguei, continued to struggle. Its two large, red eyes flickered incessantly, yet despite its vigorous attempts, the appliance remained immovable, seemingly impervious to its efforts. Earlier, luck was on their side. This room happened to contain a vacuum cleaner, which Ash had seized at the opportune moment. With the situation momentarily stabilized, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Although the circumstances were perplexing, they bore an odd sense of logic. What will you do now, Ash? Brock inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Ash furrowed his brow, having discerned through their recent encounter that Gunguei harbored a significant animosity towards humans. Attempting to capture it directly might result in a backlash akin to that of Squirtle in the past. Thus, he relaxed his expression, striving to soften his tone. Gunguei, may I ask why you harbor such animosity towards humans? Gunguei, ensnared by the vacuum cleaner, could only alter the shape of its eyes, seemingly attempting to convey a message. Its expressions transitioned from initial joy to confusion, followed by a palpable sense of disappointment and grievance. Ultimately, it morphed into a formidable aura of resentment, its eyes glinting with a deeper shade of crimson. Is that so? Ash pondered, possessing a unique bond with Pokémon. He could almost decipher Ganguei's sentiments. He slowly turned to the others and began to elucidate. This Ganguei once relished its meals and was filled with joy. However, as it gradually gained weight, confusion set in. Subsequently, it was ridiculed by its peers for its physique, leading to profound disheartenment. It isolated itself in a secluded abode, allowing its resentment to fester. Ash meticulously translated each of Gunguei's expressions and emotions, aligning the sequence of events with the evolution of its demeanor, leaving no room for doubt among the listeners. Wait a moment, Xiaohao interjected, suddenly realizing a flaw in the narrative. But humans don't have pots, do they? Why would it harbor such malice towards us? Perhaps the one who mocked its physique was indeed a human? Ash hypothesized. In a moment of inspiration, he lifted his Pikachu and presented it before Gunguei. Look, my Pikachu may not have the ideal physique either, yet I would never mock it, at least not openly. No one would look down upon you for being overweight. I certainly wouldn't. Pikachu, Gunguei. The others scratched their heads, puzzled. Regardless of the reasoning, it seemed more plausible that Gunguei had been abandoned here by a human. Yet Ash's theory did carry some merit. And as for its physique, perhaps a direct exorcism was warranted to spare Gunguei further humiliation. Despite Ash's efforts, Gunguei still did not acknowledge him, even contemplating delivering a punch to his head. Once liberated, its first intention would be to strike Ash. Consequently, Ash had no choice but to detach the vacuum cleaner's rear casing and encapsulate it within a Pokeball. For he could not simply allow Gunguei to wreak havoc unchecked. Sooner or later, it might be exorcised by a ghost master. Fortunately, with the vacuum cleaner's constraints, the Pokeball remained still, promptly indicating a successful capture. Regardless of the circumstances, he had succeeded. The addition of such formidable strength elevated Ash's spirits considerably. Although this newfound power would require considerable time to acclimatize, it was nonetheless a source of joy. Eagerly, Ash retrieved his Pokédex to check if he had unlocked the achievement titled One Day as a Teacher, a Lifetime as a Father. However, he found that he had not. He then glanced at Xiaohao and casually remarked, I suppose I've imparted to you some skills in capturing Pokémon, haven't I? Xiaohao furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded with a slight blush, murmuring, thank you. Although the process had been somewhat peculiar, it was indeed a lesson learned. But was it necessary to keep bringing it up? With Xiaohao's nod, the Pokédex emitted a familiar mechanical sound. Ding. Congratulations. Trainer Ash has unlocked the new achievement, One Day as a Teacher, a Lifetime as a Father. You have now established the following relationship with newcomer Xiaohao, Minter, 1 day remaining. Father-son, lifelong bond. Xiaohao? Noticing the inquisitive look on Xiaohao's face, Ash seized the opportunity to switch the Pokédex to the communication mode and sent a celebratory message to Professor Sakuragi. He waved his hand dismissively and turned his back, feigning nonchalance. I've connected with the professor. Is there anything else you need? We can discuss it next time. Xiaohao expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Ash. As a reward for this mission, I've placed 3 tickets for a boat under the flower pot by the door. You can take them with you when you leave. Professor Sakuragi's voice was jubilant as he received the report from Ash and his companions. Although he held no ill feelings towards Gengar, he certainly did not want a wild Pokémon causing a ruckus in the news of Cerulean City. Moreover, the 3 tickets were originally intended as gifts for the trio. Regardless of whether this incident could be resolved, the Research Institute was about to open its doors, and there were pressing matters at hand, leaving no time for trivialities. It was better to extend a gesture of goodwill to Professor Okido's disciples. By the way, is everything all right at our Research Institute? Professor Sakuragi casually inquired. Upon hearing this, Ash surveyed the room, noting only the cracks from Leaf Blade, scorch marks from Fire Punch, the bearing ground from Seed Bomb, and several large, battered holes. All in all, it amounted to little damage. Nothing major, he replied with a smile. That's good to hear, Professor Sakuragi echoed with a chuckle. At last, the matter reached a satisfying conclusion. After collecting the boat tickets, Ash, Misty, and Brock bid farewell to Xiaohao in front of the Sakuragi Research Institute. As for Xiaohao, he wished to dwell on the 1 day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father concept, but Ash skillfully evaded the topic, promising to discuss it another time. Frustrated, Xiaohao could only watch the trio's retreating figures, grumbling to himself, that guy. If I ever see him again, I'll make sure he remembers it. As dusk approached, Misty and Brock decided to explore the vicinity to purchase some ingredients for a grand feast, hoping to celebrate their collective growth in the coming days. Meanwhile, Ash opted to return to the Pokémon Center to await their return, feeling somewhat fatigued. Arriving at a public seating area in the Pokémon Center, Ash relaxed his body and, without a second thought, plopped down on a chair, intending to take a well-deserved rest. Thud. At the moment he leaned back, a sharp pain suddenly erupted at the back of his head, as if struck by a steel ball. Ash rubbed his head, quickly leaping up to look around. To his surprise, he discovered that the public chair was actually connected to another seat, arranged back to back. It appeared he had inadvertently bumped into someone sitting directly opposite him. Curiously, this individual remained completely oblivious to the incident. Ash swiftly moved around to get a better look. It was a girl, her long brown hair cascading from beneath a white Pokémon ball sun hat, clad in a blue tank top and a red skirt. She exuded the essence of a spirited young girl. Xiaolon. With a raised eyebrow, Ash instinctively called out. Wasn't this the girl he had just encountered a few days ago at Moonview Mountain? After being teased by Green, she had decided to take matters into her own hands, threatening to feed her adversary to the sharks. How could her head be harder than steel? Upon hearing the commotion, Misty took a while to regain her senses. Still, like a languid fish, she leaned back in her chair, tilting her head back at an angle exceeding 120 degrees, only to realize Ash's presence. Oh, a fellow townsfolk? At that moment, Ash noticed her spirit was deflated, her complexion dull, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. What happened to you? Ash asked, perplexed. How had the vibrant girl transformed into such a wilted state? Oh, during their last encounter at Moonview Mountain, she had appeared similarly downtrodden. What a pitiful situation. However, what caught his attention was a large sign hanging from Misty's modest chest, adorned with 4 flamboyant characters, Tree-Chopping Queen. It seemed to be an accolade of some sort. Suddenly, Misty shivered, wrapping her arms around herself, as if the atmosphere was unusually frigid. I have been drained by this city, she lamented, in a state of bewilderment. Ash listened as Misty tremulously raised her right hand, her palm shaking uncontrollably. After a brief exchange in Dragonese, Ash finally understood the situation. Days prior, she had made an arrangement with Green, wherein he would manage the city's miscellaneous tasks, while she was solely responsible for chopping down all the weeds and trees. The workload was manageable, and they planned to enjoy life together afterward. Initially, her ace, Bulbasaur, had been responsible for the tree felling. However, as time progressed, Misty rolled up her sleeves and joined in with an axe. Eventually, her axe broke without a manual, and she resorted to using her bare hands for the task. Wait a moment. So the recent reports of a barehanded tree chopper wreaking havoc in Dry Leaf City refer to this girl right in front of me? Ash recalled seeing the news report, though the suspect's face had been pixelated, leaving him unaware of her identity. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and Misty's haggard face broke into a smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, exuding satisfaction and charm. She tremulously pulled out a crumpled boat ticket. A reward for her relentless efforts of waking at 5 a.m. and sleeping at 2 a.m. each day. Hee, at last, I can be among the elite. To his surprise, Ash also produced his own ticket, grinning as he said, "What a coincidence, I too shall join the ranks of the elite." At that moment, Brock and Misty returned, each holding bags of ingredients, eager to prepare a delightful dinner. Upon seeing Ash and Misty brandishing their tickets, they assumed a ceremonial initiation was underway and pulled out their own tickets as well. "What a coincidence, we too shall join the elite," they chimed, their spirits high. Suddenly, Misty seemed to notice something, and her previously wilted demeanor vanished in an instant. She sprang to her feet, her posture straightening like a drawn sword. An entirely different aura enveloped her. An unseen energy radiated around her, causing her brown hair to float as if gathering power. In an instant, a piercing sword intent enveloped the three, forcing them to step back in awe. What formidable sword energy! She must have reached the realm of the celestial sword. Brock and Misty were astounded, with Brock's eyes squinting in shock. In the blink of an eye, Misty struck. She raised her arm, and the edge of her hand transformed into an indomitable blade, slashing diagonally towards Brock. "Watch out!" Brock exclaimed, retreating instinctively. Yet, Misty swiftly changed her footing, closing in on him without granting him any opportunity to evade. With no retreat left, her beautiful eyes ignited with brilliant sword intent. In a flash, the air was pierced with a sharp sound, and a blinding light shot upwards, seemingly threatening to break through the ceiling of the Pokémon Center. "Die!" Misty hissed, her sword capable of cleaving all things. In an instant, the strike was executed and retracted. She took a deep breath, placing her right hand on her waist. In the next moment, 3 green onions in Brock's arms were severed cleanly in half. The cuts were smooth and neat, a feat unattainable by any master of the art after decades of practice. Remarkably, the plastic bag surrounding the onion showed no signs of tearing, as if the sword energy had effortlessly passed through it, a peculiarity to behold. Brock and the others were left speechless. After demonstrating her precise technique, Misty immediately depleted her energy, returning to her previous wilted state as she slumped back into her chair. Her face flushed as she pressed her still trembling hand, softly admitting, "I couldn't help myself." Her technique had reached an extraordinary level, even earning her the honorary title of tree-chopping queen from the Dry Leaf News. Now, whenever she encountered weeds or branches, her instinct compelled her to unleash her technique. She had transformed into a relentless cutting machine. The others were left wondering if she had lost her innocence entirely. As the other two went to the kitchen of the Pokémon Center to prepare dinner, Ash and Misty remained in the lounge. Noticing their solitude, Misty blinked her large eyes and tentatively asked, "Do you think we were wrong all along? Perhaps Green is at heart a good person?" Ash responded, "Has the nerve endings in your palm finally affected your brain? Think about it. Even I struggle with tree chopping. And according to Green, his workload was 50 times mine, surviving on merely an hour of sleep each day, sacrificing everything to earn 2 boat tickets. When I encountered him yesterday, he proudly declared that all of his efforts were for the honor of Pallet Town." Misty felt a surge of emotion. Although every time she saw Green, he appeared relaxed in a CAF, she imagined that he had endured immense suffering. What a blood-sucking city this is. Just as she was about to express her indignation with a powerful punch, she found herself lacking the strength, her fist instinctively morphing into a cutting motion, clearing his throat. Ash hesitated before finally deciding to speak candidly. "By the way, I had a phone call with Professor Oak. The doctor mentioned that he possessed 2 tickets to the Pokémon League, both of which were sent to Shigeru. One was for Shigeru, and the other could be claimed by whoever encountered him first." As he pondered that Xiaolan had already set off, and he had also received a ticket from Dr. Sakuragi, he decided not to pursue this complimentary ticket any further. Before he could finish his thought, Ash noticed an eerie silence around him. He quickly looked down and saw that Xiaolan's eyes had turned completely vacant. Her once bright eyes had transformed into a lifeless gaze. Although one of her hands was still making futile gestures as if to chop down a tree, she weakly declared, "I must defeat him." Soon after, she fell into a complete state of unconsciousness. This was a true fainting spell. Even the consciousness of her inner self, Bailan, had not emerged. From the moment she began to slice trees with her bare hands on the first day, Bailan had completely severed their mental connection, plunging into a deep slumber. This girl had succumbed to madness. Ash took a deep breath, centering himself, his expression serious. So, Shigeru's strength had reached such a level? Truly a worthy rival. It seemed he could no longer afford to be careless when facing Shigeru. Otherwise, he might meet the same fate as Xiaolan. Meanwhile, at that moment, a boy with a spiky hairstyle was leisurely sipping coffee, reclining with his legs crossed. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, deep and steady. "I sensed it, that guy. Akira has also arrived in this city." Shigeru shivered and couldn't help but ask, "Akira? Is he the one you mentioned, who is even stronger than you? In the realm of souls, Aoi frowned and immediately countered, we're evenly matched. Shigeru stroked his chin, considering that given the current journey, Ash, that Navi fool, had probably also arrived in the city. Humph. Dealing with that foolish girl Xiaolon was utterly lacking in challenge. It was time to find a new target. Haha. Let me, Shigeru, show you what true fear is. At this moment, Shigeru was undeniably filled with confidence. Chapter 45, Shigeru's grave has been dug. Korea City, dock number 3. In a secluded area, 3 figures stealthily assembled a mysterious device at the dock. With a whir, as the power source activated, a communication screen appeared in midair. On the screen was a middle-aged man dressed in an orange suit, with a buzz cut and shadowy eyes, exuding an imposing presence. He was clearly a powerful figure. The leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki, an ultimate boss who had influence both in the underworld and in legitimate circles, even the Pokémon League, which held the highest authority in the Pokémon world, dared not confront Team Rocket directly. His foundation had already penetrated every aspect of society. Sakaki was seated in an office chair, rubbing a feline companion in his left hand. With a cat, wealth, and power, he epitomized a life of success. Noticing the screen had lit up, he casually inquired, "Who is it?" Little did he know that this question had triggered something. The imagery on the screen suddenly spiraled out of control, and he began to experience intense hallucinations. "Since you asked so sincerely, I shall graciously inform you." Sakaki, drip. Before he could finish speaking, he had already severed the signal from the screen. His brow furrowed deeper, and he placed his hand on his hip, hastening his actions to quell his irritation. Meow. The cat responded in a cooperative manner. Sakaki's mood today was quite sour. TCH, is it those 3 low-level operatives again? Instead of doing proper work, they keep indulging in these flashy distractions that are an eyesore. Is it really the case that anyone can contact me nowadays? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. By the way, the St. Anna is set to sail today, so let's see what you can accomplish. Musashi, Kojiro, Meowth. The long-absent trio of Team Rocket performed their routine in unison. They even posed for a moment before realizing the communication device had gone silent. I understand now. Sakaki wants us to go all out. His expectations for us are as boundless as the starry sky, as dark and profound as that screen. The 3 of them motivated themselves, invigorated, and quickly donned their crew uniforms, joining the larger Team Rocket faction to board the luxurious St. Anna cruise ship. This was the largest corporate team-building event for Team Rocket this year, destined to reach new heights and achieve brilliance. Speaking of that perceptive little brat. Does he have a ticket? Yes. I took a peek last night. Humph. Then this time, that peculiar Pikachu shall be ours. At the Korea City dock, numerous large vessels were anchored. As a port city, maritime transport had always been the economic backbone here. Although the news industry in Korea City had been steadily rising in recent years, hinting at the potential to become a pillar industry. The largest vessel docked here was undoubtedly the luxurious St. Anna, making its inaugural voyage today. Rumor has it that the ship's owner is a significant figure, one who can overshadow everything. Early in the morning, Ash and his companions arrived at the Korea City dock. There was no need to search. The most prominent vessel was their target, stretching nearly 300 meters in length and adorned with various decorative embellishments. It radiated luxury. It was said to have a capacity of up to 100,000 tons, equipped with ample entertainment facilities, from saunas to full-service pampering, allowing thousands to indulge for an entire week. This was a world of the privileged, extravagant, decayed, despised, yet alluring. The 4 arrived early, and when they approached the ship, the St. Anna had just opened its gates for entry, welcoming the initial batch of members. Ash and his friends, beaming with joy, presented their tickets, symbols of their privileged status, to pass through the checkpoint. Noticing a spirited girl wearing a white Pokeball sun hat still lingering outside the checkpoint, Ash turned and curiously asked, Xiaolon, aren't you going in? Xiaolon shook her head, her charming round face puffed up like a little balloon, her eyes wide with excitement. After a day of rest and a grand feast from Brock, she was brimming with energy once more. Suddenly, she opened her crossbody bag, astonishingly pulling out a shovel taller than herself. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the 3 and the inspector, Ash forcefully thrust the shovel into the ground and stomped down hard on it, unearthing a small pile of dirt. Clatter. Soon, Xiaolon had excavated a small circular hole. The 3 stared in utter confusion. Little Blue remained indifferent, engrossed in her task of digging a pit, gradually transforming a small circular hole into a rectangular one exceeding a meter in length. After several days of tree chopping, her physical prowess had advanced remarkably, surpassing that of an ordinary trainer at the body refinement stage. She was excavating a grave. Yesterday, she had scoured the streets in search of that lively flea. Yet after a whole day of searching, she found nothing. Has it hidden away, that flea? A sense of despair flickered in Little Blue's eyes as she gazed towards the dock. She had arrived early today to guard the sole entrance of the street and ship. She had no doubt that the attention-seeking flea would not miss such a grand affair. The grave for Little Mau had already been prepared, oriented north to south, facing the vast sea where spring blossoms flourished. Little Blue had even noted a flyer from the municipal office on a utility pole, advertising professional burial services. Fellow townsfolk from Jinshin Town would surely ensure a splendid send-off for you today. Humph, I will not board the ship until that flea is buried alive, she proclaimed loudly, exuding an imposing presence. Many who arrived to board the ship couldn't help but applaud. Go for it. Remember to record it. Use slow motion to capture the ripples. Although the trio was eager to see what would unfold, the allure of the bustling crowd was undeniably more enticing. As for Little Mau, they weren't familiar with him. Thus, Xiaoji and his companions boarded the ship, leaving Little Blue alone, wielding a large shovel, standing majestically at the ticketing entrance. To an unknowing observer, she could easily be mistaken for a bodyguard hired by the street, and, in no time, the three ascended to the deck. The first sight was akin to a sprawling lawn, half the size of a football field, exuding the air of the wealthy elite. The evening's departure ceremony would also take place in this area. The other side was designated as the entertainment zone, which was the trio's main focus for exploration. After all, it was still morning, and the boarding process would continue until evening. They intended to savor the experience. The three, like country folk in a bustling city, gazed around in awe as they slowly made their way to the entertainment section. The crowd grew denser, prompting Xiaoji and his friends to hold their breath and refrain from looking around. They attempted to immerse themselves in this world of privilege, mentally affirming, "From this moment on, we are among the elite. Look, so handsome." Suddenly, excited gasps erupted from a corner of the deck. The trio's curiosity piqued. They hurried over to see if something remarkable awaited them outside the ship. A special Pokémon, perhaps? They squeezed into the throng, peering over the edge of the deck. Crash! Below, on the surface of the sea, a figure swiftly approached the vessel. With knees slightly bent, he glided through the water as if surfing. Beneath him, it appeared as if some mechanical engine was propelling him forward, creating a grand splash and leaving a long trail of white ripples. A Squirtle? Xiaoji focused intently and realized that the creature beneath was indeed a Squirtle, its robust limbs propelling it like a speedboat. On its back stood a boy with a hedgehog hairstyle, clad in vibrant beach attire, exuding a carefree demeanor as the waves and ocean breeze tousled his clothes. As he neared the ship, propelled by a sudden surge of water, both the boy and Squirtle leapt into the air, soaring above the sea. In the next moment, they landed gracefully on the edge of the deck's railing. With a slight lift of his chin, he surveyed the crowd with a hint of arrogance and mockery. As if to say, "Are you all here to welcome me?" Little Mau, Xiaoji exclaimed involuntarily. Upon hearing his name, Little Mau lowered his head slightly, squinting at Xiaoji as if he were a stranger, then feigned surprise. "Oh, isn't this the boy who was late on the very first day of departure? What was your name again? Xiaoji, right?" Xiaoji, incensed, nearly retaliated with a punch from Jinshin Town. At that moment, a rocket team henchman disguised as a sailor approached, barking, "Hey, hey, hey, unauthorized boarding is prohibited. You have 3 seconds to jump off, or I'll call the authorities." If everyone could board freely, how could we accurately target the wealthy for our delightful abductions? Humph, with this handsome face of mine, I can board as I please. But since you're so blind. As the sailor brandished a stun baton, Little Mau quickly produced a boarding pass, disregarding the gazes of those around him, and leaped off, retrieving Squirtle midair with nonchalance. "I am the true elite," Xiaoji and his friends mused. "He doesn't seem like an elite, but rather a fool." Little Mau then scanned the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the people before he questioned, "Where's that foolish girl?" Just as Xiaoji was about to respond, Little Mau burst into uncontrollable laughter, his tongue wagging in the air. "She can't be waiting at the entrance for me, can she? How utterly amusing." For a moment, Xiaoji found himself at a loss for words. Little Blue, defeated time and again, stood at the ticket counter, still wielding her shovel, and suddenly yawned. "Damn it, that flea hasn't arrived yet." She stomped her foot in frustration, watching the throng of people boarding the ship. The luxurious aura wafting from the passengers heightened her resentment towards Little Mau. "No way, I can hold out all day." 2 hours later, it was midday, and she still hadn't spotted the flea. Another 2 hours passed, and it was now afternoon, yet the flea remained elusive. After yet another 2 hours, as the sun began to set, she still saw no sign of the flea. Little Blue was on the verge of losing her sanity. Finally, even the rocket team imposter at the ticket booth could no longer bear to watch, forcing a smile as he inquired, "Hee, no one else is boarding, young lady. Are you still planning to board? The passage will close in a few minutes." Wait, she had already waited for 8 hours. She was going to miss the last few minutes. That flea had likely spotted her from afar and was now hiding nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to sneak aboard. At that moment, a nearby bush rustled. Humph, hiding here, are we? Little Blue's determination surged to its peak. And with lightning speed, she swung her shovel down. Clang. The metallic clash echoed as she struck her target. With a sudden burst, a Pokémon adorned with intertwining blue vines and clad in what resembled crimson shoes emerged. In a swift motion, the wild Vileplume was rendered incapacitated. Clever ploy. Using a Vileplume to divert my attention and attempting to board the ship? Such a simplistic notion. Hearing a commotion beside her, Xiaolan abruptly swung her large shovel behind her in a sweeping arc, a whirlwind of motion. It halted mere inches from a face. Ticket inspector? Huff, huff, huff. Is it truly perilous for a mere member of Team Rocket to serve as a ticket collector? Humph, how typical of a flea, still probing my limits. Xiaolan's mind raced as she entered battle mode, taking in everything within a radius of several dozen meters, the soil, the shrubs, the flowing water, and the air currents. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, her Pokédex suddenly chimed with the sound of a ringing phone. With a quick tap of her finger, her gaze remained alert, scanning the surroundings. Was this an attempt to distract me with a phone call while they sought to board? Humph, for a flea's intellect, it is indeed quite impressive. However, it was soon that the voice of Ash echoed from the Pokédex. Hello, hello, we were just having a party and forgot to inform you. That rascal Xiaomao snuck on board early this morning. You should join us soon. The banquet is about to commence. Xiaolan. Crack. With immense force, she snapped the shovel in two. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The world felt profoundly unjust to her. As evening fell, with Xiaolan's final boarding, the St. Anu retracted the gangway, officially setting sail. The ballroom was a resplendent venue, spacious enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 guests. At that moment, orchestral music filled the air, and everyone was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. Truth be told, anyone not donning a tailcoat or holding a champagne flute was deemed unworthy to witness such an affair. Social gatherings had always been the realm of the elite, making Ash and his companions feel somewhat out of place. The onboard guests were primarily affluent individuals of high societal standing, and the primary aim of Team Rocket's gathering was to kidnap them and extort their wealth. Additionally, a number of promising young trainers were present. Possessing exceptional Pokémon yet to fully develop, they too were targets of Team Rocket. Welcome to the 7-day maritime journey aboard the St. Anu. We hope you enjoy a delightful voyage. An elderly gentleman clad in a tailcoat, with a single eye obscured by round, transparent glasses, presided over the event, delivering a barrage of pleasantries. The crowd responded with applause. Ash, unable to comprehend the speech, was instead indulging in a feast alongside Pikachu. These people are foolish. No one is eating. Pikachu, let us eat more. The more we consume, the healthier we become. Pikachu chimed in delight. Now, we have the honor of inviting our special guest, Mr. Xiaomao, grandson of Professor Oak, to speak. On the elevated stage, the host unexpectedly handed the microphone to a spiky-haired youth. Despite standing before 1,000 attendees, the latter showed no signs of trepidation, instead exuding confidence and bravado. Greetings, everyone. I am Xiaomao from Pallet Town, destined to be the strongest trainer. Laughter erupted from the crowd as he animatedly presented himself. Ash, taken aback, spat out the food in his mouth, astonished. How did this guy manage to get up there? Isn't he being overly arrogant? Isn't he afraid of being mobbed? Ash began to harbor doubts. His memories of Xiaomao portrayed him as brash yet intelligent. Meanwhile, Xiaomao continued to laugh heartily on stage, embodying the persona of a carefree dandy, which incited applause and cheers from the audience. The attendees, all individuals of distinction, recognized that the boy was merely riding on the coattails of his illustrious heritage, not deserving of much respect. Yet, out of deference for Professor Oak's esteemed name, they refrained from overt mockery. Xiaomao, is that enough? At that moment, a voice resonated in Xiaomao's mind, steady and composed. It was Qinglu. Qinglu, you've never been a wealthy heir, have you? This is how the rich behave. Though Xiaomao maintained his boisterous demeanor, internally he was remarkably composed, for he was acting. Days prior, he had already uncovered that this vessel was a trap set by Team Rocket. Nevertheless, he chose to board. Confronting evil was a duty every trainer must embrace, igniting Xiaomao's fighting spirit. However, with the enemy lurking in shadows, it was wiser to masquerade as a privileged heir to catch them off guard. Qinglu, watch me soar. Observe my finesse. Xiaomao boasted. Hey, I'm also a wealthy heir, you know. Meanwhile, in a corner of the banquet hall, as everyone else was fixated on the stage, stifling laughter behind their hands, a short-haired man bore an appreciative smile. This man, with azure hair and hands clasped behind his back, appeared a few years older than Ash and his friends. He exuded an air of sophistication, as if he held dominion over everything, dressed in an elegant tailcoat, exuding the essence of nobility. Truly, Professor Oak's grandson is adept at feigning such demeanor, he mused, his peripheral vision never wavering from the unfolding events. He acknowledged that the stage was undoubtedly the prime vantage point for observation. However, in the next moment, a cold glint flickered in the depths of his azure eyes, accompanied by an expression of disdain directed at the brash, spiky-haired boy on stage. Humph. His acting is woefully immature. A talent not yet matured is of no consequence. Should we eliminate him, boss? Inquired a subordinate in a tailcoat. No need. He is merely a child. This team-building event must proceed without a hitch. Understood, boss. The subordinate nodded respectfully, clearly aware of the high standing of the azure-haired man. By the way, boss, 2 other trainers from Pallet Town have also boarded, reported the subordinate. Upon hearing this, the azure-haired man furrowed his brow. Although no notable trainers had emerged from Pallet Town in recent years, Professor Oak's reputation compelled him to regard this matter seriously. Now, this grandson of Professor Oak doesn't seem like an ordinary boy. What about the other 2? The cautious man gestured toward the direction indicated by his subordinate. There stood a rather unassuming boy, donning a rather shabby cap, one of the promotional items from their company's event a year prior. Beside him sat a rather plump electric mouse. What a hefty electric mouse, the azure-haired man exclaimed. Unbeknownst to the reasons, at that moment, the young boy unexpectedly raised his head, locking eyes with me from afar. I found myself utterly perplexed. This exchange of glances caused the young man with green hair to undergo an immediate and drastic change in expression, inciting a gasp from Zhu. He discerned not a trace of cunning or deceit upon the boy's countenance. This was the epitome of disguise. Had the essence of simplicity and authenticity truly returned? How terrifying it was for one so young. However, having established eye contact, he could not simply avert his gaze. Thus, the green-haired young man forced himself to regain his composure, managing a professional smile, and elegantly lifted his glass as he approached. He had yet to reveal his true identity and needed to remain composed. What a flamboyant hairstyle this individual had. Nonetheless, this was merely a fleeting thought in Xiao Zhi's mind. Moments later, the green-haired young man approached him, donning a professional grin and greeting him. Hello, I am Boros, a trainer from the Johto region, currently engaged in the advancement of Pokémon battle techniques, he introduced with grace. Xiao Zhi quickly wiped his hands, which were greasy from the chicken leg he had devoured, and was about to respond. At that moment, an unexpected vibration emanated from his waist. Following this, a familiar mechanical voice emerged. Beep beep, target identified. Boros, real name unknown, codename Apollo, a core member of Team Rocket, a confidant of Giovanni, head of the Rainbow Group, a multinational corporation and one of the successors of Team Rocket. The Pokédex narrated automatically. Apollo's expression shifted dramatically. Is this machine capable of automatic identity recognition? How infuriating. What level of technology is this? My identity is supposed to be concealed with utmost secrecy. Indeed, this individual had proven to be a calamity. What should I do now? My current strength barely allows me to contend with an ordinary Elite Four member. Can I truly face such a formidable opponent? Apollo's countenance changed rapidly, shifting at least 100 times in mere moments, before he finally managed to regain his composure. He forced another smile, although his demeanor had become increasingly disordered. Was someone speaking to me just now? I seem to be at a loss, he feigned ignorance. In response, Xiao Zhi waved his greasy hand, explaining, It's nothing, Mr. Apollo. My Pokédex tends to ramble on. Please disregard it. Apollo's expression morphed into one of shock, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Although Xiao Zhi's statement seemed casual, the gesture subtly implied that he was not a match for him, and engaging in conflict would only result in his own downfall. To win without a battle is indeed a masterful tactic. Now, what should I do about this Team Rocket gathering? Should I report to Giovanni beforehand? Apollo shook his head, his expression turning cold. No. I must complete this mission to silence all doubts within the organization and become the true successor of Team Rocket. After a tempest of thoughts, Apollo cautiously regarded Xiao Zhi and gradually made his way towards the exit. Regardless of the circumstances, he was Team Rocket's foremost strategist and would surely devise a plan. Xiao Zhi remained oblivious to the turmoil within Apollo's mind, only feeling a sense of puzzlement. Whether he was Boros or Apollo was inconsequential, it was merely a name. However, he did recall hearing the name Team Rocket. Could he be a colleague of Musashi and Kojiro? It had been quite a while since he last saw those three. Strangely, he found himself missing them. Xiao Zhi abruptly broke into a cold sweat, then resumed gnawing on a large chicken leg. Pikachu, keep eating. Forget about dieting. After all, one must be full to have the energy to lose weight. Unbeknownst to him, Pikachu had not lifted its head throughout their conversation and had already devoured several chicken legs while they spoke. When it comes to eating, it required no reminders. Soon, Apollo retreated behind the curtains, continuing to observe the gluttonous Xiao Ji from the shadows. Was the path to simplicity truly so profound? It is said that many powerful trainers, upon reaching the pinnacle of their strength, adopt a more carefree demeanor, taking on novice roles to gain experience. I never expected this boy named Xiaoji to have attained such a state at such a young age. Boss, why is there a look of contemplation on your face? Questioned one of Apollo's tailors, bewildered. He had never seen Apollo display such an expression. The layers of contemplation were beyond his comprehension. Let us hold our position and proceed as planned. After a prolonged silence, Apollo finally spoke. Their original plan was to take action on the final day of the voyage, so there was no need to rush. However, this boy must be addressed. Yet, all of this may simply be based on my own wild speculations. He could very well be an ordinary trainer. Perhaps I am overthinking this? Yet, the likelihood of that is exceedingly slim, bordering on impossible. Nevertheless, I must ascertain the truth. Apollo turned his back, contemplating for a long while before finally stating, "Fetch the Pokémon battle strength detector that Team Rocket has secretly developed." Upon hearing this, the tailor's expression grew serious as he saluted respectfully. He then hurried off in a specific direction. This was a piece of advanced technology that Team Rocket had invested heavily in. It was said to be capable of assessing a Pokémon's strength at a glance. Even through a Pokeball. Would I finally be fortunate enough to witness this miraculous device today? At the banquet, Shigeru continued to speak on stage about grand future ambitions. Meanwhile, Xiaoji remained lost in his feast, believing that the more he ate, the greater his enhancement as a trainer would be. Suddenly, the doors to the banquet hall were violently thrust open, the commotion drawing everyone's attention. Apollo wondered, could it be that we have encountered a rival? As the doors swung wide, a brown-haired girl wearing a white sun hat slowly entered, an aura of deathly energy surrounding her, causing hearts to race. The potent aura was almost palpable as it surged toward the stage, where the hedgehog-headed boy continued to laugh heartily. Over her shoulder, she bore a heavy stone slab, nearly a meter tall. Each step of the stone slab echoed upon the red carpet, sounding like the toll of a great drum, shaking the souls of those present. Inscribed upon the slab were bold letters, "Grave of the Hometown Flea." As the girl approached with the grave, the surrounding elite guests instinctively parted to create a path to the stage. As Xiaoxi's eyes gleamed with excitement, he disregarded his greasy hands and swiftly pulled out his device, switching to the photography interface. He was determined to capture this moment. "Xiaomao, you've really outdone yourself this time, haven't you?" In his mind, the deep furrow of his brows reflected his inability to comprehend Xiao Mao's peculiar sense of humor. "This is just a trivial matter, Brother Qinglu, merely a small scene. Next time, I'll take you to dance on a grave." Xiao Mao chuckled lightly. If Xiaoji was being guided subtly from the shadows, then Xiao Mao's role was entirely different. He was leading Qinglu on a thrilling flight. Qinglu observed as Xiao Mao's boastful expression transformed into one of sheer joy, as if he had spotted a long-lost compatriot. "Allow me to introduce everyone," he announced into the microphone. "The girl approaching us is my longtime compatriot from Jinxing Town, the illustrious Xiaolan. Let's give her a round of applause." The crowd erupted in applause. However, Xiaolan remained expressionless, advancing with unwavering determination. Today, this flea must pay a visit to the grave. Perhaps many were unaware that this girl possessed another astounding identity. A sly smile crept across Xiao Mao's lips as he proclaimed, "She is also the latest hero of Pew City, the tree-cutting queen." At his words, chaos ensued. "My goodness, is that really the tree-cutting queen? She does bear a resemblance." Someone recalled witnessing her effortlessly chop down trees as thick as several people with her bare hands. The atmosphere was electric, as the infamous tree chopper, who had recently emerged from obscurity, had left an indelible mark on the city, decimating its flora in mere days. Coupled with the media frenzy surrounding her persona, Xiaolan had risen to stardom, becoming the hottest internet sensation, albeit the unconventional kind. In an instant, numerous reporters with cameras, along with members of high society, flocked towards Xiaolan. "Can we get an exclusive interview, tree-cutting queen? Can I have your autograph? I want to cut trees too. Will you stream your tree-cutting sessions? I want to learn how to chop down boyfriends. I've got meat floss biscuits. Can I promote them?" Pew City may lack many things, but it certainly had no shortage of idle folks with nothing better to do. Faced with a barrage of flashing cameras and an eager crowd, Xiaolan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Suddenly, her composure faltered, and she transformed back into the innocent, spirited girl she once was, even causing the grave on her shoulder to tumble with a thud onto the red carpet. "Ahaha. Hello everyone. I am the tree-cutting queen, Xiaolan." She scratched her head, her gaze drifting amidst the sea of cameras, making her feel somewhat dazed. On the elevated platform, Xiao Mao watched the flustered Xiaolan in the crowd, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle. "Haha, this is quite amusing." He had long known that facing the cameras would diminish her confidence. Meanwhile, Xiaoji, seated at the dining table, observed the unfolding scene with irritation, lamenting the lack of entertainment. This vulnerability was something he was also aware of. Behind the curtain, Apollo paid little heed to the commotion, instead shifting his focus among the three of them, ultimately locking his gaze on Xiaoji. I still cannot see through this, he mused. Boss. I have brought the power detector. Soon, a subordinate in a tailcoat presented a sleek, one-sided pair of glasses. The high-tech lens, semi-transparent green, promised to display the power levels of the targeted individual. With a smirk, Apollo carefully donned the power detector over his right eye, activating it to scan the surrounded Xiaolan. He had already identified her as the third trainer from Jinxin Town. The detector quickly locked onto the Pokeball at her waist. Beep, beep, 500, 700, 600. Observing the fluctuating numbers on the lens, Apollo couldn't help but scoff, even chuckling aloud. Typically, a newly hatched Pokémon would have a power level of 10, while a novice trainer's Pokémon would range from 100 to 1000. More elite trainers would possess levels between 1000 and 10,000. Anything above 10,000 signified a true powerhouse. For instance, his own ace, Black Lugia, boasted a formidable power of 13,000. Why are you laughing, boss? Questioned the tailcoat subordinate, puzzled. I find it amusing that this rural girl is merely a novice trainer. I expected something more significant. How laughable. However, just as he prepared to switch targets with a hearty laugh, the detector began to emit an unexpected series of rapid beeps, and the numbers surged from the previously mundane 3 digits to an astonishing 5-digit figure. Apollo, what? A malfunction? He hastily redirected his gaze from Xiaolan to a nearby passerby. Since this individual lacked a Pokeball, the lens switched to assess the human's power level. 5. Apollo exhaled in relief, concluding it was merely a temporary glitch. He took a deep breath and aimed the lens back at the stage, where the spiky-haired boy was still fervently stirring up excitement. Beep, beep. 1000, 3000, 2000. Observing the readings, Apollo couldn't help but let out another derisive laugh. Indeed, this grandson of Professor Okido was not an ordinary novice trainer to be trifled with. Yet, if this was all he had to offer, he still posed no real threat. Ha ha ha. Concealed behind the scenes, Apollo laughed heartily, his demeanor brazen. Why do you find it amusing, boss? The tailcoat man shivered, asking once more. I find it funny that this professor's grandson, with such an arrogant demeanor, is merely an inexperienced rookie. Beep, beep, beep. However, before he could finish, the detector emitted a frantic alert, causing Apollo's expression to freeze in shock. The numbers on the lens skyrocketed in an instant, reaching 5 digits. 80,000, 90,000. The figures continued to climb. Apollo's jaw nearly dropped. His body trembled in disbelief. He was astounded. He quickly removed the glasses, taking deep breaths to regain his composure. A malfunction. Yes, it must be a malfunction. He swiftly turned his gaze back to another passerby. 5. No malfunction? Apollo was utterly perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had soaked through his tailcoat, and perspiration streamed down his forehead, his expression now chaotic. Yet, as the first strategist of Team Rocket, he maintained his poise. Gathering his courage, he finally aimed the lens slowly towards the still-devouring boy beside him. Initially, he glanced at the electric Pokémon stuffing itself, only to discover the detector simultaneously registering 2 readings, 10, 3000. Moreover, the 4 digits at the end continue to rise steadily. Strangely enough, the 2 digits at the front are in constant decline. Apollo, this is the first time he has encountered such data from a detector. Taking a deep breath, Apollo fixated his gaze on the Pokeball at Xiaoji's waist. The numbers 500, 700, 900, and 8000 are all typical figures for novice trainers. Yet the last one, 8000, appears rather peculiar. Was I merely overthinking it, haha? Finally, Apollo chuckled behind the curtain, laughing wildly and unrestrained. Indeed, I was overthinking it. This scene, however, prompted the tuxedo-clad subordinate to finally speak up, trembling as he asked, Boss, shall we cease the laughter? Apollo's gaze sharpened, and he suppressed his mirth, reverting to his previous demeanor of an invincible strategist. With wisdom in hand, his expression turned slightly fierce. Why should I not laugh? I mock that rural youth, believing him to possess extraordinary abilities, only to find he is but a simpleton from the countryside. How foolish of me to be suspicious. How laughable, indeed. With his eyes fixed on the meager data reflected on the screen, Apollo erupted into laughter once more. Boom. The next moment, Apollo's detector exploded. Chapter 48. Secrets Make Women More Womanly. Exploded? Apollo didn't even register the explosion before him. He stood there, dazed. In his mind, memories of the final numbers that flickered on the combat power detector before its demise resurfaced. Though it had only flashed briefly, he had still keenly perceived it. A 6-digit number? While combat power detection may not fully represent a Pokémon's actual strength, a 6-digit figure was something he had never encountered before. Even that artificial Pokémon, crafted through the relentless efforts and resources of Team Rocket's finest talents, as described by Boss Sakaki, only achieved a 5-digit combat power before shedding its power-restraining armor. Even so, that Pokémon was nearly invincible. It was said that only by removing the mechanical armor and truly awakening could one possibly breach the 6-digit threshold of unparalleled strength. And now, he had witnessed the existence of a 6-digit number? Apollo's heart raced like a roller coaster, his back chilled. If he previously thought he was merely on par with Xiaoji or slightly inferior, now that individual loomed over him like a towering mountain or an unfathomable abyss. How terrifying. What should I do? Should I cancel this team-building event? No, he had not yet made a definitive statement. Perhaps I can still recruit him into Team Rocket? No. With his strength, he would undoubtedly become the next heir of Team Rocket. He dialectically negated his own negation. There was but one course of action left. His gaze turned colder than ever, subtly exuding an intimidating aura. Indeed, no matter how powerful the Pokémon, what of it? The strength of the human body remains unyielding. Should the trainer fall, the strength of the Pokémon would be of no consequence. The expression of wisdom returned to his handsome face as he snapped his fingers. Go. Hold your positions, and avoid any conflict with those 3 trainers from Pallet Town. Also, ensure every Pokémon they release in the coming days is documented meticulously. I want all the data. Yes. The tuxedo-clad man replied solemnly. At that moment, 3 figures, who had been feigning to push a service cart nearby, stealthily approached. To be precise, it was 2 humans and a Meowth. Apollo furrowed his brow and barked, "Who goes there?" Unexpectedly, his words seemed to trigger some mechanism, and the 3 figures suddenly began to tremble, striking a stylish pose. "Since you asked so earnestly, we shall present ourselves." "Fools," Meowth interrupted, clawing at the duo. Hearing this, the 2 hastily donned their half-removed uniforms again, awkwardly explaining, "Sorry, our reflexes were too quick, old habits die hard." However, Apollo quickly turned his back, disregarding the 2. They appeared to be mere grassroots personnel, and he had no desire to engage with them. Seeing this, Kojiro had no choice but to approach again, clearing his throat. Ahem. "We just heard that you plan to take action against that trainer from Pallet Town?" Apollo's interest was piqued, and he cast a sidelong glance. "What? Is he your fellow townsman?" No, the boy named Xiaoji is our quarry. We have been tracking him for 10 years. The trio was unwilling to let that peculiar Pikachu be snatched away by their flamboyant superior. They hoped to capture that Pikachu and ascend to prominence, becoming Sakaki's right-hand man. "Oh, you do possess some discernment," Apollo's eyes sparkled. "When one discovers a secret unknown to others, there is a compelling urge to share it. And if someone else reveals that same secret at that moment, your excitement reaches its zenith." Thus, Apollo inquired slowly, "Pray tell, what is your unit?" The 3 quickly bowed seriously. "Hi. We are direct members of Team Rocket's Kanto headquarters, under Boss Sakaki. Our current rank is not yet Diamond. Classified as Tenacious Black Level, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. Direct members?" For the first time, Apollo regarded the trio with genuine interest. Generally, Team Rocket is divided into numerous factions, each overseen by core members. Among them, those directly under Boss Sakaki hold the highest authority. However, as far as he knew, the lowest rank among Sakaki's direct subordinates was Glory Gold level. How could there be those at the very bottom, the Tenacious Black Iron? A matter of connections? These 3 seemed rather intriguing. As the foremost strategist of Team Rocket, Apollo suddenly devised a plan and turned to the tuxedo-clad man behind him. Increase their salary, elevating their status to fearless bronze level. Yes. Observing the immediate joy and gratitude on the faces of the 3, Apollo merely displayed an upper-class smile, warm and approachable. "From today onward, you 3 shall specifically monitor that trainer from Pallet Town, but for these 7 days, do not take any action." Yes. The trio of Team Rocket expressed their immense gratitude and then rushed to the back, weeping tears of joy. Truly, some can appreciate their talents. After their departure, Apollo slowly revealed a cold smile, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand. "So be it. Let these 3 pawns face that colossal beast." Half an hour later, the reporters, fans, and mere onlookers had concluded their pursuit of Xiaolan, returning to the banquet to engage in idle chatter. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Xiaoji gestured to leave the table. Likewise, Pikachu, having satisfied its appetite, shook its ears in understanding, leaping onto Xiaoji's shoulder with a swift motion. Pikachu. Due to his struggles with geometry, Pikachu accidentally stumbled and fell to the ground. Ash remarked, "It seems it's time for a diet." He hoisted Pikachu back onto his shoulder, noting the added weight. In the distance, although the crowd had dispersed, Misty remained lost in her own reverie, spinning in circles. After a moment of hesitation, Ash approached her. I'm the king of tree chopping, she said, signing to the left and posing for a photo to the right. Had my share of love, but no strings attached. She responded to the nearby creatures like a robot, almost mechanically. Ash extended his hand, giving her head a gentle shake, mixing up the thoughts swirling in her mind. After a while, Misty blinked and suddenly snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed on the stage. The sparkle in her eyes could rival the brilliance of the sun and stars, her cheeks puffing up, bursting with renewed energy. "Wait, where's that flea?" she exclaimed, surprised. At that moment, the stage had reverted to its gentlemanly demeanor, and the previously boisterous flea had vanished without a trace. Gary, being slippery as an eel, had long since fled, Ash replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Given Gary's cunning nature, it seemed he would never grant Misty a chance for revenge. "We're heading back to sleep," Brock and Misty announced, having satisfied their appetites. "Tomorrow morning, a fishing competition will be held on deck 2, and the 3 of us plan to participate." Although Ash had little interest in fishing, merely seeking a water-type Pokémon, after all, he already owned a Gyarados, he was intrigued by the prospect of claiming the top prize. Brock, while not particularly fond of water types, pondered the possibility of reeling in a Cerulean or a Cranidos, which also belonged to the rock type. As for Misty, she yearned to catch every Pokémon in the sea to bring to the Cerulean Gym. "Oh, you all go ahead and sleep. I'll find you later," she said, her stomach growling loudly, turning her cheeks a shade of red. They had all feasted, while she had been hungry all day. As the trio departed, Misty began to indulge in her food. These people are so foolish, how can they not eat? With that, she tossed a Pokeball, and a small Clefairy materialized on the dining table. "Eat up, Clefairy, the more you eat, the healthier you'll be." Clefairy. The little creature's figure gradually grew rounder. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. It was melodious yet carried an air of undeniable authority and pride, akin to a regal queen. "Blue girl, this ship is no ordinary vessel, tread carefully." Hearing this, Misty swallowed a whole chicken leg, her mouth stuffed with food as she mumbled, "Sister Azure, if I don't eat more, I might starve. That would be even more perilous. Moreover, as long as you can bury that flea alive, I would gladly perish the next day." The voice in her mind pondered for a moment before sighing, finally conceding, "Fine, it's just a bit of playful banter. As long as you enjoy yourself, that's what matters." "All right." Misty nodded repeatedly, breaking into a cute smile as she continued to shovel food into her mouth. It had only been days since she had truly conversed with Azure. Previously, she had believed this voice was a divine omen. Now, hearing Azure's voice made her feel an impulse to turn around and light incense in prayer. She was a woman of faith. After a moment's hesitation, Azure felt compelled to retort, "By the way, your current strength is lacking. I have a Ditto on my computer. You can use it for silicone. A secret to make a woman even more feminine." "Misty?" She instinctively glanced down at her chest, her lovely face blushing a deep crimson. "I'm only 10 years old. Chapter 49. Bring that woman named Chi to see me." Back in his room, Ash decided it was time to sleep. Beside him lay Brock. As the ship rocked gently, Ash, half asleep, heard a sudden voice in his mind and steadied himself, reassuring, "Don't worry, Brother Chi. You know my nature, always seeking stability." "Chi?" Suddenly struck by an idea, Ash smirked teasingly. "What, are you afraid? Looks like I need to take a day to enlighten this ignorant boy on how I single-handedly toppled Team Rocket's headquarters." According to the ship's navigation route, they would sail from Leaf Green City to the open sea, then circle around much of the Kanto region before reaching the outskirts of the northeastern town of Violet City. Heading west from there would lead them to Goldenrod City, home of Team Rocket's headquarters. What tricks could Team Rocket's headquarters play in this world? Perhaps he could take Ash on a tour of Team Rocket's headquarters? A mischievous expression danced across Chi's face. As for the ship, Chi truly had no concerns. To him, it was no different from a child's play. What he genuinely feared was Ash's reckless behavior. Oh well, as long as Mewo is with him, there shouldn't be any issues. In a state of spiritual slumber, Chi drifted into a deep sleep. Late at night, at 3 a.m., Ash began to exhibit signs of understanding. Clad in a sleek black stealth suit, which covered him from head to toe, leaving only his mouth exposed, he appeared almost like a miniature version of Musashi. This black bodysuit was provided to each guest, claimed to have a stimulating effect, though Ash was oblivious to its implications. Meanwhile, Brock, holding this outfit, flushed with embarrassment. Noticing Brock only holding the outfit, Ash curiously asked, "Brock, aren't you going to wear it?" "No need. As long as I wear a pair of black shorts, I can blend into the night." Dressed in his large black shorts, he attempted to turn off the room lights, and indeed, with his mouth closed, he melted into the shadows. The two then turned on the lights. Ash, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, "All right, let us discuss the plan. There may be criminals aboard this ship, and our task is to locate their hideout and uncover their intentions. Brock nodded in agreement. Ash continued earnestly. This mission might be dangerous. Are you still willing to go ahead, B? Brock nodded again, affirmatively. As a righteous gym trainer, if there were indeed criminals causing trouble aboard this cruise ship, he felt it was his duty to act, although he was uncertain where Ash had acquired his intel. It was already late at night when they exchanged glances and nodded silently. They then pushed open the door, ready to become shadowy figures of the night. Stealthy nights in the dark. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the two cloaked in darkness stepping into the corridor hall. The next moment, the brilliantly lit corridor made their dark attire stand out conspicuously, rendering them the most eye-catching figures in the crowd. A few spirited passers-by even whistled at them playfully. Oops. Brock exclaimed, I forgot. This sane Anu is illuminated 25 hours a day. Who sleeps at 3 a.m.? What is this, a wellness retreat? The night passed without regret. And even in death, one can continue in the next life. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the flames continue to burn eternally. This is the law governing the vast universe. Ash, the two returned to their room, looking rather disheveled as they changed back into their own clothes. After this brief interlude, they redressed and made their way to the hall. The SS St. Anu offered round-the-clock services, with only a few shops opening during peak hours, leaving no room for nocturnal escapades. For instance, Ash heard of a shop that opened in the evening to sell the exceedingly rare golden Magikarp, which piqued his interest. So now, should they stealthily ambush two crew members on the deck to steal a set of clothes and then explore the captain's quarters? Although Brock was also tempted to indulge in the adult world's allure, his sense of justice compelled him to remain steadfast. However, en route to the deck, they unexpectedly encountered an individual. This was a boy with a spiky hairstyle, exuding arrogance, accompanied by a woman who towered over him by half a head. Oh, isn't this a familiar face? Let me introduce you to my new girlfriend, the enchanting Ice Stream, Rose Tear, Love Chinyu, he boasted. You can call her Xiaohua. The pride in his voice was palpable. Upon hearing new girlfriend, their expression shifted dramatically, particularly Ash's, who trembled with anger and pointed a shaking finger at him. You have fallen, Gary. How could you degrade yourself for a woman? Do not ever claim to be my rival again. Gary, however, merely scoffed, retorting, How dare you criticize me? Aren't you hiding a woman yourself? Ash replied, Pikachu is female. Observing Ash's innocent expression, Gary's pride swelled further. Still playing coy? I know everything. Let that woman come out to meet me. After all, she is my sister-in-law, and I owe her a greeting. Ash was taken aback. So, it turns out that Red is actually a girl? For a fleeting moment, he almost believed it, as he had never inquired about Red's gender, relying solely on his auditory assumptions. No wonder he felt a slight emotional shift every time he addressed Red as brother. Had he been mistaken in his title? Should he now refer to Red as sister? Wait, how did he know Red was with me? And what on earth is a sister-in-law? A barrage of questions flooded his mind, awakening Red from his slumber, who appeared even more astonished than Ash. Ash quickly shook his head, unable to suppress his rebuttal. Show me the evidence. Do not speak without basis. My Red is a masculine figure. In response, Gary smiled slightly, as if holding a winning hand. I've heard about their experiences from Green. Although unspoken, various signs indicate that their relationship is that of a couple. Green. What? Red? Is that so? Ash. So that's the truth? As his words fell, a shroud of darkness emanated from Gary, enveloping him in an instant. His expression shifted rapidly, as if consumed by an obsession. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. His demeanor drastically altered. The previous arrogance morphed into an extraordinary depth and restraint, his gaze seemingly imbued with immense wisdom. An overwhelming aura of strength emanated from him, compelling everyone to instinctively step back. Yet, his brow furrowed deeply, as if in contemplation. Is he possessed? Brock blurted out. He had witnessed a similar transformation in Ash before. Although his appearance remained unchanged, his aura and character were entirely different. Gary suddenly pushed the woman beside him aside and slowly nodded towards the two boys as a sign of apology. I'll discipline him properly when I return. Green remarked coldly. He had not anticipated that Gary possessed such a hidden depth. Now, not only was he intent on unsettling his adversaries, but he was also aggravating his allies. Even he wished for a grave to bury himself. Oh, you must be the illustrious Green, the brother of my Red. Ash attempted to continue, but was abruptly met with a wave of dizziness, and darkness enveloped his vision. In the next instant, he found himself in a realm of profound darkness. Ash could not control his body, but could perceive his surroundings through his senses. Red had assumed control of their physical form. As he opened his eyes, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a flood, sweeping through the venue. At that moment, his aura erupted, rivaling Green's, even appearing to suppress it. The clash of their energies froze the entire banquet hall. leaving everyone feeling as if they were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast. Yet, in an instant, both dissipated their overwhelming presence, sealing their regal engines, simply gazing at each other. However, the intensity of their silent confrontation felt even more potent than before. This marked their first direct clash in this world. Both possessed? Brock observed, his eyes widening in shock. Are they a couple? Ash and Gary chuckled simultaneously. Bro, it seems like there's a Lingji mushroom over there. They exchanged glances for a long while, before Red finally broke the silence. You have arrived. Green's gaze was profound, laden with meaning. Because you have come as well. Their conversation was peculiar. In the digital realm, they began their journey by selecting their starter Pokémon and competed until the end. Upon reaching the pinnacle of their abilities, they ceased their rivalry, acknowledging one another. Yet now in this world, it felt as if they had returned to the moment they first stepped out of Pallet Town. This time, Green was unwilling to concede to Red. Red was equally determined not to be outdone by Green. Humph! Amidst the excitement of Ash and Gary, who anticipated witnessing a battle between two extraordinary warriors, Green suddenly snorted, dissipating all combat intent. The two were left dumbfounded. After all that, you won't fight? He turned away, gently caressing the surrounding walls, his steady gaze revealing a hint of reminiscence and regret that should not have surfaced. Green faced away, speaking softly, I will not fight here. Perhaps next time, I will ensure that all your Pokémon are incapacitated. In the past, Red would have retorted, questioning Green's repeated statement, as his Pokémon had always been lively and ready for battle. Yet this time, he surprisingly refrained from arguing, merely watching Green's retreating figure in silence. In the previous world, he had harbored suspicions, but since Green did not elaborate, he chose not to pry further. It seemed that something had transpired during their fierce battle aboard the SS Sane that he remained unaware of. Well, I will await your return. Red said no more, pulling a bewildered Brock along as they headed towards the deck, his pride as unyielding as Green's, requiring no further words. After their departure, the soul of Gary could not help but offer comfort. Are you all right, Green? He was connected with the verdant soul, experiencing for the first time the fearless demeanor of Qinglu, who regarded everything as insignificant. The fragmented memories swirling in Qinglu's mind were chaotic: fear, regret, guilt, and the tears that fell like raindrops. There was also the blood that stained his hands, as if he had slain a Pokémon. It's fine now. You continue your investigation into Team Rocket. My Suicune is with you. Call upon it when you encounter insurmountable challenges. Qinglu relinquished control of his body, and before the soul exchange concluded, he gently added, after disembarking, accompany me to Zuin town. I will, Xiao Mao solemnly nodded, adding, it's all right. Just convey my apologies to my sister-in-law, and everything will be in the past. On the deck, although not as brightly lit as the hallways, the lights still illuminated the area, making their black clothing stand out even more. The two hurriedly reached the deck, a gust of sea breeze swept by, and Xiaoji regained control of his body. Under Xiao Gang's serious questioning, he could only helplessly divulge the matter concerning Qi, though not particularly striking in appearance. With dark skin and small eyes, it was evident he was not a villain. It's just Brother Qi, Xiaoji remarked. But aside from mentioning the presence of a strange creature and its accompanying Pokémon, he was unaware of the deeper implications. Origin? Intent? Perhaps he seeks to conquer the world? Xiaoji was utterly perplexed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang fell silent for a long while, piecing together Xiaoji's previous extraordinary behaviors, which now made perfect sense. Regardless of how bizarre the events surrounding Xiaoji were, they no longer seemed particularly strange. By the way, inquire about how I am perceived in his world, Xiao Gang suddenly asked with curiosity. Given that in this world Xiaoji represented Qi and Xiao Mao represented Qinglu, there must surely be a counterpart for him in that realm as well. Surely he wasn't just a mundane passerby in that world, right? No way, right? Don't rush. I'll ask Brother Qi, Xiaoji replied thoughtfully. Indeed, there exists another Xiao Gang in that world. He possesses fair skin, strikingly large eyes, a handsome and tall figure, and golden green eyes. He is a gym leader and an idol trainee in Nibi City, adored by all the elder sisters across the Kanto region. He recounted Qi's words. Xiao Gang was taken aback. Without hesitation, he swung his leg over the deck's railing, poised to leap into the sea. Ask Brother Qi if I, Xiao Gang, were to perish here today, could I traverse to the other side tomorrow? No. You would simply meet a peaceful end at the ocean's depths, Xiaoji quipped. After their playful banter, they finally remembered their mission. As they approached a less crowded section of the deck, they spotted two men in sailor attire, casually smoking and engaging in idle chatter. They exchanged glances, both revealing sinister smiles. Perhaps this world lacked Team Rocket, or perhaps everyone was part of Team Rocket. Damn. I heard someone from our company just upgraded from stubborn black iron to fearless bronze, one of them gossipingly remarked. The other, upon hearing this, took a sharp drag from his cigarette and exclaimed, I've been stuck at bronze for 10 years. When will I ascend to unyielding silver and experience the grandeur? They lamented. Not due to their inability to level up, but because their teammates were too incompetent, requiring a series of 15 losses to progress. At that moment, two figures approached. Youthful in appearance, causing the two men to lower their guard and resume smoking. Xiaoxi feigned shock, exclaiming, Oh my god, there's a rare Lingji on that deck. Xiao Gang chimed in. Lingji, that's a heavenly omen. This is astonishing. I must inform my secretive uncle. The two Team Rocket sailors exchanged puzzled glances. Visitors from the Unova region? Xiao Gang's complexion indeed suggested so. However, their attention quickly shifted to the Lingji. If they could collect it and present it to their superior, it would signify the success of their corporate team-building event. They had heard that Commander Apollo was quite superstitious. Perhaps they would achieve an unyielding silver rank by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, a devious smile spread across the lips of the two Team Rocket members as they addressed Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang. Lingji is often surrounded by ferocious Pokémon. Stay back while we handle this. It could be dangerous. Suppressing their amusement, Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang followed closely behind, while the two sailors swaggered towards the deck where the Lingji resided. As they neared, their gazes fixed upon the peculiar fungus. A flicker of doubt crossed their minds. Why does that not seem like Lingji to me? Isn't Lingji supposed to be green? It looks more like garlic. No sooner had they spoken than the green fungus trembled violently, and from its center, a cloud of yellow dust erupted, enveloping the two men instantly. The ensuing paralysis left them weak, collapsing to the ground. Well done, Bulbasaur. Use Vine Whip to bind them tightly. Xiaoxi commanded with a flourish. With such intellect, do they truly expect to witness the sights of the silver rank? They might as well linger in the bronze pit for a few more years, haha. Xiaoxi laughed triumphantly, his demeanor reminiscent of a villain. The Bulbasaur, disguised as Lingji, swiftly unleashed its vine whips, ensnaring the two men in a tight, professional binding. The duo, restricted by both paralysis powder and suffocating binds, could only stammer, Damn it, who are you? Xiao Gang casually removed the cigarettes from their mouths, tossing them overboard. Revealing a bright smile. We just want to inform you that smoking is detrimental to your health. Hurry up, time is of the essence, strip them of their clothes. Xiaoxi urged as he recalled Bulbasaur. Half an hour later, even the usually composed Xiao Gang could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, Damn it, enough with the paralysis powder. Was it necessary to use your Vine Whip too? Xiaoxi, the two were still struggling to free themselves from Bulbasaur's bindings. Chapter 51. The code is Stinky Fish and Rotten Shrimp? After another half hour, the two successfully untangled the Vine Whip and stripped the two Team Rocket grunts of their uniforms. During the process, they even resorted to some verbal coercion, and due to the effect of the potent paralysis powder, the grunts had no means of resistance, revealing all their information under the pressure of both a stern and a lenient approach. However, given that they were merely at the second-to-last level of fearless bronze, their knowledge was limited. They disclosed that most of the crew aboard the ship were actually disguised Team Rocket members, alongside a few temporary workers they had randomly recruited. Should anything untoward occur, these temporary workers would be the scapegoats for Team Rocket, a standard procedure for such a multinational organization. After dealing with two minor adversaries, the duo clad in aqua attire decided to pay a visit to the captain's lair. They initiated their escapade by brazenly trespassing the tower to pilfer the crystal, a true hallmark of a proficient gamer. Along the way, they mused on the comical hierarchy of Team Rocket, bemused that some individuals had failed to attain the rank of Glory Gold even after 2 decades. If it were up to him, Ash chuckled, he would have been a Pokémon master long ago. Brock, however, furrowed his brow, stating, the more stringent the hierarchy, the more it attests to the organization's unassailable fortitude. Previously, he had only heard whispers of Team Rocket's vastness, but it was evident now that it was indeed extraordinary. As they approached the captain's quarters, they encountered several working members along the way. Noticing the uniform attire, they faced no hindrance and were allowed passage. The familiarity of faces was inconsequential. Team Rocket operated solely on the basis of uniforms. Creak. Ash gently pushed open the captain's door, revealing a pitch-black interior, accompanied by the soft sound of snoring. After all, it was nearly 4 in the morning. Those who reached the captain's age were likely the health-conscious types who had been brewing tea since 20 and retired at sunset. As for those still reveling outside, they were likely on the brink of collapse. The two stealthily slipped into the room, but due to poor visibility, Ash accidentally bumped into Brock. Hey, Brock, can you open your mouth a bit wider and show your teeth? Otherwise, I can't see you, he jested. Brock responded with a puzzled expression. In the darkness, Ash had a sudden inspiration and tossed out a Pokeball. A flash of red light illuminated the space as a fiery orange Charmander landed on the floor, immediately displaying its fiery temper, with heat radiating palpably. An unmistakable powerful aura filled the room, reminiscent of the Charizard's presence Ash had glimpsed amidst the fog at the lighthouse. The intensity peaked as Charmander yearned to unleash a deafening roar, expelling a torrent of flames to vent its fervent spirit, even in the dead of night. Whoa. Ash swiftly lunged forward, executing a hellish pounce to restrain Charmander's throat. Letting you roar would be disastrous. Once the dragon in his arms settled down, Ash spoke. Charmander, please. Utilize a not-so-flashy move. Charmander nodded, gathering energy at the tip of its tail, minimizing the power to a gentle glow. In an instant, a small beam of light illuminated the dark room like a twinkling torch. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the dim light, the two surveyed the captain's quarters. Though designated as the captain's room, the decor was strikingly simple: 2 beds and a desk, devoid of any other adornments. On one bed lay a robust elderly man with a white beard, and on the other, a little girl of about 4 or 5 years. Is that his granddaughter? Ash wondered aloud, picking up a picture frame from the desk. The photo depicted an elderly man and a girl with a small ponytail, both smiling cheerfully. They rummaged through the desk's contents, which consisted primarily of mundane documents and a maritime log titled The Old Man and the Seafood. Exchanging glances, they began to peruse it. The log detailed an elderly man's solitary fishing endeavors from a small boat in the Withered Leaf Harbor. Remarkably, he had failed to catch a single shark over the span of 84 days. They speed-read through the 40,000-word log in under 30 minutes, their hearts swelling with fervor. The indomitable spirit of humanity refusing to bow to fate, coupled with an optimistic outlook, left them in awe of the old captain. Yet, there are no sharks in Withered Leaf City. He is merely fishing in vain, they mused. The log concluded with the revelation that the captain had received support from a charitable organization called the Rainbow Group last month, allowing him to captain the ship St. Anno and pursue grand adventures. It appeared the captain was indeed loyal, dispelling any previous misunderstandings. Carefully, they tucked the log away, preparing to exit the room. As they approached the door, a glint caught Ash's eye. He noticed a pristine disc resting atop the trash bin at the entrance and casually took it with him. Once in the corridor, Ash examined the disc, which bore the title key I/ in bold, artistic lettering, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Was this the legendary move tutor? The name suggested it was a formidable skill. He pondered whether his Pidgey could learn it. So, what's next? Head back to sleep? Brock yawned, posing the question. Since there are no leads here, we can't search room by room. Besides, in 4 hours, it will be morning, and we have that fishing tournament to attend. Although he had little interest in capturing a water-type Pokémon, the prospect of snagging a Kabuto or Omanite was enticing. Yet, Ash's eyes glimmered with a newfound wisdom as he returned Charmander and the move tutor to their respective places, grinning confidently. Oh, but I have just uncovered a significant clue. Brock raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The Rainbow Group, Ash exclaimed. The Pokédex mentioned that Flamboyant Pineapple was the head of the Rainbow Group. You see? If the captain isn't the villain, then this pineapple must be. It was destined to be a night of revelry. As they moved forward, a crew member approached them. Brock gestured to Ash, then flashed a friendly smile at the crew member, politely inquiring, "Excuse me, could you tell us which room Commander Pineapple is in?" The crew member, with a face reminiscent of a bulldog, eyed them suspiciously. Raising an eyebrow, he barked, "Hey, you two. You're not one of us, are you?" The duo was taken aback. Had they finally encountered a Team Rocket member who recognized faces rather than uniforms? What kind of talk is that from Team Rocket? Ash retorted. You think you can just waltz in here and disrespect us? The crew member shot back. Team Rocket had always prided itself on its decorum. Realizing the shift in tone, Ash gently patted Brock's shoulder and cleared his throat, signaling a change in strategy. So, is it time to engage in some verbal sparring? I assure you, it was unintentional. My brother here just has a narrow view and tends to look down on you, he said with a grin. The crew member appeared taken aback, and Brock added, Is this how you're going to treat your own? Let us cut to the chase. Just tell us where Commander Pineapple is, instead of dragging this out. My brother holds grudges for minor slights. You wouldn't want to end up fish food, would you? Despite his shorter stature, Ash's commanding presence overshadowed the crew member. Yet, the latter exhibited an odd semblance of satisfaction. Suddenly, he shook his head vigorously, questioning, No, this is too suspicious. Quickly, what is the code word for this operation? Otherwise, I'll have to alert the authorities. As the atmosphere grew tense, several other sinister-looking Team Rocket members began to converge on them. Ash and Brock exchanged worried glances. Was there even a code word? They were in grave danger of being exposed. Upon witnessing the latter's demeanor, as if on the verge of summoning the authorities, Ash could only swallow hard. Finally, with a steely resolve, he stammered, The secret code is, smelly fish, I am a rotten shrimp. Brock responded with incredulity. For a major organization, is this code just given away? However, in the next moment, the man with the broad face broke into a smile. The code is correct. Commander Apollo's room is at the end of Corridor 3, in that luxurious suite. Brock was left bewildered. Chapter 52. Is Team Rocket still recruiting? At the end of Corridor 3, the surroundings were devoid of other rooms, and the solitary door appeared quite distinct. This was the chamber of Apollo, the head of the Grand Charitable Enterprise, the Rainbow Group. What should we do? Should we knock? Brock inquired, although he had already devised a clever plan in his mind. Ash nodded, signaling for the stage to be handed over to the burly man. Knock, knock, knock. Brock rapped on the door, then, with a slight adjustment to his voice, playfully asked, "Does the esteemed gentleman require special services?" Ash was taken aback. Surprisingly, there was no response from within the room, leaving Brock, who had envisioned a classic trap. Feeling awkward, grasping the doorknob, he found he could twist it. Is the door not locked? Did they step out for a dance? The two exchanged glances and slowly pushed the door open. Inside, the space was quite expansive, resembling a training ground rather than a typical room, with only a square table positioned towards the back. As Ash approached the table, a sudden flame shot out from the shadows, causing Ash to instinctively dodge, employing the devilish footwork he had mastered in Pallet Town. What in the world? As the flames dissipated, a pair of glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness. A dog-like Pokémon slowly emerged, its fur completely black, adorned with white bony patterns on its ankles and back, even bearing a white skull-like pattern on its forehead. Woof. It growled at the two, its expression fierce. Dairubi, the black dog Pokémon, known for its ferocity and unfit for consumption. Yet its blood is said to ward off evil, the Pokédex announced automatically. Ash, this seems to be a Pokémon from the Johto region, a fire type. Should I handle it? Brock asked. Upon hearing this, Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. He adjusted his cap and replied with a grin, No need, no need. There's no sense in a black-on-black battle. This fellow seems eager to engage. Brock was left puzzled. With that, Ash threw out his Pokeball. You're the one. Charmander. A flash of red light appeared, and Charmander landed on its hind legs, raising its arm as flames erupted from its tail. Roar. The dragon-like roar echoed. Still somewhat juvenile, yet Ash could faintly sense the presence of the Dragonite from the misty seas of yore. The soundproofing in this room was impeccable, ensuring the commotion wouldn't disturb anyone outside. Both fire-type Pokémon, upon encountering one another, exchanged fiery glares, each determined to vanquish the other. Charmander, take the initiative. Use Ember, Ash commanded with a flourish of his finger. Roar. Charmander swung its head, unleashing a column of flames, radiating heat. To Ash's astonishment, Dairubi stood its ground, seemingly unfazed, absorbing the flames instead of dodging. As the Ember connected with Dairubi, the flames bizarrely transformed into a scorching red energy, which the Pokémon absorbed entirely. Ash was taken aback. Impossible. Even fire types have some resistance to flames, but how can it completely ignore and absorb them? That's the Blaze ability, which allows it to absorb flames and enhance its own firepower, Brock quickly explained. A Pokémon with the Blaze ability undoubtedly held a significant advantage in a fire-type battle. At that moment, Dairubi's dark skin glowed with a fierce red light, exuding an intimidating aura. Woof. It let out a derisive growl, seemingly mocking Charmander's audacity. This arrogance ignited both Ash and Charmander's tempers, causing the flames on Charmander's tail to flare up once more, rising higher than its own body, creating a tempest of heat. Suddenly, the entire room became suffocatingly warm. Woof, woof. Dairubi merely scoffed, observing as Charmander began to gather a red energy in its mouth. With a shake of its body, Dairubi fully prepared itself. Come on, face me head on. With energy at its peak, Ash commanded, Now's your chance, Charmander. Use Dragon Rage. In the next moment, the fiery energy erupted, transforming into a massive orange fireball, roaring forth. Dairubi was caught off guard. Despite the fireball's red hue, its properties bore no connection to fire-type attacks. As it posed defiantly, Dairubi failed to react in time, realizing the mismatch in attributes only when the fireball crashed into it. Boom. The Dragon Rage detonated at Dairubi's lower back, unleashing a fierce wave of draconic energy that struck its delicate form with overwhelming force. The floor buckled under the impact, creating a substantial crater, flames shooting skyward. As the smoke cleared, accompanied by a mournful whimper, Dairubi lay incapacitated on the ground. Dragon Rage, a powerful technique for novice trainers, could eliminate any Pokémon of lesser endurance with a single blow, regardless of type advantages. Well done. Ash patted Charmander on its bare head, the latter panting slightly, clearly exhausted from the exertion. Yet, winning against a fire-type opponent was a significant morale booster. Turning to Brock, Ash remarked. This Pokémon seems to match your complexion quite well. Do you want to capture it? It likely belongs to someone else. Never mind that. Let us check what S on that table. I fear the commotion might attract unwanted attention, Brock urged, concerned about the noise they had made. The ruckus generated by Dragon Rage was certainly more than a mere bark. Soon, they sidestepped the unconscious Darubi and approached the square table. On it lay a thick document. Proposal for the robbery of the wealthy, strategic blue book for the St. Anu activity. Both scratched their heads in confusion. Robbery? In this day and age? Does one need to draft a multi-thousand-word proposal for that? They aren't seeking angel investors, are they? Upon opening the document, they found detailed accounts of the current class struggles within the Pokémon world. The wealthy landowners were unkind, while the impoverished farmers endured great suffering. Thus, the Rainbow Group, as the largest charitable organization in the Kanto region, planned to take action, intending to orchestrate the St. Anu event, a luxurious cruise to invite numerous affluent individuals aboard. Under the guise of a theft, all the wealth obtained was generously donated to the most reputable enterprise in the Kanto region, the Rockets. The true essence of chivalry lies in serving the nation and its people, nothing more than that. Upon turning to the last page, Ash couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Profoundly touched by such a fervent sense of familial affection, he remarked, "Hey, Mr. Gang, I find Apollo quite intriguing. Why don't we just pretend we didn't TC anything?" To which Mr. Gang replied, "Youngster, your thoughts seem to be rather askew." The following day, Apollo returned to the room. Observing Dragonaite's subdued demeanor, he felt no alarm. Instead, he gently withdrew it, a proud smile forming at the corner of his lips. Embodying the essence of one who has everything under control. As the foremost strategist of the Rockets, he had long anticipated Ash's actions from the previous night and had never considered that a newly captured Dragonite could thwart him. Perhaps, he mused, even that formidable individual named Ash could not be easily deterred. Thus, he chose not to intervene. Having spent the night reveling in the adjacent hall, he avoided any direct confrontation with Ash, even audaciously leaving the strategic document laid out in plain sight. This exemplified the principle of governing by inaction. The exchanges between wise individuals are often simple yet profound, rich with knowledge. Approaching the square table, he noticed that the cover of the proposal seemed to have additional words inscribed upon it, piquing Apollo's curiosity. A message? Is this the silent understanding shared among the wise? Or perhaps a challenge directed at me? Humph, this battle is ultimately unavoidable. Let us engage. For he is the most exceptional of the younger generation in the Rockets and harbors no fear of any challenge. With a haughty snort, Apollo focused his gaze, only to find the document adorned with 2 crooked lines of text. Too long, didn't he read, but the plan is commendable. Is the Rockets still hiring? The handwriting was atrocious, adding a layer of ridicule. Apollo exclaimed, "What audacity! How dare he aspire to contend for the title of heir to the Rockets?" His expression twisted with unprecedented fury. Chapter 53, Clumsy Fish, Commonplace Pokémon at dawn. 5 o'clock, Ash and his companion began to slumber. By 8, they awakened and, after a brief wash-up, hurried to the 3rd deck for a fishing rendezvous with friends, determined to persevere despite exhaustion. "What on earth? My fellow, your dark circles are quite pronounced. Ash, you haven't been beaten up, have you? Those bags under your eyes look like a mischievous panda." Upon meeting Misty and May, both burst into laughter, their mirth laced with teasing. Ash frowned, redirecting the banter towards Brock. "Don't just laugh at me. Look at Brock. His dark circles." But as he spoke, he realized that Brock bore no dark circles at all, or rather, they had blended seamlessly with his complexion, rendering them indistinguishable. In fact, the area where dark circles would typically reside appeared even lighter. "Never mind," Brock said. The fishing competition aboard the St. Anna commenced on the spacious deck, running from 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. Contestants could fish as many times as they wished, yet only a single catch would be submitted for evaluation. The criteria for judgment encompassed a multitude of aspects: rarity, regional scarcity, combat prowess, appearance, and so forth. It was rumored that the top 3 would receive generous rewards. At this moment, the deck was divided into 2 distinct areas, marked by a horizontal barrier in the center. One side was adorned with elegance and sophistication, featuring an array of high-end fishing rods in the background and a grand buffet table in the center, offering 1983 law fight for quenching thirst and a luxurious 13,000 grade steak for satisfying hunger. This was the extravagant realm of the elite. The ocean beyond the deck was dotted with prime coral reefs, a veritable paradise for fishing enthusiasts. Conversely, the other side represented the commoner's fishing spot, with a few shabby rods haphazardly arranged behind, barely capable of reeling in carp without breaking. The culinary delight that Ash craved was reduced to mere bread rolls with mustard, presenting a stark contrast to the opulence across the divide. The disparity in fishing conditions was absurd. The four of them shook their heads, eager to experience the lavish lifestyle of the upper class, yet they were intercepted by a crew member. "Apologies, this area is reserved for the elite. Please refrain from entering," he stated firmly. "One must at least wear a tie." The four of them exchanged glances, but the crew member's gaze fell upon the small badge held aloft by one of their party. "However, this young lady may enter," following the crew member's line of sight. The trio looked in disbelief at the orange-haired girl. "Misty?" With a proud expression, Misty brandished her 3-star fishing master badge. As an experienced angler, her high-level skills allowed her to transcend class barriers in such competitions. Without looking back, she strode confidently into the elite zone, raising her high-end fishing rod. Casting a long glance back at her friends, "I'm off to indulge in the upper-class lifestyle. I'll return to share my insights on life." The three of them sighed in envy. Returning to the commoner's deck, they found their companions despondent. Ash casually picked up a broken fishing rod, slung it over his shoulder, and encouraged them. "Fishing is all about skill. What good is money? Let us display the ambition and flair befitting of the less fortunate." Despite their initial reluctance, the two rallied, quickly seeking out what appeared to be a less broken rod and joining the ranks of the fishing enthusiasts. Most locations along the edge of the deck had already been occupied by impoverished fishermen, leaving the trio squeezed into a small corner. "Good grief. There's even mud on the sea. Am I to fish for loaches?" Ash lamented. Before him lay a patch of water resembling a muddy mire. With no other option, he cast his baited hook into the water. Although he was primarily focused on nurturing his own water-type Pokémon, he still harbored an interest in claiming the title of champion. Brock, too, had modest aspirations, simply wishing to catch a few fossil Pokémon to keep at home. Meanwhile, May's objective was far simpler: to catch an iron oxide-coated kitchen knife, hoping to one day use it against a certain flea's vital artery. She had even conceived a name for her technique: Tetanus Blade. As the wind rustled the waves, the trio settled onto their small stools, embarking on a leisurely pursuit reminiscent of retirement at the tender age of 10. Half an hour later, while engaged in idle chatter, Ash suddenly felt a tug on his fishing rod. With a grin, he sprang to his feet, gripping the rod tightly. In a flurry of motion, a small, yellowish fish leapt into the air, landing in the palm of his hand, its body adorned with brown spots, presenting a rather unappealing sight. Ash frowned, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. Beep. Ugly fish, a common Pokémon found everywhere, utterly unremarkable and devoid of value. The Pokédex chimed automatically. "Hollow hollow?" The ugly fish stared blankly at Ash, exhibiting no movement whatsoever. Was it commonplace? Observing this, Ash casually tossed the clumsy fish aside. After all, his aim was to capture Pokémon, particularly a super rare one, to secure first place. This seemingly ordinary Pokémon had no connection to rarity. Even a Magikarp, when caught, would at least flop around, yet this foolish fish remained utterly still. Meanwhile, Brock had also encountered a reptilian Pokémon, characterized by a soil-colored hard shell on its back and a pitch-black belly from which protruded several sharp claws. Didi, fossil armor, an ancient Pokémon, has become extinct due to humanity's appetite, with its culinary methods recorded only in ancient cookbooks, Ash's Pokédex announced. Ash and Misty exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they might have hooked something extraordinary. Brock's eyes gleamed with determination as he deftly captured the fossil armor with a Pokeball. Grinning broadly, he tossed the fishing float back into the sea. "I'm not greedy, just one more Cerulean would suffice." Noticing their companion's success, Misty quickly focused on her own float, silently encouraging herself and praying to the heavens for a big catch. Being a girl of faith, she believed in divine protection. Suddenly, she felt a gentle tug on her float, and a radiant smile lit her face as she swiftly raised her hand, only to see a dark figure shoot upwards. It was a significant catch. When she finally reeled it in, she found a black object in her hand. "Didi, congratulations. You have obtained the item, Broken Boot, Left Foot." Her Pokédex chimed. Misty exclaimed, "Why am I always the unluckiest?" Their initial catch ignited a competitive spirit among the trio. Perhaps this muddy patch was a treasure trove? However, not long after casting their lines, an engine roar suddenly erupted from one side of the ocean, drawing everyone's attention. A boy with a spiky hairstyle, clad in floral beach shorts and flip-flops, was surfing on a turtle-like Pokémon, executing impressive moves. The tremendous engine turbulence stirred the muddy waters, scattering the trio's floats. "Ah, you little pest," Misty fumed, immediately standing up, removing her hat as if ready to leap off the deck and drag Gary into the sea with her. "Calm down." Ash quickly restrained her, recalling that this old friend was a water-type Pokémon's natural enemy, likely to sink upon contact with water. He remembered her near-drowning incident from childhood. "Oh, just admire my back, losers." Gary mockingly flashed a cheeky gesture at the trio on the deck before his Kamekame surged ahead, gliding to an uninhabited coral reef. He casually sat cross-legged on the back of his Kamikame, smirking. You can't catch anything substantial on the ship. The real big catches happen while surfing with Pokémon. With a gleeful grin, he pulled out a premium fishing rod and began to fish. Chapter 54. Blue Cola. Even pigs won't drink it. After managing to quell Misty's impulsive desire to jump overboard, the trio resumed their fishing with grim faces. Given that the mud had just been disturbed by that pesky boy, fish were unlikely to bite soon. Brock rose to fetch some drinks. Indeed, the bikini-clad lady had moved to the upscale fishing area, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. After a while, Brock returned to his bench and tossed each of them a bottle of blue cola. Ash examined the drink and frowned, saying with a disapproving tone, "Blue? I don't drink that." Misty echoed his sentiments, her brow furrowing. "Indeed, we from Pallet Town only drink red. Even pigs wouldn't touch that blue soda." This remark caused Brock's eyebrows to shoot up in disbelief. While he could tolerate many things, this was a matter he could not overlook. "We from Cerulean City drink blue cola. The red one is only for flushing toilets." The two from Pallet Town erupted in outrage, standing up abruptly. "Isn't the blue one just toilet cleaner? Surely no one truly enjoys drinking that blue foot bath water? What? Could anyone really be foolish enough to drink the red one? It can't even clean a toilet properly." The trio engaged in a heated argument over their preferred cola. A dispute so profound it could be likened to a clash of ideologies, even rising to the level of national pride. It was a significant matter. At that moment, the fishing rods they had propped up began to tremble simultaneously, prompting them to abandon their cola debate and refocus on their lines. "Red, forever the god." Ash bellowed as he summoned his strength to yank the rod upwards. To his surprise, a familiar, soil-colored fish resurfaced before him. Ash, in frustration, hurled the ugly fish back into the water. "Please, no more, brother fish. I seek the rarest Pokémon." On the other side, Misty too took a deep breath and shouted, "Red, forever the god." She yanked her rod upwards, a shadow leaping into the air with impressive vigor, exuding an ancient aura. "Didi, congratulations. You have obtained the item, Broken Glove, Left Hand," her Pokédex announced. Misty exclaimed, "It's a Squirtle. At least now I can complete that pair of boots." Brock merely shook his head at the two, filled with disdain. Then, flashing a bright smile, he firmly grasped his fishing rod and proclaimed, "Blue is the eternal god." In an instant, a shell-shaped Pokémon burst through the water and landed on the deck. With a yellow spiral shell and a soft blue body, it's large. Dark Eyes gazed innocently around. Didi, Cerulean, an ancient Pokémon, has become extinct due to humanity's appetite, with its culinary methods recorded only in ancient cookbooks. Didi, Cerulean, believed to have gone extinct tens of thousands of years ago, remains a mystery in its ecology. Both Pokédexes simultaneously relayed their findings. Ash and Misty exchanged glances. "It seems another has emerged." Brock smirked triumphantly and swiftly captured the Cerulean with another Pokeball. Having successfully caught two fossil Pokémon, he felt elated. Momentarily dismissing the cola debate, and cheerfully declared, "Hee hee, I'll fetch you two some red cola. Remember to drink plenty. Whatever's left I'll take back to flush the toilet." Ash and Misty protested, "It's a Squirtle. We've brought shame to Pallet Town." Since Ash had already secured the Pokémon he desired, he decided to withdraw from the competition. Fossil Pokémon were not common fare. He preferred not to draw attention to them. So he snapped his broken fishing rod and refrained from fishing, opting instead to serve tea and water to his companions while discreetly admiring the bikini-clad ladies nearby. As Ash continued to ride his fortunate streak, every half hour he would catch an ugly fish, throwing one back only to reel in another, creating an endless cycle. He began to suspect that this particular ugly fish had deliberately chosen not to evade his hook, shamelessly enjoying the bait for free. Such a freeloading fish was simply unacceptable. Meanwhile, around Misty's bench, numerous items had accumulated. Tattered boot, left. Tattered glove, left. Tattered sock, left. The absurdity of it all made her wonder if someone was deliberately targeting her. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed the flea still fishing not far away, making it impossible for him to inflict such misery upon himself with a single boot. Was it truly just her misfortune? In the end, she turned her gaze to the chubby-cheeked girl beside her, shyly saying, "Hey, fellow contestant, since I can't seem to catch any Pokémon, would you mind trading me your fish? I can offer you these boots in exchange." Without hesitation, Ash tossed the ugly fish he had just caught at Misty's feet. A radiant smile lit up her face. She no longer yearned for rare Pokémon, as catching a Magikarp would suffice. She swiftly threw a Pokeball, and the ugly fish, seemingly oblivious, was captured without resistance. The Pokédex chimed mechanically. Ding. Ugly fish, the beautiful Pokémon. Although it appears unattractive, it evolves into one of the most stunning Pokémon, making it exceedingly rare. Misty exclaimed, "What?" While Ash, trembling with anger, felt tears welling up inside him. He abruptly pulled out his Pokédex, ready to hurl it into the sea. Pokédex, you betrayed me. After a moment, the device finally emitted a sluggish sound. Beep beep. Battery low, shutting down. Ash grumbled, isn't this Pokédex supposed to be solar-powered? That large yellow orb on it must be a moon instead. As dusk fell, the fishing competition officially concluded, transitioning into the judging phase. Many participants had made impressive catches. Some reeled in Gyarados, while others caught Tentacruel. Even the author of The Old Man and the Seafood, the old captain, personally fished and managed to catch a blue-skin shark at his age. Wow, what a huge fish. A tiger shark. Who knew that giant sharks also inhabit the Kanto region? Gasped the crowd. As for Ash, after giving the ugly fish to Misty, it seemed he had also relinquished his luck, as he could no longer catch anything. Resigned, he submitted only the tattered boot left for evaluation. To his astonishment, he spotted another familiar item among the displayed treasures. Tattered boot, right, accompanied by a small note stating, participant, Green from Pallet Town. Ash chuckled despite his frustrations. Ha, 2 boots. This Green is truly foolish. Across the way, a spiky-haired boy also erupted in laughter. He caught a boot. This Ash is really dim-witted. Ultimately, the champion was none other than the energetic girl from Pallet Town, Misty, who claimed victory with her unremarkable ugly fish, becoming the champion of the fishing contest. Many recognized the value of the ugly fish, even in its native habitat. It was an exceptionally rare Pokémon. Misty stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, ready to deliver her victory speech. Everyone, I have just one thing to say. The attention of the crowd made her cheeks flush, but with newfound determination, she shouted, Cola, only the red kind is for champions. The blue one is fit for pigs. Unexpectedly, her words detonated like a bomb in deep water, causing chaos to ensue. Who is this rude girl? The red one is foot-washing water. Are there really pigs that prefer the blue one? As a mere bystander, I must say the red one does have a distinct odor. Shut up. Here in Leaf City, we all drink 7-Up. Cola is only good for flushing toilets. Cola is your father. The scene devolved into utter pandemonium. Yet amid the chaos, Misty stood on the winner's podium, her face aglow, as if her spirit had soared. I have finally brought glory to Pallet Town, she exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Misty soon slipped away with a playful grin, clearly pleased with her ability to stir up the crowd. She quickly found Ash and tossed him a card adorned with a rainbow design. Seeing his puzzled expression, she explained with a smile, here. This is the prize for first place. If you ever pass through Golden City, you can exchange this card at the Rainbow Corporation for a special EV. According to the organizer, that EV can evolve infinitely. Chapter 55, Is Gold Valuable? After the competition, the 4 began to share their results. Brock, despite his darkened countenance, had managed to catch 2 fossils, making his day worthwhile. After all, the fossil Pokémon, Kabuto and Omanite, have not yet been officially recorded in the Kanto region. Misty, having snagged an ugly fish, and Ash, with his special EV voucher, both considered themselves fortunate. Overall, all 3 had enjoyed a fruitful outing. So, you caught that thing in the lucky region? Ash and his friends exchanged sly glances at Misty. Earlier that morning, she had been jubilant, but her demeanor had shifted dramatically. Due to the clear waters of the lucky region, Pokémon were predominantly either tentacle or tentacruel, allowing the affluent to fish to their heart's content. Despite being a 3-star fishing master, Misty struggled to find any fish, ultimately catching only a pink Pokémon. This creature was entirely pink, with spiral ears and a long, thick tail that looked quite delectable. Ding. Slowpoke, a popular Pokémon. Its tail is edible and quite expensive, regarded as a delicacy, though consuming it is illegal. Ding. Slowpoke, the dopey Pokémon. It has only 1 neuron and reacts slowly, no one knows what it's thinking. Simultaneously, Ash and Misty's Pokédexes chimed in. As the 3 stared at her, the Slowpoke, sitting on the deck, finally tilted its head and uttered, Slowpoke? In the next moment, laughter erupted among the trio, who remarked how fitting the Slowpoke was for Misty. Embarrassed, Misty could only blush as she returned the Slowpoke to its Pokeball, torn between tossing it away and holding on to it. Although a bit dim-witted, it was undeniably cute. In the end, she stomped her foot on the floor, defiantly swearing before her friends, I am utterly exasperated. If I ever have to capture such a dim-witted Pokémon again, I shall renounce my status as a water-type trainer. As night fell, the 4 companions strolled while savoring street snacks, perusing the myriad of shops and stalls that sprung to life at mealtime. The octopus vendor was selling takoyaki, and the performer was smashing stones on his chest, while another showcased a clamping water spray. Ash and his friends found themselves enthralled, meandering and stopping to take in the sights. Hey, over there, the wealthy heir. A low call drew the attention of the 4. They paused and turned towards the source, discovering it to be a middle-aged man, slightly shorter in stature. With a bald head adorned with a flamboyant band, he wore a friendly expression, unmistakably a legitimate businessman. Following his gaze, Ash instinctively pointed at himself. "Why, yes, it's me." The middle-aged man beamed. "Indeed, it is you, young master." Ash's face flushed crimson at the compliment. He took a few deep breaths before patting Brock's shoulder and ruffling Misty's hair. "Haha, after hiding for so long, I've finally been recognized today," he exclaimed, striking a triumphant pose. However, Misty, puzzled, interjected, "But our family has been farmers for 3 generations. When did you become a wealthy heir?" "Little girl, you don't understand. I inherited 2 acres of land in Pallet Town. How can that not make me a wealthy heir?" Ash retorted, turning back to the middle-aged man. "So, wise sir, what do you wish to convey?" "Oh, the discerning eye of a wealthy heir is certainly superior to mine. Let me share a remarkable opportunity with you. If I were not a wealthy heir, I wouldn't even mention it," the man said, leaning in conspiratorially. He then produced a gleaming golden Pokeball. "Behold, this is the golden Pokeball, and within it lies the extraordinarily rare golden Magikarp." The radiant glow dazzled the eyes of the 4, and Ash was immediately captivated by the golden orb. Goldie murmured dreamily. Golden, luxurious, and resplendent, the man thought, secretly pleased with Ash's reaction, while continuing to stoke the flames of temptation. "Do you know what a golden Magikarp is? It can produce gold. 1 ton per month. 50 tons per year. In less than 5 years, you could be the wealthiest person in the Kanto region." "Gold," Ash repeated, entranced. Finally, the middle-aged man declared loudly, "By coincidence, young master, the golden Magikarp, originally priced at 100 million, is now only 300. You could become the wealthiest person in the world." Clearly, Ash had been thoroughly enchanted, clutching the extravagant golden Pokeball with an expression of rapture. The other 3, however, remained silent, recognizing the ruse. Only Ash, the naive fool, would fall for such a scam. Why fear the thief when one is barefoot? Misty scoffed, signaling her disdain. 1 ton per month, 12 tons per year, how could he not see through this obvious deception? What a disgrace to Pallet Town. "Well, young master, would you like to buy it?" the middle-aged man asked with a smile. Ash abruptly snapped back to reality, gripping the golden Pokeball tightly and eagerly inquired, "Oh, so the golden Magikarp costs only 300? That means I just need to pay 300 to take this Pokeball?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. It seemed Ash truly believed he was a wealthy heir. He had hoped to swindle at least 10 times that amount, but now, it seemed he might strike gold immediately. Quickly, he rubbed his hands together and responded with a warm grin. "Yes, indeed. For just 300. You can take home the unparalleled golden Magikarp and become the world's richest." "Oh, now I understand," Ash exclaimed, raising the golden Pokeball and pressing the button. With a pop, a golden Magikarp flopped onto the floor, splashing water everywhere. Ignoring the aquatic creature, Ash tucked the golden Pokeball into his waistband. "I shall take this golden Pokeball now. Farewell." The middle-aged man was left dumbfounded as Ash made to leave. "Wait, is there a problem?" he stammered, bewildered. "The golden Magikarp is 300, and the golden Pokeball is also 300. Rounded off, doesn't he that make the Pokeball free?" Ash, just as bewildered, placed the golden Pokeball on his shoulder. "I don't intend to return it. The moment I laid eyes on this luxurious limited edition Pokeball, I decided to give Pikachu a new home." The middle-aged man was flabbergasted. The other 3 shared a glance, their expressions mirroring confusion. How does this logic even work? Even if it's free, can one truly receive something without cost? As Ash pondered, he realized the truth in his reasoning. After all, nothing is truly free. He then flicked a small coin from his pocket. "Then I shall use my entire fortune to purchase this free item, which would be quite the bargain. Farewell." With that, he hurried away with his companions. The middle-aged man stood there, bewildered, staring at the coin in his hand. After they left, he furrowed his brow deeply. Yet, he retrieved another golden Pokeball, placing the gilded Magikarp back inside. "Curse it, are today's youth truly this cunning? A mere 10 yen coin has cost me a golden Pokeball. How am I to make a living as a swindler now?" Determined, he vowed to ensnare another unsuspecting fool for his gilded Magikarp. The flamboyant band on his head served to buy him an extra second when adversaries came calling, ensuring his escape. Humph. Since the day I became a swindler, I have long since ceased to fear death. To hear the truth at dawn and die by nightfall, what a glorious fate. He was a man of great resolve. At that moment, a beachcomber in flamboyant floral shorts and flip-flops passed by the stall, casually whistling. "Hey, wealthy heir." The leisurely stroll of the young man, coy, was interrupted as he froze in shock at the mention of the keywords. "No. Could my family have found me?" His gaze darted toward the middle-aged man, who was now pointing at him. "How does he know I'm a wealthy heir?" Could he truly be from my hometown? A cold sweat broke out on Koi's brow as he approached slowly, as if moving like a robot. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he eagerly approached, his voice dripping with excitement. Heh, I usually don't share this with just anyone. But I have a golden Magikarp here. Do you know what a golden Magikarp is? It can produce gold. 10 tons a month, 100 tons a year. In less than 5 years, you could be the wealthiest in Kanto. Upon hearing this, Koi relaxed slightly, realizing this man was not from his hometown. Gold? Oh, that has nothing to worry about. My childhood bed was made of gold, and even our table was propped up with gold bricks. With this thing, can one really become the wealthiest? I'm leaving. Please don't bother me. Kojiro waved his hand dismissively, his face filled with disdain. A mysterious aura of a wealthy elite enveloped the older man, nearly suffocating him, making him long to kneel before the blue-haired youth. Chapter 56. What do you mean by 50-50? 6 days later, the SS St. Anna cruise ship was merely half a day away from the shore. At that moment, the banquet hall was hosting the final farewell feast. Ash and his companions walked together, occasionally glancing around cautiously. As they had shared intelligence earlier that Team Rocket was likely to launch a counterattack in these last hours, kidnapping the wealthy to achieve shared prosperity. However, Xiaolan scratched his head, realizing belatedly, isn't this quite good? The title was merely a ruse to deceive the foolish. In reality, it was about robbing the rich. But the poor would also be robbed, Xiaojiang replied seriously. Xiaolan, I feel offended. Use water gun, Starmie. Rattata, unleash your hyperfong. The low shouts drew the attention of the four, as they parted the crowd to discover a plump, yellow-brown mouse confronting a Starmie amidst a sea of onlookers. Under the direction of the old gentleman in a black top hat, the hefty Rattata surprisingly broke through the water gun's impact, its large fangs biting down on the central gem of the Starmie. Crack! The gem shattered, causing Starmie to swiftly retreat, its combat power hollowed out by the devastating blow. Its body wilting. I've lost. The bystander could only withdraw his Starmie, casting an admiring glance at the old gentleman. The latter obviously relished this attention. As a member of the upper class, he thrived on flattery. He elegantly bowed and then raised his hand, addressing the surrounding crowd. Haha. Is there any brave trainer willing to challenge my Rattata? I. Ash naturally leaped forward with excitement, pointing decisively. It's you, Pikachu. The mouse Pokémon had to rely on the electric mouse to confront this challenge. Pika. Pikachu sprang from Ash's shoulder, eyeing the plump yellow-brown mouse. Electricity crackling on its cheeks. Oh, young one, my Rattata is quite strong. The old gentleman chuckled, showing no concern for Ash. Rattata, use quick attack. Pikachu, let us use quick attack too. 2 bursts of white light ignited on the 2 mice, and in the next moment, both launched their attacks simultaneously. The swiftly approaching white light acted like arrows, yet Pikachu, as it closed in, slightly altered its footing, lowering its height. Upon contact, it suddenly rebounded upwards. Clang. The 2 mice passed by each other, but Pikachu collided headfirst with Rattata's chin, the powerful force sending the latter's hefty body flying backward. What incredible speed! The old gentleman was momentarily taken aback, hastily commanding, Rattata, use hyperfong. Maintaining its form, Rattata's large fangs gleamed ominously as it adjusted midair and charged towards Pikachu. The might of hyperfong was not something an electric mouse could withstand. The old gentleman was confident. He had purchased this Rattata from a middle-aged man for 300. Claiming it was a rare Pokémon with an ancient lineage, potentially evolving into a golden Rattata. On the other hand, Ash's eyes brightened as he quickly devised a strategy. Pikachu, use Tail Whip on the ground. Pikachu halted, curling its tail and delivering a powerful slap to the red carpet floor. Harnessing this momentum, it leaped high, narrowly evading the attack. In midair, it faced Rattata's back. Its cheeks charged with surging electricity, a menacing aura enveloping it. Wait. Seeing this, the old gentleman quickly raised his hand, exclaiming, all right, let us call this match 50-50. Before his words could settle, a burst of yellow lightning erupted from Pikachu, striking Rattata like a thunderbolt without a hint of restraint. Thunderbolt. Boom. Lightning soared, the brilliance exploding in all directions, creating a small crater on the deck. As the smoke cleared, Rattata lay defeated, its body emitting a faint, burnt aroma. Ash scratched his head, looking perplexed at the old gentleman. I didn't catch that. What did you say about 50-50? The old gentleman's suddenly altered expression quickly returned to normal as he approached Ash with a smile, saying, it seems your electric mouse is quite well trained. Would you like to trade it for my Rattata? Trade? Ash was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a concept. In trading, when 2 trainers find Pokémon they desire, they naturally choose to exchange. It's a popular choice, the old gentleman continued to entice. Wait a minute. Have I been scammed by that unscrupulous merchant? He contemplated breaking the legs of that middle-aged swindler. However, Ash merely regarded the old gentleman with a look of disbelief, retorting, "Do you take me for a fool?" He pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the now incapacitated Rattata. Beep beep. Rattata, the mouse Pokémon, is a common Pokémon with little breeding value, though its teeth can serve as art pieces, the Pokédex announced. His Pikachu possessed extraordinary talent, destined to ascend to the heights of power, commanding the thunder. And you propose to trade me a common Rattata? He trembled with indignation. The old gentleman. Just as he finished speaking, the Pokédex chimed in again. Beep beep. Pikachu, also a common Pokémon, unremarkable, a mere decorative piece with little value. Ash, disgusting. Even among my own kind, you always have a trick up your sleeve. At that moment, a light laughter unexpectedly resonated from the center of the stage. The tone was elegant, yet carried an air of noble superiority, drawing the attention of everyone. Dear friends, in 3 hours we shall dock. So let us hold one final event. Apollo, having somehow made his way to the stage, raised a microphone, smiling at the crowd. Next, I invite all the wealthy to kneel down, hands on your heads. As for the poor trainers, please kneel and cover your heads. At the sound of his voice, the staff stationed at various corners of the banquet hall burst into cold laughter, swiftly discarding their disguises. At this moment, emblazoned on their chests was a large purple insignia. The corporate team-building event has finally begun. Team Rocket. When did this happen? Many guests instantly recognized the emblem. Team Rocket's reputation in the Kanto region was frighteningly prominent, even overshadowing the official Pokémon League, especially that purple insignia, signifying that one could act without constraints. Apollo observed the expressions of the gathered crowd, noting that a significant number of them had succumbed to panic, their faces betraying disdainful smiles. He then subtly nodded towards 2 individuals within the throng, signaling them to remain calm. They had reached an agreement the previous night. Surely they would not betray him today. Xiao Ji and Xiao Lan exchanged bewildered glances, questioning if the flamboyant individual had indeed nodded at them. Were they acquainted? Should they now extend the courtesy of a nod in return? Their brows furrowed in contemplation, caught in a moral dilemma. Meanwhile, the Team Rocket grunts revealed their menacing fangs, their fierce demeanor causing the affluent onlookers to falter, stripped of any inclination to resist. However, the number of trainers surrounding them was not insignificant. They quickly retrieved their Pokeballs, eager to engage in battle. Trainers, by their very nature, are adventurers with an innate love for combat. The mere presence of Team Rocket's lowly grunts lacked sufficient intimidation. With a haughty demeanor, Apollo remained unfazed, aware that grunts could only instill fear in the wealthy. Such tactics would not work on trainers seasoned in wilderness battles. To assert dominance, one must possess overwhelming strength. His eyes hardened as he casually tossed a Pokeball into the air. With a resounding pop, a dark canine Pokémon materialized before the astonished crowd. It was a massive, pitch-black hound, adorned with chilling white bone-like structures at its ankles, and its head crowned with a pair of white, horn-like bones. Its muscular limbs resembled a terrifying creature from folklore, the Hellhound. With a spine-chilling howl, the creature's voice echoed like a tangible force, sending shivers down the spines of all present. As if struck by a colossal drum, this was a sound that chilled the very marrow, as the Black Hound unleashed a torrent of flames into the void. The temperature soared, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred matter. This was a Black Lugia, a Pokémon of perilous reputation, known for hunting in packs. The Pokédex, usually flippant, now conveyed the gravity of the situation without frivolity. With a mere gesture from Apollo, the Black Lugia stepped forward, its predatory glare suffusing the atmosphere with an oppressive aura. This intimidation compelled the previously eager trainers to retreat a step, realizing they faced an adversary beyond their capabilities. Apollo smirked with quiet satisfaction, reveling in the effectiveness of his Black Lugia, capable of instilling fear even in formidable trainers. Yet, his gaze flickered back to the 2 individuals in the crowd, noticing their expressions shift to one of concern, their brows knitted tightly. A wave of unease washed over him. Had he overstepped? Had his arrogance gone too far? They had consented to his scheme of robbery. Could they possibly be reconsidering? Just as a tumult of thoughts surged in Apollo's mind, a violent tremor reverberated through the ship's hull. The deck and surrounding walls quaked dramatically, causing everyone to grasp onto something to maintain their balance. The tourists and even the grunts were momentarily taken aback. Was this part of Apollo's grand design? At that moment, an elderly sailor with a white beard burst into the banquet hall, panic written across his face, holding a small girl by the hand. He was the captain of the Saint Anu, the one known from the tale The Old Man and the Sea. Everyone listen. The cruise ship has run aground. We must abandon ship and escape, he shouted urgently. Chapter 56. 5. The gathering of Titans on the eve of the ship's grounding, at 3 in the morning. Apollo grappled with uncertainty before ultimately deciding to approach Xiaoji for a discussion. The outcome of this team-building exercise held significant implications for his ascent within Team Rocket. He could not afford any missteps. In fact, he was prepared to relinquish half of the gains from this endeavor to Xiaoji, pleading for him not to interfere. "Where's that boy?" he inquired. "In the entertainment room on deck 2, a soldier replied honestly, trusting the information. Apollo clutched the folder titled Robbing the Wealthy, a plan for collective prosperity, and made his way to the entertainment room, intending to engage in a business conversation with Xiaoji. Just a month prior, he had discussed this very plan with boss Sakaki late into the night, which had led to this operation aboard the Sane anew. As the foremost strategist of Team Rocket, he felt confident in his ability to persuade the youth. "Boss, he's in the back, in the game room," another soldier informed him. Apollo felt a flicker of doubt. It was 3 a.m. Was Xiaoji truly playing cards at this hour? Was this the lifestyle of a titan? Playing cards at 3 a.m. while others rested? Moreover, not just him. The other 2 trainers from Shinshin Town are also inside, the soldier added. Apollo nearly dropped his folder in shock, quickly steadying himself and signaling for the others to retreat, approaching the game room alone. Before he could push open the door, he overheard snippets of conversation from within. "Hey, don't just drink, eat some peanuts too. I don't understand why you've become so reclusive. Hey, Bylan, are you cheating? Come on. We're all playing cards. What do you care if I cheat? Let's drink. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for 10-year-olds to be drinking? Kids from Shinshin Town have been drinking since they were 3. Cheers." As laughter and banter echoed through the door, Apollo swallowed hard, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a familiar pair of glasses, the Rocket Team's cutting-edge battle power detector. This was the second pair, having undergone flawless testing, this time. It was undoubtedly authentic. Let us see if they are mere mortals or something greater, Apollo thought, donning the detector and peering through the glass door toward the source of the voices. In less than a millisecond, the detector surged to an astonishing 6-digit power level. Boom. A sharp explosion reverberated through the room, drawing the attention of the trio within. "Who is there?" Hearing the languid, intoxicated voices from inside, Apollo gulped nervously, took a deep breath, and mustered the courage to push open the door. The game room had been commandeered, its spaciousness now apparent. At the entrance stood 3 fully evolved Pokémon from the Kanto region. Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, gathered as if reminiscing. Upon noticing the intruder, the 3 Pokémon merely cast a cursory glance before returning to their conversation. Yet that single glance was laden with a feral intensity that nearly brought Apollo to his knees. What a terrifying atmosphere this is. Even my Blackhound cannot withstand it. He swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly, yet he continued to gaze inward. A boy in a duckbill cap, a boy with a hedgehog hairstyle, and a girl in a sun hat were all gathered around a small table, each holding a beer mug larger than their heads, while brandishing playing cards. Their faces flushed from the effects of alcohol. As Apollo approached, the trio merely cast a casual glance in his direction before resuming their drinking, as if he were invisible. What a foul bunch. Even Sakaki would be an improvement. These 3 were the notorious elite from another world, red, green, and blue. Seizing the opportunity while the young ones were asleep, they had taken control of their bodies for a drink and a nostalgic chat. This marked their first gathering in this realm. At that moment, Green suddenly squinted with amusement, pointing at Red and laughing heartily. "Ahahaha. Red, is this really your drinking capacity? Just this? How utterly amusing." Red's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he bowed his head. Damn it. This old drunkard, usually so melancholic and brooding, transforms into a character as obnoxious as that boy named Show the moment he drinks. Truly, like father, like son. Burp. Red's face flushed. He defiantly downed half a mug of beer, and as he forced it down, he inadvertently belched, causing him to shudder, his eyes glazing over. He was starting to feel the effects. Green, in a daze, pointed a finger at him. Green was leaning on the table, cheeks flushed, eyes half closed. A grin reminiscent of a mischievous ant watching the two. However, sensing a shadow nearby, she furrowed her brow and called out, "Hey, who are you? Don't interrupt our reunion." In a state fueled by alcohol, Green laughed arrogantly. "Are you from Team Rocket? Heh, this is the strongest king's room, and you? A mere little goldfish, one tea lasts long, ahaha, so hurry and scram." Just as Red opened his mouth to speak, he couldn't help but belch again. Apollo grumbled. Damn it, they don't regard me at all. But with those 3 formidable figures glaring at him, he dared not move. In the end, he could only force a smile and slowly produce a proposal document. "Well, I intend to rob the wealthy, possessing something of value. I am the 2nd-generation rich. And one day, the entire Greatwood Research Institute will belong to me, huh? Could you add a few punctuation marks for clarity? Have you never been educated? Is this how a proposal is written? Too long, didn't read." Apollo, despite this, maintained a smiling facade, meticulously detailing the proposal with eloquent flair. After finishing, Green suddenly slammed the table, her face flushed, exclaiming, "Little Pineapple is right. Blue, reward me handsomely. I want a great reward. Reward you with a stick." Blue shot him a flirtatious glance before turning to Apollo. "Little Pine, I find your arguments quite reasonable. Let him summarize 3 points for us." She then delicately pointed a slender finger at Red. In the next moment, Green and Blue burst into laughter simultaneously. "Ah ha ha ha, it really is 3 points, ha 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 ha." Blue patted Red on one shoulder excitedly. Good job. You truly are a joy, making everyone laugh." Green repeatedly patted Red on the other shoulder. Red? He could only grimace in frustration and down half a mug of beer again, waving his hand to signal Apollo to hurry up. "Damn it. Oh. So you agree, right? On behalf of Team Rocket, I thank you three for your generous support of this event." Apollo's face lit up with joy as he clutched the proposal and exited the gaming room with glee. Indeed, these three were true world-class figures, merely venturing into the mundane world for experience. It seemed that only after a few drinks would their extraordinary brilliance shine through. He would need to ensure Team Rocket took good note of them, but without the interference of these three, he was confident this time. "What can the heavens do to me? Ah ha ha ha." After Apollo left, the three old drunks looked bewildered. Did we agree to something? They were perplexed by such flamboyant antics. "Whatever, it's their own business. I don't care. Indeed, I slept all day." Red, eat some more peanuts. Green burped. The next day, the SS St. Anno struck a reef. The heavens have truly conspired against Apollo. Chapter 57, The Great Onion Gurgle. The scene rewinds to the moment of impact. Boom. Another violent tremor shook the entire vessel, tilting it sharply as everything spun around, causing everyone to slide a considerable distance. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of explosions echoed from all directions as the structure of the luxury liner seemed to crack apart. Was it truly the heavens? Apollo's brow furrowed deeply. Such chaotic noise was hardly conducive to a pleasant robbery. Damn, this was supposed to be a top-tier luxury cruise. Even the devil was worth a fortune. How could it be crumbling like paper, merely from colliding with the reef? Observing the panic around him, he swiftly devised a strategy. Damage control. The priority now was to mitigate losses. Seizing the final moments when the power was still operational, he grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Listen up, everyone. This cruise ship is beyond saving. The only way to rescue you is through our Team Rocket's exclusive rescue boats. However, positions are limited, and each ticket costs 300 million. As soon as he finished speaking, chaos erupted. 300 million? Not to mention the average trainer could never earn that much in a lifetime. Even the wealthy here would nearly exhaust their entire fortune. And at that moment, they were at least 3 hours from the shore, with no boats and no powerful water-type Pokémon. Plunging into the sea was tantamount to suicide. "Let us just take out that green-haired punk, and we can seize the ship," one trainer suddenly shouted. "That makes sense. Let us strike back against the dark forces and achieve liberation." He had a point. In the next moment, trainers united in rebellion, pulling out Pokeballs to unleash their prized Pokémon, Rattata, Caterpie, Magikarp, and others. Meanwhile, Team Rocket's grunts also released their Pokeballs, summoning dozens of coughing Ekans and Zubat onto the floor. Clatter. The two groups of Pokémon faced off, the sudden influx of weight causing the already tilted SS St. Anno to tilt further, shaking violently as the ship was nearly torn apart. Apollo, however, merely sneered in disdain, casually pointing. "Houndoom." The Blackhound stepped forward, its fierce aura coalescing into a visible black energy, the pressure emanating from it overshadowing that of dozens of Pokémon. "Don't be afraid. That big black dog is a fire type, and according to type advantage, I've got this under control." One trainer mustered his courage and commanded, "Squirtle, use water gun." A sudden leap erupted from a Gengar, unleashing a torrent of blue water from its mouth, yet the fearsome Houndoom did not flinch, allowing the water spray to strike its lower back. As the water gun made contact with Houndoom's dark skin, it instantly transformed into a cloud of steam, dissipating harmlessly. When the disparity in levels reaches such extremes, elemental weaknesses become utterly irrelevant. Houndoom's cold, blood-red eyes fixated on the Gengar, its mouth lined with sharp teeth, slightly ajar as if preparing to devour it whole. The Gengar, taken aback, retreated a few steps, scratching its head in embarrassment before vanishing into a crimson light. Retreating back into its trainer's Pokeball. Is this the power of Fire-type Pokémon? It truly terrifies me. Fear not. As long as we have enough numbers, we will not be defeated, the trainer proclaimed, rallying his spirits. Indeed, I possess a Gengar as well. Use water gun. Stereo, employ water gun. Poliwag, unleash bubble beam. A multitude of water-type Pokémon launched a combined assault, their spiraling water jets converging into a colossal blue column, its might increasing exponentially, capable of shattering stone. Boom. Yet, as the massive water column struck, Houndoom's eyes flickered, and a strange azure energy shield illuminated before it, effortlessly nullifying the onslaught. Hold your ground. Apollo, having lost his patience, commanded, Houndoom, unleash roar. Houndoom reared its head and let out a terrifying roar, the sound echoing with an overwhelming dread, reminiscent of a monstrous entity from the depths of hell. Swish, swish. Dozens of Pokémon were simultaneously driven back, their souls gripped by terror, compelling them to retreat hastily into their Pokeballs. In that instant, all trainers in the hall were paralyzed by the resonance of that roar, ceasing their actions. Apollo, with a satisfied smile, elegantly bowed slightly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please board the ship in an orderly fashion. With Team Rocket's unruly Pokémon encircling them and the menacing presence of Houndoom behind, the passengers relinquished their notions of resistance, queuing obediently. Those trainers lacking the means to procure tickets were cornered into a separate area. Anyone daring to make a move would face Houndoom's vicious assault. Ultimately, they had no choice but to abandon the lifeboat, opting instead to leap overboard in search of driftwood to return to the mainland. Team Rocket showed no concern for their fate. Soon, the lifeboats were filled to the brim. Ash and his companions were treated as honored guests by Team Rocket, boarding a lifeboat even designated for the elite. The four exchanged bewildered glances at Apollo, who regarded them as if they were his allies. Do we know each other? Yet, seizing the opportunity for free passage, they deemed it foolish not to accept. The situation had shifted from a blatant robbery by Team Rocket to an opportunistic extortion. Albeit the lifeboats belonged to Team Rocket, granting them the authority to decide who could board. Let us not dwell on it. Ash and his companions settled into their seats, sipping iced cola and engaging in lighthearted banter with Apollo. What do you think of Team Rocket's team building, Ash? Despite the tumultuous waves outside, Apollo maintained an air of joviality, akin to a seasoned general. Ash waved dismissively, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. It's acceptable, though some of the bronze tier members have quite poor qualities. Always spouting phrases like rotten fish and spoiled shrimp, the need for ideological education is indeed significant. Apollo nodded earnestly, a smile gracing his face. Perhaps cultivating a friendship with this individual named Ash would prove beneficial in his ambitions against Giovanni. The lifeboats were prepared, while the Grand S and sank precariously, continuously descending into the depths. Meanwhile, numerous trainers had already abandoned ship, fleeing in panic. Remaining aboard would only lead them to be ensnared by the terrifying whirlpool generated by the ship sinking. A true demise awaited them. Ash, reclining on his sun chair, suddenly jolted upright, bewildered. Wait, did we forget something? On an adjacent sun chair, Misty, sipping a red cola, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Forget something? But we are all here, myself, Brock, and you, Ash. Indeed, all was well. With a giggle, the two reclined back into their sun chairs. 10 minutes later, the lifeboats had successfully departed from the vicinity of the and at this moment, only a small portion of the ship remained afloat, while 90% of its mass had succumbed to the ocean's depths. With a resounding crash, the ship's descent altered the gravitational pull in the surrounding waters, and a massive whirlpool began to swirl, drawing everything into its center. Suddenly, from the scant remaining space above the surface, a spiky-haired boy emerged. One hand clutched his head while the other steadied himself against the walls, disoriented as he made his way to the ship's peak. His head spun, and a potent scent of alcohol lingered around him. Fragments of hazy memories flickered. He had been drinking orange juice with Ash and Misty the night before. But then all went dark. Were we drinking orange juice? Odd, I distinctly dislike it. A colossal wave crashed against his face, the refreshing chill jolting him awake. Damn, I've crossed over. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing but a minuscule foothold amidst the frenzied whirlpool. What a disaster, he thought, bewildered. Did Team Rocket blow up the ship in their greed? The scale of the impending wave seemed insurmountable. Even his Pokémon would be helpless against it. He hastily patted his head, calling out, Green Brother, 999. Yet, only a delayed response echoed back from his soul. What kind of man can't even drink red wine? Ha ha ha. Green seemed still half asleep. Suddenly, another massive wave crashed down, catching him off guard and dragging him into the tumultuous whirlpool. The ocean surged, enveloping him entirely, the icy water flooding his mouth. In the next moment, the and then he sank into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. 3 hours later, on the shore. This was a coastline located in the northeastern region of Kanto, where only the affluent passengers who had boarded the lifeboats were now disembarking. As for the other unfortunate trainers, they would likely take several more hours to reach safety. Fortunately, they had not encountered any significant storms during the journey, so there was hope that all would be well. Well then, Mr. Ash and Ms. Misty, shall we meet again next time? Apollo greeted as he departed with his band of nefarious rogues. who had just plundered a ship filled with wealth. The infamous trio of Meowth, Musashi, and Kojiru also concealed themselves among the throng, casting furtive glances at the Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. This was now their moment. Hope lay ahead. Ash and Misty nodded towards Apollo, urging him to hasten his exit. The affluent crowd had begun to suspect that Ash and Misty were the secret illegitimate children of a prominent member of Team Rocket, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. They might even be contemplating reporting the duo upon reaching the town. After all, no one would feel at ease after losing 300 million. Heh, we are mere passersby. Unfamiliar with Team Rocket, we are staunch supporters of the Heatwave team, Misty chuckled, waving goodbye to the Rocket team and the wealthy assembly. Just as the group intended to embark on their joyful journey, Ash and Misty suddenly turned towards one another, wide-eyed in realization. Wait, did we forget a certain little flea? They had scanned the area, and Shigeru was nowhere to be found, neither among the impoverished nor aboard the rich vessel. It seems he hasn't emerged yet. They quickly glanced back towards the calm sea, where a few Magikarp leapt gracefully above the surface, serene and carefree. Beads of sweat cascaded down their foreheads as panic set in, and they began to thump their heads in frustration. Red, 999. Blue, 999. After a flurry of commotion, the two inebriated spirits finally stirred in their ethereal realm, innocently inquiring, what has happened? Shigeru is trapped aboard the Sane. He has tea come out yet? Ash exclaimed anxiously. Good. We'll celebrate with champagne another day, the two drunks murmured before sinking back into slumber, likely to indulge in sweet dreams once more. Is this what you call friendship? Quite amusing, they remarked, piecing together the fragments of their memories. It was likely that these three rascals had taken advantage of their slumber to indulge in drink. As for Ash and Misty, their robust physique akin to that of a Tauros allowed them to awaken the following day in full vigor. However, Shigeru, with his long history of reckless abandon and poor health, remained soundly asleep. 3 hours passed. He must have sunk to the ocean floor, perhaps even ensnared by seaweed. Wah! Finally, Misty could no longer contain her sorrow, collapsing onto the ground, though she harbored a desire to see Shigeru vanish, even to the point of scattering his ashes. The thought of him truly meeting his end invoked an overwhelming wave of grief. Is this what they call the sorrow of the rabbit and the fox? It was an emotion steeped in profound affection. Ash, though tears did not spill, felt them pooling within, his entire being trembling. Shigeru was not only his childhood companion, but also a lifelong rival. Though he often wished to overpower Shigeru, he never contemplated extinguishing his life. He gently placed a hand on Misty's trembling shoulder, a gesture of consolation for both her and himself. They gazed longingly at the sea, eventually exhaling a heavy sigh. Perhaps it is in the depths of the waves that a rogue like Shigeru finds his true resting place. Slowly, Misty retrieved a folding shovel from her bag, beginning to dig a grave. I cannot do much for you, but I can at least provide a tombstone. Ash joined in, mourning as he dug. Though the other two were not intimately acquainted, they too were touched by the somber atmosphere and assisted in clearing the weeds. Afterward, Misty adjusted her cap and gazed out at the ocean. This event seemed to mature her considerably. I plan to take some time alone to reflect. What about you? Fellow traveler? Ash clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I intend to carry forward Shigeru's dreams and continue my journey. I must become a Pokémon master. Both he and Shigeru aspired to be the most formidable trainers, and now that the former was gone, Ash resolved to become twice as strong. At the crossroads, the four went their separate ways. Misty aimed to wander westward to a small town, while Ash and his companions set their sights southward towards the Yellow City. They had heard of a place called Zuin town along the way, where they could pay homage to Shigeru with incense. Calculating the time, they hoped to arrive before the 7th day, the first offering. On their journey, feeling Ash's grief and determination, Red finally roused from his stupor. What transpired? He was perplexed as to why Ash and the others were in such an emotional state. With Green nearby, he reckoned that they would be safe even submerged in the Earth's crust. Then, sensing something in the atmosphere, he momentarily forgot his drunken past and exclaimed, Ash, are you seeking an adversary to vent your frustrations? Yes. There's a Pokémon covered in quills. Would you like to challenge it? Is it strong? Well, it's decent, I suppose. Ash steadied himself, urging, all right, let this battle be a tribute to Shigeru. Red, quickly tell me where it is. Travel 30 miles south to the abandoned power station, Red replied slowly. 3 hours earlier, within the swirling vortex of the Sane. The frigid waters and intense pressure jolted Green awake. Boom. In the next moment, a Pokeball at his waist burst open with a forceful explosion. A magnificent brown giant eagle appeared, its expansive wings unfurling in the water. Upon its arrival, a cerulean barrier enveloped it, repelling the crushing ocean pressure. Hold steady. Green took control of Shigeru's body. Although his mind was still hazy, he focused intently, gripping the feathers of the Pidgeot. Well done, Pidgeot. This Pidgeot had been borrowed from Red the previous night. It was his signature Pokémon, which had been away on a journey and had only just returned. He wondered how it had been nurtured. However, there was no time for reflection as the surging whirlpools crashed in from all directions. It was crucial to maintain the barrier. They could not afford to let the water breach their defenses. Just as Green pondered, Pidgeot sprang into action, its massive wings submerged yet untouched by the water, shimmering with a layer of blue energy. With a powerful flap, Pidgeot conjured a reverse whirlpool amidst the torrent, a sound so thunderous it rivaled nature's fury. The two opposing whirlpools collided, and with a resounding crash, the massive whirlpool caused by the Saint Anu was forcefully neutralized. The ocean was eerily calm. Green's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? When did my Pidgeot learn this skill? Wait, can Pidgeot even learn this move? Damn. What has that rascal Red done to my bird? However, there was no time for hesitation. Seizing the moment of tranquility, Green commanded, Pidgeot, use Protect and charge out. Guarding and protecting, the ability has returned once more. A peculiar azure light shimmered around Pidgeot, repelling the encroaching sea that sought to engulf the two. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared skyward. In mere seconds, Pidgeot burst forth from the depths of nearly 100 meters of water, gracefully resuming its majestic flight in the sky, all without a single feather dampened, an impressive display of elegance. With the immediate danger averted, Kingle hastily retrieved his Pokédex, directing it toward his pride and joy, Pidgeot. A flicker of panic crossed his mind. Pidgeot, affectionately nicknamed Toolbird, belonged to Kingle. What? He exclaimed, recalling that the nickname was supposed to signify the dashing and cool big pigeon. The Pokédex continued its report. Skills: Protect, Defog, Fly, Whirlpool, Tailwind, Blade of the Wind. Electromagnetic Wave. Kingle instinctively clutched his chest, feeling a pang of distress. What on earth is this absurd combination? My Pidgeot is a pure-blooded beast of steel wing and brave bird. Kingle pondered in disbelief, realizing this was the learning path for Pidgeot's lineage. Just then, a soft voice broke through the chaos. Xiaomao, now fully sober, arrived just in time to witness the grand display of his family's bird. Frustrated, Kingle relinquished control back to Xiaomao, choosing silence instead. Once Xiaomao regained control of his body, he wondered if he had said something wrong. Today, Kingle seemed particularly irritable. Nevertheless, relieved to have escaped danger, he gently patted Pidgeot and directed it towards the shore. Pidgeot, the trusty bird, felt a sense of joy at being a means of transportation. Along the way, it soared gracefully while singing a little tune. 2 hours later, Xiaomao arrived at the shore and recalled his trusty Pidgeot. On the beach, a prominent stone tablet caught his eye, drawing his immediate attention. The soil around it appeared freshly turned, devoid of weeds, as if it had just been erected. Grave of the hometown flea. In memory of the grandson of Professor Okido, who met his end in the sea. May he ride the waves, rising higher with each surge. From the hometown of Masera Town. Xiaomao? For reasons unknown, he too began to feel a twinge of heartache. Chapter 59. Fierce Battle at the Abandoned Power Plant. The abandoned power plant was once a thriving hub, generating enough electricity in a day to supply the entire nearby Hualan city for a week. Over a decade ago, it was deserted for reasons unknown. Xiaoxia, a local, had little knowledge of its history, having rarely heard of the power station since her childhood. As human activity dwindled, it transformed into a natural habitat for wild Pokémon, particularly an abundance of electric-type Pokémon. Satoshi and his companions arrived at the abandoned power plant, which resembled a gigantic white cocoon structure, its walls draped with countless vines and weeds, clearly neglected for a long time. Hey, what's that Pokémon? The trio spotted a plump, pink Pokémon on a small patch of grass outside the power plant. Its expression was somewhat dazed, and the most striking feature was its long, wide pink tongue extending from its mouth. Ditto, the Lick Pokémon. Its agile tongue can perform various complex maneuvers. Ranking among the top 10 popular Pokémon of the year, female-oriented, the Pokédex announced automatically. Popular Pokémon. Xiaoxia scratched her head in confusion. Observing its dazed demeanor and sticky tongue, she wondered if there really were females who found it appealing. Just as they were about to dismiss it, Takashi suddenly opened his eyes wide, shining with excitement. Satoshi inquired, Takashi, are you planning to catch that Lick Pokémon? It doesn't seem particularly charming. Humph. You two don't understand. The most active muscle in the human body is our tongue, a remarkable phenomenon, Takashi proclaimed, sticking out his own tongue, which transformed into at least 30 different shapes in 3 seconds, leaving Satoshi bewildered. With renewed fervor, Takashi exclaimed, this Pokémon possesses the will of rock. As he released a blind Pokémon he had found in the Tsukimi Mountain, he commanded, Go, Golbat, use supersonic. Golbat emitted an eerie screech, creating invisible sound waves that enveloped the grazing Lick Pokémon. In a short while, it began to wobble, struggling to maintain its balance. The Lick Pokémon, sensing danger, extended its tongue to deliver a powerful whip against Golbat. However, unexpectedly, its pink tongue veered midair and smacked its own smooth head, leaving it in a state of confusion and causing it to attack itself. Seeing this, the Lick Pokémon attempted to flee into a nearby bush. But Takeshi's eyes gleamed with determination as he commanded, "Use Confuse Ray." Before the blind Golbat, a large floating eye appeared abruptly. Gaze. A strange light enveloped the Lick Pokémon, forcing it to stiffly turn its head back, unable to escape. "Now, use Poison Fang." Golbat swiftly darted out, skillfully evading the incoming tongue attack, and sunk its fangs into the Lick Pokémon's shoulder. Purple bubbles, symbolizing the poisoned state, began to materialize around the Lick Pokémon. In retaliation, it unleashed another powerful whip, but ultimately rendered itself unable to battle. Perfect opportunity. Pokeball. Takeshi threw the Pokeball, which captured the Lick Pokémon with minimal resistance, ceasing its struggle moments later. He extended his steel arm, allowing Golbat to rest upon it, wearing a self-satisfied expression, its teeth contrasting against his dark skin. Applause erupted from Xiaoxia, who could not help but cheer. Takeshi's seamless operation is something someone could learn from for a lifetime, she remarked, noting the dirtiness of his appearance, which reflected not just his skin color. After concluding this brief interlude, the three officially entered the abandoned power station. Pushing open the grand doors revealed a vast plaza, stretching endlessly before them, contrary to the narrow warehouse they had initially envisioned, surrounded by various incomprehensible mechanical devices, most of which had become entangled with weeds and vines. There was no sign of activity. As they approached, shadows emerged from behind the machines, scrutinizing the newcomers with unwelcoming glares. Ditto, Magnemite, the one-eyed Pokémon with a screw on top, ranks among the top 10 popular Pokémon of the year, female-oriented. Ding. Electrode, the safety Pokémon, said to have evolved from discarded low-quality Pokeballs, known for its gentle and peaceful nature, the Pokédex announced automatically. To the left stood 3 Magnemites, and to the right, 3 Electrode, their posture clearly indicating that they were not welcoming the trio. A piercing roar suddenly echoed through the air. Suddenly, a yellow Pokémon, half the height of a human, leaped forth, its skin adorned with jagged black lightning symbols. Wielding its powerful fists and sporting antenna-like appendages atop its head, it crackled with potent electricity. Ding ding. It was Electabuzz, the tempestuous Pokémon, strong and irascible. Yet launching an electric attack could yield unexpected rewards, as the Pokédex proclaimed. Was it their leader? Upon witnessing this, Ash felt the flames of battle ignite within him. He desperately needed a fierce confrontation to vent the sorrow of his dear friend's demise. "It's you 3, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle." He simultaneously tossed out 3 Pokeballs, summoning the trio bound by a long-standing camaraderie. After years of travel, he had come to understand that only the reckless would engage in a gang fight when the situation called for it. Squirtle? One of the Squirtlets instinctively scratched its head in response to the ominous rumble of thunder surrounding them. "Oh dear, I was too quick. Come back, Squirtle." Ash hastily returned the Squirtle to its Pokeball. The Squirtle, encased in the red light, appeared puzzled. As the battle commenced, the clearly dominant Electabuzz swung its arm, sending one of the Magnemites hurtling through the air. "Charmander, use Ember." A pillar of flame erupted forth, instantly repelling the incoming electricity and igniting the Magnemite in a spectacular explosion. The effect was extraordinary. Roar. Seeing this, Electabuzz began to dance, and the remaining 5 subordinates launched their attacks simultaneously, a dazzling array of blue lightning streaking towards Ash's Pokémon. With keen insight, Ash exclaimed, "Well done, Charmander. Use Fire Spin." Understanding the command, Charmander unleashed a spiraling vortex of flames that enveloped the oncoming lightning, redirecting it away and ultimately crashing into a nearby machine. The explosion sent sparks flying, rendering all the attacks ineffective. Roar. Charmander, with a triumphant flick of its neck, released a few embers from its mouth. "Just a bunch of weaklings. Why do I feel like I'm getting stronger lately? Indeed, if I'm this powerful, who needs a trainer?" The flames flickered between its teeth as its demeanor grew increasingly aggressive, a flicker of mischief suggesting it might turn and unleash Ember upon Ash. Charmander's formidable presence instilled trepidation in the Magnemites, causing them to retreat slightly. Yet, under the stern gaze of their leader, Electabuzz, they were compelled to advance once more. Noticing the shift in morale, Ash decided against taking advantage of the moment and swiftly altered his strategy. "Now is the time to try this move. Bulbasaur, use Sleep Powder," he commanded. Understanding the command, Bulbasaur inhaled deeply, its chin and belly swelling ominously. In an instant, a cloud of yellowish powder erupted from the bulb on its back. Whoosh. With remarkable lung capacity, Bulbasaur expelled the paralyzing powder, enveloping the surrounding Pokémon in its embrace. There was no escape. The Magnemites and the Voltorbs were swiftly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Roar? Witnessing his subordinates fall so swiftly, Electabuzz could no longer contain himself. Leaping forward and bypassing Ash's Pokémon to beckon towards Ash, or more precisely, towards Pikachu perched on his shoulder. While the competitiveness among electric-type Pokémon may not be as intense as that among fire types, Electabuzz was an exception. It harbored a particular disdain for the sycophantic electric mouse, wishing nothing more than to crush it underfoot. Pikachu, unable to stand idly by, sprang into action, leaping over Ash's Pokémon, electricity crackling in its cheeks. The aura of battle emanating from this Pikachu was far beyond that of the other feeble Pokémon. Ash swallowed hard, internally questioning, "Hey, is this the one you mentioned?" "Red? Compared to the others, this is the real deal," Red replied nonchalantly. "What does that even mean?" Ash pondered, but there was no time to dwell on it. It was time to fight. Taking a deep breath, Ash set his gaze upon Electabuzz. Suddenly, he recalled the Pokédex's earlier warning. Using electric attacks could yield unexpected results. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated, directing Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. If electric attacks yielded rewards, then employing Thunderbolt would surely grant explosive results. "I've got this." Pikachu smacked its cheeks, unleashing a surge of electricity. Pika. The yellow lightning coiled like a serpent, yet Electabuzz bore a sly grin and did not dodge. Crackle. The Thunderbolt struck true, transforming into a powerful surge of energy that coursed through Electabuzz's body. In the next moment, its arms began to whirl like motors. Zzz. The electricity crackled around its antennae, enveloping its body in an unusual yellow energy, seemingly lightening its form. Ash, that's out the ability Motor Drive. When hit by electric-type moves, its speed increases. Brock quickly informed him. "That's strange. The data indicates Electabuzz doesn't have Motor Drive," Ash mused. "Could it be that the old power generators around us are creating a special effect akin to an electric amplifier, indirectly altering Electabuzz's ability?" Brock speculated. Electabuzz evolved using an electric amplifier, which changed its ability from static to motor drive. However, the dilapidated state of the generators might have only altered its ability without providing enough conditions for it to evolve fully. Brock's perceptive gaze scanned the surroundings, quickly piecing together the full hypothesis. "Hey, stop rambling about irrelevant details. Is this what you meant by unexpected rewards? Why did I believe the Pokédex? Wait, it seems like the Pokédex wasn't wrong." Chapter 60. Confidence without necessity. Unable to use electric-type moves? Watching Electabuzz bounce around energetically, beads of sweat trickled down Ash's forehead. Whether it was motor drive or the effects of electric-type battles, facing a fellow electric-type was undeniably unsettling. In that case, Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Regardless of its abilities, let us break through. Pika. A gleaming aura enveloped Pikachu, and with a swift leap, it dashed toward Electabuzz, aiming to deliver a powerful tackle to its chin. As it approached, Electabuzz suddenly grinned, its body veiled in yellow light, shifting slightly to allow Pikachu to pass by its side. At this moment, one of its arms radiated a brilliant white light, exuding an overwhelming might that descended heavily. With a resounding crack, Pikachu was caught off guard and sent flying a considerable distance. Feeling a dull ache in its back, Pikachu hastily scratched the area, but its short arms proved inadequate to reach the struck spot. Infuriated, it glared fiercely, baring its tiny fangs. However, with its electric-type abilities sealed, the only option left was to repeatedly use Quick Attack to whittle down the opponent's health. Suddenly, Ash recalled the poisonous technique that the teacher had previously employed. It seemed that the elderly Pikachu of Brother Chi also possessed this move. Perhaps he could secretly teach Pikachu to copy it, allowing for a potential strategy involving poison followed by Quick Attack to tug at the opponent. An elegant tactic indeed. Pika. As Ash pondered, Pikachu let out a determined cry and surged forward, enveloped in white light. The opposing Electrode, seeing this audacious move, executed a series of devilish footwork and countered with its own charge, trailing behind it a flurry of yellow phantoms, dazzling as if gilded. In contrast, Pikachu's appearance was simple, its white phantom flickering as if bestowed by the system. The two electric-type Pokémon began a swift contest, darting through the abandoned power plant, the yellow and white lights weaving a dazzling tapestry in their wake. "Pikachu, do not falter." Swoosh. Shadows darted across the corners of the plant. However, the extra speed granted by the electric engine could not rival Pikachu's own swiftness. In the initial exchanges, they were evenly matched. But soon the Electrode began to show signs of fatigue, its pace diminishing. Pika. Seizing the opportunity, Pikachu's white form surged forward, its speed escalating once more, deftly evading the Electrode's attempts to surround it, and delivered a striking Quick Attack to its chin. Unbeknownst to all, a faint eerie blue hue shimmered within the white light. Though its glow was feeble, it certainly existed. With a powerful thrust, Pikachu propelled itself upward, harnessing the force of Newton's second law, its small body spinning through the air as it amassed strength. At that moment, Ash's eyes widened with recognition. He recognized Pikachu's initiation move as the super technique he had taught it aboard the SS, and as Pikachu descended, the tip of its tail glimmered with a sharp, white light, exuding an aura that seemed capable of severing anything in its path. Now Pikachu unleashed the Iaedo slash. The Electrode, taken aback by the descending sword energy, instinctively raised its arms to shield its head. In the blink of an eye, the Iaedo slash descended, crashing heavily onto the Electrode's arm. A peculiar sound echoed. Rather than a powerful strike, Pikachu's tail rebounded like a spring, lacking any significant force, nearly brushing the Electrode in a teasing manner. Pikachu, Ash wondered, isn't this supposed to be a grand technique? Why is it so feeble? Electrode? Brock and Misty exchanged glances, relieved that Misty was not present, for she would likely be infuriated to witness such a lackluster performance. Did you even submit a request for the Iaedo slash? A lackluster execution warrants an apology. Electrode. The Electrode, its face flushed with indignation, its arms glowing with radiant white light, charged forward in anger. This electric mouse stared to mock it. Seeing Pikachu still curiously inspecting its tail, Ash quickly shouted, Pikachu, watch out. Use Iron Tail. At the command, Pikachu's expression shifted instantly. It executed a street dance move, spinning 360 degrees, its tail now encased in a robust metallic sheen. With a resounding clash, the Iron Tail met the Electrode's attack without resistance. A surge of white light erupting from the point of contact, sending shockwaves that rattled everyone in the vicinity. The sheer force was so great that the ground beneath them collapsed into a crater, the clash resonating throughout the power plant. Suddenly, the surrounding machinery flickered to life, gears whirring in response. This battle seemed to awaken dormant machines, filling the air with a cacophony of noise. In the next moment, an immense pressure enveloped the area, causing everyone to shudder, their breaths caught in their throats. What was this sensation? It felt as if they had roused a slumbering behemoth, the chill penetrating to their bones. A piercing cry echoed from a corner of the abandoned power plant, drawing everyone's attention, even halting the battle between Pikachu and the Electrode as they stared in astonishment. Particularly the Electrode, whose countenance turned pale. It recognized that a monster resided here. The cries grew louder, the surrounding machines glowing with brilliant light as visible currents surged toward the source of the sound. A colossal yellow bird suddenly emerged, its features reminiscent of Raikou, with an elongated beak and a formidable demeanor, adorned with sharp, spiny feathers. Despite the confines of the power plant, it seemed to command dark clouds, lightning crackling around it, casting an ominous presence over the battlefield. Zapdos. Misty and Brock were rendered speechless, especially Brock, whose eyes bulged in disbelief. A decrepit factory concealed a legendary bird from the Kanto region? This was a Pokémon of myth. Many would spend their lives without ever witnessing one. Zapdos. The legendary Pokémon, covered in spiny feathers, crackling with electricity, revered in some places as the god of thunder, yet it is merely a tool bird. The Pokédex announced automatically. The aura of the powerful creature enveloped Ash, who swallowed hard, silently pondering, Brother Chi, could this be the garbage you mentioned? Indeed. The essence of Brother Chi nodded in agreement, recognizing that this world, too, harbored a Zapdos. It seemed there were indeed intricate connections between the two worlds. And in the future, he could take Ash to explore many wondrous sights. Please, let me be your benchmark in the future. However, upon closer inspection, this Zapdos bore a striking resemblance to Green, especially with the dark circles around its eyes, reminiscent of the tired look of his companion. Moved by the sight, Ash felt a swell of emotion. Yet, he quickly wiped away his tears, inhaling deeply, and boldly confronted Zapdos. In that case, let us fight. This is a battle for the honor of Green, Bulbasaur, and Charmander. Who among you is willing? Before the words could fully escape, both Pokémon transformed into red light and voluntarily returned to their Pokeballs. Perhaps next time. Even that Electrode had vanished without a trace, with no one around. Ash turned his gaze to his Pikachu. Lowering his voice, he cautiously inquired, Pikachu, do you have confidence? Pika. Pikachu nodded affirmatively, indicating its unwavering confidence. Unperturbed even by the presence of a legendary Pokémon, it wouldn't he flinch, even if faced with 100 Zapdos. Hearing this, Ash felt a wave of relief. Indeed. In critical moments, his Pikachu was utterly dependable. Then it's decided, let us go, Pikachu. Upon hearing this, Pikachu dashed back to Ash, leaping gently to grasp the luxurious golden Pokeball attached to his waist. Its residence had now been upgraded to a lavish golden Pokeball, adorned with Ash's hastily etched lightning symbol. At this moment, Pikachu cradled the golden Pokeball against its belly, indicating that it had entered a non-combat state. It raised a tiny paw, signaling, Pika Pika, I'm confident, but it's unnecessary. Ash was taken aback. What? Meanwhile, the Zapdos hovering in the air had grown impatient, spreading its wings wide, its thunderous might evident. Ash gulped nervously, mustering the courage to raise his head and scratch it. How about we just save it for next time? Zapdos responded with a fierce burst of electricity. Chapter 61. Fierce Battle. Gengar versus Zapdos. What to do? Ash's eyes widened as he beheld the majestic Zapdos soaring before him, currents of electricity arcing from its body, creating an electric barrier that enveloped the entire abandoned power plant. The air crackled with sounds of sizzling electricity, and a faint yellow filter seemed to shroud the scene. An electric battleground. There was no way to avoid a confrontation today. The trio of longevity had slipped away, and sending in the food chain group would likely yield no results. Even his most valued ally, Pikachu, was starting to falter. Ash felt a pang of anxiety. How about it, Ash? Do you need my Pokémon? A voice in his mind, that of Red, gently inquired. Just awakening from a stupor, he realized he had indeed chosen the wrong opponent. Facing such a foe with his current Pokémon was tantamount to surrender. No. Today is the first day without Blue. Although I don't wish for it, this battle must be fought by me. Ash resolutely declined. Moreover, with Red's outrageous Pokémon, even if his grandmother commanded them, victory would be assured. It held no significance. He still had an ace up his sleeve. With determination, Ash tossed out a Pokeball. Commanding, it's decided, Gengar. A flash of red light erupted, and with a thud, a vacuum cleaner fell from the sky, leaving Zapdos momentarily bewildered. Now, even appliances were Pokémon? However, the vacuum lay motionless on the ground, its lid ajar, yet the purple liquid within remained contained. Ash had previously opened the vacuum's lid aboard the Saint, but Gengar refused to emerge. Part of it longed to exact vengeance on the trainer who had toyed with it, while another part felt an inexplicable bond with the human who had rescued it from despair. Humans had cast it aside for 3 long years, fostering deep resentment. Yet, another human had liberated it, leaving Gengar in a state of conflict. What was certain, however, was that this novice trainer lacked the skill to command it. The liquid form of Gengar closed its eyes, choosing to remain within, drifting off to sleep inside the vacuum. Ash, think of something fast. High-level Pokémon sometimes don't heed their trainer's commands. Brock, serving as the behind-the-scenes advisor, quickly reminded him. Without the vacuum, Gengar's ghostly prowess could have easily obliterated Ash, plunging him into despair. Perhaps this high-level Gengar could indeed stand a chance against Zapdos. Regardless, he never anticipated Ash would win. At the very least, he hoped for a couple of exchanges to avoid utter embarrassment. Seeing the situation, Ash urgently called out, his expression earnest. Gengar, we once promised to reach the pinnacle together. Now before us stands a Zapdos, let us charge at it, and tomorrow we'll be at the summit. Gengar, we never made such a promise. Gengar, you are my best friend. I need your strength. Gengar, we aren't that familiar. Come on, if you can defeat it, it will prove your power. Gengar, I am already powerful. Tomorrow, we'll head to Violet City, to the Pokémon Tower, and find you a female Gengar. Gengar. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, interrupting the dialogue between Ash and Gengar, landing directly on the vacuum. Gengar. Feeling the overwhelming force of the lightning, Gengar didn't dare to be careless, instantly shifting to a ghostly state to evade the surprise attack. The vacuum, however, was obliterated in the ensuing explosion, leaving it charred and lifeless. Furious, Gengar glared with its crimson eyes, its body swelling like a pufferfish, indignantly pointing at the sky, angrily chastising, Gengar. It had been enjoying a comfortable slumber. Whether it was due to Zapdos' ambush or the prospect of a female Gengar in Violet City, Gengar's fighting spirit ignited, determined to bring down the raucous bird. I knew we could fight side by side. Ash felt a surge of emotion. With Gengar's strength, they might truly topple this legendary bird. Gengar, use, yet. Before he could finish, Gengar sprang into action, swiftly unleashing a dark energy sphere with its chubby hand. Shadow Ball. Willingness to fight did not equate to obedience to Ash's commands. This scene dimmed Ash's hopes. Indeed, capturing Gengar through unorthodox means had led to such consequences. No matter. As the trainer, he would seize every opportunity for Gengar. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently on the battle. Zapdos! It cried, unleashing a cacophony of electric feathers that erupted into a torrent of powerful currents, the surrounding yellow field amplifying their force, triggering an explosion from the Shadow Ball. Sizzling. The discharge did not cease, continuing its relentless charge toward Gengar. Gengar activated its levitation ability, swiftly maneuvering to evade the dense barrage of electricity. In the next instant, its shadowy form appeared less than 3 meters from Zapdos, and a chilling aura coalesced around its fist. Icicle Punch. As a swift and powerful fighter from Kanto's first generation, this strike would surely deal a significant blow. given the Ice-type S advantage over Zapdos. Even the legendary bird would find it challenging to withstand Zapdos. Yet, the divine bird remained unfazed, retreating while vigorously flapping its wings, unleashing a wave of intense heat that surged forth from its feathers. Whoosh! The scorching wave of heat manifested like tangible flames, causing Gengar to falter momentarily, even diminishing the chill emanating from its fist. The heat. As Gengar approached the electric bird, the effect of its ice punch barely dissipated, resulting in a futile swing of its fist, seizing the opportunity presented by a brief opening in Gengar's defense. The electric bird's eyes gleamed with determination as one of its wings ignited with a dazzling metallic radiance, sweeping forward mercilessly. Steel wing. Whoosh! The force of the steel wing was overwhelming and heavy, creating a piercing sound as it seemingly tore through the air. Gum. There was no escape. Its eyes widened in terror, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Then it decided against evasion. A sudden smirk crossed Gengar's face, as a fierce blue glow enveloped its blood-red eyes. In an instant, a terrifying psychic force erupted, transforming into a colossal hand that firmly grasped the steel wing. The electric bird's wing halted mere inches from Gengar's face, while a violent gust of wind caused its ethereal form to sway uncontrollably. Psychic force. Gengar extended its chubby hands, invisible blue ripples radiating outward as the psychic energy surged once more, preparing to overturn the electric bird. Chirp. The electric bird, caught in the grip of Gengar's power, emitted a fierce cry, unleashing a terrifying current of electricity that formed a deep yellow lightning barrier, effectively repelling the psychic force. As the electric bird spread its wings, the current exploded forth, filling the surrounding electric field and enveloping the area in a storm of electricity. Gum. The overwhelming current forced Gengar to retreat repeatedly. It was a fragile creature, easily incapacitated by a single jolt, unable to engage in close combat. Gengar attempted to launch 2 shadow balls from a distance, yet they were obliterated by the fearsome electric barrier, unable to even approach within 5 meters of the electric bird. Meanwhile, more and more currents surged through the deserted power plant, creating an encirclement that confined Gengar completely. By the time it realized its predicament, it was ensnared within an electric net, with no avenue for escape. Gengar found itself in dire straits, its large, troubled eyes scanning the surroundings. Gengar, use Thunder Punch. A sharp and resonant shout seized Gengar's attention. Glancing over, it spotted Ash gesturing at it from below. The clarity and brightness in his eyes momentarily stunned Gengar, as it experienced an unfamiliar sensation. However, what could Thunder Punch accomplish? Observing Gengar's hesitation, Ash wasted no time in calling out again. Trust me, Gengar, use Thunder Punch. His steadfast voice seemed to resonate with Gengar, illuminating its troubled eyes as it raised its left hand, electricity crackling at its palm. In that fleeting moment, Gengar grasped Ash's intent, and its mischievous smile returned. With a sweeping motion, Gengar swung its Thunder Punch, and the surrounding electric field seemed to respond, shifting slightly in tandem. Gum. Seizing the moment, Gengar surged forward, the electricity on its fist drawing in the surrounding thunderbolts as if magnetized, transforming into a colossal and terrifying surge of electric power that coiled around its arm. Brock and Misty gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This move is from the Leafless Gym." Magician Raichu also used Thunder Punch to channel countless bolts into its fist. Is Ash employing the same tactic today? They looked at Ash, acknowledging his remarkable combat acumen. Gum. In the blink of an eye, Gengar closed the distance to the electric bird, its left fist crackling with immense electricity, swinging with ferocious force. Chirp. Rather than anger, the electric bird laughed, mocking the notion of facing the god of thunder with Thunder Punch. Ridiculous. The next instant, the lightning coursing through the electric bird erupted simultaneously, as both powerful currents collided with ferocity. Boom. The electric current shattered and radiated outward, causing the entire power plant to tremble, with countless decrepit machines roaring to life and emitting cacophonous engine sounds. Even the ceiling above was punctured by the surge of electricity. Half a minute later, as the thunder subsided, both combatants stood evenly matched, with the electric bird subtly maintaining an upper hand in power. A smug smile spread across its face, clearly satisfied with its ability to withstand the assault. Gengar, you foolish bird. Yet in the next moment, Gengar and Ash shared a knowing smirk. For Thunder Punch had never been their true objective. An attack devoid of elemental advantage would yield minimal impact, even upon a successful hit. The two Pokémon were mere inches apart, and Gengar slowly extended the other fist it had kept hidden behind its back. It radiated a chilling aura, icy and piercing. This was their true aim. Gengar, use Ice Punch, Ash shouted emphatically, with the powerful electric discharge momentarily stunning the electric bird, coupled with their proximity. It found itself unable to evade, its large eyes wide with shock. It had not anticipated Gung-Gue to possess such a hidden strength. The energy expended in the earlier Thunder Punch was but a flicker, aimed solely at drawing in the surrounding bolts of electricity, leaving Gung-Gue with ample reserves. Use Ice Punch. Gung. The icy chill pierced the air as Gung-Gue's fist struck the electric bird's chest with tremendous force. The potent impact combined with the subsequent onslaught of frost rendered the electric bird defenseless, eliciting a mournful cry as it was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. The majestic bird plummeted from the sky, crashing into a corner of the abandoned power plant, raising a massive cloud of dust and triggering numerous machines to rupture and explode, filling the air with dark smoke and thunderous roars. Brock and Misty were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. They had only anticipated Ash to withstand a few rounds against the electric bird, never imagining he could directly topple it, as Ash himself appeared stunned by the unfolding events. Misty urged, "Don't drop the Pokeball. Hurry. Yes, quickly have your Gung-Gue unleash a Dark Pulse. Then let your Bulbasaur unleash a combo of Sleep Powder and Paralyze Powder." Brock chimed in. If Ash truly captured the electric bird today, he would undoubtedly make headlines in Leafless City, securing a spot on this year's list of the top 10 most promising newcomers. As his mentor, he might even see his name alongside Ash's. Are we capturing it? Ash snapped back to reality, instinctively reaching for a Pokeball. However, he hesitated, uncertain about whether to capture the electric bird. The very next moment, a whirlwind burst forth from the center of the dust cloud, dispersing the debris. As the yellow lightning bird broke free and soared back into the sky, its expression shifted slightly, but it remained undeterred. The legendary Pokémon may lack certain abilities, yet its stamina is undeniably formidable. A single ice punch could never render it incapacitated. At its chest, a block of ice formed, and with a swift flap of its wings, a searing gust of wind emerged, effortlessly melting the ice. Gengar, witnessing this, promptly adjusted its stance, gathering chilling energy in its fists. If one ice punch is ineffective, then it shall deliver several more. Today, I must topple this fiery avian. Gengar has always been combative. Just as it prepared to charge forward, Zapdos suddenly soared and emitted a piercing cry, its sharp call and commanding presence effectively immobilizing Gengar, leaving it in a rather awkward position. Although it had not yet reached the stage of communicating with humans, that single cry instantly conveyed its message to the three. Enough. The battle is over. I acknowledge you. In other words, I am mine until I choose to follow you. You cannot capture me. The trio regarded this with a sense of dominance. Observing this, Ash could only manage a resigned smile as he recalled his Pokeball, stealing a glance at Pikachu, who was idly splashing about, clutching a luxurious golden Pokeball. Oh well, he thought, he already possesses a Raikou. Capturing Zapdos would be redundant. Perhaps he could seek out a Fire-type or Water-type deity in the future. Besides, having a Pokémon resembling a certain character nearby might lead to nightmares at night. Zapdos called out once more, flicking its spiked wings and suddenly launching a green stone. Ash, quick on the uptake, reached out and deftly caught the stone. You foolish bird, he muttered under his breath, realizing that had it been anyone else, they might have been struck down by the force of the stone. Opening his palm, he observed a translucent green stone, within which lay a lightning emblem, sending a slight tingling sensation through his hand. This must be a Thunderstone, Misty suggested. A Thunderstone? Is it an item that enhances the battle prowess of electric-type Pokémon? Ash nodded, acknowledging that while he could not capture any Pokémon after defeating the dungeon, he would at least obtain some spoils, and that was satisfactory. Without further thought, he tossed it to Pikachu. Here's a Thunderstone. Go play with it. Pikachu? It stumbled back in alarm, its fur bristling. What's wrong, Pikachu? Are you playing dodgeball with me? Ash remarked, puzzled, as he picked up the Thunderstone and weighed it in his palm. Pikachu usually enjoyed playing a game of tossing stones, where he would throw, and Pikachu would send them flying with its iron tail. With a faint smile, Ash summoned his strength and hurled the Thunderstone with such force that it shot through the air like a cannonball, creating a sonic boom in its wake. Pikachu, watch out. It quickly utilized Quick Attack to dodge, the Thunderstone grazing its body with such speed that it even dented a nearby machine. Afterward, Pikachu began to express its agitation, bouncing around energetically. For now, it was fine, but it genuinely feared that one day while sleeping, Ash would stealthily press the Thunderstone against its forehead, waking up to find itself transformed into an overweight Raichu. Ash scratched his head, wondering why Pikachu was so irritable today. Aren't you embarrassed? Brock and Misty felt the need to have a word with Ash, imagining a chubby Raichu perched on his shoulder, and the scene was too bizarre to contemplate. Ash, actually, the Thunderstone is Pikachu's evolution item. If it touches it, it will evolve. Ash scratched his head, perplexed. But I distinctly remember the Pokédex stating it was a power amplifier, right? The Pokédex, seemingly recognizing a key phrase, automatically chimed in, beep. Pikachu's evolution item, Thunderstone. Ash, Am I starting to lose my memory? Zapdos called out again from the sky, signaling that the dungeon was complete and they could depart swiftly. As a proud legendary Pokémon, it would remain airborne until humans left the area, although tiring. A legendary Pokémon that could not fly would be a disgrace. Ash stowed the Thunderstone away, while Gengar, who had been floating mid-air, gradually descended. It plopped its pudgy form onto the ground, casting a glance at Ash before quickly turning away, its small hands clasped in front of it, the purple-black visage blushing slightly. You did well, Gengar. Ash beamed, stating, I do not expect you to acknowledge me immediately, but I will always stand behind you in support. You are my friend. Gengar's face flushed, and it shyly turned back, raising its small hands. Gengar, if you can find me a female Gengar, then I shall acknowledge you. It raised one finger on its left hand and curved two fingers on its right to form a circle, gazing intently at Ash. Brock's eyes sparkled with insight as he ventured, that seems to be a code of a certain special group, meaning, I am a 1, find a 0. Misty asked curiously. What special group? Brock's face turned crimson, and he quickly shook his head, indicating he did not understand and had merely spoken offhandedly. What if I figured it out? Wouldn't that imply I belong to that special group? What are you two talking about? Gengar and I share a bond. I can understand it. Ash interjected, his gaze fervently directed at the blushing Gengar, confidently stating, You want a new vacuum cleaner for your lair, don't you, Gengar? Ash thumped his chest, speaking softly. I promise you, once we reach the next town, I will buy you a new vacuum cleaner. This is a promise from a Pokémon master. After saying this, he felt an itch in his mouth, as if he had uttered those words before to someone else. Who could it be? He chuckled softly, dismissing the thought as he could not remember. There will be another chapter tonight. Please give me all the recommendation votes for these 3 days. I am grateful. Just 3 days. Chapter 63. Unlocking Achievement. Stabbing the God with a Knife. After exiting the unstaffed power plant, Ash and the others continued southward, traversing a rocky hilly terrain. Standing atop a high point, they gazed ahead, where they could already faintly discern the outline of a small town. The town was shrouded in thick fog. Despite it being a clear day, the area appeared dim, as though encircled by some mystical barrier. The buildings within the town were predominantly an eerie shade of purple, evoking a strange sensation, as if one were being observed by the town itself, which felt quite unnerving. It was rather peculiar. Had Gary not passed away, he would have likely adored this place. Misty truly wished to advise them to take a detour. After all, there was no gym here, and rumors suggested it was haunted, a place not suitable for a young lady. It would be better to head directly to Goldenrod City. However, Ash promptly rejected her suggestion. Although there were still a few days until Gary's memorial, he was determined to visit the renowned Pokémon Tower in town to pay his respects to his dear friend. As the trio concluded their brief respite and prepared to set forth once more, the Pokédex unexpectedly emitted a high-pitched mechanical sound. Ash recalled having heard this jubilant tone when he unlocked the second trainer achievement. Beep. Congratulations, Trainer Ash. You have unlocked the achievement, Godslayer. He scratched his head, thinking to himself that this Pokédex was truly unreliable. They had been on the move for over half an hour, yet it chose to announce this achievement now. It seemed prudent to request a new Pokédex from Professor Oak next time. Nevertheless, the title Godslayer was rather striking, piquing the interest of all three. They unanimously decided to take an additional 10 minutes to delve into this new accomplishment. Previously, they had only unlocked a few scattered achievements: the food chain, the longevity bond, and the path of the Shadow King. Now, they were confronted with several new options in the Pokédex. Godslayer, defeat a legendary Pokémon. 1. Brock nodded. Although Ash had not completely vanquished it, he had indeed earned the recognition of Zapdos, rounding off the criteria for the title. The delay in the Pokédex's signal was understandable, given the extraordinary nature of a level 2 trainer defeating a legendary Pokémon. Such an event was simply unfathomable. Who would believe it if he told them? It was quite a headache. The trio examined further, only to discover that the Godslayer achievement was merely the first tier, akin to Pikachu still being classified as a rookie trainee within the grand achievement of Path of the Shadow King. Triple Godslayer, defeat 3 legendary Pokémon. 3. Slaughter God as slaughtering dogs, defeat 30 legendary Pokémon. 30. The trio exclaimed in astonishment at the audacity of such achievements. How could one proclaim such titles without fear of being besieged by the legendary beasts? Was there truly anyone capable of slaughtering gods as if they were mere dogs? Even the champions, those exalted figures, would likely find such feats insurmountable. As they continued scrolling through the screen, they stumbled upon additional branch achievements related to legendary Pokémon. Got under the legs, ride a legendary Pokémon and maintain it for 10 minutes. 1. Mighty Legendary Beast Tamer, capture a legendary Pokémon. 1. Above this, Mighty Legendary Beast Tamer, there existed an ultimate achievement. Wrath of the Gods, release all ordinary Pokémon, retaining only legendary Pokémon. with a total of 10 legendary Pokémon. Ash found this rather distasteful. These achievements were expected to be unveiled gradually after he had collected 8 badges and participated in the league, serving as a new milestone. What was the point of such endeavors? The true thrill lay in capturing legendary beasts as if they were mere fowl to be toyed with. Ash's eyes gleamed with renewed fervor as he absorbed the implications of these titles, igniting a surge of passionate confidence within him as he gazed into the horizon. The future appeared promising. Suddenly, a mischievous glint filled his gaze as he queried, "By the way, Pokédex, having unlocked numerous achievements, can you provide me with some tangible rewards rather than just hollow titles?" After so many days, it was hard not to notice the peculiarities of this Pokédex. Perhaps it might indeed offer some rewards. Ash was not greedy. A few Pokémon of the caliber he encountered previously, like Dragonite, would suffice. If not, even a couple of eggs would be splendid, as he could then unlock the egg-laying rooster achievement. Beep. The Pokédex began to whir, seemingly searching for something. And after half a minute, it emitted another sound. System update successful. Beep. From now on, each time Trainer Ash unlocks an achievement, he will receive special rewards. Now distributing the reward for unlocking Godslayer. Please check it, Trainer. Upon hearing this, Ash and his companions rejoiced. Could it be true that rewards were forthcoming? A minute later, the voice of the Pokédex indeed transformed. It was no longer mechanical, but rather human, starting with a classic cough. Ash scratched his head. The voice sounded somewhat hoarse yet strangely familiar. "Hello everyone. This is Professor Oak with a special lecture. Today, I won't be telling jokes, but rather singing a song. Reward, the song of Professor Oak, beneficial for both body and mind." Ash and his friends exchanged bewildered glances. 1, 2, 3, go. My home is in the east. Ash's eyes blazed with intensity as his fingers danced across the controls with unprecedented speed, a strange azure glow enveloping the screen, accompanied by a cacophony of sound waves that distorted the very air around him. In that moment, his hand speed reached the pinnacle of his career, perhaps a height he would never again attain. He switched the Pokédex to silent mode. "Pokédex, I no longer require any rewards. Please erase all of this nonsense." Ash bellowed. Was this truly a reward or a punishment? He had heard Professor Oak sing before, and only that peculiar girl, Blue, could muster the energy to applaud. Both he and Gary had nearly fainted on the spot. Buzzing, the Pokédex, now set to silent mode, could only emit a continuous hum. This only served to infuriate Ash further. He nearly contemplated smashing the device. Damn it, this Pokédex is clearly designed to torment me. Ultimately, Ash stowed the Pokédex back into his pocket, and the three of them, wearing expressions akin to those who had been force-fed a bitter pill, trudged towards the distant town of Lavender, a place adorned with an air of mystery and nobility. In other words, it resembled a ghost town. Here, one would be hard-pressed to claim to be a resident of Lavender Town without having encountered at least a few wandering souls. Even Ash, a newcomer, felt the urge to take his companion, Charizard, for a stroll. "Charizard, I feel offended." Arriving at a new town, the first order of business was, of course, to head to the local Pokémon Center for some much-needed rest and complimentary services. Following the map, the trio made their way there. However, the townspeople they encountered along the way moved at a leisurely pace, strolling slowly with their hands clasped behind their backs. The residents here exuded an air of tranquility. Moreover, it was peculiar that the townsfolk were predominantly elderly or children, with hardly any young or middle-aged individuals in sight. The trio remained undeterred. The town was not particularly large, with no notable structures apart from a purple tower in the northeast emanating an eerie aura, likely the Pokémon Tower. But first, they needed to replenish their energy at the Pokémon Center. Upon pushing open the doors of the Pokémon Center, they encountered a bald, elderly man with white eyebrows emerging simultaneously, his demeanor warm and kindly. Noticing the trio's unfamiliar faces, the old man smiled and inquired, "You three are not locals, are you?" "Just passing through," Ash replied honestly. The old man, having anticipated this, wore a cheerful expression and mysteriously asked, "Do you believe in ghosts in this world?" Ash, without hesitation, replied, "I do. I have one with me." The old man, what an unconventional response from this visiting outsider. "What is that white handprint upon your shoulder?" Observing a line of individuals in a state of panic, turning their heads in alarm towards their shoulders, their expressions filled with astonishment, must indeed be quite amusing. This is a classic attraction in Zuin town, where every newcomer is given a fright, creating an atmosphere of joviality. After all, aside from the Pokémon Tower, the town lacks any additional sources of economic revenue, leading the local youth to seek employment elsewhere, leaving only the elderly and children behind. The town is deliberately crafted to exude an eerie ambience, with a strong push towards developing the tourism industry. Each year, They invest a substantial sum in advertising to elevate the haunted house's reputation, aspiring to make it renowned throughout the Kanto region and even the world. Countless enthusiasts of the supernatural annually pilgrimage to this site as a sacred ground, engaging in routine worship. When Ash responded in such a manner, it momentarily left him at a loss for words. However, in the next instant, Ash boldly posed the identical question, "Grandpa, do you believe in ghosts?" The old man, taken aback, was momentarily perplexed. Before he could respond, Ash suddenly pointed at his shoulder with wide eyes, a look of terror on his face, exclaiming, "There's a ghost hand on your shoulder." The old man, with white brows and a bald head, scoffed derisively, thinking that an outsider dared to challenge him. A seasoned local? What ghost hand? It's merely a ruse to frighten the newcomers. Yet, when he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder, a chill gripped his chest, and he was flooded with ominous thoughts. He stiffly turned his head, and in his peripheral vision, he indeed saw a bizarre purplish-black claw resting on his shoulder. But why was this claw so plump? Could there truly be a ghost? Panic-stricken, the old man realized that while Zuin town might have ghosts, they were all confined within the Pokémon Tower. There had never been a record of one escaping. Just as he fully turned his head, a purple shadow flitted by, followed by a pair of blood-red eyes charging towards him, his heart inexplicably freezing. The old man stumbled back several steps, beads of sweat pouring down, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest, clearly overwhelmed by fear. Ash and his friends erupted into laughter. Having anticipated that the townsfolk enjoyed using the ghost hand ruse to frighten others, they had planned this moment from the start. It was time to turn the tables. The old man had underestimated them. Gunghost, the owner of the ghostly claw, reverted to its true form, its large and corpulent body quivering grotesquely as it pointed at the old man, laughing heartily. Mischief was its innate talent, and upon hearing Ash's scheme, it eagerly joined in, their camaraderie skyrocketing. However, the old man appeared to have suffered a tremendous shock, suddenly freezing in place, clutching his heart, his eyes beginning to glaze over. He then fell silently to the ground. Ash and his friends frowned, a troubling thought creeping in. Could it be that they had gone too far? Was the psychological resilience of the townsfolk so fragile? "Old man, are you all right?" After a moment of silence, Ash and Misty began to panic, while Brock, the eldest among them, quickly took a deep breath, regaining his composure, his expression serious as he hurried to crouch beside the old man. He shakily extended a finger to check for signs of breathing. A minute passed without any indication of life. Oh no. Even Brock began to feel anxious. Had their first prank resulted in a fatality? Was the old man merely feigning it? Sensing the urgency, Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center rushed over, her expression turning frantic upon seeing the old man's lack of breath, scolding, "What are you doing? This grandfather has a history of heart problems. He can't be frightened like this." "What? How can someone with heart issues be out scaring people?" Panic set in as Joy paced anxiously. "What do I do? I only know how to treat Pokémon, and the town's doctor is away tending to patients in the neighboring town." Joy was visibly distressed, her tension palpable, making even Brock, with his rock-solid resolve, hesitant to approach. "This is a clear case of cardiac arrest. We must revive him immediately, or he might not make it." She hurriedly retrieved a long syringe filled with a yellowish liquid from behind the counter. "This is adrenaline. I must give the old man an injection to revive him." She handed the syringe to Ash. "Of course it's you. You caused the trouble. You fix it." "I'm afraid of needles," Joy insisted, urging Ash to act quickly. Given the current situation, if he didn't wake up within 3 minutes, he might never awaken again. Ash knelt on the ground, swallowing hard, trembling as he raised the syringe above the old man's body. Joy marked the spot on the old man's chest, right here, aimed at his heart. "It has to be accurate, or he could die on the spot," Joy cautioned nervously. Ash's hand holding the syringe began to shake, and the scene before him started to blur and double. He was frantic. Who would have thought that a simple prank could involve a heart patient? He would have preferred to let Pikachu perform an electric shock. Meanwhile, Brock and Misty quickly supported Ash, who was trembling uncontrollably. "You can do it, Ash. If not, we'll all be cellmates." They too were in a state of panic. Watching the old man, whose body seemed to be growing increasingly rigid, Ash finally steeled himself, forcing calmness upon himself. He needed to wake the old man. In a moment of determination, he thrust the syringe towards the old man's chest, as if expending all his strength. He must wake up. The moment the needle made contact, it began to tremble as if it were a spring. Suddenly, the old man's eyes flew open, his complexion turning vibrant as he exuberantly exclaimed, "Ash, did you just inject me?" The three stared in astonishment as Joy retrieved the syringe, bending the spring tip of it with her arm. The old man rose from the ground, brushing off the dust, and laughed heartily. "Ah. This trick has been played in 10 years. Joy, my acting is top-notch." "I assent it." Grandpa Fuji, a seasoned performer. Joy covered her mouth, giggling in agreement. Upon witnessing the old man collapse, she instantly recognized the classic fake fainting act and quickly retrieved her special spring-loaded syringe. The trio stood frozen, as if they had heard nothing, rooted in place. This was a traditional performance of Zuin Town. Whenever someone turned the tables, the script would flip, leading to the third act of I have a heart condition. Please give me an injection to my heart. There were even deeper layers to the routine, with 5th and 7th levels of tricks. In terms of understanding, outsiders would always remain outsiders, unable to grasp the nuances. Listening to the carefree laughter of the two individuals, Ash and his companions slumped onto the ground, appearing utterly defeated. Reminiscent of the earlier demeanor of the old man Fuji. Indeed, this town harbors an eerie essence, a ghost town where the specters wander among the living. Leaving the realm of the dead desolate. Chapter 65, The Orphan Pokémon. After the commotion subsided, Ash and his friends followed the old man Fuji to a house that stood significantly larger than the surrounding residences. The greenery was lush, and occasionally, small Pokémon scurried out from the entrance, frolicking and playing. These were juvenile Pokémon such as Oddish, Bewdoo, and Swablu. Here we are. This is my home. If you do not mind, please come in for a cup of cappuccino, Fuji said with a smile. Though he enjoyed playing pranks on outsiders, he considered it a gesture of friendship, indifferent to how others perceived it. Upon entering, they found themselves in what resembled a vast pet sanctuary, divided into several sections, where numerous Pokémon lay resting. Yet, they were all still juvenile Pokémon. Mr. Fuji, are all these your Pokémon? Ash inquired. Fuji shook his head. These are Pokémon whose parents or humans are unable to care for them, whether due to being lost or abandoned. Thus, I established a Pokémon home here to look after them until they are capable of living independently. In essence, it was an orphanage. In Zuin Town, there exists a Pokémon Tower, a resting place for many souls, making it a city of death. However, death also brings forth new life, resulting in a notable increase in the number of young Pokémon, far surpassing that of other towns. Upon hearing this, the three companions gazed at Fuji with newfound respect. Despite his mischievous inclinations and baldness, his character was undeniably noble. So, what is your purpose in bringing us here? Ash asked, perplexed. Previously, at the Pokémon Center, Fuji mentioned needing their assistance. Could it be that he wanted them to catch a few juvenile Pokémon for him? Before Fuji could respond, a soft growl emanated from one side of the house, and suddenly, a small brown Pokémon dashed out, brandishing a large bone club. Before the trio could discern its appearance, Fuji shouted, "Quick, stop it." Instinctively, Ash positioned himself in the creature's path. The little brown creature, seeing the obstruction, showed no mercy. It leaped and struck Ash's knee with the bone club. Take that. A metallic clang resonated as Ash's legs sprang forward, sending the creature flying several meters away. Ash scratched his knee, bewildered. How did that happen? The creature, evidently just born, was knocked out cold from a single kick. As the trio focused on the fallen creature, they noticed it was a sandy yellow with a small head adorned by a large skull, obscuring its face entirely. Cubone, the orphan Pokémon, born an orphan, wearing the skull of its deceased kin, and wielding a bone that serves as a fine broth ingredient. The Pokédex narrated automatically. Intrigued, Ash felt a desire to remove the skull, but as he reached for it, Cubone regained consciousness, displaying a fierce temperament while pointing the bone club at Ash. Calm down. They are guests, Fuji soothed as he cradled Cubone, whose agitation gradually subsided, though its expression remained irritable. Indeed. He is the one I would like to request your assistance with, Fuji began to explain. I heard at the Pokémon Center that you intend to visit the Pokémon Tower. Could you possibly take him along? Ash nodded, considering it a simple request. However, he was curious as to why Fuji, who appeared quite robust, could not take Cubone himself. Is it due to rheumatism? Well, I would love to take him, but I am not fit enough. The tower is rather formidable, Fuji admitted sheepishly. Had it not been for his long absence from being an active trainer, he would not have felt such embarrassment. The trio exchanged glances, finding it amusing that a local could not ascend the local tower. Wait, Mr. Fuji. May I ask a question? Misty interjected. Are there really ghosts in that tower? I mean real ghosts, not just Pokémon. Although she had previously feared ghost-type Pokémon, her recent experiences with Gengar had rendered her fond of them, even finding them somewhat charming, particularly Gengar, who was adorably plump. But the notion of actual ghosts sent a chill down her spine. Ah, indeed there are, Fuji chuckled softly, explaining. The Pokémon Tower serves as a final resting place for many souls. It houses not only ghost-type Pokémon, but also genuine spirits. I have no need to deceive you. Both humans and Pokémon, burdened by strong attachments in life, may transform into spirits when interred in such a heavily laden place. However, these spirits tend to dissipate over time, either through the passage of time or the remembrance of loved ones. Recently, however, it seems a powerful spirit has emerged. blocking the passage from the 4th to the 5th level of the tower. He frowned. The Pokémon Tower consists of 5 levels. The first is where priestesses offer prayers, supposedly protected by a barrier that prevents wild Pokémon from appearing. From the 2nd level onward, ghost-type Pokémon and real spirits dwell. And it seems that this powerful spirit has incited unrest among the wild ghost-type Pokémon. Cub1 desperately wished to ascend the tower, but the local trainers were insufficiently skilled to accompany him. Fuji sighed in resignation, unsure of Cubon's intentions. Remaining agitated here was not a solution, and sending Cub1 alone was futile. This morning, a trainer from outside had visited, around Ash's age, but reportedly had important matters to attend to and declined the request. Thus, he turned his hopes to Ash and his friends. Noticing the well-fed electric mouse perched on Ash's shoulder and the plump Gengar, Fuji hoped their prowess would be adequate. If you can take Cub1 to the tower, I have a peculiar stone collected from my travels in other regions, which I can offer you as a reward when you reach the 5th level. At this, Ash's eyes brightened. Ignoring Cubon's struggles, he scooped it up and exclaimed, "Haha, old man, you flatter me. I will gladly help to fulfill Cubon's wish." "Oh, well, if you insist, I suppose I cannot refuse." Fuji chuckled. "But I would feel rude not to offer something in return." "Ah, I truly do not mind," Ash replied. "Now, let us be on our way." In a sudden twist, Ash abruptly turned his head, interrupting the words of the elderly Fuji, not waiting for him to finish. Gripping both Karakara and Pikachu, he dashed towards the direction of the Pokémon Tower without a hint of courtesy. Once Ash and his companions departed, Fuji's smile vanished, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. It struck him as peculiar. How could this boy carry the sin of that particular Pokémon? As its creator, he could detect this aroma even through a Pokeball. Furrowing his brow, he shook his head vehemently. Impossible. That Pokémon could never be associated with a novice trainer. After much contemplation, Fuji's gaze sharpened as he resolutely entered his abode, dialing a number from memory. The call connected. "Oh, Fuji, it's been ages since you last called. I heard you've become the director of an orphanage now?" A cheerful voice responded, belonging to what seemed to be another loquacious elder. "Let us skip the pleasantries. Do you recall the Pokémon we created together?" Fuji inquired solemnly. The voice on the other end faltered, perplexed. "Didn't you vow never to inquire about that Pokémon again? You even released all your Pokémon. What spurred your sudden interest today?" Taking a deep breath, Fuji sighed. "I may have encountered it." Chapter 66. I shall escort you to restraint throughout their journey. Brock urged his companions to quicken their pace. He had prepared well. The Pokémon Tower was guarded by a priestess of ancient lineage. What is a priestess, you ask? She is adorned in a flowing white robe and a long red skirt, her serene demeanor complemented by an air of mysterious nobility, often gracing visitors with a gentle smile. Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. "Big sister, here I come." The trio hastened their steps toward the Pokémon Tower. From a distance, the tower resembled a grand cathedral, a structure both wide and tall, shrouded in thick mist that enveloped the three standing outside. Noticing the duo hesitating at the entrance, Brock urged them forward. "The first floor is safe. What is there to be afraid of?" They entered the Pokémon Tower. The first floor was vast, seemingly endless, illuminated brightly, which bolstered the trio's courage. The floor was adorned with an odd pattern of purple and white tiles that, upon prolonged observation, felt somewhat unsettling. However, this level was merely an open space devoid of gravestones. It seemed the rituals were conducted above. The most astonishing sight was a nearly 3-square-meter green square etched into the middle of the room, emanating a verdant glow that shot up towards the ceilings, forming a bizarre pillar of light, akin to an enigmatic barrier. "Greetings, esteemed guests." A voice emerged from the side. Brock swiftly turned, his tongue nearly slipping out in surprise. It was the priestess, clad in white robes and a red skirt, with flowing silver hair. He was astounded. The priestess. "Grandma?" he gasped. What had happened to the dignified priestess? Before him stood an elderly woman, her form hunched, skin withered, eyes drooping, and a terrifying hooked nose, holding a candle that made her resemble a witch straight out of a supernatural tale. Ash scratched his head. "Isn't it supposed to be bright here? What else with the candle?" "Ah, distant travelers, allow me to observe you," the old woman said, lifting her candle while she reached out to touch Ash's chest. A grin creeping across her face, causing him to recoil in alarm. "What a fine physique you have, young man, brimming with youthful vigor. And a heart as pure as gold." Ash, flattered by her words, shyly replied, "Grandma, your words are truly delightful. Please, say more." In an instant, the old woman's gaze sharpened, a piercing intensity that made Ash feel as though his very soul was laid bare before her scrutiny. "Oh, my old eyes have not deceived me. Today I encounter a guest blessed with 2 hearts." The priestess chuckled coldly, brandishing a paper fan inscribed with the words "Demon, begone," resembling a talisman. Require my exorcism services? I have a knack for dealing with foreign entities. Ash felt an unsettling sensation as their souls seemed to connect. The priestess's gaze unnerved him, as if she could see through him entirely. Particularly, the fan appeared to possess an odd power, slightly muddling his mental focus. This old woman is likely quite skilled, he thought, though he wondered what she meant by her statements. No need. I am the successor of materialistic scientific thought. I do not believe in spirits or supernatural forces. Ash quickly retreated, wary of the old woman's demeanor, fearing she might be able to transcend his friend, Chi. However, he mused, if Chi were to ascend, he would theoretically inherit his legacy, which was not entirely an unwelcome thought. The mention of inheritance is not a first for you, he noted. As the priestess relinquished her fan, she reached out to stroke Pikachu's chin. Her expression one of admiration. This little electric mouse is destined for greatness, soaring to great heights. Pikachu scratched its head, feeling good to hear such praise. The priestess then turned her attention to Akira beside Pikachu. This must be that old fool Fuji's Pokémon. How repugnant that he only began to show kindness at the end of his days. The trio was bewildered. Was Fuji not known for his benevolence? The priestess then circled around Ash, directing her penetrating gaze upon Misty, her shadowy eyes causing her to shiver. Dear lady, I am a good person, Misty timidly asserted. The priestess smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Pure-hearted and bright, with a beautiful blue spirit. This remark instantly put Misty at ease, bolstering her impression of the priestess. As for Brock, the old woman's gaze turned serious and stern. He swallowed hard and took a few steps back, his eyes narrowing in fear. Simple, honest, kind-hearted. In possessing noble virtues, she proclaimed, igniting a fire within Brock. He was about to respond when the old priestess continued. However, she warned, yet, you are ensnared by a yellow spirit, and should you not rid yourself of this influence, you may find your future bleak, perhaps even facing imprisonment. Before Brock could retort, Ash interjected. Hey, Grandma, I take issue with your words. My teacher is a man of rock-solid conviction. What yellow spirit are you speaking of? Don't just spout nonsense. Yellow spirit? Does Brock have a talent for electric types? Ash pondered, shaking his head at the absurdity. He was about to erupt in anger when Xiaoxia hastily dragged the Navi Xiaoji away, apologizing. Old lady, you are absolutely right. Xiaojiang is wonderful in every way, except for his overwhelming carnal desires. I kindly ask you to use your extraordinary abilities to purify his spirit. Xiaojiang exclaimed. Wait, before he could finish. The old woman swiftly retrieved a stamp from beneath her cabinet and, without waiting for Xiaojiang's response, pressed it onto his forehead. As she lifted the stamp, Xiaojiang instantly lost consciousness, standing there with his eyes closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. Although it was unclear whether he truly slept, his eyes remained unchanged. A red stamp appeared on his dark forehead, inscribed with peculiar characters that read abstain from lust. Fear not. I have merely sent his soul to a mysterious realm in the east where it shall ultimately be elevated. The old woman chuckled. Upon hearing this, the two felt relieved. All was well. As for you two, Xiaoji quickly interjected. Oh, we're just taking Akira to the tower and lighting an incense stick for my dear friend Xiao Mao, who has recently passed away. At this, the old woman couldn't help but grimace. 3 hours prior, she had attended to a customer with 2 hearts named Xiao Mao. Was this truly the way of friendships among the post-2000 generation? Even in death, one must light an incense stick to express camaraderie? How touching. Nevertheless, the Pokémon upstairs have been rather restless lately. Should danger arise, the green barrier will protect you. Before they departed, the old woman suddenly warned, her brow furrowing. It's no wonder they have become agitated. Many Pokémon of Psychic and Ghost types possess an innate ability to sense danger. Recently, several members of a group called the Rainbow Society arrived, claiming that the Pokémon Tower was cursed and wished to tear it down to construct a radio station, spreading their so-called positive energy throughout the Kanto region. This, of course, threatens to destroy their habitat, making their unrest quite understandable. Yet, who can withstand the might of capital? Even I, with my spiritual abilities, can only sigh in resignation. As the two ascended the steps, she inexplicably felt a chill breeze, and the next moment, she sensed something was amiss on her desk. Hey, where's my fan? The old woman sighed in frustration. It's the last day. I humbly request your votes and support. Trivia, in the gold and silver chapters, the Pokémon Tower was transformed into a radio station. Chapter 67, that day, she was finally liberated. The two reached the staircase leading to the second floor. As they looked up, a chilling aura emanated from above, as though it could devour anyone whole, causing Xiaoxia to shiver. Ghost-type Pokémon were not terrifying, but genuine spirits were present above. Oh no, why does this concern me? Xiaoxia suddenly realized her oversight. Right. Xiaojiang is alone and could be trapped in that abstain from lust state forever. If that happens, I can't even help retrieve his remains. Farewell, good luck. Without waiting for Xiaoji to react, she dashed back to the entrance to chat with the old witch. Xiaoji scoffed. This is what women are like. It's truly laughable. He shook his head, a disdainful smile on his lips, before turning to Akira and Pikachu, declaring, let us go. What demons and monsters can harm us as long as we possess righteous hearts and unwavering spirits? Akira. With a mighty swing of its bone club, it struck the staircase, eager to ascend, as the aura above grew increasingly familiar. However, after some time, Xiaoji furrowed his brow, noticing that Pikachu's adorable calls were absent. He quickly turned to search and soon spotted his target in the most conspicuous place. Nestled securely within the realm of the green barrier was an electric mouse, soundly asleep, snoring contentedly amidst the safety it provided. Even electric mice fear spirits. Darn it, this mouse is being lazy again. With no other choice, he grasped Akira with one hand, inhaled deeply, and independently ascended the staircase, a large Jing host flickering into view behind him. As he entered the second floor of the ghost tower, the mist thickened drastically, revealing solemn gray-white tombstones and a central area illuminated by a green glow. Presumably, the green barrier was present on every floor, offering weary travelers a moment of respite. Soon, ominous howls echoed in his ears, indicating he had entered a zone where wild Pokémon might appear. Not long after, the sounds of rustling grew louder, prompting Xiaoji to look up sharply, discovering 2 wild Pokémon had appeared before him without his notice. One was a menacing black sphere with a fierce expression, seemingly composed entirely of gas, surrounded by floating purple mist that swirled ominously in the air. The other Pokémon appeared to be a solidified form of the surrounding gas, still retaining a spiked head, but now sporting 2 purple claws extending from its front. Didi, Ghastly, a ghost-type Pokémon, resembles a rotten egg, its origins unknown. It is said to be a new form born from a shelter whose shell was shattered. Didi, Gengar, a ghost-type Pokémon and the evolved form of Ghastly, possesses dexterous fingers and a tongue capable of swallowing a Pikachu whole. The Pokédex emitted consecutive reports. So this is what ghost-type Pokémon are like, Xiaoji mused, his gaze fixed intently. He had previously heard of all the names within the Jinghost lineage, but he was astonished at the stark differences in evolution. These 2 malnourished Pokémon could potentially grow to become plump and robust. Xiaoji couldn't help but send a silent tribute to the 2 Pokémon before him. The Ghastly and Gengar, however, displayed fierce expressions, poised to attack. In the past, they might have merely played pranks on humans. But sensing that humans were now a threat to their environment, the playful intent had vanished, replaced by palpable hostility. The eyes of the 2 Pokémon began to gather dark energy, preparing to unleash a sinister attack. Eliminate the humans and protect our cherished 2-dimensional world. Suddenly, 2 sharp slapping sounds rang out. Without a figure in sight, a paper fan struck the heads of the 2 ghosts with a resounding impact, causing their gaseous forms to collapse under the force, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of dark energy. The Ghastly and Gengar fell to the ground, their semi-gaseous bodies visibly dented, appearing rather pitiful and clearly injured. Gung! Gung! After a brief pause, Ash's Gengar slowly materialized, raising its pudgy finger at the 2. Its entire being convulsing as if it were mocking them mercilessly. Is that all? That paper fan. Ash's keen eyes caught sight of a paper fan that Gengar had somehow acquired, inscribed with the words, "Evil spirits, be gone." It looked somewhat familiar. Goodness. Isn't that the artifact of that old witch? One strike could send the likes of Charizard into a state of utter disarray. How could it be so easily pilfered? The pressure mounted on Charizard once again as Gengar floated forward, observing its evolved form, causing the 2 mischief makers to behave obediently, devoid of any further actions. Gengar. Is there a female Gengar here? The 2 seemed perplexed by Gengar's terminology, wondering what eating nature meant. A Gengar with a hearty appetite? Hiss, heh. Ghastly and Gengar nodded vigorously. The Pokémon Tower was predominantly inhabited by Ghastly and Haunter, with a few scattered Rattata alongside their true leader. A Gengar, one that could consume 10 Pikachus in a single meal. Undoubtedly, it qualified as the eating nature Gengar they referred to. Gengar, satisfied with the answer it sought, puffed up like a balloon and waved its hand to signal the 2 to retreat, not to disturb its pursuit of true love. The 2, understanding the hint, floated away into the thick fog, vanishing moments later. Gengar then drifted in front of Ash, indicating that the female Gengar was upstairs as Ash appeared deep in thought. Suddenly, Gengar raised the paper fan and, with a mischievous intent, aimed for a playful slap on his head. Danger. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of peril enveloped Ash, nearly suffocating him. Alarmed, he pondered whether this cursed fan could also serve to exorcise malevolent spirits. Was this Gengar truly foolish enough to use it on its own trainer? Murder. If that slap landed, he might very well end up providing Charizard with an impromptu burial site right there. With a surge of adrenaline igniting his senses, Ash dodged to the side like a flash of lightning, narrowly escaping what felt like a lethal strike. Phew. Upon rising, he felt as though he had expended his very essence, his back drenched in sweat. He had only just purchased one incense stick. He certainly did not wish to procure another for Charizard. The spirit of Charizard sighed in relief. Just moments ago, he had felt an overwhelming sense of imminent doom. What on earth is this paper fan? Ash snapped back to reality, rising with the intention of confronting Gengar. Such a perilous object should be dealt with by summoning his Charmeleon to incinerate it. Wait, where's Gengar? He looked around. Yet the rotund figure was nowhere to be found. Gengar. Suddenly, a mischievous laugh echoed from above, causing Ash's breath to catch in his throat. He swallowed hard as a dreadful thought crossed his mind. A little-known fact, if a malevolent spirit is watching you from behind, it will not attack as long as you do not turn around. However, Ash's neck began to itch uncontrollably, and unable to resist the urge, he glanced upwards. A Gengar was staring back at him, their eyes locked in a chilling gaze. The creature's blood-red eyes widened cruelly, revealing a row of pearly teeth. But that was not the crux of the matter. It was what it held in its chubby hands. With a sharp crack, the sound echoed. There was no escaping it. Not even for Arceus. Ash was blindsided by the paper fan, leaving a painful red mark across his face. In the next moment, an inexplicable sensation of spiritual transcendence washed over him, rendering his mind dizzy. In that fleeting state of disorientation, Ash seemed to glimpse a radiant beam of golden light. Within this light stood a translucent youth donning a cap, rising gently, embodying serenity and holiness. His visage resembled Ash's imagined image of Charizard, while above him lay a realm suffused with divine melodies. On that fateful day, Charizard was finally exorcised by Ash's Pokémon.